too. You guys must have blocked our view, and the light in that alley really reflected weird up where we were. Okay, how about the other guys, the dudes doing the drugs? We had a sniper on them the whole time. They never left where they were until the firing started. Then they took off running. Jeffrey said they seemed as surprised as anybody. When Talk gave us the green light, we took off. What happened then? Hooked up with Hotel, like I said. We saw the flare, stopped, fanned out. Then the kid came to us. We got the note, your warning. Everett and Palmer went forward as scouts. Too damn late. McCarthy paused here, and Webb saw a single tear slide down the man's youthful, handsome features. Normal features like what Webb had once possessed. I never heard gunfire like that in my life, Webb. I've never felt helpless like that in my whole life. You did your job, Ken, and that's all you can do. Webb paused and then said, They can't seem to find the kid. Know anything about that? McCarthy shook his head. Couple guys from Hotel took charge of him. Romano and Cortez, I think. Romano again. Shit. That meant Webb had to go talk to the man. What did you do? I went into the courtyard with some of the others. We saw you, but you were out of it. He looked down again. And we saw the rest of Charlie. He glanced at Webb. A couple of the snipers told me how you went back out there, Webb. They saw what you did and still can't believe you did it. Said you must have the luck of the Irish somewhere in your back pocket to have gone back out there. I don't think I could have. Yes, you would, Ken. And you would have done it better than me. McCarthy seemed startled at this praise. After you came back out of the courtyard, did you see the kid? McCarthy thought about this. I remember him sitting on a trash can. By that time, everybody was showing up. Did you see any suits take custody of the kid? McCarthy thought again. No, I sort of recall Romano talking to somebody, but that's all. Did you recognize any of them? You know we don't interface with the regulars that much. How about DEA? That's all I can tell you, Webb. You been talking to Romano? A little. Don't believe everything you hear, Ken. It's not healthy. Including from you? McCarthy asked pointedly. Including from me. As Webb drove away from Quantico, he realized he had a lot of ground to cover. This was officially not his investigation, yet in some ways it was more his than anyone else's. But he had to take care of something else first, something even more important than finding out who had set up his team. And finding out what had happened to a little boy with a bullet hole on his cheek and no shirt to his name. Chapter 6. 6 funerals. Webb attended 6 funerals over 3 days. By the 4th one, he couldn't muster a single tear. He walked into the church or the funeral home and listened to people he mostly didn't know talk about fallen men he knew better than he understood himself in some ways. It was as though all of his nerves had been boiled away, along with part of his soul. In a way, he felt incapable of reacting as he was supposed to. He was terrified he would start laughing when he should be mourning. At the services, half the caskets were open, the rest not. Some of the dead men had fared better with the size and placement of the wounds that had killed them, and thus had open caskets. However, staring at pale, collapsed faces and rigid, shrunken bodies in metal boxes, inhaling flower fragrance and hearing the sobs of all those around him, made Webb wish he could just lie down in a box too, and be put away in the ground to hide forever. The funeral of a hero. There were far worse ways to be remembered. He had wrapped his hand back up in the layers of gauze because he felt guilty walking among the bereaved without a trace of a wound. It was a pathetic thing to be concerned with, he knew, yet he felt like a walking slap in the face to the survivors. All they really knew was that Webb London had somehow gotten off with barely a scratch. Had he run? Had he left his comrades to die? He could see those questions in some of the people's faces. Was that always the fate of the sole survivor? The funeral processions had passed between endless lines of men and women in uniform and hundreds of others dressed in the neat suits and sensible shoes of the FBI. Motorcycles led the way, citizens lined the streets, and flags everywhere flew at half-mast. The president and most of his cabinet came, along with many other VIPs. For a few days, the entire world talked of nothing else except the slaughter of 6 good men in an alley. Not much was said about the 7th man, and for that, Webb was mostly grateful. Still, he wondered how long that moratorium could possibly last for him. The city of Washington was deeply stricken, and it was not entirely over the fate of the slain men, for the broader implications were troubling. Had criminals really become so brazen? Was society coming apart at the seams? Were the police not keeping pace? Was American law enforcement's crown jewel, the FBI, losing its luster? The Middle Eastern and Chinese news services were having a particularly delicious time reporting yet another example of Western mayhem that would one day bring arrogant America to its soft knees. Cheers were no doubt racing up and down the streets of Baghdad, Tehran, Pyongyang, and Beijing at the thought of the old USA falling apart one miserable media-fueled crisis at a time. The pundits on American soil were spouting so many absurd scenarios that Webb no longer even opened a newspaper or turned on a TV or radio. If anyone had asked him, though, he would have said that the whole world, and not just the United States, had been screwed up for a long time. There had been some relief from this crossfire, though its catalyst was another appalling tragedy. A Japanese commercial jetliner had crashed off the Pacific coast, so the newsmongers had chased after that story and left the alley and its dead behind for now. A single news truck was still there, but scraps of 300 bodies floating in the ocean was a far bigger draw than a days-old story about a team of dead FBI agents. And for that, Webb was also grateful. Leave us alone to grieve in peace. He had been debriefed uptown at the Hoover Building and at the WFO on 3 different occasions by several teams of investigators. They had their pads and pencils, their recorders, and some of the younger agents even had laptops. They had asked Webb many more questions than he had answers for. However, when he told each group that he didn't know why he had frozen and then fallen, the pencils had stopped scribbling on paper. Fingers had stopped clacking on keyboards. When you say you froze, did you see something, hear something to make you do that? The man spoke in a monotone, which to Webb was one imperceptible inflection short of incredulity, or worse, outright disbelief. I don't really know. You really don't know? You're not sure if you froze? I'm not sure. I mean, I did. I couldn't move. It was like I was paralyzed. But you moved after your team was killed. Yes, Webb conceded. What had changed to allow you to do that? I don't know. And when you got to the courtyard, you fell. That's right. Right before the guns opened fire, said another investigator. Webb could barely hear his own answer. Yes. The silence that followed these meager responses came close to dissolving Webb's already bludgeoned insides. During each debriefing, Webb had kept his hands on top of the table, his gaze steady on each questioner's face, his posture in a slight forward lean. These men were all professional, seasoned inquisitors. Webb knew that if he looked away, sat back, rubbed his head the wrong way, or worse yet, crossed his arms, they would instantly conclude he was a lying sack of shit. Webb wasn't being untruthful, but he wasn't telling all of the truth either. Yet if Webb started talking about how the vision of a little boy had had a weird effect on him, perhaps inexplicably caused him to freeze, thus saving his life, or about then feeling weighed down as though encased in concrete, and then seconds later being able to freely move, he would be finished at the Bureau. The higher-ups tended to frown on field agents making insane comments. Yet he had one thing going for him. Those machine gun nests didn't disintegrate by themselves, and his rifle rounds were embedded in all of them. And the snipers had seen everything, and he had warned Hotel Team and saved the boy on top of it. Webb made sure he said that. He made sure all of them knew that. You can kick me while I'm down, friends, just not too hard. I'm a damn hero after all. I'll be all right, Webb had told them. I just need a little time. I'll be all right. And for one awful moment, Webb thought that might be the first actual lie he had told all day. They would call him back in as needed, they told him. For now, they just wanted him to do nothing. He was to take plenty of time to get himself together. The Bureau had offered the assistance of a counselor, a mental health professional. In fact, they had insisted on it, and Webb said he would go, although there was still a stigma at the Bureau for those seeking such help. When things looked okay, Webb was told, he would be assigned to another assaulter or sniper team, if he so desired, until Charlie could be rebuilt. If not, he could take another position within the Bureau. There was even talk of allowing him to burn an Office of Preference transfer that would allow him to proceed directly to Go in the form of an office he would retire from. That sort of treatment was usually reserved for senior-level agents and symbolized that the Bureau was really unsure of what to do with him. Officially, Webb was in the middle of an administrative inquiry that might well blossom into a full investigation, depending on how things shook out. Well, no one had given Webb his Miranda rights, which was both good and bad. Good because Webb getting his Miranda warning would mean he was under arrest. Bad in that anything he said during the inquiry could be used against him in civil or criminal proceedings. The only thing he had done wrong, apparently, was having survived. And yet that was a source of guilt far stronger than anything the Bureau could charge him with. No, really, whatever he wanted, Webb was told he could have. They were all his friends. He had their full support. Webb asked how the investigation was going and didn't get an answer in return. So much for their full support, Webb thought. Get better, another man had told him. That's all you need to focus on. As he was leaving from his last debriefing, he got one final question. How's the hand? The man asked. Webb didn't know the guy, and although the question seemed innocent enough, there was something in the fellow's eyes that made Webb want to deck him. Instead, Webb said it was just fine, thanked them all, and left. On the way out from the last session, he had passed the FBI's Wall of Honor, where hung plaques for each of the FBI personnel killed in the line of duty. There would be a major addition coming to the wall, the largest single one in the history of the Bureau, in fact. Webb had sometimes wondered if he would ever end up on there, with his professional life compacted into a chunk of wood and brass hanging on a wall. He left Hoover and drove home, besieged by many more questions than he wanted to confront. FBI also officially stood for fidelity, bravery, and integrity, and right now, Webb didn't feel he possessed any of these qualities. Chapter 7. Francis Westbrook was a giant of a man, with the height and girth of an NFL starting left tackle. Regardless of the weather or season, his clothes of choice were silk tropical short-sleeved shirts, matching slacks, and suede loafers with no socks. His head was bald, his large ears were covered with diamond studs, and his enormous fingers were festooned with gold rings. He wasn't a dandy of any sort, but there simply weren't that many things he could spend his drug earnings on without the law, or even worse, the IRS sniffing around. And he also liked to look good. Right now, Westbrook was riding in the back seat of a large Mercedes sedan with black-tinted windows. To the left of him was his first lieutenant, Antoine Peebles. Driving was a tall, well-built young man named Tuna, and in the passenger seat was his chief of security, Clyde Macy, the only white guy in Westbrook's entire crew, and it was easy to see that the man carried that distinction with great pride. Peebles had a neatly trimmed beard and afro, was short and heavyset, but he wore his Armani and his designer shades well. He looked more like a Hollywood exec than a high-level drug entrepreneur. Macy looked like a breathing skeleton, preferred his clothes black and professional-looking, and with his shaved head could easily have been mistaken for a neo-Nazi. This represented the inner circle of Westbrook's small empire, and the leader of that empire held a 9mm pistol in his right hand and seemed to be looking for someone to use it on. "You want to tell me one more time how you lost Kevin?" He looked at Peebles and clutched the pistol even tighter. Its safety was in the grip, and Westbrook had just released it. Peebles seemed to recognize this, and yet didn't hesitate in responding. "If you let us keep somebody on him 24/7, then we'd never lose him. He goes out sometimes at night. He went out that night and didn't come back." Westbrook slapped his enormous thigh. "He was in that alley. The feds had him, and now they don't. He's mixed up with this shit somehow, and it happened in my damn backyard." He smacked the gun against the door and roared, "I want Kevin back!" Peebles looked at him nervously, while Macy showed no reaction. Westbrook put a hand on the driver's shoulder. "Tuna, you get some of the boys together, and you gonna hit every part of this damn town, you hear me? I know you already done it once, but you do it again. I want that boy back nice and safe, you hear me? Nice and safe, and don't come back till you done it. Damn it, you hear me, Tuna?" Tuna glanced in the rearview mirror. I hear you." "Set up," said Peebles. "All around. To put the blame on you." "You think I ain't know that? You think 'cause you went to college that you smart and I'm stupid? I know the feds coming after my ass on this. I know the word on the street. Somebody's trying to get all the crews together, almost like a damn union. But they know I ain't joining shit, and it's messing up their plan." Westbrook's eyes were red. He hadn't slept much in the last 48 hours. That was just his life. Surviving the night was usually the big project of the day, and all he could think about was a little boy out there somewhere. He was getting close to the edge. He could feel it. He had known this day might come, and still he was not prepared for it. "Whoever got Kevin, they gonna let me know it. They want something. They want me to jump my crew in, that's what they want." "And you'll give it to them?" "Anything I got they can have, so long as I get Kevin back." He paused and looked out the window, at the corners and alleys and cheap bars they were passing, where his drug tentacles slithered. He did a brisk business in the suburbs, too, where the real money was. "Yeah, that's right. I get Kevin back, and then I kill every one of the mothers. I do it myself." He pointed the pistol at an imaginary foe. "Start with the knees and work my way up." Peebles looked warily at Macy, who still showed no sign of any reaction. It was as though he were made of stone. "Well, nobody's contacted us so far," said Peebles. "They will. They didn't take Kevin 'cause they want to shoot hoops with him. They want me. Well, I'm right here. They just got to come to the party. I'm ready to party. Bring it the fuck on." Westbrook spoke more calmly. "Word is one of them dudes didn't eat it in that courtyard. That right?" Peebles nodded. "Webb London." "They say machine guns, 50 caliber shit. How's the dude slip that?" Peebles shrugged his shoulders, and Westbrook looked at Macy. "What you hear on that, Mace?" "Nobody's saying for sure right now, but what I hear is the man didn't go in that courtyard. He got scared, freaked or something." "Freaked or something," said Westbrook. "Okay, you get some shit on this man and you let me see it. Man walk away from something like that, man got something to tell me. Like maybe where Kevin is." He looked at his men. "Whoever shot them feds up got Kevin. You can count on that." "Well, like I said, we could have had him on round the clock," commented Peebles. "What the hell kind of life is that?" said Westbrook. "He ain't got to live that way, not because of me. But the feds come after my ass, then I'll just point them boys in another direction. But we got to know which way that is. With 6 damn feds dead, they ain't gonna be looking to cut no deals. They'll want some serious ass to fry, and it ain't gonna be mine." "Whoever took Kevin, there's no guarantee they'll let him go," said Peebles. I know you don't want to hear this, but we have no way of knowing if Kevin's even alive. Westbrook lay back against the seat. Oh, he's alive, all right. Ain't nothing wrong with Kevin. Not right now, anyway. How can you be sure? I just know, and that's all you need to know. You just get me something on this Fed, Mother. Webb London. Webb London. And if he ain't got what I need, then he'll wish he died with his crew. Hit it, Tuna. We got business. The car sped on into the night. Chapter 8. It took Webb a couple of days to make an appointment with a psychiatrist whom the Bureau used on an independent contractor basis. The FBI had trained people on staff, but Webb had opted for someone on the outside. He wasn't sure why, yet spilling his guts to anyone on the inside right now didn't seem like a good idea. Rightly or not, tell the feds shrink, you're telling the feds, was Webb's thinking. To hell with patient confidentiality. The Bureau was still pretty much in the dark ages when it came to the mental health of their people, and that probably was as much the fault of the individual agents as the organization. Until several years ago, if you worked at the FBI and were feeling stressed or were having problems with alcohol or substance abuse, you pretty much kept it to yourself and dealt with it in your own way. The old-school agents would have given no more thought to seeking counseling than they would about leaving home without their gun. If an agent was seeking professional help, no one knew about it, and certainly no one talked about it. You were, in a sense, tainted goods if you did, and the indoctrination process of being a member of the Bureau seemed to instill both a stoicism and stubborn independence that were difficult to overcome. Then the powers that be had finally decided that the stress of working for the FBI, reflected in rising rates of alcohol and drug abuse and the high incidence of divorce, needed to be addressed. An Employee Assistance Program, or EAP, was instituted. Each FBI division was assigned an EAP coordinator and counselor. If the in-house counselor couldn't handle the situation, he or she would refer the patient to an approved outside source, as Webb had opted to have done. The EAP wasn't widely known at the Bureau, and Webb had never gotten any written materials on its existence. It was just sort of whispered ear to ear. The old stigma, despite the Bureau's efforts, was still there. The psychiatric offices were in a high-rise building in Fairfax County, near Tyson's Corner. Webb had seen Dr. O'Bannon, one of the psychiatrists who worked here before. The first time was years ago, when HRT had been called up to rescue some students at a private school in Richmond, Virginia. A bunch of paramilitary types belonging to a group calling themselves the Free Society, who apparently were seeking to create an Aryan culture by means of their own version of ethnic cleansing, had burst into the school and immediately killed 2 teachers. The standoff had lasted almost 24 hours. HRT had finally gone in when it appeared imminent that the men were going to start killing again. Things were going perfectly until something had alerted the Frees right before HRT was ready to pounce. The resulting shootout had left 5 of the Frees dead and 2 HRT personnel injured, Webb critically so. The only other hostage to die was a 10-year-old boy named David Canfield. Webb had been almost close enough to the child to pull him to safety when things went to hell. The dead boy's face had intruded into his dreams so often that Webb had voluntarily sought counseling. At that time, there was no EAP, so after he had recovered from his injuries, Webb had discreetly gotten O'Bannon's name from another agent whom O'Bannon was seeing. It had been one of the hardest things Webb had ever done, because, in effect, he was admitting that he couldn't handle his problems. He never talked about it with other HRT members, and he would have cut out his tongue before he would reveal that he was seeing a shrink. His colleagues would have only seen that as a weakness, and at HRT there was no room for that. The operators at HRT had had a previous encounter with mental health counseling, and it had not gone well. After Waco, the Bureau had brought in some counselors who had met directly with the stricken men as a group, instead of individually. The result would have been comical if it hadn't been so pathetically sad. That was the last time the Bureau had tried that sort of thing with HRT. The most recent time Webb had seen O'Bannon was right after Webb's mother had died. After quite a few sessions with O'Bannon, Webb concluded that things were never going to be right on that score, and he had lied and told O'Bannon that he was just fine. He didn't blame O'Bannon, for no doc could make that mess right, he knew. It would have taken a miracle. O'Bannon was short and heavy-set and often wore a black turtleneck that made his multiple chins even more pronounced. Webb remembered that O'Bannon's handshake was limp, his manner pleasant enough, and yet Webb had felt like running for the door the first time the two had met. Instead, he had followed O'Bannon back to his office and plunged into some dangerous waters. "We'll be able to help you, Webb. It'll just take time. I'm sorry we have to meet under such difficult circumstances, but people don't come to me because things are wonderful. It's my lot in life, I suppose." Webb said that was good, and yet his spirits sank. O'Bannon clearly had no magic that would make Webb's world normal again. They had sat in O'Bannon's office. There was no couch, but rather a small love seat, not nearly long enough to lie down upon. O'Bannon had explained it as the greatest of all misperceptions in our field. Not every psychiatrist has a couch. O'Bannon's office was sterile, with white walls, industrial furnishings, and very few items of a personal nature. It all made Webb feel about as comfortable as sitting on death row, waiting to do a last dance with Mr. Sparky. They made small talk, presumably to ease Webb into opening up. There was a pad and pen next to O'Bannon, but he never picked them up. "I'll do that later," O'Bannon had said when Webb asked him about his lack of note-taking. "For now, let's just talk." He had a darting gaze that had been unsettling to Webb, though the psychiatrist's voice was soft and relatively soothing. After an hour, the session was up, and Webb could see nothing much that had been accomplished. He knew more about O'Bannon than the man knew about Webb. He had not gotten around to any of the issues disturbing him. "These things take time, Webb," O'Bannon had said as he led Webb out. "It'll come, don't you worry. It just takes time. Rome wasn't built in a day." Webb wanted to ask him exactly how long it would take to build Rome in this case, but he said nothing except goodbye. At first, Webb had believed that he would never go back to see the short, pudgy man with the blank office, and yet he had. And O'Bannon had worked through the issues with him session after session, getting him to deal with things. But Webb had never forgotten the little boy who had been gunned down in cold blood, with Webb mere feet away and unable to save him. That would have been unhealthy, to ever forget something like that. O'Bannon had told Webb that he and others at his psychiatric practice had catered to the needs of Bureau personnel for many years and had helped agents and administrative staff through lots of crises. Webb had been surprised at that because he assumed he was one of the few who had ever sought professional counseling. O'Bannon had looked at him in a very knowing way and said, "Just because people don't talk about it doesn't mean they don't want to address their issues or don't want to get better. I can, of course, reveal no names, but trust me, you are definitely not alone in coming to me from the FBI. Agents who hide their heads in the sand are just ticking bombs waiting to explode." Now, Webb wondered if he was a ticking bomb. He went inside and over to the elevators, each step heavier than the previous one. With his mind clearly elsewhere, Webb nearly collided with a woman coming from the other direction. He apologized and pushed the elevator button. The car came, and they both got on. Webb punched the button for his floor and stepped back. As they headed up, Webb glanced over at the woman. She was average height, slender, and very attractive. He put her age at late 30s. She wore a gray pantsuit, the collar of a white blouse topping it. Her hair was a wavy black and cut short, and she had on small clip earrings. She carried a briefcase. Her long fingers curled around the handle, pressing tightly, noted Webb, whose whole professional life was spent obsessing over the small details, because the little things almost always determined his future, or lack of one. The car stopped at Webb's floor, and he was a little surprised when the woman got off too. But then he recalled she had not pushed another floor button. Well, so much for always observing the little details. He followed her to the office he was going to. She glanced back at him. "Can I help you?" Her voice was low, precise, and somehow inviting, comforting to him. The unusually deep blue of her eyes caught Webb's attention. The eyes were also big, sad, and peering. They held you, those eyes did. "I'm here to see Dr. O'Bannon." "Did you have an appointment?" She seemed wary, Webb thought. Yet he also knew women had every right to be suspicious when confronted with strange men. He had seen the ugly results of many such encounters, and those images never left you. "Yes, for 9 o'clock, Wednesday morning. I'm a little early." She gave him a sympathetic look. "Actually, today is Tuesday." Webb muttered, "Shit," and shook his head wearily. "Guess I'm getting my days sort of mixed up. Sorry to bother you." He turned to leave, and he was reasonably sure he would never come back. "I'm sorry, but you look very familiar to me," the woman said. Webb turned slowly back. "I apologize," she added. "I'm not usually that forward, but I know I've seen you before." "Well, if you work here, you probably did. I've been to see O'Bannon before." "No, it wasn't here. I believe it was on TV." Realization finally swept across her features. "You're Webb London, the FBI agent, aren't you?" He couldn't decide what to say for a few moments, and she simply looked at him, apparently awaiting confirmation of her observation. "Yes." Webb glanced past her. "Do you work here?" "I have an office here." "So you're a shrink, too?" She put out her hand. "We prefer psychiatrists. I'm Claire Daniels." Webb shook her hand, and then they stood there awkwardly. "I'm going to put some coffee on if you'd like a cup," she finally said. "Don't go to any trouble." She turned and unlocked the door. Webb followed her inside. They sat in the small reception room and drank the coffee. Webb glanced around the empty space. "Office closed today?" "No, most people don't get in before 9. "It always surprised me that you don't have a receptionist here." "Well, we want to make it as comfortable for people as possible. And announcing yourself to a stranger because you're here to receive treatment can be very intimidating. We know when we have appointments, and the doorbell lets us know when someone has arrived, and we come right out. We have this common waiting area because that's unavoidable, but as a rule, we don't like to make patients sit out here with one another. That can be awkward, too." "Sort of like people sitting around playing Guess My Psychosis?" She smiled. "Something like that. Dr. O'Bannon started this practice many years ago, and he cares quite deeply about the comfort zone of the people who come here for help. The last thing you want to do is to increase the anxiety level of already anxious people." "So you know O'Bannon well?" "Yes, I actually used to work for him. Then he simplified his life a while back, and we're all on our own now, but we still share this office space. We've come to prefer it that way. He's very good. He'll be able to help you." "You think so?" Webb said without a trace of hope. "I guess like the rest of the country, I've been following what happened. I'm very sorry about your colleagues." Webb drank his coffee in silence. Claire said, "If you were thinking of waiting, Dr. O'Bannon is teaching at George Washington University. He won't be in at all today." "No big deal. My mistake. Thanks for the coffee." He rose. "Mr. London, would you like me to tell him you were here?" "It's Webb. And no, I don't think I'll be back on Wednesday." Claire stood too. "Is there something I can do to help you?" He held up his cup. "You already made the Java." Webb took a breath. It was time to get out of here. "What are you doing for the next hour?" he asked instead, and then was stunned to hear his own words. "Just paperwork," she said quickly, her gaze downcast, her face slightly red, as though he had just asked her out to the prom, and instead of saying no to his advance, she was deciding, for some unknown reason, to encourage it. How would you like to talk to me instead? Professionally? That's not possible. You're Dr. O'Bannon's patient. How about human to human? Webb had absolutely no idea where any of these words were coming from. She hesitated for a moment and then told him to wait. She went into an office and then came back out a few minutes later. I tried reaching Dr. O'Bannon at the university, but they couldn't track him down. Without talking to him, I really can't counsel you. You have to understand it's a touchy thing ethically, Webb. I'm not into poaching patients. Webb abruptly sat down. Wouldn't it ever be justified? She mulled this over for a few moments. I suppose if your regular doctor wasn't available and you were in crisis, it would be. He's not available, and I'm in an honest-to-God crisis. Webb was being absolutely truthful, for it was like he was back in that courtyard, unable to move, unable to do a damn thing to help, useless. If she still refused him, Webb wasn't sure he could even manage to get up and leave. Instead, she led him down the hallway to her office and closed the door behind them. Webb looked around. There could not have been a greater difference between Claire Daniels' digs and those of O'Bannon. The walls were a muted gray instead of stark white, and cozy, with femininely floral curtains instead of industrial shades. There were pictures hung everywhere, mostly of people, presumably family. The degrees on the wall evidenced Claire Daniels' impressive academic accomplishments, degrees from Brown and Columbia universities, and her medical sheepskin from Stanford. On one table was a glass container that had a label reading, "Therapy in a Jar." There were unlit candles on tables and cactus lamps in two corners. On shelves and on the floor were dozens of stuffed animals. There was a leather chair against one wall. And by God, Claire Daniels had a couch. You want me to sit there? He pointed to it, trying desperately to keep his nerves in check. He suddenly wished he wasn't armed, because he was starting to feel a little out of control. Actually, if you don't mind, I prefer the couch. He collapsed in the chair and then watched as she switched her flats for slippers that were lying next to the couch. The momentary sight of her bare feet had prompted an unexpected reaction from Webb. There was nothing sexual about it. It made Webb think of the bloodied skin in the courtyard, the remains of Charlie Team. Claire sat down on the couch, pulled a pad and pen off the side table, and uncapped the pen. Webb took a series of small breaths to arrest his nerves. O'Bannon doesn't take notes during the session, he commented. I know, she said with a wry smile. I don't think my memory is as good as his. Sorry. I didn't even ask if you're on the Bureau's approved list of outside contractors. I know O'Bannon is. I am too. And this session will have to be revealed to your supervisor. Bureau policy. But not the content of the session. No, of course not. Just that we met. The same basic rules of confidentiality apply here as they would in a normal psychiatrist and patient relationship. Basic rules? There are modifications, Webb, because of the unique job you have. O'Bannon explained that to me when I was seeing him, but I guess I was never really clear on it. Well, I'm under an obligation to inform your supervisor if, during a session, anything is revealed that poses a threat to yourself or others. I guess that's fair. You think so? Well, from my point of view, it gives me a great deal of discretion, because where one hears something benign, another hears genuine threats. So I'm not so sure that policy is very fair to you. But just so you know, I have never had occasion to use that discretion, and I've been working with people from the FBI, DEA, and other law enforcement agencies for a long time. What else has to be revealed? The other major one is drug use or specific therapies. Right. The Bureau is a stickler for that, I know, said Webb. Even over-the-counter stuff you have to report that you're taking. It can actually get to be quite a pain in the ass. He looked around. Your place is a lot more comfortable. O'Bannon's office reminds me of an operating room. Everybody approaches their work differently. She stopped and stared at his waist. Webb glanced down and saw that his windbreaker had fallen open there, and the grip of his pistol was visible. He zipped up the jacket as Claire looked down at her pad. "Sorry, Webb. It's not like it's the first time I've seen an agent with a gun. Though I suppose when you don't see them every day, they can be scary as hell," he finished her thought. He eyed the array of furry toys. "What's with all the stuffed animals?" "I have a lot of children as patients," she said, adding, "unfortunately. The animals make them feel more at ease. To tell the truth, they make me feel more at ease, too." It's hard to believe kids would need a psychiatrist. Most of them have eating disorders, bulimia, anorexia, usually centered on issues of control between them and their parents. So you have to treat the child and the parent. It's not an easy world for children. It's not all that great for adults, either. She gave him a look that Webb interpreted as a quick appraisal. "You've been through a lot in your life." "More than some, less than others. You're not going to make me take an ink blot test, are you?" He said this as a joke, but he was actually serious. Psychologists perform Rorschach, MMPI, MMCI, and neurotesting. I'm just a humble psychiatrist. I had to take the MMPI when I joined hostage rescue. The Minnesota Multiphasic Personality Inventory. I'm familiar with it. It's designed to ferret out the crazies. In a manner of speaking, yes. Did it? Some of the guys failed it. Me, I figured out what the test was for and just lied my way through it. Claire Daniels' eyebrows lifted slightly, and her gaze once more went to where his gun was. That's comforting. I guess I'm not real clear on the difference between psychologists and psychiatrists, that is. A psychiatrist has to take the MCATs, then do 4 years of medical school. After that, you have to serve 3 years of residency in psychiatry at a hospital. I also did a 4th-year residency in forensic psychiatry. I've been in private practice ever since. As medical doctors, psychiatrists can also prescribe medication, whereas psychologists generally can't. Webb clasped and unclasped his hands nervously. Claire, who was studying him closely, said, "Why don't I tell you how I go about my work? Then, if you're comfortable with that, we can continue. Fair enough?" Webb nodded in agreement, and she settled back into the cushions. As a psychiatrist, I rely on understanding patterns of normal human behavior so that I can recognize when certain behavior falls outside the norm. An obvious example is one you're no doubt familiar with: serial killers. In the vast majority of cases, such people have suffered consistent, terrible abuse as children. They, in turn, exhibit clear patterns of rage when young, like torturing small animals and birds, as they single-mindedly transfer the pain and cruelty foisted upon them onto living things less powerful than themselves. They move on to larger animals and other targets as they grow older, stronger and bolder, and eventually progress to human beings when they reach adulthood. It's actually a fairly predictable evolution of events. You also have to listen with a third ear of sorts. I take what someone tells me at face value, but I'm also looking for cues underlying those statements. Humans are always layering their statements with other messages. A psychiatrist wears many hats, often at the same time. The key is to listen. I mean, really listen to what you're being told, in words, body language, that sort of thing. Okay, how would you like to start with me? I usually have a patient fill out a background questionnaire, but I think I'll skip that with you. Human to human, she added with a very warm smile. Webb finally felt the heat in his belly start to ease. But let's talk a little about your background, all the typical information. Then we can move on from there. Webb let out a deep breath. I'll be 38 next March. I did the college route and then somehow got into the University of Virginia Law School and actually managed to graduate. After that, I worked in the Commonwealth Attorney's office for about 6 months in Alexandria until I realized that life wasn't for me. I decided to apply to the Bureau along with a buddy of mine. It was really on a whim to see if we could do it. I made the cut, he didn't. I survived the academy, and I've been with the FBI for a lucky 13 years. I started out as a special agent, cutting my teeth on this and that in a string of field offices across the country. A little over 8 years ago, I applied to HRT. That stands for Hostage Rescue Team. It's part of CIRG, Critical Incident Response Group now, though that's a fairly recent development. They kill your ass in the selection process, and 90% of the applicants don't make the cut. They sleep deprive you first, break you physically, and then force you to make snap decisions of life and death. They make you work and sacrifice as a team, but still compete against one another because there aren't many slots available. It was a real walk in the park. I saw former Navy SEALs, Special Forces guys, Deltas even, break down, cry, pass out, hallucinate, threaten suicide, mass murders, anything to make their tormentors stop. By a miracle, I somehow got through, and then spent another 5 months at the New Operators Training School, or NOTS. In case you couldn't tell, the Bureau is big on acronyms. We're based at Quantico. I'm an assaulter right now. Claire looked confused. HRT has blue and gold units, with 4 teams in each. They mirror each other, so we can handle 2 crises in 2 different places simultaneously. Half the teams are made up of assaulters, or the main attack force. The other half are snipers. Snipers train at the Marine Corps Scout Sniper School. We switch off periodically, cross-train. I started out as a sniper. They used to really get the short end of the stick, though after HRT was reorganized in 1995, it's gotten a lot better. Still, you lie in the mud and rain and snow for weeks, spying on the target, learning the weaknesses of your opponents that will help you kill them later. Or maybe even save their lives, because watching them you may spot something that will tell you that they won't shoot back in certain situations. You wait to take your shots of opportunity, never knowing if the shot you take will trigger some damn firestorm. You sound like you've experienced something like that. One of my very first assignments was Waco. I see. Right now, I'm assigned to Charlie Team in the Blue Unit. Was, Webb mentally corrected himself. There was no more Charlie Team. So you're not an FBI agent per se? No, we all are. You have to have at least 3 years at the Bureau and a superior performance rating to even apply to HRT. We carry the same shields, the same credentials, but we HRT guys keep to ourselves. Separate facilities, no other duties outside HRT. We train together, core skills, knots, CQB. What are those things? NOTS covers combat and firearm training. CQB stands for Close Quarters Battle Training. Firearms and CQB are the most perishable skills, so you're constantly working them. Sounds very military. It is, and we are very military. We're split into active duty and training. If you're on duty and a mission comes up, you go. Any downtime for active duty operators is spent on special projects and special skills like rope climbing, chopper rappelling, SEAL training, first aid. And also fieldcraft, what we call snooping and pooping in the woods. The days go quickly, believe me. I'm sure, said Claire. Webb studied his shoes, and they sat there quietly for a while. 50 alpha males together is sometimes not a good thing, he smiled. We're always trying to one-up each other. You know those taser guns that shoot out electrified darts and paralyze people? Yes, I've seen them. Well, we had a contest one time to see who could recover the fastest after getting hit by one of those. Good God, exclaimed Claire. I know, crazy. He added, I didn't win. I went down like I'd been hit by an NFL lineman. But that's sort of the mentality. Ultra competitive. He became more serious. But we're good at our jobs, and our jobs aren't easy. What nobody else wants to do, we do. Our official motto is to save lives, and we mostly succeed. We try to think of every contingency, but there's not a lot of room for error. And whether we succeed or not could come down to a chain on a door you weren't expecting when you're doing a dynamic entry, or turning left instead of right, or not firing instead of firing your weapon. And these days, if the target gets a little nick while he's trying to blow our heads off, everybody starts screaming and suing, and FBI agents start falling like flies. Maybe if I'd checked out after Waco, my life would really be different. Why didn't you? Because I have a lot of special skills that I can use to protect honest citizens. To protect the interests of this country from people who would do it and them harm. Sounds very patriotic. Some cynics might take you to task over that philosophy, though. Webb stared at her for several seconds before answering. How many TV pundits have ever had a sawed-off shotgun stuffed up their noses, while some deranged lowlife freaked on meth has his finger on the trigger deciding whether to end their lives? Or waited out in the middle of nowhere USA, while some pseudo-Jesus psycho, who finds it in his holy book somewhere that it's all right to screw his disciples' kids, messes with the psyche of the whole country, and then ends his 15 minutes of fame in a fireball that takes every abused child with him. If the cynics have a problem with my motivation or methods, then they can get out there and do it. They'd last all of 2 seconds. They expect perfection from the good guys in a world where that just is never going to happen. And the bad guys could have ripped the heads off 1,000 babies, and you're still going to get their lawyers screaming holy hell if you give them a hangnail while you're trying to arrest them. Now, the higher-ups at the Bureau do make mistakes when issuing orders, and some of them shouldn't be holding the jobs they have because they're incompetent. I wasn't at Ruby Ridge, but that was a disaster from minute one, and the feds were more to blame than anybody else for innocent people dying. But it's ultimately guys like me following those orders who get their nuts cut off because they had the audacity to risk their lives to do what they believe is the right thing and get paid jack shit for the privilege. That's my world, Dr. Daniels. Welcome the hell to it. Webb took a deep breath, started trembling, and looked over at Claire, who looked as stunned as he felt. Sorry, he finally said. I'm kind of a patriotic jerk when it comes to all of that. When Claire spoke, she sounded contrite. I think I should apologize. I'm sure you find your job thankless at times. I'm kind of finding it that way right now. Tell me about your family, she said after a few more moments of awkward silence. Webb sat back and put his hands behind his head as he once more took several small breaths. 64 beats a minute, Webb. That's all you need, man. 64 smacks a minute. How hard can it be? He leaned forward. Sure, no problem. I'm an only child. I was born in Georgia. We moved to Virginia when I was around 6. So who is the we here? Your mother and father? Webb shook his head. No, just me and my mother. And your father? He didn't come. The state wanted to keep him a while longer. Was he employed with the government? You could say that. He was in prison. What happened to him? Don't know. Weren't you curious? If I had been, I would have satisfied that curiosity. All right. And so you came to Virginia. What then? My mother remarried. And your relationship with your stepfather? Fine. Claire said nothing, apparently waiting for him to continue. When he didn't, she said, Tell me about your relationship with your mother. She's been dead 9 months now, so we don't have a relationship. What was her cause of death? She added, "If you don't mind my asking." "The big B." Claire looked confused. "You mean the big C, cancer?" "No, I mean the big B, booze." "You said you joined the FBI on a whim. Do you think it could have been more than that?" Webb shot her a quick glance. "You mean, did I become a cop because my real father was a crook?" Claire smiled. "You're good at this." "I don't know why I'm still alive, Claire," Webb said quietly. "By all rights, I should be dead along with my team. It's driving me crazy. I didn't want to be the sole survivor." Claire's smile quickly faded. "That sounds important. Let's talk about that." Webb's hands ground against each other. Then he stood and looked out the window. "This is all confidential, right?" "Yes," Claire said. "Absolutely." He sat back down. "I went into the alley. I'm hauling butt with my team. We're almost at the breach point, and then... He stopped. "And then I froze. I couldn't move. I don't know what the hell happened. My team went out into that courtyard, and I couldn't. Then I finally get going, and it feels like I weigh 1,000 pounds, like my feet were in concrete blocks. And I dropped because I couldn't keep myself up. I just went down. And then..." He stopped. A hand went to his face, not the damaged side, and he pushed hard there, as though keeping things that wanted to come out from doing so. "And then the gun started. And I lived. I lived, and none of my team did." The pen sat idle in Claire's hand as she looked at him. "It's okay, Webb. You need to get this out." "That's it. What in the hell can I add to that? I freaked out. I'm a damn coward." She spoke very calmly and precisely. "Webb, I understand that this is extremely difficult to discuss, but I'd like you to go over the exact events leading up to you freezing, as you referred to it, as accurately as you can remember. That might be very important." Webb went through the details with her, starting from the moment the Chevy doors popped open to the point where he couldn't do his job, where he had watched his friends die. When he had finished, he felt totally numb, as though he had given away his soul as well as his pitiful story. "It must have felt paralyzing," she said. "I'm wondering whether you felt any earlier symptoms before it hit you so completely. Something like a drastic pulse change, rapid breathing, a feeling of dread, cold sweats, dry mouth." Webb thought about this for a bit as he again went over in his mind every step he had taken. He started to shake his head in answering no, but then he said, "There was a kid in the alley." He wasn't about to reveal to Claire Daniels the importance that Kevin Westbrook was taking in the investigation. However, there was something that he could tell her. "When we passed him, he said something really odd. I remembered his voice sounded like an old man's in some ways. You could tell from his appearance that life had not been exactly kind to him." "You don't remember what he said?" Webb shook his head. "I'm drawing a blank on that, but it was something weird." "But what he said made you feel something beyond the usual pity or sympathy?" "Look, Dr. Daniels, please call me Claire." "Okay, Claire. I'm not looking to make myself out to be a saint. With my job, I go into some real hellholes. I try not to think about all the other things, like the kids." "It sounds as though if you thought that way, you wouldn't be able to do your work." Webb shot a glance at her. "Is that what you think might have happened to me? I see the kid and it snapped something in my brain?" "It's possible, Webb. Shell shock, post-traumatic stress syndrome that induces physical paralysis, along with a whole host of other physical debilitations. It happens more often than people think. The stress of combat is unique." "But nothing had happened yet, not one shot fired." "You've been doing this for many years, Webb. It can all accumulate inside you, and the effect of that accumulation can manifest itself at the most inopportune moments and in the most unfortunate ways. You aren't the first person to go into battle of sorts and have that kind of reaction. Well, it's the first time it's happened to me, Webb said with an edge to his voice. And my team had been through just as much as me, and none of them locked up. Even though this was the first time it's happened to you, Webb, you have to understand that we're all different. You can't compare yourself to anyone else. It's not fair to you. He pointed a finger at her. Let me tell you what's fair. What's fair is me maybe making a difference that night. Maybe I could have done something, seen something that would have warned my guys, and maybe they'd still be living and I wouldn't be sitting here talking to you about why they're not. I understand that you're angry, and that life is often not fair. You've doubtless seen hundreds of examples of that. The point is how best for you to deal with what happened. How exactly do you deal with something like this? It doesn't get any worse than this. I know it may seem hopeless, but it would be worse if you can't work through your issues and move on with your life. Life? Oh yeah, that's right. I guess I have something of a life left. You want to switch with me? I'll give you a real deal. Do you want to go back to HRT? She asked flatly. Yes, he said immediately. You're sure? I'm absolutely sure. Then that's a goal that we both can work toward. Webb ran a hand up his thigh and stopped at the bulge of his pistol. Do you really think that's possible? I mean, at HRT, if you can't cut it mentally or physically, well, then you're gone. Gone, he thought, from really the only place he had ever fit in. We can try, Webb. That's all we can do. But I'm pretty good at my job, too. And I promise that I'll do all I can to help you. I just need your cooperation. He looked squarely at her. Okay, you've got it. Is there anything particularly troubling in your life right now? Any especially stressful issues out of the usual? Not really. You mentioned that your mother had died recently. Yes. Tell me about your relationship with her. I would have done anything for her. So I take that as you were very close to her? Webb hesitated for so long that Claire finally said, Webb, right now the absolute truth is important. She had her problems, her drinking for one, and she hated what I do for a living. Claire's gaze drifted again to where Webb's gun rested under his jacket. Not so unusual for a mother. What you do is very dangerous. She glanced at his face and then quickly looked down. Webb, though, had noted it. It can be, he said evenly, and turned the damaged side away from her. It was a movement he had grown so adept at he usually didn't notice he was even doing it. I'm curious about something. What did you inherit from her? Did she leave you anything that means something to you? She left me the house. I mean, she didn't leave it to me. She didn't have a will. Under the law, it went to me. Do you plan to live there? Never. Claire jumped at his tone. He said quickly, but in a calmer tone, I mean, I've got my own house. I don't need hers. I see. Claire made a note and then seemed to consciously shift gears. By the way, have you ever been married? Webb shook his head. Well, at least not in the conventional way. What do you mean? The other guys on my team all had families. I felt like I had a bunch of wives and kids through them. So you were very close to your colleagues. In our line of work, you tended to hang together. The better you knew each other, the better you worked together, and down the road, that could save your life. Plus, they were just great guys. I liked being with them. As soon as he finished saying this, the fire in his belly returned. Webb jumped up and headed to the door. Where are you going? An astonished Claire called after him. We've just started. We have a lot more to talk about. Webb paused at the door. I've talked enough for now. He closed the door behind him, and Claire made no move to follow. She put her pad and pen down and stared after him. Chapter 9. At Arlington National Cemetery, Percy Bates walked from the visitor center up the paved road that led to the Custis Lee house. After Robert E. Lee had chosen his native state of Virginia and leadership of the Confederate forces over a similar offer from the Stars and Stripes at the outset of the Civil War, the federal government had responded to this rebuff by confiscating Lee's home. Anecdotal history stated that the Lincoln administration had offered the property back to the Confederate general during the war. All he had to do was come and pay the back taxes, in person. Lee, of course, had not taken Lincoln up on the offer, and his estate had been turned into what was now the country's most prestigious national cemetery. That bit of history had always made the Michigan-born Bates smile, although the mansion was now a memorial of sorts to Lee and was popularly known as Arlington House. Bates reached the front of Arlington House and looked out over what many considered the finest view in all of Washington and perhaps the country. From here, the entire capital city lay at your feet. Bates wondered if old Bobby Lee ever thought this as he got up each morning and looked out. The cemetery covered over 600 acres of grounds and was dominated by simple, uniform white headstones. There were also some very elaborate memorials to the dead, erected by survivors or other grateful parties. However, the sea of white headstones, which at the right angle created the illusion of snow-covered ground, even in summer, was what most people remembered from their visit here. Arlington National was the final resting place for American soldiers killed while fighting for their country, 5-star generals, an assassinated president, 7 Supreme Court justices, explorers, famed minorities, and many others who qualified to be interred at this national shrine. There were well over 200,000 dead buried here, and that number increased at the rate of 18 bodies every weekday. Bates had come here numerous times. On several occasions, he had attended funerals of friends and colleagues. Other times, he had come as a tour guide of sorts when his family had company in town. A favorite thing to do was watch the changing of the guard by members of the U.S. 3rd Infantry, who maintained around-the-clock vigil over the tombs of the unknowns. Bates checked his watch. He would be just in time if he hurried. As he arrived at the tombs area, Bates could see that the crowd was already gathering, mostly out-of-towners with their cameras and kids. The guard on duty was performing his excruciatingly precise routine of marching 21 steps, pausing for 21 seconds, switching his rifle to his other shoulder, and then marching back along the same narrow path. Bates had often wondered if the rifle the guards carried was even loaded. However, Bates believed that if anyone ever tried to pillage or defile one of the tombs, he would be met with a swift and painful response. If there was sacred ground for the military in this country, this was it. Arlington Cemetery ranked right up there with Pearl Harbor. As the changing of the guard started and the crowd grew and moved in for their photo opportunities, Bates glanced across to his left and then started working his way through the rows of tourists and down the steps. The changing of the guard was an elaborate ceremony and would take some time to fully complete. The spectacle drew just about everyone in the cemetery, but not Percy Bates. He walked around the large memorial amphitheater that was situated adjacent to the tombs area. Bates continued strolling, crossed over Memorial Drive, and walked around the Challenger Space Shuttle Memorial. Then he turned back and entered the amphitheater. He walked down to the stage area with its large columns, pediments, and balustrades, moved over to a wall there, and pulled out a map of the cemetery, held it up, and studied it. The man was hidden from Bates's or anyone else's view. He had a pistol in a belt holster, and one hand rested on its grip, even as he drew nearer to where Bates was standing. He had shadowed Bates around most of the cemetery, making certain that the FBI agent was alone. He moved closer. "Didn't think you were going to show until you gave me the high sign back there," said Bates. The map completely hid his face from whoever might be watching. Had to make sure conditions were right, said Randall Cove. He remained in hiding behind a section of wall. I made sure I wasn't followed. Whatever any of us can do, somebody out there can do better. Can't exactly argue with that. How come you always like to meet in a cemetery? I like the peace and quiet. I rarely get it anywhere else. Cove paused and then said, I got set up. I figured as much, but I've got 6 men dead and the 7th one is a question mark right now. Did your cover get blown from the inside? Instead of killing you, did they feed you bad stuff to set up HRT? I need details here, Randy. I was in that damn building myself. Went in as a potential player with those folks and wanted to check out their operation. I saw desks, files, computers, geeks running around spouting numbers, cash, product, the whole 9 yards. With my own eyes, I saw it. I don't call up you guys on something like that unless I've seen it for myself. I'm no rookie. I know that. But that building had zip in it when we got there. Other than 8 trashed machine guns. Right, trashed. Talk to me about London. You trust him? As much as I trust anybody. What's his story? Why is he still kicking? I don't think he knows. He says he froze. Damn good timing on that. He shot those guns up, saved a little kid in the process. That's a real special little kid. Kevin Westbrook. So I know. Look, we went into this thing hunting the elder Westbrook because the higher-ups thought it was about time to bring him down so they could toot their own horn. But the more I got into it, the more I realized he's small fish, Perce. He makes a good living, but not a great one. He doesn't shoot up neighborhoods, keeps a low profile. But if not him, who? There are about 8 main street sellers in this town, and Westbrook is just one of them. Collectively, they sell a ton of the shit. Now you multiply that action by every major metropolitan area from here to New York and south to Atlanta, and you got yourself a real heavyweight. What, are you saying one group controls all that flow? That's impossible. No, what I'm saying is that I think one group is controlling the flow of OxyContin from rural areas to metropolitan areas up and down the East Coast. OxyContin, the prescription drug. Right. They're calling it hillbilly heroin because the illegal trafficking started in rural areas, but now it's moving to the cities. See, that's where the real money is. The hicks in the mountains don't have the kind of cash the city folks do. It's synthetic morphine for chronic pain or for the terminally ill. Abusers crush it, snort it, smoke it, or inject it, and they get popped like something close to heroin. Yeah, except it's time-released, so you do a whole pill like that, bypassing the time release, you could kill yourself. 100 deaths and counting so far. It's not as potent as heroin, but it's got double the kick of morphine, and it's a legal drug, and that makes some people believe it's safe even if abused. You even got old people selling one pill on the street to cover the cost of the rest of their prescription, because their insurance doesn't. Or else you get docs to write up bogus prescriptions, or you burglarize pharmacies or homes of patients using it. It's bad, agreed Bates. That's why the Bureau and DEA ran their joint task force. And it's not just Oxy. You got the older stuff like Percocet and Percodan, too. Now you can get perks on the street for 10 to 15 bucks a pop, but they don't pack the wallop of Oxy. You'd have to take 16 tablets of Percocet to get the same high as one 80-milligram Oxy pill. During this discussion, Bates had looked around casually several times to see if anyone was observing him, yet there was no one. Cove had picked a good place to meet, actually, Bates concluded, since no one could see him, and the way Bates was facing the wall and holding the map up, he appeared simply to be a tourist in need of directions. Bates said, "Well, the government watches dispensation of controlled narcotics, of course, and you get a doc and a pharmacy dispensing tens of thousands of the same pills, it raises red flags. But you also don't have to worry about getting it over the border. Right. How come I didn't know this oxy angle, Randy? 'Cause I just figured that part of it out. I didn't know I was dealing with an oxy pipeline when I first stumbled into this. I just thought it was your run-of-the-mill coke and heroin. But then I started seeing and hearing stuff. Most of the drug seems to be coming in from little pockets up and down Appalachia. For the longest time, it just used to be little mom-and-pop operations, mostly by people hooked on the drugs themselves. But I'm sensing a single force out there that's putting all this together and shipping it to the big cities. See, that's the next step. This could be the mother of all gravy trains, and somebody's figured it out, at least around here. Bringing it up to the standards of a real drug operation, but with profit margins triple what the cartels or anybody else is doing, and with a lot lower risk. That's the people we want. That's actually who I thought was operating out of the building HRT hit. I thought we could crack this thing wide open if we got to the bean counters, and it'd make sense to hide your money clearinghouse in a big city. Because in the rural areas, that sort of thing would stick out. Bates completed his thought. You got it. And they have plenty of incentive. Say you work up to moving 1 million pills a week with a street value of 100 mil. Well, you get my point. But whoever's driving the product, they'd have no incentive to waste an HRT unit. That'll bring them grief they just don't need. Why would they do that? All I can tell you is the operation I saw in that building was not Westbrook's. It was huge. Lots of activity, way more than his business could generate. If I thought it was just Westbrook, I would have said no go on the HRT hit. We would have gotten a little fish, but the big one would have just floated away. With that said, I think Westbrook is distributing the product in D.C., and so are the other crews. But hard proof of that I don't have. The guy's real smart, and he's seen it all. Yeah, but you got to someone in his crew. That's valuable. Right, but snitch today, dead tomorrow in my line of work. So somebody really put on a damned Broadway production for us by loading up that warehouse to make it look like a big-time drug operation. Any thoughts on that? Nope. After I passed along the intel to you guys and the hit was set, whoever snookered me didn't need old Randall Cove anymore. I'm figuring I'm lucky to be alive, Perce. In fact, I'm wondering why I am alive. So is Webb London. I guess after a massacre, there's always a lot of that going around. No, I mean somebody tried to waste me after the HRT hit. Cost me my Bucar and a couple of cracked ribs. Jesus, why didn't you let us know? You have to come in, Randy. Get fully debriefed so we can figure this out. Bates looked around once more. This was taking too long. He would have to move on soon. He could only look at the cemetery map for so long without arousing suspicion, but he didn't want to leave without Randall Cove. No way in hell am I doing that, Perce, replied Cove in a tone that made Bates lower his map. I'm not doing that because this shit hits way too close to the bone. Meaning exactly what? Said Bates with an edge to his voice. Meaning that this shit stinks from the inside, and I'm not putting my life in somebody's hands unless I know they're going to play fair with me. This is the FBI, Randy, not the KGB. Maybe to you it is. You've always been an insider, Perce. Me, I'm about as outside as somebody can get. I come in now, without knowing what happened, then all of a sudden they might not ever find me again. I know a lot of folks uptown think I was behind what happened to HRT. That's crazy. Crazy as 6 dudes getting wiped? How'd they manage that without inside info? That crap happens in our line of work. Okay, you telling me you haven't noticed stuff falling down everywhere? Blown assignments? 2 undercover agents getting killed in the last year? Bureau strike teams showing up to do their thing and finding nobody home to play? Major drug busts going down the tubes because folks got tipped off? I think there's some big stinking rat right in the bureau selling a lot of folks down the river, including me. Don't go conspiracy theorist on me, Randy. Cove's voice grew calmer. I wanted to let you know I wasn't in on it. You got my word, because that's all I got to give right now. I hope to have more later. So you're on to something, said Bates quickly. Look, Randy, I believe you, okay, but I've got people I've got to answer to. I understand your concerns. A lot of bad things have been happening, and we're trying to find the source, but you've got to understand my concerns, too. He paused. Damn it, come on. I'll give you every assurance that if you come in now, I will watch over you like it's my father on his deathbed, okay? I hope you feel that you can trust me after all we've been through together. I've gone to bat for you before. There was no answer from Cove. Look, Randy, tell me what you need to come in and I'll see what I can do. There was still no answer. Bates swore under his breath and darted behind the wall. Across the space, he saw the door leading out from the other side. He went to it, but it was locked. He ran back around the amphitheater and out into the open. The guard ceremony was breaking up, and large crowds had spilled out into paved walkways and cemetery ground. As Bates looked everywhere, he knew he had already lost him. Despite his large physical size, Cove had spent many years learning how to blend in with any surroundings. For all Bates knew, he was dressed as a groundskeeper, or possibly a tourist. Bates threw his map in the trash and trudged off. Chapter 10. The neighborhood Webb was driving in was identical to most others in the area. Modest post-war homes with boxy shapes, gravel driveways, and metal awnings. The front yards were tiny, but there were big back spaces where detached garages lurked and grills sat in protected areas and split-trunk apple trees gave comforting shade. This was the land of working-class families who still took pride in their homes and never took it for granted that their children would go to college. Today, men fussed with old cars in the coolness of their garages. Women gathered on front porch stoops to drink coffee, smoke cigarettes, and exchange gossip under a sun that was very hot for this time of year, and skies that were finally clear of the last storm. Kids in shorts and tennis shoes raced up and down the street on scooters that actually required one to use his legs to make it go. As he pulled up in front of Paul Romano's house, Webb could see Paulie, as everyone called him, laboring under the hood of a vintage Corvette Stingray that was his absolute pride and joy. His wife and kids raiding a little farther down on the love and gush meter. Originally from Brooklyn, Paul Romano was a get-your-fingers-dirty kind of guy, and fit in a neighborhood like this, with its mechanics, power linemen, truck drivers, and the like. The only difference was Romano could kill you in 100 different ways if he wanted to, and damn if there was anything you could do about it. Paul Romano was one of the ones who talked to his guns, gave them names like you would a pet. His MP5 was Freddy, as in Freddy from Nightmare on Elm Street, and his twin .45s were Cuff and Link, named after the turtles in the movie Rocky. Yes, as hard as it was to believe, Paul Romano from Brooklyn was a big Sly Stallone fan, although he was forever complaining that damn Rambo character was one wimpy ass. Romano looked up in surprise as Webb walked over and peered into the guts of the Nassau blue vet with a white convertible soft top. Webb knew the car was a model year 1966, which was the first production year of the famous 427 cubic inch block engine that carried 450 horses inside, because Romano had told him and all the other HRT guys this about 1,000 times. 4-speed manual close ratio. Top speed of about 165. Blow anything off the street, he had said, until Webb was sick of hearing it. Police cruisers, morphed street shit cans, hell, half the damn stock cars racing at the smaller tracks. Webb had often wondered what it would have felt like to be a kid pulling wrenches and tearing apart cars in the driveway with your old man. learning stuff about carburetors, sports, women, all the things that made life worth living. Like, hey, Pop, you know how she's next to you and you're wondering, should I slip my arm around her and maybe take a chance placing my hand there? Yeah, there, Pop. Help me out. You were young once, weren't you? Don't tell me you never thought about stuff like that, because I'm standing here, aren't I? And when should I go in for the kiss? What sign should I be looking for? Pop, you won't believe this, but I can't figure these crazy women out. Does it get easier when they get older? And the old man would wink, smile knowingly, take a swig of beer, a long drag on a Marlboro, and sit down, wipe off his greasy hands on a rag, and say, "Okay, listen up, Junior. This is how you work it. Let me lay it out for you here, and you better write this down, 'cause this is the gospel, son." Staring into the Corvette's chest cavity, Webb wondered what that exchange would feel like. Romano eyed Webb and didn't mention the 450 HP big block that could blow away Morphed Street shit cans. All he said was, "Beer's in the cooler, buck a can, and don't make yourself comfortable." Webb reached inside the small Coleman at his feet and popped open a Budweiser, without, however, leaving a dollar bill in payment. "You know, Paulie, Bud's not all there is. Got some wicked South American brews you should try." "Right, on my salary? We make the same money. I got a wife and kids, you got shit." Romano gave the socket wrench a few more pulls and then stepped past Webb and fired up the engine. It sounded powerful enough to burst through the thin metal keeping it all together. "Purring like a kitten," said Webb as he sipped his beer. "Hell, like a tiger." "Can we talk? Got some questions." "You and everybody else." "Sure, come on. Got all the time in the world. What the hell am I supposed to do on my day off? Enjoy myself?" "So, what do you need? Some ballet tights? I'll check with my wife." "You know, I'd appreciate you not ragging my ass to everybody at Quantico. And I'd appreciate you not ordering me around. And while we're at it, get the hell off my property. I got standards on people I hang with." "Let's just talk, Paulie. You owe me that." Romano pointed the wrench at him. "I owe you nothing, London. After 8 years doing this crap, I think we both owe each other more than we'll ever be able to cover." The two men stared at each other until Romano finally put down the wrench, wiped off his hands, turned the Tiger off, and headed toward the backyard. Webb took this as an invitation to follow. Yet part of Webb was thinking that maybe Romano simply was going to the garage to get a bigger wrench to hit him with. In the backyard, the grass was cut short, the trees pruned, a fat rosebush billowed out from one side of the garage. The temperature must have been near 80 in the sun, and it felt good after all the rain. They pulled up a couple of lawn chairs and settled down. Webb watched as Romano's wife, Angie, hung clothes on the line to dry. She was from Mississippi originally. The Romanos had 2 kids, both boys. Angie was petite and still curvy, with big blonde hair, bewitching green eyes, and a let-me-eat-you-up, darling look. She was always flirting, always touching your arm or grazing your leg with her foot, saying that you were cute, but it was all innocent stuff. It drove Romano nuts sometimes, yet Webb could tell he really loved that other guys were attracted to his wife. That was just part of what made Romano tick. And yet when Angie Romano got pissed off, you had better look out. Webb had seen that side of her, too, at some HRT get-togethers. The little woman could be a hellcat on speed. She had made intensely confident guys who shot big guns for a living dive for cover when she was on the warpath. Paul Romano was a hotel team assaulter now, but he and Webb had come to HRT in the same class and been paired as snipers for about 3 years. Romano had been with the Deltas before joining the FBI. Though Romano was built like Webb, lacking big muscles, the muscle he did have was like cable. You couldn't break it, and the guy's motor never quit. No matter what you threw at him, he never stopped. Once, during a night raid on a drug boss's Caribbean stronghold, The assault boat had dropped Romano off too far from shore, and the guy carrying 60 pounds of gear had plunged into 15 feet of water. Instead of drowning like everybody else would have, he hit the bottom, stood, somehow got his bearings, held his breath for a mere 4 minutes, walked to shore, and participated in the attack. Because there had been a snafu in communications, and the target wasn't exactly where he was supposed to be, Romano had actually ended up nailing the drug lord himself after killing 2 of his bodyguards. And the only thing Romano had bitched about afterward was getting his hair wet and losing the pistol named Cuff. Romano had tattoos over most of his body, dragons, knives, and snakes, and a cute little Angie in a heart on his left biceps. Webb had run into Romano on the very first day of the HRT selection class for that year, when most of the applicants had stood, naked and scared, awaiting the terror they all knew was ahead of them. Webb had been checking out all the other guys, looking for scars on knees or shoulders that evidenced physical weakness or expressions on faces that demonstrated mental paralysis. This was both free enterprise and Darwinism at their full feverish pitch, and Webb had been looking for anything to get an edge over the competition. Webb knew that only half of them would survive the first cut that would take place in 2 weeks, and only 1 in 10 of those would get an offer to come back and really kill himself. Romano had come from the FBI's New York City SWAT team, where he had the reputation of being extremely intimidating among a group of intimidating folks. He hadn't looked scared standing in a room with 70 stripped males that first day of HRT qualifying. To Webb, he had looked like a guy who loved pain, who was just itching for HRT to start clobbering his butt with it. And the guy could dole out the hurt, too. Back then, Webb hadn't known himself if he would make the cut for the HRT slots, yet he had known from day one that Paul Romano would. The two had always been super competitive, and the guy regularly made Webb mad, but Webb had to admire the man's ability and courage. "You wanted to talk? Talk," said Romano. "Kevin Westbrook, the kid from the alley." Romano nodded at his beer. "Okay." "He's missing." "The hell you say?" "You know Bates? Percy Bates?" "No, should I?" "He's heading up WFO's investigation. Ken McCarthy said you and Mickey Cortez were with Kevin. What can you tell me?" "Not much." "What did the kid say?" "Nothing." "So who'd you pass him off to?" "Couple of suits." "Get their names?" Shake of the head. "Hey, Paulie, you know the difference between talking to you and talking to a wall?" "What?" "Not a damn thing." "What do you want me to say, Webb? I saw the kid, I watched the kid, and then the kid was gone." "Are you telling me he didn't say one thing to you?" "He was pretty tight-lipped. He told us his name and gave us his address. We noted that down. Mickey tried to talk to him some more, but got nothing. Hell, Cortez doesn't even talk to his own kids. See, we weren't all that sure what the boy's role in all this was. I mean, we're hauling ass to the courtyard, see your flare, and stop. Then this kid comes out of the dark with your cap and a note. I wasn't sure if he was on our side or not. I didn't want to screw up legally by asking him stuff I shouldn't." "Okay, that was actually smart of you. But you passed him off to the suits without a word? How the hell does that compute?" "They flashed their creds, said they were there for the kid, and that was that. It's not like we had the authority to say no. HRT doesn't do investigations, Webb. We just bang 'em and hang 'em. The suits do the snooping. And I had other things on my mind. You know, me and Teddy Reiner were in Delta together." "I know, Paulie, I know. So about what time was that, when the suits showed up?" Romano thought about this. "We weren't there that long. It was still dark, say 2:30 or so. Pretty efficient for WFO to get its act in order and send guys for the kid that quickly." "So what did you want me to say to them? Hey, guys, you can't have the kid. You're way too efficient. And the FBI just doesn't work that way? Boy, that'd do wonders for my career. I could kiss my GS-14 salad days goodbye with that one." "The suits, can you give me a description?" Romano thought this over. I already told the agents. A bunch of other suits, so tell me. It won't kill you. Trust me. Right. If I was that stupid, you wouldn't have to stop at the bridge because you could sell me Brooklyn, too. Come on, Paulie. Assaulter to assaulter. Hotel team to what's left of Charlie. Romano thought about this for a bit and then cleared his throat. One of them was a white guy. A little shorter than me, thin but wiry. Satisfied? No. Hair? Short and blonde. He's a Fed. What else is it going to be? You think J. Edgar walked around with a ponytail? Some folks claim he did. That and a dress. Young, old, in between. 30s. Had on your standard issue Fed suit. Maybe a little nicer than that, actually. A lot nicer than anything you have in your closet, London. Eyes? He had on shades. At 2:30 in the morning? Well, they might have been tinted prescription glasses. I wasn't exactly going to interrogate the guy on his choice of eyewear. You remember all that, and you can't remember the guy's name. He flashed his creds, and I zoned out. I'm in the middle of a crime scene with people running everywhere, and 6 of our guys with their heads blown off. He came for the kid, and he took the kid. He walked the walk and talked the talk. Hell, he probably outranked my ass. What about his partner? What? His partner, the other suit. You said there were 2 of them. Right. Romano didn't look so certain now. He rubbed at his eyes and sipped his beer. Well, see, that guy didn't actually come over. The one suit pointed at him, said it was his partner, and that was that. That other guy was talking to some cops, so he never actually came over. Webb looked at him skeptically. Paulie, that means you don't know for sure if the guy you talked to was even with that other guy. He could have been working all alone and just been blowing smoke up your butt. Did you tell the real, honest-to-God FBI all this? Look, Webb, you were an honest-to-God fibby. You're used to investigating this kind of crap. I was a Delta. I only joined the FBI so I could jump to SWAT and then on to HRT. It's been a long time and I've forgotten how to play detective. I just bang 'em and hang 'em. Just bang 'em and hang 'em, man. Well, you might just have hung a little boy. Romano stared at him angrily for a few seconds and then slouched down and looked off. Webb figured Romano was thinking about his own 2 sons. Webb wanted the guy to feel guilty, so this blunder would never happen again. That kid's probably in some landfill right now. He has a brother, some badass named Big F. Don't they all, growled Romano. Kid hasn't had much of a life. You saw the bullet hole on his cheek, at all of 10 years old. Romano took a slug of beer and wiped his mouth. Yeah, well, 6 of our guys are dead, and they shouldn't be, and I'm still wondering why it wasn't 7. He shot Webb a nasty look as he said this. If it makes you feel any better, I'm getting some professional help now trying to figure that out. This was a huge admission for Webb to make, particularly to Romano, and he immediately regretted it. Oh yeah, that makes me feel so good I'm gonna run through the streets yelling, Webb seeing a shrink, the world is safe. Give me a break here, Paulie. You think I wanted to freeze out there? Do you think I wanted to see my team get shot up? Do you? I guess you're the only one who can answer that, Romano fired back. Look, I know this all looks bad, but why are you giving me such a hard time? You want to know why? You really want to know why? Yeah. Okay, I did talk to that kid. Or let me put it better, the kid talked to me. You want to know what that kid said? I'm sitting here, Paulie. He said you were so scared you were bawling like a baby. He said you begged him to please don't tell anybody. You were the biggest piece of chicken shit he'd ever seen. He said you even tried to give him your gun because you were scared to use it. Talk about your ungrateful kid. And you believe that crap? Romano took a swig of his beer. Well, not the part about the gun. You ain't giving that damn SR-75 to nobody. Thanks a lot, Romano. But the kid must have seen something to make him say stuff like that. I mean, why would he lie about everything? Oh, I don't know, Paulie. Maybe because I'm a cop and he's just not big into law enforcement types. Why don't you go ask some of the snipers about it? They can tell you if I was crying or shooting. Or maybe you wouldn't believe them either. Romano ignored this. I guess people turn chicken shit all the time. Of course, I wouldn't really know about that. You know, you're a real bastard. Romano put down his beer and half rose out of his chair. You want to find out how much of a bastard I really am? The two looked to be working up to blows when Angie came over and said hello to Webb and gave him a comforting hug along with some soothing words. Paulie, she said, maybe Webb would like to stay for dinner. I'm making pork chops. Maybe I don't want Webb to stay for damn pork chops, okay? Growled Romano. Angie bent down and grabbed Romano's shirt, jerking him up. Excuse us for a sec, Webb, she said. Webb watched as Angie dragged her husband over to the side of the garage and gave him what Webb could only describe as a dressing down of intimidating proportion. She tapped her bare foot and waggled her hand in his face and did a very fine impersonation of a drill sergeant taking a serious bite out of an enlisted man's ass. And Paul Romano, who could kill just about anything that lived, just stood there, head down, and quietly took it from his little woman. Angie finally led him back over to Webb. Go ahead, Paulie, ask him. Angie, said Webb, don't make him. Shut up, Webb, snapped Angie, and Webb shut up. Angie smacked the still silent Romano on the back of the head. Either ask him or else you'll be sleeping in the garage with that stupid car of yours. Do you want to stay for dinner, Webb? Asked Romano as he stared at his lawn, arms folded across his chest. A pork chop dinner, prompted Angie. And why don't you try saying it like you actually mean it, Paulie? Would you like to stay for a pork chop dinner, Webb? Asked Romano, in the meekest little voice Webb had ever heard. And damn if he didn't even look Webb in the eye when he said it. That Angie was a miracle worker. With all Romano's suffering, how could Webb say no? Although the truth was, he was really tempted to decline the invitation just to tick the guy off. Sure, Paulie, I'll stay. Thanks for thinking of me. As Angie went in to start dinner, the men worked on their beers and stared at the sky. If it makes you feel any better, Angie scares the crap out of me too, Paulie. Romano looked over, and for the first time, at least in Webb's recent memory, he actually smiled. Webb looked down at his beer. I guess you told uptown what the kid said. Nope. Webb glanced up, surprised. Romano just stared straight ahead. Why not? Because it wasn't true. I appreciate that. I know when kids are lying their asses off. My own boys do it enough. I guess I was just pulling your chain. Guess that's gotten to be a habit. But I really can't believe the kid said all that, Paulie. I saved his butt. Hell, he got lucky twice. It's only thanks to me he didn't have another bullet hole in his head. Romano looked at him, puzzled. That kid didn't have a bullet wound. Sure he did, on his left cheek. And he had a knife slash on his forehead, too, long as my pinky. Romano shook his head. Look, Webb, I was with the kid, and maybe I wasn't paying all that much attention to him, but I wouldn't have missed something like that. I know what a bullet wound looks like because I got one of my own, and I sure as hell have popped enough guys to know what they look like. Webb sat up very straight. What was his skin color? What the hell are you talking about? What was his skin color? He was black. Damn it, I know that, Paulie. I mean light-skinned, dark. Light-skinned, smooth as a baby's ass, and not a mark on him. From my lips to the Pope, I swear. Webb smacked the arm of the chair. Damn. Kevin Westbrook, at least the one Webb had run into, had chocolate brown skin. After dinner with the Romanos, Webb visited Mickey Cortez and got the same story. He'd heard no other statements from the kid, no ID on the suit who had taken him away, but corroboration on the time, and no bullet wound on the boy's cheek. So who had made the kid switch, and why? Chapter 11. Fred Watkins climbed out of his car after another long day for the U.S. Attorney. It took him an hour and a half to drive into Washington each day from his Northern Virginia suburb, and about the same coming home. 90 minutes to drive barely 10 miles. He shook his head at the thought of it. His work wasn't over either. Despite having risen at 4 a.m. and having labored 10 hours already today, he had at least another 3 hours awaiting him in the small study he used as an office in his house. A little dinner and some brief quality time with his wife and teenage kids, and he would burn the midnight oil. Watkins specialized in high-profile racketeering cases at the Department of Justice in Washington, after a long stint as a humble Commonwealth's attorney in Richmond, prosecuting whatever miscreants came his way. He enjoyed the work and felt he was doing a real service for his country. He was reasonably well compensated for doing so, and though the hours were sometimes long, his life had turned out all right, he believed. His oldest would be going off to college in the fall, and in another 2 years, so would his youngest child. He and his wife had plans for traveling then, seeing parts of the world they had only viewed in travel magazines. Watkins also had visions of taking an early retirement and teaching as an adjunct professor of law at the University of Virginia, where he had received his degree. He and his wife were thinking of maybe even moving to Charlottesville someday permanently and escaping forever the traffic dungeon that Northern Virginia had become. He rubbed his neck and breathed in the fresh air of a nice, cool evening. A good plan overall. At least he and his wife had a plan. Some of his colleagues patently refused to think beyond tomorrow, much less years from now. But Watkins had always been a practical, commonsensical man. That's how he had always approached his law practice, and that's how he dealt with life. He closed the car door and headed up the sidewalk to his house. On the way, he waved to a neighbor pulling out of her driveway. Another neighbor was grilling next door, and the smell of cooking meat filled his nostrils. He might just fire up the barbecue tonight, too. Like most people in the Washington area, Watkins had read about the ambush of the hostage rescue team unit with great interest and sinking despair. He had worked with some of those folks on a case once, and had nothing but good things to say about their bravery and professionalism. Those guys were the best, at least in his book, and they did a job that virtually no one else would be willing to do. Watkins had thought he had had it tough until he saw what those fellows went through. He felt especially sorry for their families, and was even thinking about inquiring if a fund had been established to help them. If there wasn't such a fund, Watkins was thinking about starting one. Just another item to add to the old to-do list. But that's just how life worked, he guessed. He never saw it until it rose from the bushes and charged right at him. Watkins yelled out and then ducked. The bird missed him by inches. It was the same damn blue jay. The thing seemed to lie in wait for him most nights, as though trying its best to scare him into a premature coronary. "Not this time," said Watkins to the fleeing creature. "Not ever. I'll get you before you get me." He chuckled and walked up to the front porch. As he opened the front door, his cell phone rang. Now what, he thought. Few people had this number. His wife, but she wouldn't be calling him because she had no doubt seen him pull in the driveway. It had to be the office. And if it was the office, that meant something had happened that would probably take up the remainder of his evening, and perhaps even require him to turn around and drive back into town. He pulled out his phone, saw that caller ID was unavailable, and thought about not answering it. But that just wasn't how Fred Watkins did things. It might be important, yet maybe it was just a wrong number. No barbecuing tonight, he thought, as he punched the talk button, ready to confront whatever it was. They found what remained of Fred Watkins in the neighbor's bushes across the street, where the blast that disintegrated his house had delivered him. The instant he'd hit the talk button, a tiny spark from his phone ignited the gas that had filled his house, gas that Watkins had little chance of detecting when he opened the door because of the smells of grilling meat next door. Somehow his briefcase had survived, still clamped in a hand that was now virtually all bone. The precious papers were intact and ready for another attorney to take over from the deceased lawyer. The bodies of his wife and children were found in the wreckage. Autopsies would show that all of them had already died from asphyxiation. It took 4 hours to extinguish the fire, and 2 other homes were engulfed before the conflagration was put out. Thankfully, no other people were seriously injured. Only the Watkins family had ceased to exist. The question of how he and his wife would spend their retirement years after a lifetime of hard work was laid to rest with them. They had no problem finding Watkins' phone because it had melted to his hand. At about the time Fred Watkins' life was ending, 90 miles south in Richmond, Judge Louis Ledbetter was climbing into the back of a government car under the watchful eye of a United States Marshal. Ledbetter was a federal trial judge, a position he had held for 2 years after being elevated from being chief judge of the Richmond Circuit Court. Because of his relative youth, he was only 46, and his exceptional legal ability, many folks in powerful places had their eye on Ledbetter as eventually a candidate for the Fourth Circuit Court of Appeals, and perhaps even one day taking his seat on the Supreme Court of the United States. As a judge in the legal trenches, Ledbetter had overseen many trials of varying complexity, emotion, and potential volcanic eruption. Several men that he had sentenced to prison had threatened his life. Once he had almost fallen prey to a letter bomb sent by a white supremacist organization that hadn't cared for Ledbetter's steadfast belief that all persons, regardless of creed, color, or ethnicity, were equal under the eyes of God and the law. These circumstances dictated that Ledbetter receive additional security, and there had been a recent development that had further increased concerns for his safety. There had been a daring prison escape by a man who had sworn revenge on Ledbetter. The prison where the man had been held was very far away, and the threats were from several years ago, yet the authorities were wisely taking no chances with the good judge. For his part, Ledbetter simply wanted to live his life as he always had, and the beefed-up security was not particularly appealing to him. However, having barely escaped death once, he was practical enough to realize that the concern was probably legitimate, and he didn't want to die violently at the hands of some piece of filth who should be rotting away in prison. Judge Ledbetter wouldn't want to give the man the satisfaction. "Any news on Free?" he asked the U.S. Marshal. That the man who had escaped from prison was named Free had always rankled Ledbetter. Ernest B. Free. The middle initial and surname weren't his real ones, of course. He had had his name legally changed when he had joined a paramilitary neoconservative group, whose members all had taken that name as symbolism of the perceived threats to their liberty. In fact, the group called themselves the Free Society. Ironic, since they were violent and intolerant of anyone who didn't look like them or who disagreed with their hate-filled beliefs. They were the type of organization that America could certainly do without, and yet they were also an example of the vastly unpopular types of groups that the First Amendment to the United States Constitution was constructed to afford protection to. But not when such groups killed. No, not when they killed. No bit of paper, no matter how cherished, could protect you from the consequences of that. Free and other members of his group had broken into a school, shot 2 teachers to death, and taken numerous children and teachers hostage. Local authorities had surrounded the school, and a SWAT team had been called up, but Free and his men were heavily armed with automatic weapons and body armor. Thus, federal lawmen specializing in hostage rescue had been called up from Quantico. At first, things looked like they would end peacefully, but shooting had erupted from inside the school, and eventually the hostage rescue team had gone in. A horrific gun battle had ensued. Ledbetter could still vividly recall the heartbreaking sight of a young boy lying dead on the pavement along with 2 teachers. A wounded Ernest B. Free had finally given up when his accomplices had been gunned down. There had been some question as to whether Free would be tried in federal or state courts. While it was believed that the school was targeted because it was a cutting-edge magnet school for integration and enhancement of race relations, and Free's racist views were well known, it still would have been hard to prove, Ledbetter recognized. To start with, the 3 people killed, the 2 teachers and the young boy, were white, and thus prosecuting Free under a federal hate crime statute looked relatively weak. And while technically Free could have been charged with assaults on federal officers, it seemed the best shot was to make things simple and try him in state court and seek the death penalty for the multiple murders. The result was not one any of them had intended. "No, Judge," replied the marshal, snapping Ledbetter out of his reminiscing. The marshal had been looking out for Ledbetter for a while now, and they had quickly established a good rapport. "If you ask me, that man's plan is to head to Mexico and then on to South America. Hook up with some Nazis, people of his own kind." "Well, I hope they get him and put him right back where he belongs," said Ledbetter. "Oh, they probably will. Feds are on it, and they sure got the resources. I wanted that bastard to get the death penalty. That's what he deserved." It was one of the few regrets that Ledbetter had as a circuit court judge. But Free's defense counsel had, of course, raised the issue of insanity and even tiptoed along the fringe of alleging a claim of brainwashing by the cult, as he had described the organization Free belonged to. The attorney was just doing his job, and in the minds of the prosecution, it apparently had raised just enough doubt about the odds of a solid conviction that they had struck a deal with Free's counsel before the jury had come back in. Instead of a potential death penalty, Free had gotten 20 to life, with the possibility, however slight, that he might someday be paroled. Ledbetter hadn't agreed with the deal, yet he really had no choice but to sign off on it. The media had taken an informal poll of the jury later. Free had the real last laugh then. All jury members would have voted for conviction, and all would have recommended the death penalty. The press had had a field day with that one. Everyone had ended up with egg on his face. Free had been transferred, for a variety of reasons, to a maximum security prison in the Midwest. That was the place he had escaped from. Ledbetter looked over at his briefcase. Folded neatly inside was a copy of his beloved New York Times. Ledbetter had been born and attended school in New York City before heading south and settling in Richmond. The transplanted Yankee loved his new home, but each evening when he got home, exactly 1 hour was spent reading the Times. It had been his habit for all his years on the bench, and his copy was specially delivered to the courthouse before he left each day. It was one of the few acts of relaxation the man was able to enjoy anymore. As the marshal drove out of the court's garage, his phone rang, and he answered it. "What's that?" "Yes, sir, Judge." "Yes, sir, I'll tell him." He put the phone down and said, "That was Judge Mackey. He said to tell you to look at the last inside page of the front section of the Times if you want to see something really amazing." "Did he say what it was?" "No, sir, just that you were to look and then to call him right back." Ledbetter glanced at the paper, his curiosity running high. Mackey was a good friend, and his intellectual interests ran similar to Ledbetter's. If Mackey thought something fascinating, probably so would he. They were stopped at a light now. That was good, because Ledbetter couldn't read in a moving car without getting violently ill. He pulled the paper out, but it was too dark to see in the car. He reached over and turned on the reading light switch and opened the paper. The annoyed marshal looked back and said, "Judge, I told you not to be turning that light on. It makes you a darn sitting duck." The tinkle of glass stopped the marshal cold, that and the sight of Judge Louis Ledbetter toppling face down onto his precious New York Times, its pages now soiled with his blood. Chapter 12. Kevin Westbrook's mother, Webb learned, was probably dead, though no one could tell him for sure. She had disappeared years before. A meth and crack addict, she had most likely ended her life with the prick of a dirty needle or snort of impure powder. The identity of Kevin's father was unknown. Apparently, these were not unusual gaps in personal history in the world where Kevin Westbrook dwelled. Webb drove down to a section of Anacostia even the cops avoided, to a crummy, falling-down duplex amid others just like it, where Kevin reportedly lived with a hodgepodge of second cousins, great-aunts, distant, sort of uncles or step-brother-in-laws. Webb wasn't really clear on the boy's living situation, and apparently neither was anyone else. It was the new and improved American nuclear family. The area looked like a reactor had been hemorrhaging nearby for a few decades. Apparently, no flowers or trees could grow here. The grass in the small yards was a sickly yellow. Even the dogs and cats in the street looked ready to keel over. Every person, place, and thing looked totally used up. Inside, the duplex was a dump. From outdoors, the stench of rotting garbage was overpowering, and indoors there were offensive odors heightened even more by the close quarters. This lethal combination hit Webb so hard when he walked through the doorway, he thought he might end up kissing the floor. Lord, he'd take tear gas over this homemade toxin any day. The people who sat across from him didn't look unduly worried that Kevin was not among them. Maybe the child routinely disappeared after a shootout of staggering proportions. A sulky young man sat on the couch. "We already talked to the cops," he said, more spitting the words at Webb than saying them. "Just following up," said Webb, who didn't want to think about what Bates would do to him if he found out Webb was nosing around on his own. Well, he owed it to Reiner and the other guys. To hell with official bureau policy. Still, the butterflies were numerous and reproducing freely in his belly. "Shut your mouth, Jerome," said the grandma type who sat next to Jerome. She had silver hair, big glasses, an enormous bosom, and a no-bullshit attitude. She had not given Webb her name, and he had not pushed it. It was in the FBI file, no doubt, but he had tracked it down from other sources. She was as large as a small car, and looked like she could take Jerome no problem. Hell, it looked like she could take Webb no problem. She had asked to see Webb's badge and credentials twice before unchaining the door. "I don't like letting people I don't know into my house," she explained. "Police or otherwise. This area ain't been safe for as long as I can remember, and that's from both sides of the table." She said this with raised eyebrows and a knowing look that penetrated right to Webb's federal law enforcement soul. "I really don't want to be here," Webb wanted to tell her, particularly since I'm holding my breath so I won't puke. When Webb sat down, he could see between the wide cracks in the floorboards, all the way down to the hard clay the house was built on. This place must be toasty warm in the winter, he thought. It was about 65 outside right now, and it felt like 30 inside. There was no comforting sound of a furnace going, and no smells of good food simmering in Grandma's nice kitchen. In one corner of the room was a pile of Diet Pepsi cans. Somebody was watching her weight. Yet next to that was a mound of McDonald's trash. Probably Jerome's, thought Webb. He looked like a Big Mac and fries kind of guy. "I can understand that," said Webb. "Have you lived here long?" Jerome simply snorted, while Granny looked down at her clasped hands. She said 3 months. Other place we were in, we'd been there a long time. Had it fixed up nice. But then they decided we made too much money to be living in such a nice place, and they kicked us out," added Jerome angrily. "Just kicked us out." "Nobody said life was fair, Jerome," she told him. She looked around the filthy place and drew in a heavy breath that seemed to drain all of Webb's hope away. "We're gonna fix this place up, too. It'll be fine." She didn't sound too sure, Webb noted. "Have the police made any progress on Kevin's disappearance?" "Why don't you go ask them?" asked Grandma. "Because they ain't telling us nothing about poor Kevin." "They lost his ass," said Jerome, as he slid farther down into the mound of sagging, heavily stained cushions that passed for a couch. Webb couldn't even tell if there was a frame left. The ceiling was split open in 3 different spots that Webb could see, and it sagged down so far you almost didn't need stairs to get to the 2nd floor. You could just reach and pull yourself up. The walls had black mold growing over them, and there was probably lead paint in there as well. And, no doubt, asbestos clung around the pipes. There was rodent excrement everywhere, and Webb would have bet $1,000 that termites had eaten most of the wood in the place, which was probably why it had that little lean to the left he had observed as he had come up the front sidewalk. The building inspectors must have just written off this whole area, or else they were drinking coffee somewhere and laughing their butts off. "Do you have a picture of Kevin?" "'Course we do. Gave one to the police," said Grandma. "Got another?" "Hey, we ain't got to keep giving you stuff," snarled Jerome. Webb leaned forward and let the grip of his pistol show very prominently. "Yes, Jerome, you do. And if you don't lose the attitude, I'll just haul your ass downtown and we can go over your record for any outstanding warrants that'll put your little butt away for a while. Unless you want to try and bullshit me and claim you've never been arrested, Slick." Jerome looked away and muttered, "Shit." "Shut up, Jerome," said Grandma. "You just shut your damn mouth." There you go, Granny, Webb thought. She pulled out a little wallet and lifted out a photo. She handed it across to Webb, and when she did, her fingers started to tremble a little, and her voice caught in her throat, but then she straightened everything out. "That's my last picture of Kevin. Please don't lose it." "I'll take good care of it. You'll get it back." Webb glanced down at the photo. It was Kevin, at least the Kevin Webb had saved in the alley. So the kid Cortez and Romano had babysat was somebody else who had lied and said he was Kevin Westbrook. That took some planning, but it also would have to have been on the fly. And yet for what purpose? "You said you gave the police a photo of Kevin?" Grandma nodded. "He's a good boy. He goes to school, you know. Most every day he does. A special school, because he's a real special little boy," she added proudly. Down here, Webb knew, going to school was an accomplishment to tout, perhaps second only to surviving the night. "I'm sure he is a good boy." He looked over at wild-eyed, felony-in-waiting Jerome. "You were a good boy too once, weren't you, Jerome?" "Were they uniformed police?" Jerome stood. "What, you think that we're stupid? They was FBI, man, just like you." "Sit down, Jerome," said Webb. "Sit down, Jerome," said Grandma, and Jerome sat. Webb thought rapidly. So if the Bureau had a photo of Kevin, then they had to know that they'd had the wrong boy, however briefly, in custody. Or did they? Romano had been clueless about there being 2 boys. He had just described him as a black kid. What if that was the entire official report? If the fake Kevin Westbrook had disappeared before Bates and the others got on the scene, then all they'd know was a black kid around 10 years old named Kevin Westbrook, who lived at such and such address near the alley, was missing. They'd come here and talk to the family, get a picture, like they had done, and go about their investigation. It's not like they'd for sure go ask Romano and Cortez for a positive ID, especially if they had no reason to suspect a switch. And Ken McCarthy had said the snipers hadn't gotten a look at the real Kevin when Charlie team had passed him on the way in. Perhaps only Webb knew about the deception. Webb looked around, and for the sake of the grandmother, or whatever her relation to Kevin was, he tried hard not to show his disgust. "Did Kevin actually live here?" Bates had said Kevin's home life was miserable and that he probably avoided it when he could, which would explain why he'd been out alone in the middle of the night instead of here, in bed. The physical surroundings truly were awful, but probably no worse than many of the other homes down here. Poverty and crime were everywhere, and the marks they left were in no way pretty. Yet Granny seemed solid as a rock, a good person, and it seemed like she genuinely cared for Kevin. Why would he avoid her? Granny and Jerome exchanged a glance. "Most of the time," said Granny. "Where would he live other times?" Neither of them said a word. He watched as Granny looked at her very substantial lap, and Jerome closed his eyes and swayed his head, apparently to some bitchin' music in his head. "I understand Kevin has a brother. Does Kevin live with him sometimes?" Jerome's eyes popped open, and Granny stopped looking at her lap. In fact, from the expressions on their faces, it was as though Webb were pointing a gun at them and had just told the pair to kiss their respective butts goodbye. "Don't know him, never seen him," said Grandma quickly, as she sat there rocking back and forth like something suddenly was hurting her. She didn't look like she could take anybody right now. She looked like an old woman scared out of her wits. When Webb looked over at Jerome, he jumped up and was gone before Webb could even rise. Webb heard the front door open and then slam shut, and then came the sound of feet running away. Webb looked back at Granny. "Jerome don't know him neither," said Grandma. Chapter 13. The morning came for the official memorial service, and Webb rose early, showered, shaved, and dressed in his nicest suit. The time to formally honor and mourn all of his friends had come, and all Webb wanted to do was run like hell. Webb had not spoken with Bates about what he'd learned from Romano and Cortez, nor about his visit to Kevin's home. Webb wasn't exactly sure why he hadn't, only that he wasn't feeling in a real trusting mood, and because Bates would no doubt chew him out for interfering in the investigation. To Webb, Bates had identified the kid as Kevin Westbrook, which meant either the boy had told him that was his name, or Bates had gotten it from Romano and Cortez, if the boy had disappeared before Bates had arrived on the scene. Webb would have to confirm which it was. If Bates had seen the other kid, then when he had taken Kevin's photo from the grandmother, he'd have known there were two different kids involved. So Webb had given a kid with a bullet wound on his cheek a note to take to his HRT guys. That kid had told Webb his name was Kevin. The note had been delivered, but apparently not by the same kid Webb had given the note to. That meant that between him giving the kid calling himself Kevin the note and the note being delivered, the boy had been switched with another kid. That could only have taken place in the alley between where Webb was and the charging HRT unit. That wasn't a whole bunch of space, yet it had been enough to pull the switch, which meant other people had been lurking somewhere in that alley, waiting for this to happen, maybe waiting for a lot to happen. Was Kevin's coming down that alley planned? Was he working for his brother, Big F? Was he supposed to check for survivors, and had he not expected to find any? And when he did find Webb alive, had that thrown a monkey wrench in somebody's plan? And what the hell could that plan have been? And why pull one kid out and put another one in? And why did the fake Kevin lie and say Webb was a coward? And who was the suit who had taken the replacement kid? Bates had been pretty tight-lipped about losing the kid. Was the suit Romano had talked to even an FBI agent? If not, how could one imposter have walked right in with creds and bravado impressive enough to fool Romano and Cortez and waltz off with another imposter? It was bewildering, and Webb was so full of doubt that turning to Bates for answers and information sharing was not real high on his list of action items. He parked the Mach 1 as close to the church as he could. There were many cars already there, and the parking spaces relatively few. The church was a somber-faced stone monolith built in the latter part of the 19th century, when the architectural commandment had been, Thou house of worship shall have more turrets, balustrades, ionic columns, broken pediments, arches, gables, doors, windows, and cool masonry curlicues than thy neighbor. It was at this holy temple that presidents, Supreme Court justices, members of Congress, ambassadors, and other lesser dignitaries of varying degrees did their praying, singing, and very occasionally confessing. Political leaders were often photographed or filmed going up or down its broad steps, Bible in hand and God-fearing looks on their features. Despite the separation of church and state in America, Webb had always believed that voters liked to see a little piety in their elected officials. No HRT members had attended this church, yet the politicos had to have a grand stage to say their words of consolation. And the little backwoods house of religion near Quantico, where some of the members of Charlie Team had actually done their worshiping, apparently didn't cut it. The sky was clear, the sun warming, and the slight breeze refreshing. It was too fine an afternoon for such a depressing thing as a memorial service, it seemed to Webb. Yet he went up the church steps, each click of his polished shoes on the stone simulating the ding of a wheel gun's cylinder being turned, one chamber, one bullet, one potentially spent life at a time. Such violent analogies were Webb's lot in life, he supposed. Where others saw hope, he only witnessed the raw sores of a festering, degenerating humanity. God, with that attitude, it was no wonder he was never invited to parties. Secret Service agents were everywhere, with their shoulder holsters, poker expressions, and curly ear cords. Webb had to go through a metal detector before entering the church. He showed his gun and his FBI creds, which told the Secret Service the only way Webb and his gun would be parted was if he was dead. As soon as he opened the door, Webb almost bumped into the rear of the mass of people that had somehow squeezed itself into the space. He took the rather uncouth tactic of flashing his FBI shield, and the seas parted, and he was allowed to move through. Over in one corner, a camera crew had set up and was broadcasting the entire spectacle. What idiot had authorized that, Webb wondered? And exactly whose idea was it to invite the whole frigging world to what should have been a private ceremony? This was how the survivors were to remember their dead, at a circus? With the help of some fellow agents, Webb managed to wedge himself into one of the pews and then looked around. The families were in the front 2 rows, which had been roped off. Webb bowed his head in prayer, saying one for each of the men, lingering the longest on Teddy Reiner, who had been a mentor to Webb, a crackerjack agent, a wonderful father, a good man all around. Webb dropped a couple of tears as he realized how much he had really lost in those few seconds of hell. Yet when he looked up front to where the families sat, he knew he had not lost as much as those folks had. The truth was beginning to set in with the younger kids, for Webb could hear their wails at Daddy being gone forever. And the sobbing and screaming continued through all the tired speeches, from the get-tough-on-crime bullcrap from the politicians to the preachers who had never met any of the men they were eulogizing. They fought the good fight, Webb wanted to stand up and quietly say. They died protecting all of us. Never forget them, for they were all unforgettable in their own way. End of eulogy. Amen. Let's hit the bars. The memorial service finally was over, and the congregation heaved a collective sigh of relief. On his way out, Webb spoke with Debbie Reiner and offered some words of comfort to Cindy Plummer and Carol Garcia, and exchanged hugs and snatches of more words with some of the others. He squatted down and talked to the little kids, held small trembling bodies in his arms, and Webb just didn't want to let go. This simple physical giving threatened to make Webb start bawling. Tears had never come easily to him, and yet he had shed more of them in the last week or so than he had in his entire life. But the kids were just killing him. Someone tapped him on the shoulder. As he rose and turned, Webb thought he would be comforting one more bereaved person. However, the woman staring back at him did not appear to need or want his sympathy. Julie Patterson was the widow of Lou Patterson. She had 4 kids and had been expecting a 5th, but had miscarried it 3 hours after learning she had become a widow and single mother. A look at her glassy eyes told Webb that the woman was heavily drugged, with what he hoped were doctor-ordered prescriptions. And Webb could smell the liquor. Pills and booze was not a good combo to serve oneself on a day like today. Of all the wives, Julie had been least close to Webb, because Lou Patterson loved Webb like a brother, and Webb had easily sensed that Julie was jealous of that relationship. "You really think you should be here, Webb?" said Julie. She tottered in her black heels, her eyes not entirely able to focus on him. Her words were slurry, her tongue moving on to form others before they had completed the last. She was puffy, her skin pale yet blotched red in spots. She had not carried the baby long enough for her belly to swell, and this lost opportunity seemed to have deepened the woman's hurt. She should be home in bed, and Webb wondered why she wasn't. "Julie, let's go outside and you can get some air. Come on, let me help you." "Get the hell away from me!" Julie shouted in a voice loud enough to make those within 20 feet of them stop and stare. The TV crew saw this exchange too, and both the cameraman and reporter apparently simultaneously saw potential gold. The camera swung in Webb's direction, and the reporter headed over. "Julie, let's go outside," Webb said again quietly. He put his hand lightly on her shoulder. "I'm not going anywhere with you, you bastard!" She ripped Webb's hand off, and he grunted in pain, cupping his wounded hand near his body. Her fingernails had bitten right into the hole there, ripping out the stitches. It started to bleed. "What's the matter? Your little hand hurting, you gutless son of a bitch? You with the Frankenstein face. How'd your mother stand looking at you? You freak, you." Cindy and Debbie tried to talk to her, console her, but Julie pushed them away and got close to Webb again. "You froze up before the shooting started, only you don't know why? And then you fell down? Expect us to buy that bullshit?" Her liquor breath was so intense, Webb had to close his eyes for a moment, and that only magnified his sense of faltering balance. "You coward! You let them die! How much did you get? How much did Lou's blood get you, you asshole?" "Miss Patterson?" This came from Percy Bates, who had swept up next to them. "Julie," he said very calmly, "let's get you to your car before the traffic gets really bad. I've got your kids right over here." Julie's lips trembled at the mention of her children. "How many are there?" Bates looked confused. "How many kids?" Julie asked again. One hand slid to her empty belly and stayed there, and wet spots from tears marked the front of her black dress. Julie focused once more on Webb, her lips curling back in a snarl. "I was supposed to have 5 of them. I had 5 kids and a husband. Now I got 4 kids and no Lou. My Lou's gone. And my baby's gone, damn you! Damn you!" Her voice edged upward again. Her hand was making crazy circles on her belly, as though she were rubbing a magic lamp, perhaps making a wish for the baby and husband to come back. The camera was eating up all of this. The reporter was scribbling furiously. "I'm sorry, Julie. I did all I could," said Webb. Julie stopped rubbing her belly and spit in his face. "That's for Lou." She spit again. "That's for my baby. Go to hell. You go to hell, Webb London." She slapped his face, hitting him right on his ruined cheek, and she almost fell over with the effort. "And that's for me, you bastard. You freak." Julie's energy was spent, and Bates had to grab the woman before she collapsed to the floor. They got her outside, and the nervous crowd started to drift away into small pockets of discussion. Many of them cast angry, backward glances at Webb. Webb did not move. He had not even wiped away Julie's spit. His face was red from where she had hit him. He had just been proclaimed a freakish monster and a coward and a traitor. Julie Patterson might as well have cut off his head and took that with her, too. Webb would have beaten to death any man who had said those things to him. But coming from a bereaved widow and mother, her insults had to be accepted. He felt like taking his own life instead. None of what she said was true, yet how could Webb deny her any of it? "Sir, it's Webb, right? Webb London?" said the reporter at his shoulder. "Look, I know this is probably a really awkward time, but the news sometimes can't wait. Would you be willing to talk to us?" Webb didn't answer. "Come on," said the reporter. "It'll only take a minute, just a few questions." "No," said Webb, and started to leave. He wasn't sure until right then that he actually could even walk. "Look, we're going to talk to the lady, too. And you don't want the public to have only her side of things. I'm giving you a shot to tell your story here. Fair is fair." Webb turned back and grabbed the man by the arm. "There are no sides. And you let that woman alone. She's had enough for the rest of her life. You let her alone. Stay away from her. You understand me?" "Just doing my job." The man carefully edged Webb's hand off his arm. He looked at the cameraman. Excellent was the unspoken thought that seemed to travel between the two men. Webb walked out the door and quickly left behind the church of the famous and well-heeled. He climbed in the mock, fired it up, and headed off. He stripped off his tie, checked his wallet to make sure he had some cash, stopped at a liquor store in the district, and bought 2 bottles of cheap Chianti and a 6-pack of Negra Modelo. He drove home, locked all the doors, and pulled the shades on all the windows. He went into the bathroom, turned on the light, and looked at himself in the mirror. The skin on the right side of his face was slightly tanned, relatively smooth, a few odd whiskers in spots he had missed with his razor. A nice side of skin, not bad at all. Side of skin. That was how he had to analyze it now. The days were long gone when anyone could remark on his handsome face. Julie Patterson had had no trouble commenting on his mug, though. But Frankenstein? That was a new one, Julie. Given time to think about it, he wasn't feeling quite so understanding towards the woman right now. You would have lost Lou a long time ago if Frankenstein hadn't done what he'd done that cost him half his damn face. Did you forget that? I haven't, Julie. I see it every day. He turned slightly to fully reveal the left side of his face. No whiskers sprouted there, and the skin never really did tan. The doctors had said that this might happen, and there didn't seem to be enough of it. The skin was stretched so tight. Sometimes, when he wanted to laugh or smile really wide, he couldn't because that side of his face just wouldn't cooperate, as though it were telling him to kiss off, buddy. Look what you did to me. And the damage had reached to the edge of his eye such that the socket was pulled more to the temple than normal. Before the operations, it had given him quite an unbalanced appearance. Now the look was better, but the 2 sides of his face would forever be misaligned. Under the transplanted skin were lumps of plastic and metal that had replaced destroyed bone. The titanium in his face set off the airport detectors just about every damn time. Don't worry, guys, it's just the AK-47 I've got stashed up my butt. Webb had endured numerous operations to bring his face back to this point. The docs had done a good job, though he would always be considered disfigured. At last, the surgeons had told him they had reached the end of their professional skills and even their medical miracles, and they'd wished him well. It had been a more difficult adjustment than he had thought, and to this day he couldn't say he was actually through it. It wasn't the sort of thing you ever really got over, he supposed, since it stared back at you in the mirror every day. He cocked his head a little more, inched down his shirt collar, and the old bullet wound on the base of his neck was fully revealed. It had come in above his armor line, and how it missed all vital arteries and his spine was nothing short of miraculous. The wound resembled a cigar burn, a big-ass cigar burn on his skin, he had joked when lying in the hospital bed with one side of his face missing and 2 large holes in him. And all the guys had laughed with him, though he had sensed the nervousness amid all the chuckling. They were reasonably sure he was going to make it, and so was he. Yet none of them knew what physical and emotional nightmare lay under those bandages. The plastic surgeons had offered to cover up the bullet wounds, But Webb had said no. He had had enough with doctors stealing skin from places on his body and gluing it to others. This was as good as old Webb was going to get. He touched his chest where the other cigar burn was in full blooming glory. It had entered his body and exited at the back of his shoulder, somehow skirting his Kevlar on both ends, and still had enough kick left to erase the head of a guy behind him who was about to cleave Webb's skull with a machete. And who said he wasn't lucky? Webb smiled at himself in the mirror. Lucky is as lucky does, he said to his reflection. HRT had always held Webb in the highest possible regard for the heroism he had shown that night. It had been the school hostage situation in Richmond, Virginia, executed by the Free Society. Webb had recently switched from sniper to assaulter and was still feeling his way a bit, eager to show his mettle in the front lines. The explosion had occurred from a homemade concoction thrown by one of the Frees. It would have hit Lou Patterson if Webb hadn't leapt and knocked him out of the way. The fireball caught Webb dead on the left side of his face, knocking him down and melting his shield against his skin. He had ripped the shield off along with a good part of his face and kept fighting, the adrenaline that always came with battle the only thing blocking out the horrible pain. The Frees had opened fire, and Webb had taken a bullet through his torso, and the second round had tagged his neck. Many innocent men would have died but for what Webb had done after receiving these injuries. Instead of weakening him, the shots seemed to have energized him, for how he had fought, how he had killed men trying to kill him and his team. He had dragged injured comrades to safety, including the late Lewis Patterson, who had taken a round through the arm a minute after Webb had saved him from the flames. The acts Webb performed that night had far surpassed what he had done in that courtyard, for he had been so badly wounded at the time. No mere hand scratch that time, no simple band-aid that day. To both veteran and new operators at HRT, Webb was a legend. And at the highly competitive alpha male agency, there was no better way to elevate oneself on the pecking order than bravery and skill shown in the heat of battle. And all it had cost him were a few vanity points and most of the blood in his body. Webb didn't even remember the pain. But when the last bullet had been fired and the last man had fallen, he too had slumped to the ground. He had touched the open wound on his face and felt the blood pouring out of him from the two wounds, and Webb knew it was finally his time to die. He had gone into shock in the ambulance, and by the time the doctors at the Medical College of Virginia got to him, he was almost flatline. How he had come back that night was anyone's guess. Webb certainly didn't have an answer. Never a religious man, he had started to wonder about things like God. The recovery had been the most painful thing Webb had ever done. Though he was a hero, it was no guarantee that Webb would be able to rejoin HRT. If he couldn't carry his full weight, they wouldn't want him, hero or not. It was just the way things were. And Webb would never have wanted the terms to be anything else. How many weights lifted, how many miles run, walls climbed, choppers repelled from, rounds fired. Fortunately, the wounds to his face had not affected his eyesight or aim. Without perfection there, you were gone from HRT. The psychological battering of his recovery, however, had been even worse than the physical cramming. Could he fire when called up? Would he freeze in a crisis and place his team in jeopardy? Well, no, he never had, at least not until that damn courtyard came along. He had come back, all the way back. It had taken almost a year, but no one could say he didn't deserve to return on his own, with no corners cut. Now what would people say? Would he make it back this time? The trouble wasn't physical this time. It was all in his head, and thus was 100 times more terrifying. Webb made a fist and put it right through the mirror, cracking the drywall behind it. "I didn't let them die, Julie," he said to the shattered glass. He looked at his hand. It wasn't even bleeding. His luck was holding, wasn't it? He opened the smashed medicine cabinet and took out the bottle of mismatched pills. He had collected them over time from a variety of sources, some official, some unofficial. He used them to help him sleep occasionally. He was careful, though, because he'd almost become addicted to the painkillers while they were rebuilding his face. Webb flicked off the light, and Frankenstein was gone. Hell, everybody knew monsters were more comfortable in the dark. He went downstairs and carefully laid out all his bottles of booze and sat in the middle of them, like a general with his aides going over a battle plan. Yet he didn't open a single bottle. The phone rang every few minutes, but Webb never answered it. There were knocks on the door. He let them go. Webb sat there and stared at a wall until it grew quite late. He rummaged through the mismatched pills and took out a capsule, looked at it, and then put it back. He leaned back against a chair and closed his eyes. At 4 a.m., he fell asleep on the floor of the basement. Webb still had not bothered to wash his face. Chapter 14. 7 in the morning. Webb knew this because the mantel clock was chiming when he lifted himself groggily off the basement floor. He rubbed at his back and neck. As he sat up, his foot hit one of the bottles of wine, and it fell over and cracked slightly, and Chianti leaked across the floor. Webb threw the bottle away, grabbed some paper towels, and cleaned up the spill. The wine stained his hands red, and for a dazed moment his sluggish mind told him he'd been shot in his sleep. The noise outside the rear lower window made him race up the stairs and grab his pistol. Webb went to the front door with the intent of circling around back and getting the drop on whoever was out there. Maybe it was just a stray dog or squirrel, but Webb didn't think so. Human feet trying their best to keep quiet just had a certain sound to them if you knew how to listen, and Webb knew how to. When he opened the door, the surge of people toward him almost caused Webb to pull his gun and fire. The reporters were waving microphones and pens and sheets of paper and calling out questions so fast they cumulatively appeared to be speaking Mandarin. They were screaming for him to look this way or that way so they could take his picture, film his video, as though he were some celebrity or, perhaps more apt, an animal in the zoo. Webb looked past them to the street, where the media ships with their tall electronic masts now were docked outside his modest rancher. The 2 FBI agents assigned to watch over his house seemed to be attempting to hold back the masses, but were clearly losing the battle. "What the hell do you people want?" Webb cried out. One woman wearing a beige linen suit, her blonde hair sculpted, pushed forward and planted her high-heeled feet on the brick stoop, bare inches from Webb. Her heavy perfume made Webb's empty stomach turn queasy. She said, "Is it true you're claiming that you fell down right before the rest of your squad was killed, but can't explain why? And that's why you survived?" The hike of her eyebrows signaled exactly what the woman thought of that preposterous story. Another reporter, a man, shoved his microphone near Webb's mouth. "There have been reports that you didn't actually fire your weapon, that the gunfire stopped on its own somehow, and that you were actually never in any danger. How do you respond to that?" The questions kept coming as the bodies pressed closer. "Is it true that when you were at the Washington field office, you were put on probation for a shooting infraction that resulted in the wounding of a suspect?" Webb said, "What the hell does that—" Another woman elbowed him from the side. "I have it on good authority that the boy you allegedly saved was actually an accomplice to this whole thing." Webb stared at her. "An accomplice to what? To who?" The woman gave him a penetrating look. "I was hoping you could answer that." Webb slammed the door, raced to the kitchen, grabbed the keys for the Suburban, and headed back out. He pushed through the crowd and looked at his fellow agents for help. They came forward, yanked and pulled on a few people, yet to Webb it seemed their hearts clearly were not in it, and they refused to meet his gaze. So that's how it's going to be, Webb thought. The crowd suddenly surged closer, sealing off the path to his truck. "Get out of my way!" Webb yelled. He looked around. The entire neighborhood was out watching this. Men, women, and children who were his friends, or at least his acquaintances, were staring at this spectacle with wide eyes, open mouths. Are you going to respond to Mrs. Patterson's charges? Webb stopped and looked at this questioner. It was the same reporter from the memorial service. Are you? The man said grimly. I didn't know Julie Patterson had the authority to bring charges, said Webb. She made it abundantly clear that you either acted with cowardice or were somehow involved, paid off. She didn't know what she was saying. She's just lost her husband and unborn child. So you're saying the charges are false, the man persisted and pushed the microphone closer. Somebody jostled him from behind, and his arm jerked forward and the microphone hit Webb in the mouth, drawing blood. Before he knew it, Webb's fist had shot out and the man was lying on the ground holding his nose. He didn't appear to be all that upset. In fact, he was screaming to his camera unit, "Did you get that? Did you get that?" They all pressed forward more, and Webb, being in the middle of this circle, was pushed around by the sheer weight of the crowd. Cameras were snapping in his face, blinding him. Fat video machines were feeding away. Dozens of voices were jabbering at once. As the knot of people and machines jostled him around, Webb's feet got tangled in a cable, and he went down. The crowd moved in, but he pushed his way back up. This was far past being out of control. Webb felt a bony fist hit him in the back. When he turned, he recognized the attacker as a man who lived down the street and who had never cared much for Webb as a neighbor or a human being. Before Webb could defend himself, the man ran off. As Webb looked around, it was clear that the crowd was not filled just with reporters ravenous for a Pulitzer. This was a mob. "Get the hell away from me!" Webb screamed. He yelled at the two agents. "Are you guys going to help or not?" "Somebody call the cops," said the perfumed blonde, pointing at Webb. "He just assaulted that poor man. We all saw it." She bent down to help up her fellow reporter while a slew of cell phones appeared from out of pockets. Webb looked around at a level of chaos he had never before experienced, and he had seen more than most. But he had had enough of this. Webb pulled his pistol. The FBI agents saw this and were suddenly interested once more. Webb pointed the pistol straight up and fired 4 shots into the air. On all sides of him, the mob now was in full retreat. Some dropped to the ground, crying out, pleading for him not to shoot them, that they were just doing their job, miserable though it might be. The perfumed blonde let her dear reporter friend drop back to the muddy earth and turned and ran for her life. Her heels sank in the soft grass, and she ran right out of them. Her fleshy bottom made a nice target, if Webb had been so inclined. The reporter with the bloody nose was crawling on his belly, shouting, "Are you getting this? Damn it, Seymour, are you getting this?" Neighbors swooped up their kids and fled to their homes. Webb put his pistol away and walked to his Suburban. When the federal agents moved toward him, all he said was, "Don't even think about it." He climbed in the truck and started it up. He rolled down the window. "Thanks for the assist," he told the 2 men, and then... Chapter 15. Are you out of your mind? Buck Winters stared over at Webb, who stood by the door of the small conference room at the Washington field office. Percy Bates was next to Webb. "Pulling and firing your gun? In front of a bunch of reporters, no less? And them taping the whole damn thing? Have you lost your mind?" he said again. "Maybe," Webb shot back. "I want to know who leaked information to Julie Patterson. I thought the Charlie Team inquiry was supposed to be confidential. How the hell did she know what I said to the investigators?" Winters looked at Bates in disgust. "Bates, you were this guy's mentor. How the hell did you foul it up so bad?" He looked back at Webb. "There are a bunch of different guys looking into this thing. Don't act like a virgin and be surprised when something slips, particularly to a wife who wants to know what the hell happened to her husband. You lost your head, Webb, and you screwed up, and it's not like it's the first time. Look, I walk out my door and get mobbed, and my own guy's not lifting a hand to help me. People were punching me, screaming accusations in my face. I did what anybody would have done." "Show him what he's done, Bates." Bates quietly went over to a TV sitting in the corner. He picked up the remote and punched some buttons. "Compliments of the media department," Winters added. The tape started to run, and Webb was looking at the inside of the church during the memorial service. Specifically, he was watching Julie Patterson rubbing her childless belly, screaming at him, spitting in his face, slapping him with all her strength, and him just standing there silently taking it. His statement about having done all he could was mysteriously absent, or at least couldn't be heard. On the tape, all he said to Julie was, "I'm sorry." It made Webb look like he had pulled the trigger on Lou Patterson himself. "And that's not the best part," said Winters, who rose and snatched the remote from Bates. He hit the device, and Webb watched as the scene outside his house ran across the TV. It had been craftily edited, such that the atmosphere of the mob scene was gone, the edges of the camera shots crisp and narrow. The individual reporters were depicted as being tough, pushy even, but polite, professional in every way. The one fellow Webb had slugged looked particularly heroic, not even bothering to hide his bloodied nose, but going on about his business of introducing the madness the viewer was about to see. And then there was Webb looking like a rabid animal. He was screaming, cursing, and then he raised his gun. The film speed made him almost appear to pull the gun in slow motion, so that it seemed deliberate, controlled, and not a man fighting for his life. There were some chilling cinematographic moments, too, of neighbors running with their children, escaping from this mad fiend. And then there was Webb standing alone, cold, hard, as he put the gun away and walked calmly from the chaos he had caused. Webb had never seen anything so slick outside a Hollywood movie. He looked sadistic, evil, the man with the Frankenstein face. The camera had gotten several close-ups of the damaged skin, yet with no mention of how he had come by such injuries. Webb shook his head and looked at Winters and said, "Damn it, that's not how it happened. I'm not Charlie Manson." Winters bristled. "Who cares if it's the truth or not? Perception is everything. Now that's running on every TV station in town, and it's hit the national pipe, too. Congratulations, you're a breaking news story. The director flew back from a high-level meeting in Denver when he was briefed on this. Your ass is in the fire, London, in the fire." Webb slumped in a chair and said nothing. Bates sat across from him and tapped a pen against the table. Winters stood in front of him, his hands clasped behind his back. To Webb, it seemed the guy was really enjoying this. "Now, you know that the Bureau's SOP in responding to something like this is to do nothing. We've followed the ostrich head in the sand before. Sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. But the higher-ups like the passive tactic. The less said, the better." "Bully for them. I'm not asking the Bureau to do jack shit on my behalf, Buck." Bates picked up the conversation. "No, Webb, we're not taking this lying down. Not this time." Bates ticked the points off on his fingers. "First, the media relations guys are putting together a highlight film of our own. The world right now thinks you're some sort of psycho. They're going to find out you're one of the most decorated agents we have. We're issuing press releases detailing all of that. Second, although he wants to strangle you right now, Buck here is holding a televised press conference at noon tomorrow to clearly state what an outstanding agent you are, and we're going to run our highlight film in all its glory. And we're going to release some details of what happened in that alley that will damn sure demonstrate that you didn't turn and run, but managed single-handedly to take out enough firepower to wipe out an army battalion." Webb said, "You can't do that while the investigation is still going on. You could blow some leads." "We're willing to take the risk." Webb looked over at Winters. "I don't give a damn what these people say about me. I know what I did. And what I don't want is to do anything to jeopardize finding out who wiped out my team." Winters placed his face a couple of inches from Webb's. "If I had my way, your ass would already be gone. But to some in the Bureau, you're kind of a hero, and the decision has been made that we're going to bat for you. Believe me, I argued against it, because from a PR point of view, it doesn't really help the Bureau. It's just to make you look good." He glanced at Bates. "But your friend here won that battle." Webb looked in surprise at Bates. Winters continued, "But not the war. And I'm not looking to make you some damn martyr." Winters glanced at Webb's damaged face. A disfigured martyr. Now Perce is going to take you through the Bureau's little dog and pony show that we're doing to clean up your mess. I'm not going to stay for that, because it would make me nauseous. But listen up, London, and you listen really good. You're hanging by a thread right now, and I'd love nothing better than to cut that string. I'll be watching you so close I'll be able to count every one of your breaths. And when you screw up, and you will, then the hammer comes down and you are gone for good, and I'll smoke me the biggest damn cigar I can find. Is that clear? Yeah, a lot clearer than your orders at Waco were. Winters straightened up, and the two men stared intently at each other. Webb said, I always wondered, Buck, how come you were the only one in the chain of command, the chain of chaos, that didn't get his career path cut off for that mess? You know, while I was sitting out there on sniper duty, a couple of times I actually thought you were working for the Branch Davidians because of all the dumb shit decisions you made. Bates said sharply, Webb, shut your damn mouth. He looked anxiously at Winters. I've got it from here, Buck. Winters stared at Webb for several more seconds and then headed to the door, but he looked back. If I had my way, there wouldn't be an HRT, and I'm going to have my way yet. And guess who'll be the first son of a bitch to go? How's that for chain of command? Winters shut the door, and Webb let out a big breath he wasn't even aware he'd been holding. And then Bates got right in his face. I put my neck out for you. Called in every chit I've ever earned at the Bureau, and you almost screwed it up, taking on Winters like that. Are you really that big a damn idiot? I guess I must be, Webb answered defiantly. But I didn't ask for any of this. The press can strip me clean, but nothing is going to mess up the investigation. You're going to give me a coronary, you really are. Bates finally calmed down. Okay, here are your marching orders. You're going to lay low for a while. Don't go home. We'll get you a car from the motor pool. Head out somewhere and stay there a while. The Bureau will foot the bills. We'll communicate via your secure cell phone. Check in regularly. As bad as you looked on the tube right now, you'll look just as good when we tell our side. And if I find you anywhere near Buck Winters during the next 30 years, I will personally shoot you myself. Now get out of here. Bates went to the door, but Webb remained sitting. Perce, why are you doing all this? You're taking a big risk standing up for me. Bates studied the floor for a few moments. This is gonna sound sappy, and maybe it should, but anyway, it's the truth. I'm doing this because the Webb London I know has risked his life for this agency more times than I can remember. Because I've watched you lying in a hospital room for 3 months, not sure if you were going to make it. You could have retired then with full pay, gone out on top, gone fishing, or whatever the hell it is retired FBI do. But you came back and got in the line of fire again. I don't know many guys that have ever done that. He drew a long breath. And because I know what you did in that alley, even if the rest of the world doesn't. But they're going to damn sure know it, Webb. There aren't many heroes left anymore, but you're one of them. That's all I'm going to say about it. And don't you ever ask me again. The man walked out and left Webb to contemplate another side of Percy Bates. It was almost midnight, and Webb was on the move. He was climbing over fences and sneaking through neighbors' yards. The goal tonight was a simple, if absurd one. He had to break into his own home through a rear window, because the media were still moored out front, waiting to board him and then sink him. 2 uniformed Bureau security officers were there too, backed up by a Virginia State Police cruiser, its blue waggle lights slicing through the darkness. Webb hoped there would be no more mobs, no more riots. So long as no one spotted him climbing in his own bathroom window, that is. Then all bets were off. Webb quietly packed a duffel in the dark, threw in some extra rounds of ammo, some other pieces of equipment that he thought might come in handy, then crawled back out. He cleared the fence and slipped back into his neighbor's yard and then stopped. He opened the duffel, pulled out a battery-operated ambient light monocular that made the dark look as clear as day, albeit with a greenish tint, and looked through it. He surveyed the army camped outside his house and focused the magnifier for a better look. All those people whose sole purpose in life right now was to get any possible dirt and damn the truth made Webb decide that paybacks, however small, should be taken when the opportunity arose. And right now he could use a generous fix. Webb pulled out a flare gun, loaded in a cartridge, aimed the weapon to the sky at a spot right over the top of this fine group of people, and fired. The flare sailed upward, exploded, and lit the heavens a brilliant yellow. Webb watched through his monocular as the pack of fine, exemplary people looked up with fearful eyes and then ran screaming for their lives. It truly was the little things that made life so sweet. Long walks, rain showers, puppies, scaring the crap out of a bunch of sanctimonious reporters. He jogged back to the Crown Vic that Bates had arranged for him and drove off. Webb stayed that night at a dump motel off Route 1 in South Alexandria, where he could pay in cash, no one bothered him, and the only room service was the McDonald's bag you brought with you, or the soda and snack machine chained to a graffiti-stained support column outside his room. He watched TV and ate his cheeseburger and fries. Then he pulled out from his duffel his bottle of pills and swallowed 2 of them. He fell into a deep sleep, and for once nightmares didn't rouse him from it. Chapter 16. Early on a Saturday morning, Scott Wingo navigated his wheelchair up the ramp and unlocked the door to a 4-story 19th-century brick building that housed his law office. Divorced, with grown children, Wingo had a thriving criminal defense practice in Richmond, the city of his birth, where he had remained his whole life. Saturdays were a time for him to go into the office and not be bothered by pealing phones, clacking keyboards, harassed associates, and demanding clients. Those pleasantries were left for during the week. He went inside, made a pot of coffee, spiked it with his favorite Gentleman Jim bourbon, and rolled his way to his office. Scott Wingo and Associates, counselors at law, had been a Richmond institution for almost 30 years. During that time, Wingo had gone from being a sole practitioner, working out of an office the size of a closet, basically defending anyone with enough cash to pay him, to head of a firm with 6 associates, a full-time PI, and a support staff of 8. As the sole shareholder of the firm, Wingo pulled down 7 figures in a good year, and even mid-6 money in bad times. His clients had also grown more substantial. For years he had resisted taking on the drug people, but the cash flow was undeniable, and Wingo had wearied of seeing far inferior attorneys drawing down those dollars. He comforted himself with the knowledge that anyone, regardless of what heinous thing he had done, deserved a competent, even inspired defense. Wingo had considerable skills as a courtroom lawyer, and his presence before a jury had not been diminished 1 iota by his confinement 2 years ago to a wheelchair because of ongoing diabetes and kidney and liver ailments. In some ways, he felt his ability to reach out to a jury had been enhanced by his physical predicament, and many a member of the state bar envied Wingo's string of victories. He was also loathed by those who felt he was simply a means for rich criminals to avoid the rightful consequences of their terrible misdeeds. Wingo naturally didn't see it that way, but he had long ago stopped trying to win that argument, because it was one of the very few issues he had ever come upon that didn't seem worth arguing about. He lived in a substantial home in Windsor Farms, a very affluent and coveted area of Richmond, drove a specially configured Jag sedan to accommodate his disability, took luxurious trips overseas when he wanted to, was good to his children, and generous and on good terms with his ex-wife, who still lived in their old home. But mostly he worked. At age 59, Wingo had outlived many predictions of his premature death. Those had come either because of his various medical conditions or because of threats from disgruntled clients or folks on the other side of a crime who felt justice had not been served, largely through Wingo doing what he did best, which was finding reasonable doubt in 12 peers of the defendant. Yet he knew that his time was running out. He could feel it in his tired organs, in his poor circulation, his general fatigue. He figured he would work until he died. It wouldn't be such a bad way to go. He took a sip of coffee and Gentleman Jim and picked up the phone. He liked to work the phones, even on the weekends, particularly in calling back people he didn't want to talk with. Rarely would they be in on Saturday morning, and he'd leave a polite message telling them he was sorry to have missed them. He did 10 of these and felt like he was being very productive. His mouth was growing very dry, probably from all the talking, and he took another shot of the whiskey coffee. He turned to a brief he was working on that would, if granted, suppress evidence in a burglary ring matter he was involved in. Most people didn't realize that trials were often won before anyone stepped foot inside a courtroom. In this case, if the motion were granted, there would be no trial because the prosecution would have no case. After several hours of work and more phone calls, he took off his glasses and rubbed his eyes. The damn diabetes was wreaking havoc with just about every part of him, and he had found out last week that he had glaucoma. Maybe the Lord was getting him back for the work he was doing here on Earth. He thought he heard a door open somewhere, and figured one of his overpaid associates might have wandered in to actually perform some weekend labor. The young folks these days, they just didn't have the same work ethic of Wingo's generation, even though they made outrageous sums. When had he not worked a weekend for the first 15 years of his practice? The kids today grumbled about working past 6. Damn if his eyes weren't killing him. He finished the cup of coffee, but his thirst returned just as bad. He popped open a desk drawer and drank from the bottle of water he kept there. Now his head was throbbing, and his back was aching. He put a finger on his wrist and counted. Well, hell, his pulse was out of whack, too. Yet that happened just about every day. He had already taken his insulin and wouldn't need another shot for a while. Still, he wondered about speeding up the schedule. Maybe his blood sugar had plummeted somehow. He was always adjusting his insulin because he could never get the damn right dosage. His doctor had told him to stop drinking, but that was just not going to happen, Wingo knew. For him, bourbon was a necessity, not a luxury. He was sure he heard the door that time. "Hello?" he called out. "Is that you, Missy?" Missy, he thought. Missy was his damn dog that had died 10 years ago. Where the hell had that come from? He tried to focus on the brief, but his vision was now so badly blurred, and his body was doing such funny things, that Wingo finally started to get scared. Hell, maybe he was having a coronary, though he felt no pain in his chest, no dull throb in his left shoulder and arm. He looked at the clock, but couldn't make out the time. Okay, he needed to do something here. "Hello," he called out again. "I need some help here." He thought he heard approaching footsteps, but then no one ever came. Okay, damn it, he thought. "Sons of bitches," he yelled. He picked up the phone and managed to guide his hand to the 9 and then twice on the 1. He waited, but no one came on the line. That was our tax dollars at work. You dial 911 and get Jack. "I need some help here," he called into the phone. And then he noted there was no dial tone. He hung up and lifted the receiver again. No dial tone. Well, shit. He slammed the phone down and missed the cradle, and the receiver fell to the floor. He pulled at his shirt collar because it was getting hard to breathe. He'd been meaning to get one of those cell phones, but never had gotten around to it. "Is anybody out there, damn it?" Now he could hear the footsteps. His breathing was becoming impossible, like something was wedged down his gullet. Sweat was pouring off of him. He looked up at the doorway. Through his clouded vision, he could see the door opening. The person came in. "Mother?" Damn if it wasn't his mother, and she would be dead 20 years this November. "Mother, I need some help. I'm not feeling too good." There was no one there, of course. Wingo was just hallucinating. Wingo slid to the floor now, because he couldn't keep himself up in the chair any longer. He crawled along the floor to her, gasping and wheezing as he did so. "Mother," he said hoarsely to the vision he was experiencing, "you got to help your boy. He ain't doing too good." He got to her, and then she just disappeared on him, just like that, right when he needed her. Wingo put his head on the floor and slowly closed his eyes. "Anybody out there? I need help," he said, one last time. Chapter 17. Francis Westbrook was feeling seriously hampered. His usual haunts, his normal places of conducting business, were not available to him. The feds, he knew, were looking for him, and whoever had set him up was no doubt trying to get the jump on him, too. Westbrook couldn't assume anything else. In his line of work, extreme paranoia was really the only thing keeping him alive. Thus, he was hanging out, at least for the next hour, in the back of a meat warehouse in southeast D.C. 10 minutes' drive from where he was sitting and freezing his ass off was the Capitol and other great national buildings. Westbrook had lived his whole life in Washington and had never been to a single monument. These grand edifices to a great nation meant absolutely nothing to him. He didn't consider himself an American, a Washingtonian, or a citizen of anything. He was just another brother looking to get by. His goal when he was 10 was to live to 15. Then his objective was to make it to 20 before he was killed. Then 25. When he hit 30 a couple of years ago, he had given himself a party worthy of a person achieving octogenarian status, because in his world he had. Everything was relative, maybe more so in the eyes of Francis Westbrook than other people. What was occupying most of his thinking now was how he had screwed up with Kevin. His desire to let the boy have a somewhat normal life had led him to be careless about Kevin's safety. He had once had Kevin with him all the time, but then a crew dispute had erupted into a full-fledged battle, and Kevin had been shot in the face and almost died. Francis hadn't even been able to take him to the hospital because he probably would have been arrested. After that, he let Kevin live with some quasi-family, an old lady and her grandson. He kept close watch on Kevin and visited him as often as he could. However, he let the boy have his freedom because every child needed that. And the fact was, Kevin was not going to grow up like Francis. He was going to have a real life, away from guns and drugs and the quick drive to the medical examiner's office with a tag on your toe. Being around Francis too much, being witness to such a life, any young man might be tempted to stick his toes in the water. And once you did, you were caught for life, because that sweet-looking pond was pure quicksand and filled with water moccasins, all claiming to be your friend, until you weren't looking and one of them sunk his fangs in your neck. That was not going to happen to Kevin, Francis had pledged when Kevin had been born, and yet maybe it already had. It would be truly ironic if Kevin did not outlive him. While Westbrook headed up one of the more lucrative drug operations in the D.C. metro area, he had never been arrested for anything, not even a misdemeanor, though he was going on his 23rd year in the business, having started very young and never looked back, because there was nothing to look back to. He was proud of that clean record, despite his felonious ways. It was not all luck. In fact, most of it was due to his carefully crafted survival plans, the way he gave information when it was needed to the right people, who in return then let him carry on his thing peacefully. That was key. Don't rock the boat. Don't be causing trouble on the street. Don't be shooting nobody or nothing if you can help it. Don't give the feds a hard time, because they got the manpower and money to make your life hell, and who needed that shit? His life was complicated enough as it was, and yet without Kevin, his life was nothing. He looked over at Macy and Peebles, his twin shadows. He trusted them as much as he trusted anyone, which was not all that much. He always carried a gun and had needed it on more than one occasion to save his life. You only had to learn that lesson once. He glanced toward the door where Big Tuna had just come in. "Tuna, you got me some news, ain't you? Some good news about Kevin." "Nothing yet, boss." "Then get your sorry ass back out there till you do." A sour-looking Tuna immediately left, and Westbrook looked at Peebles. "Talk to me, Twan." Antoine Twan Peebles looked chagrined and carefully adjusted his expensive reading glasses. The man's eyesight was excellent, Westbrook knew. He just thought wearing spectacles helped him to look the part of an executive, trying to be something he never would be, legitimate. Westbrook had made his peace with that issue a long time ago. Really, the choice had been made for him the moment he had been born in the back seat of a Cadillac up on cinder blocks, his mother snorting coke even as Frances had slipped out between her legs into the arms of her man of the moment, who had promptly set the child aside, cut the cord with a dirty knife, and forced the new mother to perform oral sex on him. His mother had told him about this later, in graphic detail, as though it were the funniest story she had ever heard. "It's not good news," said Peebles. "Our main distributor said until the heat died down on you, he wasn't sure he could provide us with any more product. And our inventory levels are pretty low as it is." "Damn, now ain't that a shock," said Westbrook. He sat back. Westbrook had to put on a strong front before Peebles and Macy and his people, yet the fact was he had a real problem. Like any reseller of sorts, Westbrook had obligations to folks down the line, and if they couldn't get what they needed from him, they would get it from somebody else. His survival time would not be long. And once you disappointed folks, they almost never did business with you again. "Okay, I'll deal with that later. This Webb London dude, what you got?" Peebles opened a file he had pulled from a leather briefcase and adjusted his reading glasses once more. Using his monogrammed handkerchief, Peebles had carefully wiped off the seat he was sitting on and had made it clear that holding a meeting inside a meat warehouse was far beneath his dignity. Peebles liked rolls of cash in his pockets and nice clothes and nice restaurants and the nice ladies doing whatever he wanted for him or to him. He didn't carry a gun, and for all Westbrook knew, Peebles didn't even know how to shoot one. He had come up at a time when drug operations had been far less violent and run in a more orderly way, with accountants and computers and business files, and taking dirty money and making it clean, and having stock portfolios and even vacation homes that one traveled to in one's private jet. 10 years older than Peebles, Westbrook had come up purely on the streets. He had run crack for pennies a bag, slept in rat holes, gone hungry more often than not, dodged bullets and fired them into others when he had to. Peebles was good at what he did. He made sure that Westbrook's operation ran smoothly and that product came in when it was supposed to and went out to the people that it was intended for. And he also ensured that accounts receivable — Westbrook had belly laughed when Peebles had first used that term with him — that accounts receivable were promptly paid. Money was efficiently laundered, excess cash flow prudently invested, innovations in the industry kept abreast of, the latest technology utilized, all under the watchful eyes of Antoine Peebles. And still Westbrook couldn't bring himself to respect the man. When personnel issues arose, though, which basically meant that somebody was trying to screw them, Antoine Peebles quickly stepped aside. He had no stomach for that part of the business. That's when Westbrook took over and handled things. And that's where Clyde Macy really earned all the dollars that he was paid. Westbrook looked over at his little white boy. He had thought it a joke when Macy had come to him for work. "You on the wrong side of town, boy," he had told Macy. "Whitey Town's up northwest way. You go get your ass to where it belongs." He had figured that would be the end of that until Macy had popped 2 gents trying to mess with Westbrook. And, as Macy had explained at the time, he'd done it on a pro bono basis just to prove his value. And the little skinhead had never failed his boss. Who would have thought it, big black Francis Westbrook being an equal opportunity employer? Webb London, said Peebles, who stopped and coughed and then blew his nose, has been with the FBI for over 13 years and with hostage rescue for about 8. He's highly thought of, got lots of commendations and things like that in his file. He was badly injured and almost died during one mission, militiamen thing. Militiamen, said Westbrook. Right, that's white people with guns think the government's fucked them over. They all come see us black folk, see how good they really got it. Peebles continued. There's an investigation currently going on into the shooting in the courtyard. Twan, tell me something I don't know, 'cause I'm freezing my ass off and I see you are too. London's going to a psychiatrist, not one at the Bureau, an outside firm. We know who? It's a group at Tyson's Corner. Not sure yet of the psychiatrist seeing him. Well, let's get that nailed down. He'll talk to the shrink about things he ain't talked to anybody else about. And then maybe we have a talk with the shrink. Right, said Peebles as he made a note. Antoine, can you tell me what the hell they were going after that night? Don't you think that might be important shit? Peebles bristled at this. I was just about to get to that. He rustled through some more papers while Macy meticulously cleaned his pistol, wiping away from the barrel dust motes that apparently only he could see. Peebles found what he was looking for and glanced up at his boss. You're really not going to like this. There's a lot of shit I really don't like. Tell me. Word is that they were going after you. That building was supposed to house our entire financial operations. Bean counters, computers, files, the whole deal. Peebles shook his head and looked offended, as though his personal honor had been impugned. Like we'd be stupid enough to have that centralized. They sent HRT in because they wanted to bring the money guys out alive to testify against you. Westbrook was so stunned by this that he didn't even take Peebles to task for saying our financial operations. They were Westbrook's, clear and simple. And why the hell they think that? We ain't never even used that building. I ain't never even been in the damn place. A thought suddenly seized Westbrook, but he decided to keep it to himself. When you wanted to deal, you needed to bring something to the party, and maybe he had something to do with that building. When Westbrook was just starting out on the streets, he had actually known that place real well. It was part of government-funded tenement housing, built in the 1950s, and designed to give poor families the subsidies they needed to get back on their feet. What it ended up being 20 years or so later was one of the worst drug areas in the city, with killings nightly. White kids in the suburbs watched TV at night, while Westbrook had watched homicides in his own backyard. But there was something about that building and others like it that maybe the feds didn't know. Yeah, that one went in his deal-making file. He started feeling a little better, but just a little. Peebles perched his glasses on the end of his nose as he eyed Westbrook. Well, I'm assuming the Bureau had some undercover working this thing, and that agent must have told them otherwise. Who's the damn agent? Asked Westbrook. That we don't know. Well, that's shit I got to know. People going around lying about me, I want to know who it is. Something very cold had suddenly seized in Westbrook's chest, even as he tried to put on a strong front. Now he was not feeling so good. If a Bureau agent had targeted what he thought was Westbrook's operations center, then this meant the FBI had turned its attention to him. Why the hell had they done that? He wasn't that big an operation, and he sure wasn't the only game in town. A bunch of crews did things a lot worse than he did. Now, nobody walked over him, and nobody touched his turf, but he had played it low and cool for years, causing nobody trouble. Peebles said, well, whoever tipped the Bureau off knew what strings to pull. They don't call up HRT unless they got something very serious to go on. They hit that building because it was supposed to be filled with evidence to be used against you. At least that's what our sources say. And what did they find there except the guns? Nothing. Place was empty. So the undercover was full of shit. Or else his sources were. Or else they set him up to set me up, said Westbrook. See, Twan, the cops ain't going to care what's not there. They still gonna think my ass was behind it 'cause it's on my turf. So whoever did this was taking no risk. They stacked the deck against me right from the go. Ain't no way I could win that. Am I right, Tuan, or you see it different?" Westbrook studied Peebles closely. The man's body language had very subtly shifted. Westbrook, who had made the noticing of such things an instinct that had saved his life numerous times, definitely picked up on it. And he knew its source. Despite his college education and his skill at managing the business, Peebles was just not as quick as Westbrook was at sizing up a situation and coming to the right conclusion. His street instincts paled in comparison to his boss's. And there was a simple reason for that. Westbrook had spent years surviving on those instincts and all the while honing them to an even sharper precision. Peebles had never had to do that. "You're probably right." "Yeah, probably," said Westbrook. He stared grimly at Peebles until the man finally looked down at his papers. "So the thing is, as I probably see it, is we know jack shit about London, only that he's seeing a shrink 'cause he froze up. He could be in on it and just faking everybody out and saying it's all in his head." "I'm certain he is in on it," commented Peebles. Westbrook sat back and smiled. "No, he ain't in on it, Tuan. I was just seeing if you could finally show me some street mind. You ain't there yet, bro, not by a long shot." Peebles looked up in surprise. "But you said—" Yeah, I know what I said, Tuan. I can hear myself talk, okay?" He hunched forward. "I've been seeing the TV and newspapers, catching up on this dude Webb London, Tuan. Like you say, man's a damn hero. Got his ass shot up and all." "I've been following it too," said Peebles, "and I didn't see anything that convinced me London's not in on the setup. In fact, the widow of one of his own men thinks he was in on it. And did you see what happened outside his house? The guy pulled his gun and fired on a bunch of reporters. He's crazy." "No, he fired in the air. Man like that, if he had wanted to kill anybody, they'd be dead. That man, he knows guns. That's easy to see." Peebles wasn't backing down. "I think the reason he didn't go out in that courtyard was because he knew the guns were there. He went down right before the guns started shooting. He had to know." "Is that right, Tuan? He had to know." Peebles nodded. "You wanted my informed opinion, that's it." "Well, let me inform your damn opinion some more. You ever been shot at?" Peebles looked over at Macy and then back at Westbrook. "No, thankfully." "Yeah, that's a hell of a lot to be thankful for. Well, see, I have. You too, right, Mace?" Macy nodded and put his pistol away as he followed this discussion. "See, folks don't like to get shot at, Tuan. It just ain't natural to like something like getting your head blown off. Now, if London was in on it, he could have done lots of shit to stay away from that hit. He could have shot himself in the foot during training, ate some bad food and put himself in the hospital, run into a wall and broke his arm, all sorts of shit so his ass not even been anywhere near that place. But he hauling butt with all the rest of his crew. Then he can't haul no more and his team gets shot up. Now, a man on the take, what's he gonna do if he's stupid enough to go on the gig? He gonna sit back, maybe fire a few rounds in there, and then go see the shrink saying his mind's messed up. But what a guilty man ain't gonna do is go out in that courtyard and mess with those machine guns. He gonna stay nice and safe and collect his money for setting everybody up. Now this man, he went out there and did something even I ain't got the balls to do." He paused. "And he done something else just as crazy." "What's that?" Westbrook shook his head and decided it was really fortunate for Peebles that he was so good at the business end, because he was surely lacking everywhere else. "Unless the whole world's lying their asses off, that man saved Kevin. Ain't no way a guilty man gonna bother with that shit." Peebles sat back, looking thoroughly whipped. "But if you are right and he's not involved, then he won't know where Kevin is." "That's right, he ain't. In fact, I ain't know nothing, do I, except shit that don't matter." He said the last with a hard stare right at Peebles. "And I ain't no closer to getting Kevin back than I was a week ago, am I?" You happy about that, Twan? 'Cause I ain't. So what do we do? Asked Peebles. We keep a line on London and find out what shrink he's seeing. And we wait. Them folks took Kevin didn't do it for nothing. They'll come to us, and then we see what happens. But let me tell you this. I find out somebody sold me and Kevin out, baby. They could run to the South Pole, and I'd find 'em and feed 'em to the polar bears limb by limb. If folks think I'm shitting, they better hope they never find out. Despite the severe chill in the room, a bead of sweat crept down Peebles' brow as Westbrook adjourned the meeting. Chapter 18. The air here was not fresh, the smells noxious at times, yet at least it was warm. They fed him all the food he wanted, and it was good. And he had books to read, though the light was fairly poor, but they had apologized for that. And they had even given him sketch pads and some charcoal pencils when he had asked for them. That had made his imprisonment easier. When things were going badly in his life, he could always turn to his drawings for a measure of solace. And yet, despite everyone's kindness, every time someone came to the room, he was convinced that it would be the moment of his death. Because why else would they have brought him here but to kill him? Kevin Westbrook looked around at a room that was far bigger than the one he had at home, yet it seemed close all around him, as though it were shrinking or he was growing larger. He had no idea how long he had been here. Without the rise and fall of the sun, telling time was not possible, he had found. He never thought about calling out anymore. He had tried that once, and the man had come and told Kevin not to do that. He said it very politely and in a non-threatening way, as though Kevin had merely walked across a prized flower bed. Yet Kevin could sense that this man would kill him if he yelled out again. It was always the soft-talking ones who were the most dangerous. The clanking sound was always there, that and the hissing and the sound of running water nearby. Collectively, it would probably cover any noises he could make, but it was very irritating and interrupted his sleep. They apologized for that, too. They were much more polite than captors probably should be, thought Kevin. He had looked for ways to escape, yet there was only one door to the room, and it was locked. So he read his books and drew his pictures. He ate and he drank, and he waited for the time when somebody would come and kill him. While he was sketching another drawing decipherable only to him, Kevin flinched when he heard the footsteps. As he listened to the door being unlocked, he wondered if that time had come. The man was the same one who had told him not to yell. Kevin had seen him before, but didn't know his name. He wanted to know if Kevin was comfortable, if he needed anything else. "Nope. You're treating me real good. But my grandma'd be worried about me. Maybe I ought to be getting on home now." "Not right now," was all the man said. He perched on the large table in the middle of the room and eyed the small bed in the corner. "You sleeping well?" "Okay." Then the man wanted to know, one more time, exactly what happened between Kevin and the man in the alley, the one that had grabbed Kevin, given him the note, sent him on his way. "I didn't tell him nothing, because I ain't had nothing to tell him." Kevin's tone was more defiant than he would have liked, but the man had asked him these questions before, and he had told him the same answers, and he was growing weary of it. "Think," said the man calmly. "He's a trained investigator. He may have picked up on something you said, though it didn't seem important when you said it. You're a smart boy. You'll be able to remember." Kevin held the piece of charcoal pencil in his hand, squeezing it until his joints cracked. "I went down the alley like you told me to. I done what you told me to, and that's all. And you say he ain't gonna be moving or nothing. All messed up and stuff. Well, that ain't happened. He scared the crap out of me. See, you were wrong about that." The man put out a hand, and Kevin flinched, but the man merely rubbed him gently on the shoulder. "We didn't tell you to go near that courtyard, did we? We said to just sit tight and we'd come get you. See, we had everything timed out perfectly." The man laughed. "You really made us jump through some hoops, son." Kevin felt the hand tighten on his shoulder, and despite the man's laughing, he could tell the fellow was upset, so he decided to change the subject. "Why you have that other boy with you?" "Just something for him to do, just like you did. He made some nice money, just like you did. In fact, you weren't supposed to see him, but we had to change things, see, because you weren't where you were supposed to be. Cut it pretty darn tight." The hand tightened some more. "So you already let him go?" "Go ahead with your story, Kevin. That boy's no concern of yours. Tell me why you did what you did." How did Kevin explain this? He had had no idea what would happen when he had done what they told him to. Then the gun started firing, and he was scared, terrified, but it had been a terror rife with curiosity. It had been a curious dread, actually, to see what he had wrought. As though, say, you dropped a rock from a bridge onto a highway, with no purpose other than to scare some motorists, only to see your handiwork result in a 50-car pile-up and numerous deaths. And so, when he should have run like hell, Kevin had gone farther down the alley to see what he had done. And the guns, instead of making him flee, had somehow drawn him closer, like both the horror and allure of a dead body. "And then that man yelled at me," he now told his captor. Lord, how that had scared him. Rising up from all those bodies, that voice telling him to get back, stay back, warning him. Kevin looked at the man after describing all this. He had done what they had told him for one of the oldest reasons in the world, money, enough to help his grandma and Jerome to get into a nicer place. Money enough to allow Kevin to believe he was helping out, taking care of others, rather than always being taken care of. His grandma and Jerome had warned him about accepting offers of fast money from people who trolled his neighborhood looking for folks to do things they shouldn't. Many of Kevin's friends had been so taken in, now dead, crippled, imprisoned, or disillusioned for life. And now he had been added to that miserable pile, at all of 10 years old. "And then you heard the others coming from down the alley," prompted the man smoothly. Kevin nodded as he thought back to that moment. He had been so scared. Guns in front of him, men with more guns cutting off his only avenue of escape, except across that courtyard. At least he had thought so. That man had stopped him from doing that, had saved his life. Didn't even know him, and he had helped him. That was a new experience for Kevin. "What was the man's name again?" he asked. "Webb London," the man said. "He's the guy you talked to. He's the one I'm really interested in." "I told him I ain't done nothing," Kevin said again, hoping that the same answer once more would make this man leave and let him get back to his drawing. "He told me if I went out there I'd get killed too. He showed me his hand where he'd been shot. I started to run the other way, and he said if I do that, they kill me too. That's when he gave me the hat and the note. He shot that flare off and told me to go on. And that's what I did." "Good thing we had another boy lined up to take your place. You'd been through a lot." Somehow, Kevin didn't think it was such a good thing for the other kid. "And London actually went back into the courtyard." Kevin nodded. "I looked back once. He had that big-ass gun. He went back in there, and I heard that gun go off. I was walking fast." Yes, he had walked fast until some men had appeared out of a doorway and snatched him clean. Kevin had caught a glimpse of the other boy, roughly his age and size, yet who was a stranger to Kevin. He looked just as scared as Kevin. One of the men had quickly read the note, asked Kevin what had happened, and then the other boy had been given the cap and note and sent off to deliver it in Kevin's stead. "Why you bring that other boy?" Kevin asked again, but the man didn't answer. "How come you sent him with the note and not me?" The man ignored the question. "Did London seem at all out of it to you? Like he wasn't thinking clearly?" "He'd tell me what to do. He's thinking pretty good from where I be standing." The man took a deep breath and shook his head, obviously pondering this. Then he smiled at Kevin. "You'll never realize how extraordinary that is, Kevin. Webb London must be truly special to have done that." "You ain't tell me all what was going to happen." The man continued to smile. That's because you didn't need to know, Kevin. Where's the other boy? Why you bring him? He asked again. You think of every contingency, then most times things turn out okay. Is that other boy dead? The man rose. Let us know if you need anything else. We'll try and take care of you. Kevin decided to toss out a threat of his own. My brother be looking for me. He hadn't said this before, but he had been thinking it every minute he had. Everybody knew Kevin's brother. Just about everybody he knew feared his brother. Kevin prayed that this man feared him too. Kevin's spirits sank when he could clearly tell from the man's face that he didn't. Maybe this man wasn't afraid of anything. You just rest up, Kevin. The man looked at some of his drawings. You know, you got a lot of talent. Who knows, maybe you could have ended up not like your brother. The man closed and locked the door behind him. Kevin tried to stop them, but the tears just came in a rush down his cheeks, dripped onto his blanket. He rubbed them away, but more took their place. Kevin sank into a corner and wept so hard he kept losing his breath. Then he pulled a blanket over his head and sat there in the darkness. Chapter 19. Webb drove the Crown Vic down the street his mother used to live on. It was a neighborhood on its last legs, its potential never realized and its vitality long since exhausted. Yet the location, 30 years ago considered rural, was now smack in the middle of prime suburbia, what with the continued sprawl of the metropolitan area, where commuters rose from their beds at 4 to get to the office by 8. In 5 years' time, a developer would probably buy up all the dilapidated properties, bulldoze them under, and new homes costing too much would arise from the dust of old ones sacrificed for too little. Webb got out of the Crown Vic and looked around. Charlotte London had been one of the older people living here, and her house, despite Webb's efforts, was about as run down as the rest. The chain-link fence was a few rusting strands from collapse. The house's metal awnings sagged with water and carried grime that could no longer be cleaned away. The lone maple in front was dead, with brown leaves on it from the year before, scraping a sad tune in the breeze. The grass had not been cut for a while, because Webb had not been around to push the mower. He had fought a valiant effort over the years to keep it as it had once been, but had finally given up, because his mother had taken little interest in maintaining her home and yard. Now that she was dead, Webb figured he would be selling the place at some point. He just didn't want to deal with it right now. Maybe never. Webb went inside and looked around. Right after her death, he had come here. The place had been a mess, exactly as his mother had left it. He had spent an entire day cleaning the house and ended up carrying 10 30-gallon bags of trash to the curb. Then Webb had kept the electricity, water, and sewer going after his mother's death. It wasn't that he ever envisioned himself living here, but something just wouldn't let him go. Now he surveyed the rooms, clean except for dust and the occasional cobweb. He settled down, checked his watch, and flipped on the TV, just as a soap opera was interrupted for a special news event. This was the promised FBI news conference. Webb scooted forward and adjusted the picture and sound. Webb gaped as Percy Bates appeared at the podium. Where the hell was Buck Winters, Webb thought. He listened as Bates ran through Webb's distinguished career at the FBI. Some feel-good film was shown of Webb accepting various awards, medals, and citations from the bureau heads and one from the president himself. Bates spoke of the horror in the courtyard and Webb's bravery and grit in doing what he had done when confronted with such an overwhelming foe. One shot was of Webb in the hospital with half his face bandaged. This made Webb reach up and touch the old wound. He felt proud and cheap at the same time. He suddenly wished Bates had not done this. This promo wasn't going to change anyone's mind. It just made him seem defensive. The journalists would crucify him, probably accuse the Bureau of covering their ass by shielding one of their own. And maybe, in a way, they were. He let out a low moan. He didn't think it could get any worse, yet it just had. He turned off the TV, sat there and closed his eyes. In his mind, he felt a hand on his shoulder, but there was no one there. This seemed to always happen to him when he came here. His mother's presence was everywhere. Charlotte London had kept, until her death, the shoulder-length hair that had, over the years, turned from glorious, sexy blonde to elegant, luxurious silver. Her skin had been unwrinkled because she was allergic to the sun and had covered herself from it all her life. And her neck had been long and smooth with tight muscles set at the base. Webb wondered how many men had been seduced by that delicate but overpowering curve. When he was a teenager, Webb had had dreams about his young, sexy mother that to this day he still felt shame for. Despite the drinking and less than healthy eating habits, his mother had not gained an ounce in 40 years, and the weight had remained pretty much in its original locations. When she really put herself together, she had been a knockout at age 59. It was too bad that her liver had given out. The rest of her could have kept going for a while longer. As beautiful as she had been, it was her intellect that attracted most people. Yet the conversations between mother and son had been downright bizarre. His mother did not watch TV. "They call it an idiot box for good reason," she had often said. "I'd rather read Camus, or Goethe, or Jean Genet. Genet makes me laugh and cry at the same time, and I don't really know why, for there is arguably nothing humorous about Genet. His subject matter was vile, depraved, so much suffering, mostly autobiographical." Right, sure, Genet, Goethe, Webb had told her several years before. G-men, like me, sort of. His mother had never gotten the joke. "But they can be wonderfully compelling. Erotic, even," she had said. "What can?" he had asked. "Vileness and depravity." Webb had taken a deep breath. He had wanted to tell her that he'd seen some vileness and depravity in his time that would have made old Jean Genet barf up his lunch. He had wanted to unequivocally inform his mother that these evils were nothing to joke about, because one day somebody filled to the brim with vileness and depravity might appear on her doorstep and violently end her life. Instead, he had remained silent. His mother had often had that effect on him. Charlotte London had been a child prodigy, astounding folks with her broad-ranging intellect. She had entered college at age 14 and earned a degree in American literature from Amherst, graduating near the top of her class. She had spoken 4 foreign languages fluently. After college, Charlotte had traveled the world alone for almost a year, Webb knew, because he had seen the photos and read her journals. And that was back in the days when young women didn't do that sort of thing. She had even written a book chronicling her adventures, and the book was still selling to this day. Its title was London Times. London had been her maiden name, and she had changed it back after her second husband had died. She had had Webb's surname legally changed from Sullivan after she had divorced her first husband. Webb had never carried his stepfather's name. His mother would not allow it. It was just how she was. And to this day he never knew why he had been given such an odd name as Webb with only the one B. He had gone up and down his maternal family tree, and the answer wasn't there. His mother had steadfastly refused even to tell Webb who had named him. When he had been little, his mother had shared with Webb much of what she had seen and done on her teenage travels, and he had thought hers the most wonderful stories he had ever heard. And he had wanted to go on trips with her, just like that, and write in his journal and take photos of his beautiful, adventurous mother against the backdrop of pristine water in Italy, or on a snow-capped mountain in Switzerland, or at an outdoor cafe in Paris. The beautiful mother and the dashing son, taking the world by storm, had dominated his boyhood thoughts. But then she had married Webb's stepfather, and those dreams went away. Webb opened his eyes and rose. He went to the basement first. Thick dust covered every surface, and Webb found nothing remotely close to what he was looking for. He went back upstairs and into the rear of the house where the kitchen was. He opened the back door and looked outside at the small garage that housed, among other things, his mother's ancient Plymouth duster. Webb could hear the cries of children at play nearby. He closed his eyes and rested his face against the mesh as those sounds sank in. In his mind, Webb could almost see the football being thrown, the coltish legs hustling after it, a very young Webb thinking that if he didn't catch that ball, his life would end. He sniffed the air, the smell of wood smoke mingling with the sweet aroma of freshly cut fall grass. There was nothing better, it seemed, and yet it was only a scent, never lasting for very long. And then you were pretty much right back in the shit of life. The shit, he had discovered, was never temporary. In his vision, the young Webb ran harder and harder. It was growing dark, and he knew his mother would be calling him in soon, not to eat, but to run over to the neighbors to bum cigarettes for his stepfather, or to hustle down to the neighborhood foodway with a couple dollars and a sad tale for old man Stein, who ran the place with a bigger heart than he should have. Always hustling down to the foodway was young Webb, always singing the sad Irish song, his mother coaching him on the lyrics. Where had she learned it, the sad song? Webb had asked her. As with the origin of his given name, she had never answered him. Webb could vividly remember Mr. Stein squatting down with his big glasses, old cardigan, and neat white apron, and graciously accepting the crumpled dollar bills from Webby London, as he liked to call Webb. Then he would help Webb pick out food for supper, and maybe even breakfast. These groceries, of course, always cost far more than $2, and yet Stein had never said a word about the cost. Yet he had not been so reserved about other things. "You tell your mother not to drink so much," he had called after Webb, as he had run off home carrying 2 bulging bags of groceries. "And you tell that devil of a husband of hers that God will strike him down for what he has done, if a man's hand does not do so sooner. And if only God would allow me that honor. I pray for it every night, Webby. You tell her that, and him too." Old man Stein was in love with Webb's mother, as were just about all the men in the neighborhood, married or not. In fact, the only man who didn't seem to be in love with Charlotte London was the man she was married to. He went upstairs and stared at the attic pull-down stairs in the middle of the hallway. This was where he should have started his search, of course, but he did not want to go up there. He finally grabbed the rope pull, hauled down the stairs, and climbed up. He clicked on the light, his gaze darting to every darkened corner as soon as he did so. Webb took another deep breath and told himself that simpering cowards rarely accomplished anything with their lives, that he was a big, brave HRT assaulter with a loaded 9mm in his holster. He moved into the attic and spent an hour compulsively going through more elements of his history than he really cared to. The school yearbooks were here, with the awkward pictures of boys and girls trying to look older than they were, when only a few short years would pass before they would desperately be trying to do the opposite. He also spent time deciphering the yearbook scribbles from classmates outlining lavish plans for their futures, which had not come true for any of them that Webb knew of, including himself. His old varsity jacket and his football helmet were there in a box. There was a time when he could remember where every scratch on the helmet came from. Now he couldn't even remember the jersey number he had worn. There were old and useless school books, journals that had nothing in them but stupid pictures drawn by bored hands. His bored hands. In one corner was a clothes rack with garments from the last 4 decades gathering dust, mold, and moth holes. There were also old records warped in the heat and cold. There were boxes of baseball and football trading cards that might now be worth a tidy fortune if Webb hadn't used them as targets for dart games and BB shooting. There were pieces of a bicycle Webb vaguely remembered owning, along with a half-dozen burned-out flashlights. There was also a clay figurine his mother had sculpted, and quite well, but it had been bashed around so much by his stepfather that the figure was now not only blind, but also lacking ears and a nose. It was all a sad memorial to a quite ordinary family that actually had been anything but ordinary in certain ways. Webb was thinking of giving up when he found it. The box was under a collection of his mother's college books, the works of long-dead philosophers and writers and thinkers. Webb quickly looked through the box's contents. It was enough to start with. He would be one poor investigator if he couldn't follow it up to something. He was surprised he had never noticed it before while growing up in this house, but he had never been looking for it back then. He jerked around and stared at the farthest corner from him. It was dark, shadowy, and he could almost swear something had moved there. His hand eased to his gun. He hated this attic. Hated it. And yet he didn't really know why. It was just a damn attic. He carried the box to his car, and on the way back to his motel, Webb used his cell phone to call Percy Bates. "Nice job, Perce. What a difference a day makes. But what happened to old Bucky?" "Winters backed out at the last minute." "Right, in case I go crashing down. And so he left you to do it for him." "I actually volunteered when he waffled on it." "You're a good guy, Perce, but you'll never rise higher in the Bureau if you keep doing the right thing." "Like I give a crap about that." "Any breaks?" "We traced the guns. Stolen from a military facility in Virginia 2 years ago. Big help. But we'll chase it down every path until it dies on us." "Any sign of Kevin Westbrook?" "None. And no other witnesses have come forward. Apparently, everyone down that way was struck deaf and dumb." "I guess you've talked to the people Kevin lived with. Anything come out of that?" "Not much. They haven't seen him. Like I said, he avoided that place anyway." Webb chose his next words carefully. "So nobody to love the kid? No old lady or grandmother lying around?" "There is an old woman, and we think she's Kevin's mother's stepmother or something like that. She wasn't real clear on the relation either. You'd think it'd be pretty simple to say one way or another, but talk about your extended families. Dad's in prisons, mom's gone, brother's dead, sister's hookers. You got babies dropped off everywhere with anybody who looks halfway respectable, and that's usually the older folks. She seemed genuinely worried about the boy, but she's scared too. They're all scared down there." "Perce, did you ever actually see Kevin before he went missing?" "Why?" "I'm trying to put together a timeline between when I last saw him and when he disappeared." "A timeline? Damn, wish I'd thought of that," Bates said sarcastically. "Come on, Perce. I'm not trying to step on anybody's toes, but I saved that boy's life, and I'd kind of like him to keep it." "Webb, you know the likelihood of the kid turning up alive is pretty damn slim. Whoever took him wasn't planning a surprise party at Chuck E. Cheese's for the boy. We've searched every place we can think of. Got APBs out in all the surrounding states, and even on the Canadian and Mexican borders. It's not like they'd hang around the city with the kid." "But if he was working for his brother, he might be safe. I mean, I understand this Big F is one mean bastard, but popping your little brother? Come on." "I've seen worse, and so have you." "But did you see Kevin?" No, I didn't personally see the kid. He was gone before I got there. There, you satisfied?" "I spoke with the HRT guys who were babysitting him. They said they turned him over to a couple of FBI suits." Webb had decided not to mention Romano's statement that actually only one man had been definitively involved, because he wanted to hear Bates's take on it. "You'll be no doubt stunned that I talked to them too and found out the same thing." "They couldn't tell me the names of the agents. Any luck there?" "It's a little early in the game." Webb now gave up any pretense of congeniality. "No, it's really not, Perce. I spent a lot of years doing what you do. I know how these cases go down. If you can't tell me by now who the suits were, that means they weren't FBI. That means a couple of imposters got inside an FBI crime scene, your crime scene, and made off with a key witness. Maybe I can help." "That's your theory, and I don't want or need your help." "Are you telling me I'm wrong?" "What I'm going to tell you is to keep the hell out of my investigation. And I mean what I say." "It was my damn team." "I understand that, but if I find out you're doing anything, asking one question, following up one lead on your own, then your ass is mine. I hope I'm making myself clear." I'll call you when I crack the case." Webb clicked off and quietly berated himself for blowing his last asset at the Bureau. He had been as subtle as a dump truck, but Bates just seemed to bring out the bulldog in folks. And to think he had originally called merely to thank the guy for the press conference. Chapter 20. Claire stretched her arms and stifled a yawn. She had been up too early and had worked too late the night before. Such had become her life's routine. Married at 19 to her high school sweetheart, she had been a mother at 20 and divorced at 22. The sacrifices she had made over the next 10 years while she pursued her medical and psychiatric degrees were too numerous for her to recall. Yet she had no regrets about her daughter, now a freshman in college. Maggie Daniels was healthy, bright, and well-adjusted. Her father had wanted no part in his daughter's upbringing, and he would be given no role in her adulthood either. Actually, that was up to Maggie, Claire knew, but she had never asked much about her dad and had taken single parenting in stride. Claire had never really gotten back into the social circles, and she had finally come to the conclusion that her career would be her life. She opened her file and studied the notes she had made there. Webb London was a fascinating subject for any student of human psychology. From the little Claire had gathered before his very abrupt departure from her office, the man was a walking billboard of personal problems. From the obvious issues in his childhood, to his disfigurement as an adult, to the sort of dangerous work that he did and seemed to derive so much from, a person could devote her professional life to such a patient. The knock on her door interrupted her thoughts. "Yes?" The door opened and one of Claire's colleagues stood there. "You might want to come and see this." "What is it, Wayne? I'm kind of busy." "FBI press conference, Webb London. I saw him leaving here the other day. You counseled him, right?" She frowned at his question and didn't answer it. But she got up and followed him out to the reception area, where there was a little TV set up. Several other of the psychiatrists and psychologists who had offices here, including Ed O'Bannon, were already assembled and watching the screen. It was lunchtime, and none of them appeared to have patience. Several of them held parts of their meals in their hands. For the next 10 minutes or so, Claire Daniels got a much more in-depth look at the life and career of Webb London. She found herself putting her hand up to her mouth when she saw Webb in the hospital, most of his face and torso bandaged. The man had been through a lot, more than someone should have to go through. And Claire was feeling an incredibly strong urge to help him, despite how dramatically he had ended their session. When the press conference was over and people started to filter back to their offices, Claire stopped O'Bannon. "Ed, you remember I told you about seeing Webb London when you weren't available?" "Sure, Claire. I appreciate you doing that, actually." He lowered his voice. "Unlike some of the others around here, I know I can trust you not to pilfer my patients." "Well, I appreciate that, Ed, but the truth is I've taken a particular interest in Webb, and he and I really hit it off at our session." She added very firmly, "And I want to take over his counseling." O'Bannon looked stunned and shook his head. "No, Claire. I've seen London before, and he's a bit of a tough nut. He and I never really finished exploring it, but he seems to have serious mother-son issues." "I understand all that, but I really want to work on his case." "And I appreciate that. But he's my patient, and there is something to be said for continuity of treatment, starting with keeping the same doctor." Claire took a deep breath and said, "Can we let Webb decide?" "Excuse me?" "Can you call him and let Webb decide on which of us he'd prefer?" O'Bannon looked very annoyed. "I hardly think that's necessary." "We really seem to click, Ed, and I think that perhaps another pair of eyes on his case might be beneficial." "I'm not liking what you're insinuating, Claire. My credentials are impeccable. In case you didn't know, I served in Vietnam, where I dealt with combat syndrome cases, shell shock, prisoners of war who'd been brainwashed, and I was very successful." "Webb is not in the military." "HRT is about as military as you can get for a civilian agency. I know the breed and I speak their language." I think my experience is uniquely suited to his case. I'm not implying anything to the contrary, but Webb did tell me that he wasn't completely comfortable with you, and I know you would agree that the best interests of the patient are paramount. I don't need you to lecture me on professional ethics." He paused for a moment. "But he said that? That he wasn't completely comfortable with me?" "Yes, but I think that's more a reflection on the fact that you're right, he is a tough nut. For all I know, he may not like me once we get going in treatment." She touched O'Bannon on the shoulder. "So you'll call him? Today?" O'Bannon grudgingly said, "I'll call him." Webb was driving when his phone rang. He checked the readout on the screen. It was a number in Virginia he didn't recognize. "Hello?" he answered cautiously. "Webb?" The voice seemed very familiar, but nothing clicked. "It's Dr. O'Bannon." Webb blinked. "How did you get this number?" "You gave it to me, during our most recent session." "Look, I've been thinking that—" "Webb, I talked to Claire Daniels." Webb felt his face growing warm. "Did she tell you we talked?" "She did. But she didn't tell me what you had talked about, of course. I understand that you were in a bit of crisis, and Claire tried to get hold of me before talking to you. That's really why I'm calling." "I'm not exactly following this." "Well, Claire said that you two really seemed to hit it off. She seemed to think that maybe you would be more comfortable with her. Since you're my patient, you and I need to consent to such an arrangement." "Look, Dr. O'Bannon—" "Webb, I want you to know that we were successful in the past in dealing with your issues, and I think we can be again. Claire probably was just embellishing somewhat on your uncertainty about me. But just so you know, Claire does not have the experience I do. I've been seeing FBI agents for longer than she has. I don't like to say this, but between you and me, Claire would be out of her league with you." He paused, apparently awaiting Webb's answer. "So we're good. You'll continue to see me?" "I'll go with Claire." "Webb, come on." "I want Claire." O'Bannon was silent for a bit. "Are you sure?" he finally said curtly. "I'm sure." "Then I'll have Claire get in contact with you. I hope you two click," he added brusquely. The line went dead and Webb continued driving. 2 minutes passed and the phone rang again. It was Claire Daniels. "I guess you feel like quite the pursued man," she said in a disarming tone. "It's nice to be popular." "I like to finish what I start, Webb, even if it means upsetting a colleague." "Claire, I appreciate everything, and I know I told O'Bannon it was okay, but—" "Please, Webb, I think I can help you. At least I'd like to try." He thought about this for a bit as he stared over at the cardboard box. What treasures did it hold? "Can I reach you at this number?" "I'll be here until 5. "After that?" He pulled into a gas station and wrote down Claire's cell and home phone. He said he'd call her back later and clicked off. Webb punched the numbers into his phone's memory, pulled back onto the road, and tried to think all this through. What he didn't like was that she was trying really hard, maybe too hard. Webb drove back to the motel room. He checked his messages at home. A few people who had seen the press conference had called to wish him well, and an equal number of voices he didn't recognize were basically telling him that they wanted to punch him in his cowardly, messed-up face. Once, Webb thought he heard Julie Patterson's voice and kids bawling in the background, but he couldn't be sure. He wouldn't exactly be at the top of the woman's phone list. He sat on the floor with his back to the wall and suddenly felt so sorry for Julie he started to shake. Sure, things were going rough for him right now, but that would blow over. She had the rest of her life to work through, with the weight of a lost husband and child forever around her neck, and 4 young kids to raise on her own. She was a survivor, like Webb, and survivors hurt the most of all, for they had to pick up the pieces somehow and go right on living. He dialed the number, and a child answered. It was the oldest, Lou Jr., all of 11 years old, and the man of the house now. "Louie, is your mom in? It's Webb." There was a long pause. "Did you get our dad killed, Webb?" No, I didn't, Louis. You know better than that. But we're going to find out who did it. Go get your mom, son, he added firmly. Webb heard the boy plunk down the phone and walk off. While he waited, Webb felt himself start trembling once more, for he had absolutely no idea what he would say to the woman. His nervousness grew as he heard footsteps approaching the phone, and then it was picked up, but the person said nothing. "Julie," he finally said. "What do you want, Webb?" Her voice was tired. Ironically, the weary tone was more painful to Webb than her angry screams at the church. "I wanted to see if there was anything I could do to help." "There's nothing you or anybody else can do. You should have somebody with you. It's not good to be alone right now." "My sister and mother came down from Newark." Webb took a breath. Well, that was good. Julie at least sounded calm, rational. "We're going to find out who did this, Julie, if it takes the rest of my life. I just want you to know that. Lou and the others meant everything to me." "You do what you need to do, but that won't bring them back, Webb." "Did you see the press conference on TV today?" "No. And please don't call again." She hung up. Webb sat there while he absorbed this. It wasn't that he had actually expected her to say she was sorry about trashing him the other day. That was far too much to expect. What bothered Webb was that he felt dismissed by her. Please don't call again? Maybe the other wives felt the same way. Neither Debbie nor Cindy nor any of the others had contacted him to see how he was doing. Then again, he reminded himself, their loss was much greater than his. They had lost their husbands. He had just lost his friends. He supposed there was an enormous difference. It was just, in his case, there didn't seem to be. He ran across the street to a 7-Eleven and bought a cup of coffee. It had started to drizzle, and the temperature had dropped. What had started as a beautiful warm day now was gray and wet, so common for this area, and so reinforcing for his suicidal spirits. Webb returned to his room, sat on the floor, and opened the cardboard box. The documents were musty, some mildewed, the few photos yellowed and torn. And yet he was enthralled by it all, for he had never seen these things before. Partly it was because he had never known his mother had kept these items from her first marriage. And he had also never searched the house for them before either. Why not, he wasn't sure. Perhaps his relationship with his stepfather had smothered all interest Webb had in Dad's. He arranged the photos fan-like on the floor and then examined them. His father, Harry Sullivan, had been a handsome man, very tall and broad-shouldered. He had wavy dark hair worn in a greased pompadour and possessed a confident look as he stared out from the photo. He looked like a 1940s-era film star, young and commanding, with a mischievous gleam in his blue eyes. Webb could see how Harry Sullivan could be attractive to a young woman who was naive, perhaps, despite her intelligence and her world travels. Webb wondered what his father would look like now, after years in prison, after decades of what he assumed was a fast life to nowhere. In another photo, Sullivan had his arm around Charlotte's tiny waist. The man's arm was so long it curled around her torso, and his fingers were placed just under her breasts, maybe even touching them. They looked very happy. Indeed, Charlotte London, in her pleated skirt and flip hairstyle, looked more beautiful, more enchanting, and more excited to be alive than Webb had ever seen her. Yet that was part of youth, he supposed. They hadn't experienced the hard times yet. Webb touched his cheek. No, the hard times weren't great, and they didn't necessarily always make you stronger. Looking at her so full of life, Webb had a hard time believing that the woman was actually dead. As the rain started to pour harder outside, Webb sat in his motel room and sipped his coffee and looked at some of the other items. He fingered the Sullivans' marriage certificate. Webb was surprised his mom had kept that. Then again, it was her first marriage, however awry it might have gone. His father's signature was surprisingly small for such a big, confident-looking man, and the letters were badly formed, as though old Harry were embarrassed by the exercise of signing his name, unsure of how to make out the letters. An uneducated man, Webb concluded. He laid down the certificate and picked up another slip of paper, a letter. At the top was the heading of a correctional facility in Georgia. The date of the letter was a year after mother and son had fled the convict that the husband and father had become. The letter was typewritten, but Harry Sullivan's signature appeared at the bottom. And this signature was written bolder, the letters larger and more exactly formed, as though the man had been really working at it. But then he had had a lot of free time in prison. The contents of the letter were brief. It took the form of an apology to Charlotte and Webb. When he got out, he would be a changed man, he claimed. He would do right by them. Well, actually, the letter said that Harry Sullivan would try hard to fulfill all these promises. Webb had to concede that it was perhaps brutal honesty on Sullivan's part, not an easy thing for a man rotting slowly in prison. Webb had conducted enough interrogations to know that steel bars and big locks and no future as a free person tended to make people lie shamelessly if they thought it would help their cause. He wondered if the divorce papers had reached his father soon after he had sent the letter. What did that do to a man in prison? His freedom taken and then his wife and son gone too? It certainly didn't leave a person with much. Webb had never faulted his mother for doing what she did, and he didn't fault her now. Yet these little snippets of his family history made him feel a little sorry for Harry Sullivan, wherever he might be, dead or alive. Webb put the letter aside and spent the next couple of hours going through the other contents. Most were items completely useless to him in tracking down his father, yet Webb spent time over them all, if just to get a better feel for the man. His hand closed around two objects that promised a lead. One was an expired driver's license that had his father's photo on it, and the other, more importantly, was his Social Security card. These opened up all sorts of possibilities. Webb also had another angle to work. He swallowed his pride, called Percy Bates, and apologized to an almost embarrassing degree. Then he told him Harry Sullivan's name, Social Security number, and a guesstimate of the dates of Sullivan's incarceration in the Georgia prison. Webb had thought about calling Ann Lyle with this request, but he didn't want to go to that well too often. Ann had enough to do, and HRT really needed her full attention right now. Besides, she hadn't gotten back to Webb yet on Cove, and he didn't want her to feel pressured. "Who is this guy?" Bates wanted to know. When Webb had applied to join the Bureau, he had had to put down his real father's name, and the investigators had wanted further particulars. He had asked his mother back then to supply more information on the man, but she had absolutely refused to discuss it. Webb had told the investigators he didn't know the whereabouts of his father and had no information to help them track him down. As far as he knew, that had been the end of it. He had passed the background check and was off and running in his FBI career. His last contact with his father had been at age 6, and the Bureau couldn't exactly hold it against Webb that his father was a con. "Just some guy I need to find," Webb told Bates. Webb knew that the Bureau was very thorough in its background checks and could very well have information about Webb's father. Webb had just never felt inclined to check the file over the years. And yet Bates might know that Harry Sullivan was Webb's father. If so, he was lying very well. "Any connection to the investigation?" "No, like you said, that's off limits, but I'd really appreciate the favor." Bates said he'd see what he could do and then hung up. Webb packed the box away and slid it into a corner. He pulled out his cell phone and dialed his voicemail again. He had been obsessive about it since the courtyard and not really sure why. When he heard the voice, he was glad he was so diligent. Debbie Reiner wanted to know if Webb could come to dinner tonight. He immediately called her back and said he would. She had seen the piece on TV. I never had any doubts, Webb, she said. He let out a long breath. Life seemed a lot better right now. He brought up the number he wanted on the phone screen. It was after 5, so Claire Daniels wouldn't be at her office. His finger hesitated over the button, and then he called her. She was in her car heading home, she told him. I can see you first thing in the morning, 9 a.m., she said. So, you've got all my problems solved? I'm efficient, but I'm not that quick. He found himself smiling at this remark. I appreciate you letting me counsel you. I know change is hard. Change I can handle, Claire. It's the going crazy part that's bothering me. I'll see you at 9. Chapter 21. The dinner with Debbie Reiner and her children did not go nearly as well as Webb had hoped. Carol Garcia was there too, with one of her kids. They sat around the dining room table, made small talk, and mostly avoided matters having to do with the total destruction of their lives. When the Garcias made the sign of the cross on their chests, Webb thought about what he told Danny Garcia before every mission. Webb had been right, for God had not been with them that night. Yet all Webb said was, "Would you pass the potatoes, please?" HRT operators didn't really encourage support groups among their wives. In some cases, it was because they didn't want their spouses to gossip among themselves about their husbands. Operators showed many sides of themselves at training and during missions, and not all good ones. An inadvertent slip by one of them to his wife could spread like wildfire among the women if they seriously networked. In other cases, it was to discourage the wives from collectively worrying themselves to death, swapping incorrect information, speculation, and outright falsehoods generated by fear of where their husbands were, how long they would be gone, whether they were dead. The kids poked at their food, slouched in their seats, and clearly did not want to be there. They treated Webb, who had been their bosom friend, playing and joking and watching them grow up, like they had no idea who he even was. Everyone, even Debbie Reiner's 7-year-old daughter, who had loved Webb from almost the day she was born, looked relieved when he said his goodbyes. "Keep in touch," Debbie said, pecking him on the cheek. Carol merely waved to him from a safe distance, while she clutched her glassy-eyed son to her wide hips. "You bet, sure thing," Webb said. "Take care. Thanks for dinner. You need anything, just let me know." He drove off in the Vic, knowing he would most likely never see them again. Time to move on. That was clearly the message of the dinner. At 9 sharp the next morning, Webb stepped into Claire Daniels's world. Ironically, the first person he saw was Dr. O'Bannon. "Webb, good to see you. Would you like some coffee?" "I know where it is. I'll get it, thanks." "You know, Webb, I was in Vietnam. Never under fire. I was a psychiatrist back then, too. But I saw a lot of guys who were. Things happen in combat. Things you never think will. But you know what? You'll probably be stronger for it. And I worked with POWs who'd been tortured by the damn Viet Cong. It's terrible what they were put through. Classic physical and mental manipulation. Ostracizing troublemakers, robbing them of every scrap of moral and physical support. Controlling their lives down to the position of their sleep, turning each individual against the other in the name of the group, as it was defined by their captors. Now, of course, it's not ethical for one psychiatrist to poach patients off the other, although frankly I was a little surprised about what happened with Claire. But I think Claire would agree that the paramount issue here is your best interest, Webb. So if you ever change your mind about working with Claire, I'm here for you." He slapped Webb on the back, gave what Webb assumed was intended to be an encouraging look, and walked off. Claire came out of her office a few moments later, saw him, and they made their coffees together. They watched as a uniformed repairman with a box of tools came out of the closet housing the office's electrical and phone lines and left. "Problems?" asked Webb. "I don't know. I just came in," answered Claire. As they were making their coffees, Webb checked the woman out. Claire was wearing a blouse and knee-length skirt that showed off nice tanned calves and ankles, but her hair, though short, was in a bit of disarray. She seemed to note Webb's observation and swiped at the errant strands. "I've been fast-walking around the building in the mornings to get a little exercise. Wind and humidity aren't really good for hair." She took a sip of her coffee and added some more sugar. "You ready?" "As ready as I'll ever be." Once in her office, Claire perused 2 files for a bit while Webb stared over at a pair of sneakers in the corner. Probably what she fast-walked in. He looked over at her nervously. "First of all, Webb, I want to thank you for having enough confidence in me to let me take over your treatment." "I'm not really sure why I did," he said candidly. "Well, whatever the reason, I'm going to work hard to make sure your decision was a good one. Dr. O'Bannon wasn't very happy about it, but the primary concern is you." She held up a small file. "This is the file Dr. O'Bannon gave me when I took over your case." Webb attempted a weak smile. "I would have thought it would have been thicker." "Actually, I was thinking the same thing," was Claire's surprising reply. "It shows the notes from a number of standard sessions. He prescribed various medications, antidepressants. Again, nothing out of the ordinary." "So, is that good or bad?" "Good if it helped you, and I'm assuming it did since you returned to a productive life." But maybe your case deserves a little more digging. I have to tell you that I am surprised that he didn't hypnotize you. He's very skilled at that, and that is usually part of his course of treatment. In fact, O'Bannon teaches a course at GW where every 3rd or 4th year he hypnotizes a student and does things like making them block out a letter from the alphabet so they'll look at the word cat on the blackboard and pronounce it at, or make them believe a gnat is flying around their ear, things like that. We do that as part of a routine to demonstrate visual and auditory-induced hallucinations. I remember we talked about it the first time I saw him years ago. I didn't want to do it, so we didn't," he said flatly. "I see." She held up a much thicker folder. "Your official bureau file, or at least part of it," she said in response to his inquisitive look. "So I gathered. I thought they kept that confidential." "You signed a release when you agreed to counseling. The file is routinely given to the therapist for help in treatment, minus any top-secret or other sensitive information, of course. Dr. O'Bannon transferred the file to me when you became my patient. I've been going over it thoroughly." "Good for you." Webb cracked his knuckles and looked at her expectantly. "You didn't mention in our initial interview that your stepfather, Raymond Stockton, died from a fall in the house when you were 15. "Didn't I? Huh, I thought I did. But you didn't take notes, so you have no way of checking, do you?" "Trust me, Webb, I would have remembered that. You also told me you got along with your stepfather, didn't you?" She looked down at the papers. Webb felt his heart rate accelerate and his ears burn. Her interrogation technique was classic. She had baselined him and had just now jerked his chain using a 500-pound gorilla for added leverage. "We had some differences. Who doesn't?" "There are page after page of assault claims in here. Some filed by neighbors, some by you. All against Raymond Stockton. Is that what you refer to as some differences?" He flushed angrily, and she quickly added, "I'm not being sarcastic. I just want to try and understand your relationship with the man." "There's nothing to understand, because we didn't have a relationship." Claire consulted her notes again, flipping back and forth, and Webb watched every movement with growing anxiety. "Is the house that your mother left you the same one where Stockton died?" Webb didn't say anything. "Webb, is it the same—" "I heard you," he snapped. "Yeah, it's the same one, so what?" "I was just asking." "So, do you think you're going to sell it?" "Why do you care? Do you do real estate on the side?" I'm just getting a sense that you seem to have issues about the house. It wasn't a real nice place to have a childhood. I understand that completely. But often to get better and move on, you must confront your fears head on. There's nothing in that house I need to confront. Why don't we talk about it some more? Look, Claire, this is getting pretty far afield, isn't it? I came to you because my team got blown away and it's messed me up. Let's stick to that. Forget the past. Forget the house, and let's just forget fathers. They've got nothing to do with me or who I am. On the contrary, they have a great deal to do with who you are. Without understanding your past, I can't help with your present or your future. It's that simple. Why don't you give me some damn pills and we'll call it a day, okay? That way, the Bureau's satisfied that I did my little mind massage and you did your job. Claire shook her head. I don't work that way, Webb. I want to help you. I think I can help you. But you have to work with me. I can't compromise on that. I thought you said I had combat syndrome or something. What does that have to do with my stepfather? We merely talked about that being one possibility for what happened to you in that alley. I didn't say that it was the only possibility. We need to thoroughly explore all angles if we're to really address your issues. Issues? You make it sound so simple, like I'm moping about having acne. We can use another term if you prefer, but it really won't affect how we approach the problems. Webb covered his face with his hands and then spoke through this shield. What the hell exactly do you want from me? Honesty, to the extent you can give it. And I think you can, if you really try. You have to trust me, Webb. Webb removed his hands. Okay, here's the truth. Stockton was a creep. Pills and a boozer. He never got past the 60s, apparently. He held some low-level office job where he got to wear a suit to work and fancied himself another Dylan Thomas on his off hours. So what you're telling me is he was some sort of frustrated dreamer, perhaps even a phony. He wanted to be more of an intellectual and more talented than my mother, and he wasn't, not by miles. His poetry was for shit. He never got anything published. The only thing he had in common with old Dylan was the fact that he drank too much. I guess he thought the bottle would inspire him. So he beat your mother. She tapped the file. Is that what it says in the file? Actually, what it doesn't say in the file is even more interesting. Your mother never filed charges against Stockton. Well, I guess we have to believe the record then. Did he beat your mother? She asked again, and once more Webb didn't answer. Or did he just beat you? Webb slowly lifted his gaze to her, yet still said nothing. So just you? And your mother let this occur? Charlotte wasn't around a lot. She'd made a mistake in marrying this guy. She knew it, so she avoided it. I see. I guess divorce wasn't an option. She'd done that once. I don't think she felt like bothering with it again. It was easier just to drive off into the night. And she left you with a man who she knew abused you. And how did that make you feel? Webb said nothing. Did you ever talk to her about it? To let her know how it made you feel? Wouldn't have done any good. To her, the guy never existed. Meaning she repressed the memory. Meaning whatever the hell you want it to mean. We never talked about it. Were you home when your stepfather died? Maybe. I don't really remember. I've sort of repressed it too. The file just said your stepfather fell. How did he fall? From the top of the attic stairs. He kept his secret stash of mind goodies up in the attic. He was wigged out, missed a step, cracked his head on the edge of the opening going down, and broke his neck when he hit the floor. The police investigated, and it was ruled an accidental death. Was your mother home when it happened, or had she gone out on one of her drives? What, are you pretending you're an FBI agent now? Just trying to understand the situation. Charlotte was home. She was the one who called the ambulance. But like I said, he was already dead. Have you always called your mother by her first name? Seems appropriate. I imagine you had to feel relief at Stockton's death. Let's put it this way, I didn't cry at the funeral. Claire leaned forward and spoke in a very low voice. Webb, this next question is going to be very difficult, and if you don't want to answer it now, fine. But in instances of parental abuse, I have to address it. Webb held up both hands. He never touched my private parts, and he never made me touch his private parts, okay? Nothing like that. They asked back then, and I told the truth back then. The guy wasn't a molester. He was just a cruel, sadistic asshole who made up for a lifetime of insecurities and disappointments by beating the shit out of a boy. If he had messed with me like that, I would have found a way to kill him myself. Webb realized what he had just said and hastily added, but the guy saved everybody the trouble by taking his tumble. Claire sat back and put aside the file. This small measure relieved Webb's anxiety somewhat, and he sat up. She said, You obviously remember your time with your stepfather, and loathed it for good reason. Have you thought more about any memories with your natural father? Fathers are fathers. Meaning what? You lump your real father and Raymond Stockton together? Saves the trouble of thinking about it too much, doesn't it? The easy way out usually solves nothing. I wouldn't know where to begin, Claire. I really wouldn't. All right, let's go back to the courtyard for a bit. I know it'll be painful, but let's go through it again. Webb did so, and it was painful. All right, the first group of people you met, you don't remember that having any sort of effect on you? Nothing other than wondering if one of them would try to kill us or tip somebody off, but I knew the snipers had them covered. So other than the potential of instant death, everything was cool. If she was put off by his sarcasm, the woman didn't show it. That actually impressed Webb. All right, in your mind's eye, picture the little boy. Do you remember any better exactly what he said? Is that really important? At this stage, we really don't know what's important and what's not. Webb sighed heavily and said, Okay. I saw the kid. He looked at us. He said... Webb stopped here because he could see Kevin clearly in his mind. The bullet hole in his cheek, the slash across his forehead. He was a little wreck of a kid who had obviously already lived a long, crappy life. He said, damn to hell. That's what he said. He looked at her excitedly. That's it. Oh, and then he laughed. I mean, this really weird laugh, like a cackle, really. At which part did you feel affected? Webb thought about this. I'd have to say when he first spoke. I mean, it was like this fog pushed into my brain. Webb added, damn to hell. That's exactly what he said. It's happening again. I can feel my fingers tingling. This is nuts. Claire wrote some notes down and then looked at him. That's pretty unusual for a young boy to use that phraseology, especially from the inner city. Certainly damn and hell would be used, but damn to hell? I mean, it sounds sort of archaic, like from another era. Maybe puritanical, fire and brimstone. What do you think about that? To me, it sounds like from the Civil War or around that time, actually, said Webb. It's all very strange. Trust me, Claire, the whole night was strange. Did you feel anything else? Webb thought hard. We were waiting for final orders to hit the target. Then we got them. He shook his head. As soon as I heard the orders in my earpiece, I froze. It was immediate. You remember I was telling you about the taser guns we messed around with at HRT? She nodded. Well, it was like I'd been hit with one of those electrified darts. I couldn't move. Could someone have actually shot you with a taser gun in the alley? Could that be why you froze? Impossible. No one was that close, and the dart wouldn't have penetrated my Kevlar. And last but not least, the thing would have still been sticking in me, right? Right. Claire made more notes and said, "Now, you stated before that even though you froze, you were able to actually get up and move into the courtyard." It was the hardest thing I've ever done in my life, Claire. It was like I weighed 2,000 pounds. Nothing on me was working right. And it finally won, and I just fell and stayed there. And then the gun started up. When did you start to recover? Webb thought about this. It felt like years where I couldn't move. But it wasn't all that long. Right when the gun started firing, I felt everything start to come back. I could move my arms and legs, and they were burning like hell. Like when your arm or leg falls asleep and the circulation starts going again. That's what my limbs felt like. And it wasn't like I needed them at that point. I pretty much had nowhere to go. So it just came back on its own? You don't remember doing something that might have paralyzed you? Maybe a back problem suffered in training? Have you ever had any nerve damage? That could immobilize you too. Nothing like that. If you're not in top-notch condition, you don't go on an operation. So you heard the guns firing, and the feeling started to come back to your body? Yes. Anything else? The kid. I'd seen a million just like him. And yet he seemed different. I couldn't get him out of my head. It wasn't just that he'd been shot. I've seen kids like that too. I don't know. While the guns were firing, I saw him again. He was crouched down next to the alley. Another step and he'd have been cut in half. I screamed for him to get back. I belly crawled over to him. I could tell he was scared to death. He heard hotel team coming from one end, me from the other, these damn guns firing. And I could tell he was going to run for it across the courtyard, and that'd be it. I just couldn't let that happen, Claire. So many people had already died that night. He jumped, and I caught him, got him calmed down because he was yelling that he hadn't done anything. And of course, when a kid says that, you know he's hiding something. Like I said, I got him calmed down. He asked if my team was dead, and I told him yes. I gave him the note and my cap and shot the flare. I knew that was the only way Hotel wouldn't kill him coming at them in the dark. I just didn't want him to die, Claire. It must have been an awful night for you, but Webb, you should feel good about saving him. Should I? What did I save him for? To go back to the streets? See, this is a special little kid. He's got a brother named Big F who runs one of the local drug ops. He's bad news. So maybe all this could involve some of this Big F person's enemies. Maybe. He paused and decided whether to reveal this or not. Somebody switched kids in the alley. Switched kids? What do you mean? I mean, the Kevin Westbrook that I saved in that alley was not the boy that delivered the note to hotel team. And the little boy that disappeared from the crime scene was not the Kevin Westbrook I saved. Why would somebody do that? That's the $64,000 question, and it's driving me nuts. What I do know is I saved Kevin Westbrook's butt in that courtyard, and the kid he was switched for told hotel team that I was this big coward. Why would he do that? Sounds like he was almost trying to intentionally discredit you. A kid I didn't even know? Webb shook his head. Somebody was trying to make me look bad, that's for sure, and must have told the kid just what to say. And then they waltzed right in and waltzed out with the fake kid. He's probably dead. Hell, Kevin's probably dead. Sounds like somebody put a lot of planning into this, said Claire. And I'd love to know why. We can only try, Webb. I can help you with some of it, but the investigation part is way out of my bailiwick. It actually may be out of my league, too. I haven't really been doing much detecting over the last 8 years. He played with a ring on his finger. O'Bannon gave me a little pep talk on combat syndrome when I came into the office this morning. Claire hiked her eyebrows. Oh, did he? His Vietnam angle? She seemed to be trying hard not to smile. I didn't think it was the first time he'd used that line. But is that what you think it is? I mean, despite this other stuff with the kid? I can't tell you that, Webb. Not yet. See, I know soldiers get that way. Folks shooting at them and they freak. Everybody can understand that. She eyed him closely. But? He started talking very quickly. But most soldiers get a little boot camp and then they're thrown into the firestorm. They know nothing about killing somebody. They know nothing about what it's like to be in the line of fire for real. Me, I've trained most of my adult life to do this job. I've had stuff coming at me that you wouldn't believe, Claire. From machine gun fire to frigging mortar rounds that if they hit me, there'd be nothing left of me. I've managed to kill men with most of the blood in my body pooling on the floor. And never once, not one damn time, did I ever lose it like I did that night. And there hadn't even been one damn shot fired at that point. Tell me, how the hell is that possible? Webb, I know that you're looking for answers. We have to keep plugging. But I can tell you that when we're dealing with the mind, anything is possible. He stared at her, shaking his head and wondering where the hell he could get off whatever road he was on. Well, Doc, that's not a whole lot of help, is it? How much is the Bureau paying you to tell me nothing? He abruptly got up and left. Once again, Claire didn't try and stop him. Not that she could have. She had had patients walk out on her before, although never during their first 2 sessions. Claire settled back in her chair and started going over notes and then picked up a recorder and started dictating. Unknown to Claire, hidden in the smoke detector attached to the ceiling was a sophisticated listening device that ran off the building's electrical current and also had a battery backup. Every psychiatrist and psychologist who worked here had a similar listening device secretly housed in his office. The phone closet in the office housed additional electronic taps, one of which had broken down, prompting the repairman's visit that morning. These prying ears had swept up enormous amounts of intelligence on every patient who had come through the doors. Over the last year, over 100 FBI agents from all divisions, including undercover, public corruption, WFO, Uptown, and HRT, and over 20 spouses of those personnel, had come here expecting the utmost confidentiality as they revealed their secrets and problems. They had received anything but that. As soon as Webb stormed out of the office, Ed O'Bannon slipped out as well, rode the elevator down to the garage, climbed in his brand-new Audi coupe, and drove off. He picked up his cell phone and punched in a number. It took a few rings, but the phone was finally answered. "Is this a good time?" he asked anxiously. The party on the other end answered that it was as good as any if the conversation was short and to the point. "London came here today." "So I heard," said the voice. "My guy was there to repair a glitch. So how's it going with old Webb?" O'Bannon swallowed nervously. "He's seeing another psychiatrist." He quickly added, "I tried my best to stop it, but no go." O'Bannon had to hold the phone away from his ear, so loud and angry was the response from the other person. "Listen, it's not what I intended," said O'Bannon. "I couldn't believe he would actually see another psychiatrist. It came out of the blue." "What?" "Her name is Claire Daniels. She used to work for me. She's been here for years, very competent. Under other circumstances, there wouldn't be a problem. I couldn't make too much of a stink without them getting suspicious." The other person made a suggestion that caused O'Bannon to tremble. He pulled the car off the road. "No, killing her would only arouse suspicion. I know London. Too well, maybe." He's smart. If anything happens to Claire, he'll latch onto that and never let it go. That's just how he is. Trust me, I've worked with the man a long time. Remember, that's why you hired me." "But that's not the only reason why," said the other person. "And we pay you well, Ed. Real well. And I don't like it one bit that he's seeing this Daniels chick." "I've got it under control. If I know London, he'll come a few times and then blow the rest of it off. But if anything else comes of it, we'll know it. I'll keep on top of it." "You better," said the other. "And the second you no longer have it under control is the time we step in." The line went dead, and O'Bannon, looking very distraught, pulled back on the road and drove off. Chapter 22. Webb had spent considerable time in the Vic, cruising the streets near where the slaughter had taken place. He was on unpaid leave and not part of the official investigation. Thus, he could request no backup should he need it, nor did he have a clear idea of what he was looking for. The darkness of the streets was broken by the uniform glare of traffic lights. There were cameras at many of these intersections, ostensibly to photograph drivers who ran red lights. However, Webb thought they actually might be serving the dual purpose of surveillance devices in these high-crime areas. He had to appreciate the ingenuity of the local criminals, though, because many of the cameras had been knocked out of their viewing lanes. Some pointed to the sky, others to the earth, a few at buildings, still others had been smashed. Well, so much for Big Brother. Webb kept checking messages at home. No more wives had called. Cindy and Debbie had probably worked the grapevine, informed the others that they had done the dirty work of getting him clear of all their lives. Webb could almost hear the ladies' collective sigh. Webb had finally made another appointment to see Claire. She did not mention his parting insult and second abrupt exit from her office. She merely noted the time and said that she would see him then. The woman must have a really thick skin, he thought. There were several other people in the waiting room when Webb got there. None of them made eye contact, and Webb attempted none. He supposed that's the way it was in a shrink's waiting room. Who wanted strangers to see you attending to your insanity? Claire came out and got him with a reassuring smile and handed him a fresh cup of coffee, the cream and sugar already in it, just like he liked it. They settled in her office. Webb slid a hand through his hair. "Look, Claire, I'm sorry about last time. I'm not usually that big a jerk. I know you're just trying to help, and I know none of this is easy to figure out." "Don't apologize for doing exactly what you should be doing, Webb, which is getting all these thoughts and feelings out in the open so that you can deal with them." He gave her a weak smile and said, "So where to today, Doc? Mars or Venus?" "To start off with, let's explore post-traumatic stress disorder and really see if it applies to your case." Webb inwardly smiled. Now this he could handle. "Like shell shock?" "That term is very often misused, and I want to get a little more precise. Now, clinically speaking, you have probably suffered traumatic stress with the events that transpired in that courtyard." "I'd probably agree with that." "Well, let's test that conclusion. If that is the diagnosis, then there are several proven methods of coping with it, including stress management techniques, proper nutrition and sleep patterns, relaxation drills, cognitive reframing, and prescription anxiolytic medications." "Damn, sounds simple," he said sarcastically. She looked at him in what Webb thought was a strange way. "Sometimes it is simple." She looked down at her papers. "All right, have you noticed any changes in yourself physically? Chills, dizziness, chest pain, elevated blood pressure, difficulty breathing, fatigue, nausea, anything like that?" "The first time I went back to the courtyard and went over what happened, I felt a little dizzy." "Anything since then?" "No." "All right, have you been excessively excitable since then?" Webb didn't have to think long. No, not really. Any type of substance abuse to help you cope? Nothing. I've been drinking less, actually. Flashbacks of the event? Webb shook his head. Do you feel numb, wanting to avoid life, people? No, I want to find out what happened. I want to be proactive. Are you more angry, irritable, or hostile than normal with people? She looked at him and smiled. Present company excluded. Webb returned the smile briefly. Not really, Claire. I think I've been relatively calm, actually. Persistent depression, panic attacks, heightened anxiety, or phobia formations? Nothing like that. Okay, do you have repetitive memories of the event that intrude suddenly on your thoughts? Traumatic dreams or nightmares, in other words? Webb spoke slowly as he picked his way through this mental minefield. The night in the hospital, after it happened, I had some bad dreams. They had me drugged up, but I remember I kept apologizing over and over to all the guys' wives. Perfectly natural under the circumstances. Anything since then along those lines? Webb shook his head. I've been really busy with the investigation, he said by way of defense, but I think about it all the time. I mean, what happened in that courtyard? It crushed me, like a pile driver. I've never experienced anything like it. But in your line of work, you have experienced death before. Yes, but never to any of my team. Do you find you've blocked part of what happened out of your mind? Something we refer to as memory dysfunction or amnesiac syndrome. No, I pretty much remember every damn detail, Webb replied wearily. While Claire looked down at her notes, Webb blurted out, I didn't want them to die, Claire. I'm sorry that they did. I would do anything to have them back. She looked up at him and put aside her notes. Webb, listen to me very carefully. Just because you don't have the symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder does not mean you don't care what happened to your friends. It doesn't mean you're not suffering. You have to understand that. What I see in you is a man who is suffering all the normal symptoms of having gone through an ordeal that would have left most people unable to function, at least for quite a long time. But not me. You have unique skills, years of training, and a psychological makeup that aided you considerably in being selected for HRT in the first place. I've learned a lot more about HRT since you came to me. I know that the physical pounding and stress they put you through is extraordinary, but the ordeal they put you through mentally is even more daunting. Because of both your physical and psychological makeup, you can deal with more than just about anyone, Webb. You survived that courtyard, obviously not just with your life, but also with your mind intact. So I don't have post-traumatic stress disorder. No, I don't think that you do. He looked down at his hands. Does this mean we're done? No. Just because you're not traumatized over what happened in that courtyard doesn't mean you don't have some issues that need working through. Perhaps some issues that have been with you since long before you joined HRT. He sat back, instantly suspicious. He couldn't seem to help himself. Like what? That's what we're here to talk about. You mentioned that you felt a part of your colleagues' families. I'm wondering if you ever wanted a family of your own. Webb thought about this for a while before answering. I always thought I'd have a big family, you know, lots of sons to play ball with and lots of daughters to spoil. Let them wrap old Dad around their pretty little fingers and me smiling all the way. Claire picked up her pad and pen. And why didn't you? Years got away from me. Is that all? Isn't that enough? She looked at his face, both the good and the bad. Webb turned away, just like he had last time. Do you always do that? Do what? Turn the injured side of your face away when someone looks at it. I don't know. I don't really think about it. It seems to me, Webb, that you think very carefully about everything you do. Maybe you'd be surprised. We haven't talked about personal relationships. Are you dating anyone? My job doesn't leave a lot of time for that. Yet the other men on your team were all married. Maybe they were just better at it than me, he said curtly. Tell me, when did you receive the injuries to your face? Do we really have to go there? It seems as though you're uncomfortable with this. We can go on to something else. No, what the hell? I'm not uncomfortable about it. He stood, took off his jacket, and while Claire watched in growing amazement, Webb undid the top button on his shirt to reveal the bullet wound on his neck. I got the injuries to my face right before I got this injury. He pointed to the wound on the base of his neck. Some white supremacists called the Free Society took over a school in Richmond. While my face was on fire, one of them got me with a .357 Magnum round. Nice clean wound, went right through me. Another millimeter to the left, I'm either dead or a quad. Now I got another one, but I won't show you the hole. It's right here. He touched the wound near his armpit. That bullet was what we in the business call a chunneler round. You know, like the tunnel under the English Channel and those monster drills that dug it? It is damn wicked ordnance, Claire, steel-jacketed. It spirals into you at about Mach 3, and if anything gets in its way, it's pulverized. It went right through me, and then killed the guy behind me who was looking to pop my head open with a machete. If it had been a dum-dum round instead of steel-jacketed, the bullet would still be in me, and I'd be dead from a machete sticking in my skull. He smiled. I mean, can you believe the timing on that one? Claire looked down, remaining silent. Hey, Doc, don't look away. You haven't seen the best yet. She glanced up as he cupped his chin with his hand and angled the damaged side of his face so it was fully on display for her. Now, this beauty came from a flame gusher that almost took out my good buddy Lou Patterson. You know, the late husband of the woman who dissed me to the whole world. I'm sure you saw that on TV, right? Damn shield melted right to my face. They tell me a doctor and a nurse fainted when they saw me at the hospital in Richmond. The whole side was a raw, open wound. Somebody said I looked like I had already decomposed. 5 operations, Claire. And the pain, well, let me tell you, the pain just doesn't come any better. They had to strap me down more than a few times. And when I saw what was left of my face, all I wanted to do was put a gun in my mouth and chew on a round, and in fact I almost did. And after finally getting past all of that and checking out of the hospital, it was really fun to see how the women ran screaming when they saw old Webb coming their way. My little black book just went right down the old toilet. So no, I really don't date that often, and marriage just seemed to take a back seat to important things, like taking out the garbage and cutting the grass. He sat back down and buttoned his shirt. Anything else you want to know? He asked amiably. I actually saw the Bureau press conference where they revealed a lot about how you received your injuries. What you did was incredibly heroic. Yet it seems like your view of yourself is someone who is unattractive and unacceptable to women. Then she added, and I'm also wondering if you think you would have made a good father. Damn the woman, she just didn't quit. I'd like to think so, he said evenly, trying very, very hard to keep his temper in check. No, I'm asking you if you do think so. What the hell kind of question is that? He said angrily. Do you think if you had children, you would have ever abused them? Webb came halfway out of his chair. Claire, I'm about 2 seconds from walking out of here, and not coming back. She stared him down. Remember, when we first started therapy, I said you had to trust me. Now, therapy is not easy, Webb, particularly if you have issues you don't want to address. All I'm trying to do is help, but you need to deal straight with me. If you want to waste time with histrionics, that's your call. I'd prefer to be more productive." Psychiatrist and lawman stared at each other for a very long moment. Webb finally was the one to blink, and he sat back down. He had just achieved a much better appreciation for Romano's plight with Angie. "I wouldn't have beaten my kids. Why would I, after what Stockton did to me?" "What you say seems perfectly logical. However, the reality is that most parents who abused their children were also abused as children. It's not as easy as learning from our parents' mistakes, because our emotional psyche doesn't work that efficiently, and children aren't equipped to think that way. They are powerless to resist the abuse, and thus they repress the hatred and anger and feelings of helplessness, often over many years. It doesn't just go away by itself, this boiling pot of confusion, feelings of betrayal, or the low self-esteem that accompanies the abused child. Daddy or Mommy can't love me because they hit me, and it must be my fault because Daddy and Mommy can do no wrong. Abused children grow up and have children, and sometimes they work through their problems and become outstanding parents. Other times, the anger and hatred that has lain dormant for so long comes out and is directed at their own children, just as it was done to them." "I would never raise my hand to a child, Claire. I know what I do for a living might make me seem that way, but I'm not like that." "I believe you, Webb, I really do. But more to the point, do you believe you?" His face flushed again. "You are really throwing me here, lady." "Let me phrase it more directly, then. Do you think it just possible that your decision not to marry and have children may have come from the fact that you were abused and you feared you may abuse your own children? It's not unheard of, Webb. It's really not. Some might claim it's the ultimate sacrifice, in fact. Or the ultimate running away from your problems. Some might claim that, too. What do you think?" "It could very well be you're both. But if that is the reason you've held back from marriage and a family, we can work through it, Webb. And while I can understand how the injuries to your face might make it difficult for some women to be attracted to you, don't think all women are like that, because they're not." He shook his head and then stopped, glanced up at her, held her gaze. "When I was sitting out in the middle of Montana during yet another standoff with yet another group pissed off at the government, I'd spend my morning watch drawing beads on the guys with my sniper rifle as they passed by the window. I spent several hours every day just waiting for the moment when I'd have to kill one of them. That sort of thing just wears you down, Claire, the waiting to kill part. So when I was off watch, sitting under the stars in the evenings out there in the middle of nowhere, Montana, I used to write letters home." "To whom?" Webb looked a little embarrassed and took a few moments to get going, for he had never revealed this before to anyone. "I pretended I had kids." He shook his head and couldn't even look at her now. "I even made up names like Webb Jr., Lacey. My youngest was Brooke, with red hair and teeth missing. And I'd write them all letters. I actually sent them to my house, so they'd be waiting there when I got home. In the middle of waiting to kill a bunch of losers in Montana who were so outgunned it wasn't even funny, I'm writing to Brooke Louise and telling her Daddy will be home soon. I actually started believing I had a family back home. It's really the only thing that got me through, because I finally did have to pull that trigger, and the population of Montana dropped by a couple." He stopped and wiped his mouth, swallowed what seemed to Webb like a mountain of belly bile, and stared at the carpet. "When I got home, there were all those letters waiting for me, but I didn't even read them. I already knew what they said. The house was empty. No Brooke Louise." He finally looked up. "That's pretty crazy, isn't it?" he said. "Writing letters to kids you don't even have?" Without trying to, Webb could see that he had finally gotten to Claire Daniels. When Webb left Claire's office and saw the two people conversing in low voices in the waiting area, he blanked for a second, because the context was wrong. O'Bannon was standing there, and that fit, for the man worked here after all. The woman he was there with, though, she shouldn't be here. When she glanced over and saw Webb standing there, Debbie Reiner actually gasped. O'Bannon saw Webb too and came over to him, his hand extended. "Webb, I didn't know you were going to be in today." "I guess there was no way I would know. Claire and I don't exactly share calendars. Bit of an ethical nightmare if we did." Webb didn't take the doctor's hand. He kept staring at Debbie, who seemed frozen, like she had just been caught in a tryst with O'Bannon. O'Bannon looked between them. "Do you two know each other?" Then he smacked his forehead and answered his own question. "HRT." Webb moved over to Debbie, who was pulling a tissue out of her purse. "Deb, you're seeing O'Bannon?" "Webb," O'Bannon said, "that's really confidential." Webb waved the little man off. "Yeah, I know, top secret." "I never liked this common waiting area. It's not good for patient privacy, but there's no other configuration possible," O'Bannon said, though the two were clearly not listening to his complaint. Finally, he said, "See you, Debbie." To Webb, he said, "Take it easy, Webb. I'm sure Claire's doing wonders for you." He looked at Webb inquiringly. "She is, Doc," Webb wanted to say. "The woman's doing such wonders for me, she's driving me nuts." Webb held the door for Debbie, and they walked to the elevators. She wouldn't look at him, and Webb felt himself growing red in the face, with anger, embarrassment, he wasn't quite sure what. He finally said, "I'm seeing a shrink to help me through what happened. I guess you are too." She blew her nose and finally looked at him. "I've been seeing Dr. O'Bannon for well over a year, Webb." Again, he stared blankly at her and didn't even hear the elevator doors open. "Are you going down?" Debbie wanted to know. They got out on the street and were about to go off in different directions when Webb swallowed his confusion and said, "You got time for a cup of coffee, Deb?" He was absolutely certain that she wouldn't have any time at all for the likes of him. "There's a Starbucks around the corner. I know the lay of the land quite well around here." They sat with their grande cups in a lonely corner while shiny machines whirred, slurped, and sputtered for their thirsty customers. "Over a year, you say? You've been seeing a shrink all that time?" Debbie stirred sprinkles of cinnamon deep into her cup. "Some people are in therapy their whole lives, Webb." "Yeah, other people, not people like you." She looked at him in a way she never had before. "Let me tell you about people like me, Webb. When Teddy and me were first married, he was regular military. I knew what I was in store for, assignments overseas where no one spoke your language, or else in swampy backwater USA where you had to drive 100 miles to go to the movies. But I loved Teddy, and I went, eyes wide open. Then he went Delta, and the kids started coming, and while we mostly stayed in one place, Teddy never was in that place. Half the time I didn't know where he was, dead or alive. I'd read about it in the newspaper or see it on CNN like everybody else. But we got through that. Then he joins HRT, and I thought it might actually be better. My God, nobody told me HRT was even crazier than Delta, Webb, or that my husband would be gone more than he ever was before. I could take it when I was 20 with no kids. I'm not 20 anymore, Webb, and I've got 3 kids that I raised pretty much on my own, on Teddy's paycheck, which, after all those years of serving his damn country, was about what a cashier at Kmart earns. I was there every day for my children, and all my youngest wants to know is, why did Daddy have to go away? Why can't Daddy come home? And I have absolutely no answer to give her. He died fighting the good fight, Deb. He died for his country. Her fist came down so hard on the table, the slurping customers all turned and stared. "That's a bunch of bullshit, and you know it." With a monumental effort, she gathered herself. To Webb, the woman seemed like an erupting volcano, desperately trying to recall its lava. She said, "He made his choice. He wanted to be with his buddies and his guns and his adventures." Her voice grew calmer, sadder. "He loved you guys. He loved you, Webb. God, you have no idea how much he did. Far more than he cared about me, or even his own kids, because he didn't know them half as well as he knew you. You guys fought together. You saved each other's lives. Each day you walked in harm's way and were good enough and trained hard enough to make it through. As a team. The greatest damn team there ever was. He talked to you about things he never would with me. He had this whole other life I could never be a part of. And it was more exciting, more of a rush than anything else he had." She spread her arms wide. "How can a mere wife and family compete with all that? Teddy would only tell me things here and there about what he was doing, just little tidbits to keep peace in the family." She shook her head. "There were so many days I hated all of you for taking him away from us." She put a tissue to her eyes to catch the tears. Webb wanted to put his hand out and touch her, but he didn't know if that would be welcome. He felt guilty of grand and awful crimes, and he never realized he'd even been indicted. "Did Teddy go to therapy too?" he asked quietly. Debbie wiped her eyes clear and took a sip of her coffee. "No. He said if anyone at HRT found out he was seeing a shrink, they'd throw him off the team, that there was no room for guys with weaknesses on HRT. And besides, he said, he had no reason to go to a shrink. There wasn't anything wrong with him, even if I had some crazy problem. He didn't want me to go, but I put my foot down for once in my life. I had to, Webb. I had to talk to somebody. And I'm not the only HRT wife who's seeing a psychiatrist. There are others, like Angie Romano." Angie Romano? Webb wondered if she came to talk about Paulie. Maybe he beat her. No, more likely she beat Paulie. "I'm sorry you weren't happy, Deb. You deserve to be." At his house, Webb had 100 pictures of himself and his Charlie buddies doing fun things together. And not one wife appeared in any of those photos because they had never been invited to come. Webb had judged others without walking in their shoes. It was not a mistake he cared ever to repeat, for the exposure of one's ignorance could be so devastating and complete. She looked at him, reached out and touched his hand, even attempted a smile. "So, now that I've unloaded on you like a ton of bricks, how's your therapy going?" Webb shrugged. "It's going. I'm not sure where. I know it doesn't come close to what you lost, but it suddenly occurred to me that those guys were all I had in my life. And they're gone, and I'm still here, and I'm not sure why. I don't think I'll ever be sure why. I'm sorry what Julie Patterson did to you. She's totally screwed up. She was never that stable to begin with. She resented you guys, I think, most of all." "Julie could do it to me again, and I'd take it again," he said flatly. "You should get out now, Webb. You've paid your dues. You've damn well served your country. You've given enough. They can't ask for any more of you." "I figure after about 30 years of psychobabble, I'll be as good as new." "It does work, Webb. O'Bannon's even hypnotized me. Got me to think about things I never thought I could. I guess they were hidden really deep inside." Debbie gripped his hand more tightly. "I know the dinner at my house was awful. We didn't know what to say to you. We wanted to make you feel comfortable, but I know we didn't. I'm surprised you didn't run out screaming before dessert." "It wasn't your job to make me feel comfortable." "You've been so good with everybody's kids over the years. I want you to know how much we all appreciated that. and there's not one of us who isn't glad you survived. We all know how you've risked your life over the years to keep our husbands alive." She reached across and touched the damaged side of his face, sliding her soft fingers up and down the rough, jerry-rigged surface, and Webb did not pull away. "We all know the price you've paid, Webb. Right now, it seems worth it." Chapter 23. Tuna popped back into the driver's seat and closed and locked the door. He stretched out a long arm and handed the envelope back to Francis, who was sitting in the rear section of seats in the jet-black Lincoln Navigator. Macy sat in the middle section, a pair of sunglasses on, though the vehicle's glass was tinted. He wore an ear radio and a holstered gun. Peebles was not with them. Francis looked at the envelope but didn't take it. "Where'd you get this, Tuna? Don't be handing me shit you ain't know where it comes from. I taught you better than that." "It's clean. They already checked it out, boss." "Don't know where it come from, but it ain't no letter bomb or nothing." Francis snatched the letter away and told Tuna to drive on. As soon as his hand touched the object in the envelope, Francis knew what the letter was. He opened it and took out the ring. It was small and gold, and wouldn't have even fit over his pinky, but it had fit Kevin's middle finger just fine when Francis had bought it for him. On the inside of the ring was engraved the names Kevin and Francis. Actually, it read, "Francis and Kevin, for life." Francis felt his hands begin to shake, and he quickly glanced up and saw Tuna staring at him in the rearview mirror. "Drive the damn car, Tuna. You're gonna find your sorry ass in a dumpster with my whole pistol mag in your damn head." The Navigator pulled away from the curb and sped up. Francis looked down at the envelope and carefully slipped the letter out. It was all block print, something you might see in some mystery show. Whoever had Kevin was telling Francis to do something if he wanted to see the boy alive again. What they were telling him to do was odd. Francis would have expected a demand for money, or for him to give up all or part of his territory, and he would have done it, gotten Kevin back, and then tracked down his abductors and killed all of them, probably with his bare hands. But there was no such demands, and thus Francis was confused and suddenly more afraid for Kevin than he already had been, because he had no clue as to what these people were up to. He had seen firsthand the motivations that made people do everything from taking someone's money to taking someone's life. He thought he'd seen it all. And from the contents of the letter, these people were obviously aware of something that Francis was too, something special about the location of the building where all the feds had gotten shot up. "Where'd this letter come from, Tuna?" Tuna's gaze in the rearview mirror caught his. "Tuan said it was at the downtown place. Somebody slipped it under the door." The downtown place was a condo that was one of the few places that Francis used more than a couple times. It was held in the name of a corporation whose sole purpose was to allow Francis, the drug lord, to actually own something legally without the police knocking his door down. He had fixed it up nicely, with original artwork of some ghetto brothers he admired and who were trying to do almost the impossible and live life straight. That's right, Francis Westbrook was a patron of the arts of sorts. And the condo was also filled with custom-made furniture that was big enough and sturdy enough to allow him to lounge on it without breaking it. The address of the condo had been one of his most jealously guarded secrets, and it was the one place where he could actually relax. Now someone had discovered the location, had violated the place, and Francis knew he could never go back there. He folded up the letter and put it away in his pocket, but he held the tiny ring in his big hand and looked at it. Then he slipped the photo out of his shirt pocket and looked at it. It had been taken on Kevin's 9th birthday. Francis had the boy on his shoulders. They had gone to a Redskins game and had on matching jerseys. Francis was so big that most people at the stadium thought he was a Redskin. That's right, big and black, must be good for nothing except playing ball for outrageous bucks. He remembered, though, that Kevin had thought that very cool. Better than your old man being a drug dealer, he supposed. And what did his son really think of him? The man he believed was his big brother, yet who was really his daddy. What did he think when he got caught in a crossfire intended to kill Francis? Francis remembered holding Kevin with one arm, shielding him from more harm, while his other hand held a gun, and he was firing at the sons of bitches who had turned a birthday party into a kill zone. Couldn't even take him to the damn hospital, had to give him to Jerome. And Kevin screaming that he wanted his brother, and Francis not being able to do anything about that because the cops were all over D.C. General after the shootout. They were just waiting for men with bullets in them to show up, and on would go the cuffs. The cops had been looking for a long time for some excuse to put his butt away, and Francis would have left on a nice, lengthy visit to some supermax prison for the benign act of dropping his wounded son off so doctors could save his life. He felt tears welling up in his eyes, and he tried hard to push them away. He could only recall crying twice in his life, when Kevin was born and when Kevin had been shot and almost killed. His plan had always been to make enough money to last him 2 lifetimes, his and Kevin's. Because when Francis retired from the business and left for his little island somewhere, his son was coming with him, away from the drugs and the guns and the premature deaths happening all around them. Maybe he would even summon the courage to tell Kevin the truth, that he was his father. He wasn't really sure why he had created this lie about being his big brother. Was he afraid of fatherhood? Or were lies just an essential part of Francis Westbrook's life? His cell phone rang, just like the letter said it would. They must be watching him. He slowly held it up to his ear. Kevin? Tuna turned his head around when he heard the name. Macy sat impassively. You all right, little man? They treating you okay? Francis said into the phone. He nodded at the answer he heard. They spoke for about a minute, and then the line went dead. Francis put down the phone. Mace, he said. Macy instantly turned and looked at him. Mace, we got to get to this Webb London dude. Things have changed. You talking killing or information exchange? You want him to come to us or us go to him? Be better if he found us, if you're talking info. You want him dead, though, I'll go to him and it's done. Macy was always logical like that. He read your mind, thought for himself, reviewed the possibilities, and took the pressure off his boss from having to do all the analysis, making all the tough decisions. Francis knew that Tuna would never be like that, and even Peebles was limited in that capacity. Damn ironic that a little white boy with a vicious streak would become his #1 kind of guy, his soulmate of sorts, as much as black and white could be. Info for now, so he comes to us. How long, you reckon? He's been seen nosing around in that Buick car of his, probably looking for clues. I'd say it wouldn't take all that long. He comes our way, we got a nice carrot to dangle in front of him. Let's do it. Oh, and Mace, nice call on that other thing. Francis glanced at Tuna. Just doing my job, replied Macy. Kevin looked up at the man as he put the phone away. You did real good, Kevin. I want to see my brother. One step at a time. You just talk to him. See, we're not bad people. Hell, we're into family stuff, see? He laughed in a way that made Kevin think he wasn't into family at all. He rubbed his finger where his ring had been. Why you let me talk to him? Well, it's important that he knows you're okay. So he do what you tell him to do. Damn, you really are one smart kid. You want a job? He laughed again, turned and left, locking the door behind him. What I want, Kevin called after him, is out of here. Chapter 24. Webb had not read a paper in several days. He finally bought a copy of the Washington Post and went through it over coffee at a table near the large fountain at the Reston Town Center. He had been making slow circles of the Washington metropolitan area and racking up some serious motel bills for the Bureau. Webb occasionally looked up and smiled at the kids climbing up on the ledge and throwing pennies into the fountains, while their mothers held onto their shirt tails so they wouldn't go plunging into the water. He had gone through sports, metro, style, working his way backward to the front section. On page A6, his nonchalant attitude disappeared. He reread the article 3 times and looked closely at the accompanying photos. When he sat back and digested it all, he found himself coming to conclusions that didn't seem possible, so far-fetched were they. He touched the damaged side of his face and then pressed a finger against the spot of each bullet hole. After all this time, was he going to have to confront it again? He punched his speed dial. Bates wasn't in. Webb had him paged. The guy called back a few minutes later. Webb told him about the article. Louis Ledbetter. He was the judge down in Richmond who tried the Free Society case. Gunned down. Watkins was the prosecuting attorney in the case. He goes in his house and it implodes. All on the same day. And then you got Charlie Team. We were the team that responded to the Richmond field office's request. I killed 2 of the freebies myself before I got my face toasted and 2 holes in me. And then you have Ernest B. Free himself, busted out of prison, 3 months ago? One of the guards was paid off, got him out in a transfer van, and ended up with his throat slit for his trouble. Bates's reply was surprising. We know all that, Webb. We've had our computers crunching that stuff, and then those 2 deaths, murders happened. And there's something else. What? You better come on down. When Webb arrived at the WFO, he was escorted to the Strategic Operations Room that had all the bells and whistles one would expect at the deep-pocketed, crime-busting federal behemoth, including the standard-issue, copper-coated walls, sophisticated interior security system, white noise at all vulnerable portals, retinal and palm scanners, stacks of high-powered computers, video equipment, and most important, fresh coffee in high quantities and a mound of hot Krispy Kreme donuts. Webb poured himself a cup and said hello to some of the folks scurrying around the large room. He looked at computer-generated diagrams of the courtyard and its environs that had been tacked to large boards and mounted on the walls. There were pins at various places on the diagrams that represented, Webb knew, significant points of evidence or clues. The bustle of feet, the non-stop clack of computer keys, the ringing of phones, the rustle of paper, and the ballooning body heat index told Webb that something was up. He had been part of these war room operations before. Oklahoma City set the standard way too high, said Bates with an ironic smile as Webb sat down across from him. Now everybody expects us to examine a few hunks of metal, check a few videotapes, run a few plates, hit some computer keys, and bingo, we have our man hours later. He dropped his legal pad on the table. But it almost never works that way. Like everything else, you need some breaks. Well, we just got a bunch telegraphed to us. Somebody definitely wants us to know he's out there. I'll take a lead however it comes in, Perce. Whoever it is can't control how it's followed up. You know, I really hated it when you left WFO to go climb ropes and shoot big guns. If you'd stuck with me, you might have made a decent FBI agent one day. You make your bed, you lie and die in it. You said there was something else? Bates nodded and slid a news clipping over to Webb, who looked down at it. Scott Wingo. That name rings a bell. Yeah, he defended our friend, Ernest B. Free. I wasn't at the trial, of course. I was still recuperating. But the guys who were there talked about Wingo. Slick and smart. He cut his guy a sweetheart deal. And now he's dead. Murdered? Atropine was applied to his telephone receiver. You pick up the phone, you naturally press it against your skin, near your nostrils and such. Atropine is absorbed through the membranes, much faster than via the bloodstream. Causes your pulse to go into overdrive, breathing constricted, can make you hallucinatory, all within an hour or so. If you have bad kidneys or other circulatory problems so the body can't quickly rid itself of the stuff, that would speed up the poison's effect. Wingo was diabetic, had heart problems, and was confined to a wheelchair. so atropine was the perfect choice. He went in alone on Saturdays, so nobody would be around to help when he started feeling the atropine hit him. And on weekends, he was known to return a lot of calls, or so the folks in Richmond tell us. So whoever killed him knew both his medical history and his work routine. Bates nodded. Ledbetter got shot when he turned on the light to read an article another judge supposedly told him about. The marshal who took the call said it was a Judge Mackey. Of course it wasn't. The phone again. That's not all. Watkins' neighbor was pulling out of his driveway at the time Watkins was walking up to his house. He told police that he saw Watkins reach into his pocket and pull out his phone. The guy couldn't hear the phone ringing, but he said it looked like Watkins was answering a call. Gas in the house, he hits the talk button. Boom. Webb said, "Wait a minute. A cell phone isn't like a light switch. It doesn't have the right type and amount of electrical spark to ignite gas." We examined the phone, or what was left of it. The forensic folks actually had to scrape it off Watkins' hand. Someone had planted a solenoid inside the phone that would cause the exact type of spark necessary to ignite that gas. So somebody had to snatch his phone, probably while he was asleep or away from it for any length of time, plant the solenoid, and then they had to be watching him when it happened to get the timing that exact. Yep. We checked the logs for Watkins and the marshal's phones. Both calls were made with disposable calling cards you buy with cash and then discard. No record. Like undercover agents use. I take it yours hasn't surfaced yet. Forget our undercover. No, I'll just come back to him later. So what's the latest on Free? Nothing. It's like the guy's gone to another planet. Is the organization still active? Unfortunately, yes. You probably remember they disavowed being part of the hit on the school in Richmond, and Ernie wouldn't rat on his soulmates, said he'd planned the job himself without their knowledge, so there went that case. The other gunmen were dead, 2 of them thanks to you. We couldn't crack any of the other members and get them to testify, so the Free Society was never even charged with anything. They laid low for a while because of all the negative publicity, but word is they're coming back with fresh blood. Where are they now? Southern Virginia, near Danville. You better believe we got that place covered. We figured old Ernie would head there after his escape, but so far nothing. After all this, can't we get a search warrant for their headquarters? What, we go to the magistrate and say we've got 3 murders, 6 if you count Watkins' family, and we think this Free Society might be behind them, but we've got absolutely no evidence linking them to the hit on HRT or anybody else. Wouldn't the ACLU just love to hit that one out of the park? Bates paused. It all makes sense, though. Prosecutor, judge, perfect motive for revenge. But why the defense lawyer? He saved Ernie from lethal injection. Why take him out? That's true, but you're not talking about rational people, Webb. For all we know, they're pissed because their fellow madman served 1 day in prison. Or maybe Ernie had a falling out with the guy, and when he got out, he decided to take them all out. Well, at least that should end the killings. There's nobody left. Bates reached in a file and pulled out another slip of paper and a photograph. Not quite. You remember there were 2 teachers gunned down at the school, too. Webb took a deep breath as the painful memories came flooding back. And the boy, David Canfield. Right. Well, one of the slain teachers was married. And guess what? Her husband was killed 3 days ago in western Maryland while driving home late one night from work. Homicide? Not sure. It was a car crash. Police are still investigating. Looks like a hit and run. Telephone involved? There was one in the car. After we contacted them, the police said they would check the phone logs to see if he received a call right before the crash. How about the other teacher's family? The husband and kids moved to Oregon. We've contacted them, and they're under 24-hour surveillance right now. And we're not stopping there. You remember David Canfield's parents, Bill and Gwen? Webb nodded. I was in the hospital at MCV for a while. Billy Canfield came to visit me a couple of times. He's a good guy. He took the loss of his son really hard. Who wouldn't? I never met his wife, and I haven't seen Billy since. They moved. Live up in Fauquier County now, run a horse farm. Anything strange happened to them? We contacted them as soon as we made the connection. They said nothing out of the ordinary had occurred. They knew about Free's escape, and to quote Bill Canfield, He said he doesn't want our help, and he hoped the bastard came after him because he'd just love to blow his head off with a shotgun. Billy Canfield is no shrinking violet. I could tell that when he came to the hospital to see me. Rough, tough, and opinionated. Some of my team who testified at the trial told me he was a pretty loud presence there, too. Came close to contempt citations a couple of times. He ran his own trucking firm and then sold it after his kid died. If the Frees are behind the killings in Richmond, Fauquier County is a lot closer than Oregon. The Canfields really could be in danger. I know. I've been thinking of taking a ride out there and trying to talk some sense into them. I'll go with you. You sure about that? I know that what happened to that school in Richmond is something you'd be better off not revisiting. Webb shook his head. That's not something you ever put behind you, Perce. I don't care how much time goes by. The 2 teachers died before we got there. I couldn't do anything about that. But David Canfield was killed on my watch. You did more than anybody could have, including almost getting killed. And you got a permanent badge from it right there on your face. You have nothing to feel guilty about. Then you really don't know me. Bates studied Webb closely. Okay, but let's not forget about you, Webb. If wiping out Charlie Team was the Freeze goal, they haven't accomplished it yet. You're the last man standing. Barely, thought Webb. Don't worry, I look both ways before crossing the street. I'm serious, Webb. If they tried once, they'll try again. These people are fanatics. Yeah, I know. Remember, I got the permanent badge. And another thing. At the trial, Wingo filed that countersuit against HRT and the Bureau for wrongful death. That was bullshit all the way. Right. But it allowed them to take some discovery on HRT. The Free Society probably learned some things about your methods, procedures, and such. It could have helped them in setting up the ambush. Webb hadn't considered this yet. It actually made a lot of sense. I promise if I get any weird-ass phone calls, you'll be the first to know. And I'll check my receiver for atropine. Now, tell me about this undercover. Maybe the Frees are involved, but they had to have some inside help. Now, I know he's black, and it's hard for me to believe the Frees would work with a man of color, but we can't afford to discount anything right now. You told me Cove was a loner. What else do you know about him? Webb hadn't heard back from Ann Lyle on his inquiries into Cove, so he had decided to go right to the source. Oh, lots of stuff. It's right in that file over there, marked FBI Undercover Agents, all you ever wanted to know. Perce, this guy could be the key. He's not. Take my word for it. All I'm saying is I worked these kind of cases, and contrary to what you think, I didn't forget how to be an FBI agent when I joined HRT. I had a great teacher, and don't let that swell your head. And another pair of eyes is another pair of eyes. Isn't that what you always beat into me? That's not how it works, Webb. Sorry. Rules are rules. I seem to remember you telling me differently way back when. Times change. People change. Webb sat back and pondered whether he should play his trump card. Okay, what would you say if I told you something you don't know but that could be important? I'd say, why the hell didn't you tell me before? I just figured it out. Yeah, right. Do you want to hear it or not? And what's in it for you? I give you info on the case, you do the same for me. How about I make you tell me for nothing? Come on, for old time's sake. Bates tapped the file in front of him. How do I know it's really something I can use? If it's not, then you owe me nothing. I'll trust your judgment. Bates eyed him for a few more moments. Go. Webb told him about the switch with Kevin Westbrook. As he went on, Bates's face grew more florid, and Webb could tell the man's pulse was nowhere near 64, and had probably left double digits far behind. When exactly did you figure this out? And I want it to the minute. When I was having a beer with Romano, and I mentioned that the Kevin Westbrook I saw had a hole in his cheek from a bullet wound. The kid he had, he said, didn't. Cortez corroborated that. And don't go after those guys. I told them I'd fill you in ASAP. Sure you did. Who would switch the kids, and why? Not even a good guess. But I'm telling you, the kid I saved in the alley and the kid Romano turned over to the alleged FBI agent were 2 different boys. He tapped the table. So, what's your judgment? Worth it or not? In answer, Bates opened a file. although he recited the facts from memory. Randall Cove, age 44, been with the Bureau his whole career. He was an All-American tailback from Oklahoma, but blew out his knees before the NFL draft. Here's a recent photo. Bates slid it across, and Webb looked at the face. The guy had a short beard, dreadlocks, and eyes that could only be described as piercing. The vitals said he was a big man, about 6'3", 240. He looked powerful enough to take on a grizzly and maybe win. Webb hunched forward, and while he pretended to study the picture in greater depth, he was actually reading as much as he could from the file Bates had open. His years as an FBI agent had left him with many tricks to help his short-term memory retention until he could write things down, and he had also become very proficient at reading upside down. Bates said he could take care of himself, knew the street better than most kingpins, and cool under pressure. Yeah, Princeton whitebreads named William and Jeffrey just never seemed to fit in with Drugtown, USA. I wonder why, said Webb. You mentioned before that he didn't have a wife or kids, so he never married? No, his wife's dead. And they didn't have kids? He did. What happened to them? Bates shifted comfortably in his seat. It happened a while back. I'm all attention. Bates let out a long breath and didn't seem like he was going to start talking. I lost my whole team, Perce. I'd kind of appreciate full disclosure here. Bates sat forward and clasped his hands in front of him. He was working an assignment in California. Heavy cover because it involved the Russian mob. Those guys will fire a missile up your ass for coughing around them. They make the mafia look like preschoolers. Bates stopped there. And his cover got blown. They traced his family. And killed them. Slaughtered would be more like it. Bates cleared his throat. I saw the photos. Where was Cove? They had intentionally diverted him away so they'd have a free hand. And they didn't go after him, too? They tried, later. They waited until he buried his family, nice guys that they were. And Cove was waiting for them when they came. And he killed them. Bates started blinking rapidly, and Webb noted a sudden tick over the man's left eye. Slaughtered. I saw those photos, too. And the Bureau just let this guy keep working? What, they don't believe in early retirement for agents with butchered families? Bates spread his hands in resignation. The Bureau tried, but he wouldn't go. He wanted to work. And to tell you the truth, after what happened to his family, the guy worked longer and harder than any UC we ever had. They transferred him to WFO to get him out of California. Let me tell you, he got into places we were never able to get into before. We got convictions on serious, large-scale operators all across the board because of Randall Cove. Sounds like a hero. Bates finally smoothed out his tic. He's unorthodox, goes his own way a lot, and the higher-ups can only take so much of that, even from the undercover dudes, slaughtered family or not. But none of it really stuck to Cove. I can't say it hasn't hurt his career. I mean, it's not like the Bureau has a place for a guy like this outside of undercover, and I'm sure he knew that too. But he plays the Bureau games, always covered his back. You take the dirt with the good, and the guy always delivered. Until now. And the trace on his family by the Russians, would that have been in any way the Bureau's screw-up? Bates shrugged. Cove didn't seem to think so. He's been plugging away ever since. You know what they say about revenge, Perce. It's the only dish best eaten really cold. Bates shrugged again. Possibly. Webb was just starting to get worked up. You know, it just gives me the warm fuzzies that a guy like that was able to stay in the Bureau and maybe lead my team down the primrose path to Armageddon to avenge his wife and kids. Don't you guys have some kind of quality control over this shit? Earth to Webb, undercover agents are a different breed. They live a lie all the time, and sometimes they get in too deep and get turned, or just go nuts all on their own. That's why the Bureau switches people in and out, changes assignments, and lets them recharge their batteries. And they did all that with Cove? Switched him out, let him recharge his dreadlocks, gave him crisis counseling after he buried his family? Bates was silent on this. Or was he so good at his job that they just let him keep rocking along until he finally erupted all over my team? I'm not going to discuss that with you. I can't discuss that with you. What if I told you that was unacceptable bullshit? What if I told you you were getting way too close to the line? The men glared at one another until the fires died down. And his snitches? Were they all pro too? Asked Webb. Cove always played it close. He had access to them only, not anybody else. That's not exactly bureau procedure, but like I said, you couldn't argue with the guy's results. Those were his rules. So, we know any more about this target? You said it was the financial guts of some drug op. Whose? Well, there's some difference of opinion about that. Oh, swell, Perce. I love a puzzle at both ends. This stuff is not an exact science, Webb. The area where your mission went down is controlled pretty much by one crew, Big F's. I told you that. So it was his operation we were hitting in that building. Cove didn't think so. He didn't know for sure. What, you think the bad guys carry union cards or ID reading, "I'm a member of X crew"? So what was Cove's opinion? That the money operation was that of a much bigger player. Maybe the ring supplying a drug called OxyContin to the D.C. area. You heard of it? Webb nodded. DEA guys talk about it all the time down at Quantico. You don't have to drug lab the stuff or worry about sneaking it past customs. All you have to do is get your hands on it, which you can a dozen different ways, and then start printing money. A criminal's nirvana, added Bates dryly. It's one of the most potent and frequently prescribed painkillers on the market right now. It blocks pain signals from the nerves to the brain and gives you a feeling of euphoria. Normally, it works on a 12-hour time release, but if you crush it or smoke it, you get a brain rush that some say is almost equal to heroin. It also can throw the abuser into respiratory arrest, which it has frequently. Nice little side effect. Are you telling me you have no idea who his inside guy might have been? Bates tapped the file in front of him. We have some ideas. Now, this is totally unofficial. At this point, I'll take rumors and lies. For Cove to get in as deep as he was, we figure the snitch has to be in the inner circle, pretty tight. He was working the Westbrook angle when he stumbled into the Oxy piece. But I have to presume that whomever he was using to infiltrate Westbrook's operation is the person who helped him get onto this new development. Antoine Peebles is Westbrook's COO, for want of a better term. He runs a damn tight ship, and it's largely because of him that we haven't been able to lay a finger on Westbrook. Here's Westbrook, and the other one is Peebles. He slid across 2 photos. Webb looked at them. Westbrook was a monster, far bigger even than Cove. He looked like he'd been through a war. His eyes, even staring out from the paper 2-dimensionally, had the keenness that you always saw in survivors. Peebles was an altogether different picture. Westbrook is a warhorse. Peebles looks like he should be graduating from Stanford. Right. He's young, and we figure Peebles is the new breed of drug entrepreneurs. Not as violent, more businesslike and ambitious as hell. Word on the street is that someone's looking to band all the local distributors together to make them more efficient. Enhanced bargaining power up the line, economies of scale, a real business approach to it. Sounds like old Antoine may want to be CEO instead of just COO. Maybe. Now Westbrook came up through the streets. He's seen and done it all, but we've heard that he may be looking for an exit from the drug business. Well, Peebles may have a different agenda if he's the one behind the organization of the local crews. But giving away valuable stuff to Cove doesn't exactly figure with being the heir apparent. If you bust the operation, what does Peebles have left to run? That's a problem, conceded Bates. Who else is in the picture? Westbrook's main muscle, Clyde Macy. Bates handed him the photo of Macy, who, to put it kindly, looked like he should be taking up space on death row somewhere. Macy was so white he looked anemic, a skinhead with the sort of calm yet merciless eyes that Webb associated with the worst serial killers of his experience. If Jesus saw this guy coming at him, he'd scream for a cop. Apparently, Westbrook only works with the best, commented Bates. How did Macy fit in with all the brothers? He looks like a white supremacist. Nope. Apparently just doesn't like hair. We don't know much about him before he came to D.C. Though we could never prove it, he was believed to be a foot soldier for a couple kingpins who got sent to federal Shangri-La in Joliet. After that, he came to D.C. and joined Westbrook. He has a well-deserved rep on the street for loyalty and extreme violence. A real crazy-ass, but professional in his own way. Just as any good criminal should be. His first big act of malice was putting a meat cleaver in his grandma's head, because he claimed she was shortchanging him at dinner time. How come he's walking around free after a murder rap like that? He was only 11, so he did time at a juvie detention center. Since then, the only crime the guy's committed is 3 speeding tickets. Nice guy. Mind if I keep these photos? Help yourself. But if you run into Macy in a dark alley or a well-lit street, my advice to you would be to run. I'm HRT, Perce. I eat guys like him for breakfast. Right. Keep telling yourself that. If Cove's really as good as you say, then he didn't just walk into an ambush. Something else is going on. Maybe, but everybody makes mistakes. Did you confirm that Cove didn't know when we were coming? I did. Cove was not told the date of the hit. How come he didn't know? They didn't want any leaks, and he wasn't going to be there anyway, so he didn't qualify as a need to know. That's great. You didn't trust your own undercover. That doesn't mean he couldn't have gotten the information from another source, like WFO? Or like HRT? Bates shot back. And the potential witnesses being there, was that intel from Cove? Bates nodded. You know, Perce, it would have been nice to know all this up front. Need to know, Webb. And you didn't need to know that to do your job. How the hell can you say that when you don't have a damn clue how I do my job? You're getting close to that line again, my friend. Don't push it. Does anybody give a damn that 6 men were killed in the process? In the grand scheme of things, Webb, no. Only people like you and me care. So, anything else I don't need to know? From his large stack of documents, Bates pulled out a very thick, expandable file, slid out one of the manila folders, and opened it. Why didn't you tell me Harry Sullivan was your old man? Webb immediately rose and poured himself another cup of coffee. He didn't really need the extra caffeine, but it gave him time to think of a response or a lie. When he sat back down, Bates was still looking over the file. When he glanced at Webb, it was clear Bates wanted an answer to that question before he would give up the material. I never really thought of him as my father. We parted company when I was barely 6. To me, he's just a guy. After a moment, he asked, "When did you find out he was my father?" Bates ran his finger down one of the pages. Not until I pulled your entire background check file. Frankly, looking at this arrest and conviction record, I'm surprised he had time to get your mother pregnant. Lot of stuff in here, he added enticingly. Webb wanted to snatch the file out of Bates's hands and run from the room. However, he just sat there, staring at the upside-down pages, waiting. The bustle of the room had receded for him now. It was just him, Bates, and, on those pages, his father. So why are you suddenly so interested in, as you say, just a guy? Asked Bates. I guess you get to a certain age, things like that start to matter. Bates put the folder back and slid the entire file across to Webb. Happy reading. Chapter 25. The first thing Webb noticed when he got back to the motel was that there was a fresh oil patch in the parking space he had been using. Nothing unusual, really, for another guest could have used that spot, though it was directly in front of Webb's unit. Before he unlocked the door, he checked out the doorknob while pretending to fumble for his room key. Unfortunately, even Webb could not tell if the lock had been picked or not. It hadn't been forced, but somebody who knew what he was doing could pop the simple lock in the time it took to sneeze and leave not a trace. Webb opened the door, his other hand on the butt of his gun. It took him about 10 seconds to discover that no one was in the tiny room. Nothing was out of place, and even the box he had taken from his mother's attic was there, each piece of paper exactly where he had left it. However, Webb had 5 different types of tiny booby traps set up throughout his room, and 3 of them had been tripped. Over the years, Webb had developed this system whenever he was on the road. Well, whoever had searched his room was good, but not perfect. That was comforting, like knowing the 400-pound brute you were about to rumble with had a glass chin and occasionally wet his bed. Ironic that while he'd been meeting with Bates, someone had searched his room. Webb had never been naive about life, because he had seen the worst of it as both a child and an adult. Yet the one thing he had always thought he could count on was the Bureau and all the people who gave it life beyond the technical forms and guns. For the first time in his career, that faith had been shaken. He packed his few belongings and was on the road within 5 minutes. He went to a restaurant near Old Town Alexandria, parked where he could see his car through the restaurant's window, ate his lunch, and made his way through Harry Sullivan's life. Bates had not been joking. Webb's old man had been a guest of some of the finest correctional facilities the country had to offer, most of them in the South, where Webb knew they grew some exceptionally fine human cages. His father's offenses were myriad, yet had a common theme. They were typically low-level financial crimes, business scams, embezzlement, and fraud. From some of the old court transcripts and arrest records in the file, Webb could see his old man's main weapon had been a smooth tongue and more chutzpah than any one human being should be toting around. There were various photos of his father in the file, from the front, right, and left sides, with the little line of prisoner identification numbers running underneath. Webb had seen many mugshots of arrested people, and they all looked remarkably the same. Stricken, terrified, ready to slice wrist or blow out temple. Yet in all his mugshots, Harry Sullivan was smiling. The bastard was grinning, like he had put one over on the cops, even though he was the one busted. But his father had not aged well. He was no longer the handsome man he had been in the photos in the attic box. The last series of shots showed a very old man, though he was still smiling, albeit with fewer teeth. Webb had no reason to care about him, yet it was difficult for him to witness the man's decline in all its impersonal Kodak glory. As Webb read some of the trial testimony of his father, he couldn't help but laugh in places. One slick operator emerged from the lines of dialogue as the KG Khan battled with prosecutors determined to put him away. "Mr. Sullivan," asked one DA, "is it not true that on the night in question you were—" "Begging your pardon, lad, but what night would that be again? Me memory's not what it was." Webb could almost see the lawyer rolling his eyes as he answered, "The 26th of June, sir." "Ah, that's right. Go on now, lad. You're doing fine. I'm sure your mum's proud of you." In the transcript, the court reporter had typed parenthetically, "Laughter in courtroom." "Mr. Sullivan, I am not your lad," replied the lawyer. "Well, forgive me, son, for I'm not quite experienced in such matters, and I surely meant nothing by it. Truth is, I don't know what to be calling you. Though in the ride over from the jail to this fine courthouse, I heard others call you names I wouldn't be saying to me dearest enemy in the world. Words that would have made me poor God-fearing mum roll over in her good Catholic grave, attacking your honesty and integrity, and what man can be standing for much of that? I could care less what criminals say about me, sir. Begging your pardon, son, but the worst of it be coming from the guards." Laughter again, the stenographer had typed. Huge thunders of laughter, Webb concluded, judging from the regiment of exclamation points tacked on the end. "Can we continue, Mr. Sullivan?" said the lawyer. "Ah, now, you'll be calling me Harry. It's been me name since me Irish arse came into this world." "Mr. Sullivan." This came from the judge, Webb read, and in those two words he seemed to sense a long laugh, though Webb was probably wrong. But the judge's last name was O'Malley, and perhaps he and Harry Sullivan shared a hatred of the English, if nothing else. "I certainly won't be calling you Harry," said the lawyer, and Webb could almost see the righteous indignation on the man's features for having to carry on such a conversation with a common criminal and getting the worst of it. "Well now, lad, I know it's your job to put me old withered self into a cold dark cell where men treat other men with no dignity at all, and all over a wee misunderstanding that might amount to nothing more than bad judgment, or perhaps a pint or two more than I should have had. But even so, you call me Harry, for though you've got to see this terrible deed through, there's no reason we can't be friends." As Webb finished the file on that particular chapter in his father's life, he had to note with some satisfaction that the jury had acquitted Harry Sullivan on all counts. The last crime his father had been sent to prison for had gotten him 20 years, by far his longest sentence. So far he had punched 14 years of the time in a prison in South Carolina that Webb knew to be a sweat-hole one short step from hell, and he had 6 more years to go unless he got paroled, or more likely died behind bars. Webb took the final bite of his pastrami and the last swallow of his Dominion ale. There was one more file to check. It did not take long to read, and left Webb stunned and even more confused. The Bureau was good. They left no stone unturned. When they checked somebody's background out, damn it, man, you were checked out. If you were applying to work at the Bureau in any capacity, they talked to everybody you had any contact with in your entire life. Your first-grade school teacher, your paper route manager, even the pretty girl you had taken to the prom and subsequently slept with. And they had no doubt also spoken with her father, to whom you had to explain your miserable conduct afterward when the secret got out, even though it was his innocent little girl who had ripped off your pants and brought the extra lubricated condoms. Your Boy Scout troop leader, your in-laws, the bank manager who had turned down your first car loan, the woman who cut your hair. Nothing, absolutely nothing, was sacred when the FBI was on the case. And damn if they hadn't managed to track down old Harry Sullivan. He had been newly ensconced in his little South Carolina retirement cell, and he had given the background-checking agents his 2 cents on Webb London, his son. My son. It was a phrase Harry Sullivan had used 34 times during the meeting because Webb took the time to count them. Harry Sullivan gave my son the best damn recommendation anyone could give another person, though he had only known my son for the first 6 years of his life. But according to Harry Sullivan, a proper Irishman could tell if my son had what it took from nearly the day the diapers came off. And his son had what it took to be the finest FBI agent there ever was or ever would be, and they could quote him on that. And if they wanted him to come up to Washington to tell the powers that be that very thing, he gladly would. Though it would be with leg and arm shackles he'd be trooping in, yet his heart would still be bursting with pride. There was nothing on earth that was too good for my son. Webb continued reading, and his head dropped lower and lower as he did so, and then finally it almost hit the table with Harry Sullivan's last written statement. And would the good agents, the fine agents, he'd begun, mind telling my son that his father has thought about him every day over all these years, never once letting him out of his heart, and though it was not likely that they would ever hook up again, that Harry Sullivan wanted my son to know that he loved him and wanted the best for him, and to not think too badly of the old man for how things had turned out? Would the good agents mind telling my son that, for he'd be much in their debt if they did? And he would be proud to buy them each a pint or two if the opportunity ever arose, though the prospects did not look at all promising for that, given his current living arrangements, though one just never knew. Well, they never had told Webb anything. Webb had never seen this report until right this minute. Damn the Bureau. Was there never any room to bend the rules? Did everything have to be lockstep, their way or the highway? And yet Webb could have discovered this information years before if he had really wanted to. He just hadn't wanted to. The next thought that hit Webb made his features turn grim. If the Bureau had sent Claire Daniels Webb's file, was she already privy to some or all of this information regarding Harry Sullivan? If so, why hadn't she bothered to tell him that? Webb packed the file up, paid his bill, and walked back to the Vic. He drove to one of the Bureau's motor pools, switched vehicles, and drove a late-model Grand Marquis out another gate, not visible from the street he had come in on. The Bureau wasn't exactly rolling in available Bew cars, but the Grand had come in for a 10,000-miler, and Webb had persuaded the supervisor that he deserved a nicer set of wheels than the 20-year vet uptown at HQ the car was assigned to. If anyone had a problem with that, Webb had added, go talk to Buck Winters. He's my best friend. Chapter 26. Bates was still in the strategic ops room when the man entered. Bates looked up and did his best to keep the dismay off his face. Buck Winters sat down across from him. The crease on his suit was Bureau letter perfect, the shine on his wingtips equally regulation. The insertion of his pocket handkerchief looked like it had been done with a ruler. The man was tall, broad-shouldered, with confident, intelligent features, a walking poster boy for the FBI. Maybe that's how he had risen so far. I saw London leaving the building earlier. Just checking in per his orders. Oh, I'm sure he is. Winters laid his palms flat on the table and seemed to study every feature on Bates's face. Why the hell do you care so much about that guy? He's a good agent. And like you said, I was sort of his mentor. That's not something I'd lay claim to, frankly. He's almost gotten himself killed for this place, a lot more than you or me. He's a hothead. All those HRT guys are. They're not part of us. They go their own way and thumb their noses at the rest of us, like they're somehow better. What they really are is a bunch of alphas with big guns just itching to use them. We're all in the same team, Buck. They're a specialized unit that takes care of stuff nobody else can. Yeah, sure they're cocky, who wouldn't be? But we're all FBI agents. We're all working toward the same goal. Winters shook his head. You really believe that? Yeah, I really do. If I didn't, I wouldn't be here. They've also been the cause of some of the Bureau's worst moments. Bates dropped his file. That's where you're dead wrong. The Bureau throws them into the fire on a moment's notice, and when something pops, usually because of knuckle-headed orders from the top that any guy on the front lines expected to execute said orders could tell you in a heartbeat won't work, they take all the heat. I'm actually surprised they haven't asked to be split off from us. You've never played the games you need to move up here, Perce. You're at the glass ceiling, or in your case, the steel ceiling. There's no getting through it. Well, I like right where I am. Piece of advice. When you stop rising here, you eventually start falling. Thanks for the career advice, Bates said curtly. I've been getting your memos on the investigation. Frankly, they're pretty sparse. So are the results of the investigation. Cove, what's the status? You were sort of vague on that. Not much to report. I trust you're working under the assumption that any Bureau undercover who hasn't shown after all this time is either dead, or if he isn't dead, he's been turned, and the way we should be looking for him is through an APB. Cove hasn't turned. So you've talked to him. Funny I didn't see that in any of your reports. I'm still feeling my way, but I did receive information from Cove. And what did our illustrious undercover say about this mess? That he thinks he was set up. Gee, that's stunning, said Winters sarcastically. That he doesn't want to come in because he thinks the rat is somewhere in the Bureau. Bates stared hard at Winters when he said this, though he wasn't really sure why. It wasn't like Winters would be leaking secrets, would he? He knows all about the leaks happening and the blown missions. He thinks what happened to HRT was another one of those. Interesting theory, but I'm assuming he has no proof of that. That question struck Bates as odd. None that he cared to share with me, he answered. I've got it under control, Buck. I know how busy you are, and I don't want to clutter your legendary vision with small details. You have my word that if anything big is going down, you'll know beforehand. That way you can do the media circus. You're really good at that. Winters could hardly have missed the sarcasm, yet apparently chose to ignore it. If I remember correctly, you and Cove were really tight at one time. California, right? We worked together. About the time his family got hit. That's right. A disaster for the Bureau. Actually, I always thought it was a disaster for the Cove family. What's got me puzzled is how all this went down. As I understand it, Cove had discovered a drug crew's financial operations in that building. And HRT was called up to hit it, said Bates. There were potential witnesses in there. HRT specializes in getting those kind of folks out alive. Boy, they really did a bang-up job of that. They couldn't keep themselves alive. They were set up. Agreed. But how? If not Cove, how? Bates thought back to his meeting with Randall Cove at the cemetery. Cove believed there was a leak inside the Bureau that accounted for all the things going wrong. Bates studied Winters for a moment. Well, in order to accomplish something like that, I would suppose that somebody would have to have inside information of the highest order. Winters sat back. Of the highest order. From inside the Bureau, you're saying? Inside is inside. That's a very serious allegation, Bates. I'm not alleging anything. I'm just pointing out one possibility. It would be a hell of a lot easier to turn one undercover agent. You don't know Randall Cove. And maybe you know him too well. So well you can't see the forest for the trees. Winters rose. No surprises, Bates. Nothing substantial goes down unless I know about it ahead of time. Clear?" As Winters left, Bates muttered under his breath, "Waco clear, Buck." Webb was in his car when Ann Lyle called. "Sorry it took me so long, but I wanted to get something solid for you." "That's okay. I just got some stuff on Cove from the Bureau. Understandably, it was like pulling teeth." "Well, I got you someone." "Who? Cove?" "I'm good, but I'm not that good, Webb. I've drummed up a D.C. police sergeant who was a regular contact of Cove's when he worked the WFO beat years ago." "A local cop as a contact for an FBI undercover? How's that?" "It's not unusual for UCs to use a cop they trust to act as a go-between, Webb. Cove had one of those during his first stint here, and the guy's willing to talk to you." He pulled the car over, grabbed pen and paper, and wrote down the name Sonny Venables, who was still a uniform in D.C.'s 1st District. Ann also gave him the man's number. "Ann, anybody else got hold of Venables' angle?" "Not that Sonny said, and I think he would have mentioned it. He was Cove's informal contact on his first tour through D.C., and that was a long time ago. Some folks might not make the connection, though Sonny Venables tends to stand out," she added. "You sound like you know him." "Webb, honey, when you've been around as long as I have, you tend to know everybody. I worked a lot with the D.C. cops." "And Venables willing to talk to me. Why?" "The only thing he said was he had heard of you, and I threw my 2 cents in for what it was worth." "But we still don't know his take on things." "I guess that's up to you to find out." Ann clicked off. Webb called the number. Venables wasn't in, and Webb left his name and cell number. Venables called him back 20 minutes later, and the two arranged to meet later that afternoon. Webb also asked him another question, and Venables said he would see what he could do. If the guy could give Webb a handle on Cove, then Webb might be able to follow it up. However, something was bothering Webb about Bates, namely that he had never told Webb that Cove had worked at WFO before his stint in California. Not that it really mattered. He had given Webb a look at the guy's file, and Webb would have picked it up on his own, he supposed. He just hadn't had enough time to go through the man's entire history. But why not tell Webb? Venables had asked Webb to meet him in the early afternoon at a bar around the area of his beat. Nothing unusual about that. Webb knew that that way you could quench your thirst and maybe overhear some info that might help you crack a case later. Cops were nothing if not efficient with their time. Sonny Venables was white, mid-40s, and a veteran of almost 20 years on the force, he told Webb as they were buying their beers. He was over 6 feet tall and beefy, the kind of body mass one got from pumping lots of weights. The man looked like he could military press a semi. He wore a baseball cap that read, "All fishermen go to heaven," and wore a leather jacket with the NASCAR logo on the back. His neck was almost as thick as his very wide head. His voice had a twangy, common-sense Southern charm to it, and Webb noted the circular outline of a can of tobacco chew in the back pocket of his jeans as they walked to a booth in the bar. They found a quiet corner and settled down with their beers. Venables worked the night shift, he told Webb. He liked it, more excitement. "Be hanging it up soon, though, right at 20 years. Go off and fish, drink beer, and watch fast cars go around a little track the rest of my time, like most good cops do." He smiled at his own words and took a long pull of his Red Dog beer. From the jukebox, Eric Clapton was going on and on about Layla. Webb looked around. 2 guys were playing pool in the back room, a stack of $20 bills and a couple of Bud Lights sitting on the edge of the table. They occasionally glanced over at the booth, but if they recognized either Venables or Webb, they made no sign of it. Venables eyed Webb over the rim of his beer mug. The man's face held enough wrinkles to be considered experienced and craggy. A man who had seen a lot in life, mostly bad, Webb judged, just like him. "Always wondered about you HRT guys." "What's to wonder? We're just cops with a few more toys at our disposal." Venables laughed. "Hey, give yourself some credit. I got a few FBI buddies who tried out for HRT and came back with their tails between their legs. Said they'd rather deliver a damn baby with just a stick between their teeth for the pain than go through that again." "From the picture I saw of Randall Cove, he looked like he could have cut it at HRT." Venables studied the head on his beer for a bit. "You're probably wondering what Randy Cove had in common with the likes of a redneck-looking gent like myself." It crossed my mind. "We grew up together in a backwater of Mississippi so small it never really did have a name. We played sports together all the way through because there wasn't much else to do around there. And our little backwater was state football champs 2 years in a row. We also played together at Oklahoma." Venables shook his head. "Randy was the greatest running back I ever saw, and the Sooners have turned out more than their share of those. I was fullback, first string 3 years running, just like him. Blocked for Randy on every play. Threw my body in there like a damn runaway train and loved every minute of it, though I'm really starting to feel the effects of it now. See, you just needed to get Cove a little bit of daylight, and that boy was gone. I'd look up from a pile of bodies, and he'd already be in the end zone, usually with a couple of guys hanging on him. We were national champs our senior year, and he was the reason. Oklahoma didn't believe in the forward pass back then. We just handed the damn ball off to Randy Cove and let him do his thing." "Sounds like a friendship that would endure." "It did. I never had the talent to play pro ball, but Randy sure as hell did. Everybody, and I mean everybody, wanted him." Venables stopped there and ran his fingers along the top of the table. Webb decided to just wait the man out. "I was with him at the combine when he blew out his knees. We both knew it as soon as it happened. It wasn't like it is today. Just go in and clean it up, and then you're back on the field the next year pretty much good as new. His career was over, just like that. And football. Man, football was all he had. We sat on that damn field and cried together for nearly an hour. I never even did that at my own mama's funeral. But I loved Randy. He was a good man." "Was?" Venables played with the pepper shaker and then sat back, tilted his cap farther up on his head, and Webb saw a lock of curly gray hair spring out. "I take it you know what happened to his family," said Venables. "I heard about some of it. Why don't you tell me what you know?" "What's to tell? Bureau screwed up, and it cost Randy his wife and kids." "You saw him back then?" Venables looked like he wanted to throw his beer in Webb's face. "I was a damn pallbearer at the funerals. You ever carry a 4-year-old's casket?" Webb shook his head. "Well, let me tell you, that's something you don't ever forget." "Is that what Cove told you, that it was the Bureau's fault?" "Didn't really have to tell me. I was a cop. I know how those things shake down. Ended up in D.C. because my wife's from here. Randy started out with the feds here, too. I guess you know that. Used me as a go-between because he knew he could trust me, and that's a rare thing in his line of work." "It seems to be a rare thing in a lot of lines of work." The two men shared a knowing look that seemed to come at a good time, perhaps strengthening a fledgling bond. Then Randy got transferred out to California, and that's where his family got hit. "I understand he took out his revenge." Venables laid a cold gaze on Webb, a look that clearly said the man had far more secrets than he would ever care to part with. "Wouldn't you have?" "I guess maybe I would. Cove must really be something. The Russians are no lightweights." "Try growing up the wrong color in shit-poor Mississippi." Venables leaned forward, putting his elbows on the table. "I heard about you. From the papers, some from Ann Lyle." He stopped and seemed to be checking Webb out. Then Webb realized Venables was staring at the messed-up side of Webb's face. "In almost 20 years on the force, I pulled my gun maybe a dozen times and fired it on 6 occasions. 4 times I missed what I was shooting at, and twice I didn't. I've never been hurt on the job, not even a hangnail, and that's something to brag about in this town, especially these days. Now I'm in the 1st District, which isn't lily-white and rich northwest, but it's not exactly the 6th and 7th Districts in Anacostia where your team got shot up. And I have great respect for guys on the thin blue line who've taken it and gotten back up. You seem like a damn walking ad for that." "I never asked to be." "Point is, I respect you, or else I wouldn't be sitting talking to you. But the thing is, you'll never get me to believe that Randy has done anything wrong. I know undercover work screws with your mind, and Randy's got no reason to feel good about the Bureau, but what happened to your team is not something he'd ever be a party to. I want you to understand that. And I want you to understand that while you seem sincere as hell, and I wouldn't mind sharing another beer with you some other time, I can't accept a statement like that at face value. Venables nodded in understanding. Well, you'd be a real dumb shit, I guess, if you did. He could have walked away. I checked on that. Bureau offered him a new life, full pension. Why do you think he didn't take it? And what, spend the next 40 years mowing his grass in a cookie-cutter suburb in the Midwest? That's not Randy. What else was he going to do except keep on plugging? It may sound funny, but he took pride in his work. He thought he was doing good. So do I. That's why I'm here. I'm going to find out the truth. If Cove was part of it, I may take out my revenge, just like he did. I can't promise you I won't, friend of his or not. But if he had nothing to do with it, I'll be his best buddy. And believe me, Sonny, most folks would rather have me as a friend than an enemy. Venables sat back and seemed to be considering this. Then he apparently made up his mind and hunched forward, eyed the pool players chalking their cues, smoking their cigs and sipping their beers, and started talking in a very low voice. I have no idea where Randy is. Haven't heard from him since before this all went down. Way before, in fact. So he never talked to you about what he was working on. You got to understand, I was his contact on his first gig through D.C. Now, I've seen him on his latest tour through here, but not for business, so to speak. I knew he was working on something pretty big, but he never told me what. So you two weren't that close anymore? As close as you can be to somebody like Randy. After what happened to his family, well, I don't think he could really be close to anybody again. Not even to old Sonny Venables from Mississippi and all those damn blocks I threw for him. He ever mention another contact he might have been using on the force? No, if he was using anybody, it would have been me. When's the last time you saw him? A little over 2 months ago. How'd he seem? Tight-lipped, mind somewhere else? Not looking too good, actually. He hasn't been back to his place in a while. The Bureau checked that out. I never knew where that was. We always met on neutral ground because of his work. We'd just talk about old times, really. Just somebody to talk to is what he wanted, I think. If he needed me to pass something on, I did. How'd he get in touch with you when he wanted to meet? He'd never call me at home. Called at the precinct. Used a different name every time. And each time we met, he'd tell me the new name he'd be using next when he called, so I'd know it was him. And he hasn't called. Webb eyed him closely. Venables appeared to be dealing straight with him, but one never really could be sure. No, not one word. I started to worry something happened to him. In his occupation, that's a legitimate concern. Webb sat back. So I guess you can't really help me track him down. Venables finished his beer. Let's take a walk. They went outside and strolled down a street that was pretty empty. The workday wasn't over yet, and most folks were probably still in their offices, counting the minutes until they could bolt, Webb figured. On his first tour through WFO, there was a place that Randy would use as a drop spot if he wanted to leave me a message. He told me he'd also use it to change clothes, as a safe house of sorts. The Bureau know about it? No. Even back then, I don't think he trusted the higher-ups at the Bureau all that much. That's why he used me, I guess. Probably a smart move. Have you been there lately? Venables shook his head. Guess I'm a little afraid of what I might find. Not really sure why. Don't even know if Randy uses it anymore. It could have been demolished for all I know. Care to give me that address? You smoke, don't you? No, I don't. You do now. Venables pulled a pack of Winstons out of his coat pocket and handed it to Webb, who took it. Better light up in case anybody's watching. Venables handed him a book of matches. Webb lit up and tried not to gag and then slipped the pack into his pocket. I appreciate the help, but if Cove was involved, he let his voice trail off. If Randy did something like that, I don't think he'd want to go on living. As Sonny Venables walked off, Webb went back to his car, ripped open the Winstons, and clutched the rolled-up piece of paper inside. He looked at the address written on it. Also inside the pack of cigarettes were 3 small photos folded over. Webb had asked Venables about any light-skinned black kids about Kevin Westbrook's age who had been reported missing in the city in the last month, and this obviously was what he had found. Webb looked at the 3 photos. They were all slightly different versions of Kevin, he decided. All hopes of a decent life, their expressions told him, had already been torn from them. He drove off. 20 minutes later, Webb stared out the car window, his spirits hovering near an all-time low. Venables' offhand remark had proved to be right on target. Where once stood Randall Cove's old safe house, there was an open construction pit. A tall crane rose in the middle of this hole, and a group of construction workers were just now walking off the job after what looked to Webb to be a hard day's work. Judging from the degree of work already performed there, Webb had to assume that Cove had not been using his old digs in the recent past. It was a total dead end. Webb crumpled up the piece of paper with the address written on it and threw it on the floorboard. But he still had one more angle to take on Randall Cove. He called Romano from the car. "You up for a little snooping around?" He picked up Romano and they headed south toward Fredericksburg. Romano looked around the car's interior. "What a piece of shit car. It's a Grand Marquis. The director has probably driven around in one of these. Still a piece of shit. I'll try to do better for you next time." He glanced at Romano and wondered what Angie told her shrink about him. With Romano as a significant other, she probably had a lot to talk about to a mental health professional. "How are things at HRT?" Same old, same old. We haven't been called up for anything. Just training. I'm getting bored with that, man. Hang in there, Paulie. You'll be getting to fire your guns pretty soon. Maybe I should go join the French Foreign Legion or something like that. You just won't admit when you have it good. The guy's been talking about you some, Webb. He should have been expecting this change in the conversation, but it still surprised Webb. So, what's the word? Pretty even split for and against. Gee, I thought I was more popular than that. It's not that. Nobody thinks you're a coward, Webb. You've done too much crazy stuff over the years, almost as crazy as me. But some of the guys think if you freeze once, you'll freeze again. What happened to you wouldn't have made a difference in what happened to Charlie Team, but next time it might. Webb stared straight ahead. I guess I can't argue with that logic. Maybe I should go join the French. You armed? Do all politicians lie? Randall Cove lived on the outskirts of Fredericksburg, Virginia, roughly 50 miles south from Washington, D.C. and Cove's work arena, which roughly doubled Ann Lyle's 25-mile rule of thumb on the minimum distance undercover agents should keep between their abode and their beat. Cove's home address was one of the pieces of information Webb had surreptitiously read from Bates's file. Just missing the brunt of rush-hour traffic, 40 minutes later they pulled down the quiet suburban street where Randall Cove lived. It was a line of carbon-copy townhouses, many with rental signs out front. There were no moms or kids outside, though the weather was pleasant, and there were very few cars parked on the street. The community actually looked abandoned, and Webb knew it would be until the commuters started arriving from D.C. and Northern Virginia. This place had bedroom community written all over it, no doubt with mostly single people or childless couples living here until their salaries or expanded family demands prompted them to move. He could understand why Cove would pick such a place to live. No curious neighbors, people keeping to themselves, and no one around during the day when he was probably at home. Most undercover agents in the drug arena did their hunting at night, he knew. There was a government-plated Buick car parked in front of the house. "Fed babysitter," commented Romano. Webb nodded and pondered how best to handle it. He drove up to the Buick car, and he and Romano got out. The agent rolled down his window, glanced at Webb's and Romano's FBI identifications, and then at Webb. "You're famous now. Don't even need to show your creds," said the agent, whom Webb didn't know. He was a young guy, full of vigor and promise, and Webb figured he was probably hating life right now, watching a house no one expected Randall Cove to ever come near again. He got out of the car and extended his hand to the pair. "Chris Miller, out of the Richmond field office." He flashed his own credentials, which he pulled from his right breast pocket so that he could shake with his strong hand, which was how the FBI trained you to do it. If the Bureau did nothing else, it enforced upon its agents a stark commonality of how they performed the smallest details. Without looking, Webb knew that Miller had an extra layer of lining in his jacket, so the gun he carried there wouldn't wear a hole in it. He also knew that when he had pulled in behind Miller and approached the car, Miller's gaze had been on the rearview mirror and then locked on Webb's eyes, for eyes always told a person's intent. The men shook hands and Webb glanced at the quiet and dark townhouse. "You guys pulling round the clocks here?" Eight, and 8, said Miller wearily. He checked his watch. "And I've got 3 more hours on my shift." Webb leaned against the sedan. "So I take it not much exciting." "Not unless you count a catfight I watched about 2 hours ago." He paused, eyed Webb closely, and then blurted out, "You know, I've been thinking about trying out for HRT." "Well, we can always use a few good men." 6 of them, in fact, Webb thought, to rebuild Charlie Team. "I hear the tryouts are hellacious." Romano almost snorted. "Take everything you've heard and raise it by a factor of 10, and then you're getting close to the truth." From his skeptical look, Miller obviously didn't buy that, Webb could tell. Yet he was young and overconfident in his abilities, as the young always were. "Were you at Waco?" Miller asked. Webb and Romano nodded. "You get any shots off?" "I've actually tried to banish it from my subconscious," said Webb. "Wouldn't Claire Daniels be proud?" "I could see that," said Miller, in a doubtful manner that made Webb feel sure the young agent actually did not get the point. "How long you been with the Bureau?" asked Romano. "Almost 2 years." "Well, when you get the big 3 under your belt, you can try out for HRT. Give me a buzz sometime. If you're serious about HRT, I can show you around." Romano handed him his card. As Miller tucked the card away in his pocket, Romano and Webb exchanged amused glances. "Man, that would be great," said Miller. "I hear you guys have some awesome firepower." The initial draw for many, Webb knew, was the guns. Several men he knew had joined the Bureau solely for the opportunity to carry and fire fancy weapons. "That we do, and we'll show you exactly why it's always best if you don't have to use them." "Right." Miller looked disappointed, but he would get over it, Webb knew. There was an awkward silence, and then Miller asked, "Can I help you guys with anything?" "We just drove out here because I wanted to see the place. You know anything about the guy?" "Not all that much. I know he's involved in what happened to you guys. Makes you wonder how somebody can turn like that, on their own kind, I mean." "Yeah, it sure does." Webb looked around the row of townhouses. They backed up to woods. "Hope you got somebody covering the rear." Miller grinned. "Something, anyway. Canines in the backyard. It's fenced in. Somebody tries to go in that way, they got a surprise. Cheaper than posting 2 agents out here, I guess." "I guess." Webb checked his watch. "Getting close to dinner time. You eatin'?" Miller shook his head. "I brought some crackers and stuff along, and a bottle of water. Went through that. And like I said, I got 3 more hours before my relief shows up. Worst part is having no place to use the John." "Tell me about it. Worked a bunch of surveillance details in the Midwest. Covered 1,000-acre farms that were suspected drug distribution facilities, and some trailer parks looking for good old boys that thought decent work included robbing banks and shooting people with sawed-off shotguns. Had to either hold it, pee in a bottle, or just stand out in the fields and let it go." "Yeah," said Romano, "and when I was at Delta, we used to squat together in rows in whatever piece of shit place we were in and take our dumps. You get to know guys real well when you're crapping next to them. I had to shoot a guy once right when I was taking a shit. Man, let me tell you, that was awkward." Miller didn't look like any of those avenues of relief held sway with him. He was dressed very sharply, Webb noted, and no doubt peeing in a bottle or taking the chance of exposing himself wasn't part of the young agent's image. "There's a Denny's up the road. You want to take a dinner, we'll stay put until you get back." Miller looked uncertain about abandoning his post. "Offers like that don't come along every day, Chris." Webb partially opened his jacket so Miller could see he was armed. "And yeah, I got some shots off at Waco. Go have yourself a good meal." "You sure it'll be okay?" Romano answered in his most intimidating voice. "If anybody comes along who shouldn't, they'll wish they got the dog over us." At that, Agent Miller quickly got in his car and drove off. Webb waited until he was out of sight before he went to his trunk, pulled out a small device along with a flashlight, looked around, and then walked with Romano up to the front door of Cove's house. "Damn, that dude would last all of 2 minutes at HRT," said Romano. "You never know, Paulie. You made it, didn't you?" "You really gonna pop this place?" "Yeah, I'm really gonna. You have a problem with that? Go sit in the car." "There's not much in life I have a problem with." The pick gun made fast work of the simple front door lock, and Webb and Romano were inside in a few seconds. Webb closed the door and turned on his flashlight. He saw the alarm panel next to the front door, but it was not armed. Presumably only Cove would have known the passcode. They walked down the short hallway and entered the living room. Webb hit all corners with the light. Both men's hands were on their pistol grips. The place was very sparsely furnished. Cove probably didn't spend much time in here anyway, Webb assumed. They did a quick search of the main floor and found nothing of interest, which didn't surprise Webb. Cove was a veteran, and vets didn't exactly leave detailed records of what they were doing lying around for folks to find. The basement was unfinished. There were a few boxes down there. Romano and Webb quickly went through them. The only item Webb lingered over was a framed photograph of Cove, his wife, and their children. Webb shone the light at an angle so it wouldn't reflect off the glass. Cove was in a suit, no dreadlocks in sight, his features handsome and confident. His smile was contagious. From simply looking at the photo, Webb felt the corners of his mouth curl. One big arm was around his wife, and the other enveloped both his children. His wife was remarkably beautiful, with shoulder-length hair, a big smile of her own, and eyes that could have reduced any man to the quivers. The boy and girl favored their mother. They would have grown up into beautiful people, no doubt. At the same time, their mother and father grew old together. That was how life was supposed to work out anyway, and rarely did, at least for people who did what Cove and Webb did for a living. The photograph captured the other side of Randall Cove, focusing on the man as husband and father. Webb envisioned the former All-American tailback tossing a football to his son in the backyard. Maybe the boy had inherited his old man's athletic skills. Perhaps he could have had the professional career that had been denied his father. In a Hollywood movie, that might happen, but it rarely did in the unfairness of real life. "Nice family," commented Romano. "Not anymore." Webb didn't bother to explain. He put the photo back in the box and they headed upstairs. As his light glanced off the rear sliding door, something flung itself against the glass. In unison, Webb and Romano pulled their guns until they heard the barking and realized it was the K-9 doing its job. Well, at least a dog would never rat on you. Maybe that was the real reason they were man's best friends, thought Webb. They kept your secrets to the grave. They hustled to the upstairs level, wanting to be done long before Miller got back. Webb didn't like conning a fellow agent, but he definitely didn't want to be caught conducting an unauthorized search of a major suspect's home. Bates would throw away the key on that one, and Webb probably couldn't blame him. There were 2 rooms up here, connected by a bathroom. The front room that overlooked the street was Cove's bedroom. The bed was made and the closet held few clothes. Webb lifted a shirt out and held it up to himself. Webb could have almost fit his leg into one of the arms of the shirt. Webb wouldn't have wanted to play defense against the man. One might as well try and tackle a van. The room that was on the rear side of the house was empty. It was set up as a bedroom, but apparently had never been used as one. The inside of the small closet had no hanger scratches on the walls, and the carpet held no imprints of furniture having been there. Webb and Romano were about to leave when Webb noticed something. He looked at the windows in this back room and then went through the connecting bath and into the front bedroom and looked at the windows there. They had mini blinds for privacy, logical since this room overlooked the street. Webb went back through the bathroom and into the other room. There were shades on these windows too, but not mini blinds, noted Webb. These were old-fashioned roll-up shades. The back bedroom overlooked dense woods, so privacy wasn't really an issue. Webb looked out the window and saw where the sun was falling. The back room faced to the north, so it would get no afternoon light that required shades to block. And since the room wasn't being used, why have shades at all? And if one did elect some sort of window treatment, why not the same throughout the house? At least with mini blinds, one could allow some light in and still have a reasonable degree of privacy. With shades, it was all or nothing, and with little light back here as it was and no overhead light built in, this room would stay in perpetual darkness. It didn't make a lot of sense, but perhaps Cove had inherited this arrangement from a previous owner and had no interest in changing it. "What's got your antenna up?" asked Romano. "The man's choice in shades. You going feminine on me?" Webb ignored Romano and stepped to the window. The shades were fully pulled up. Webb took the rope and jerked. The shade did its thing and came down, nothing out of the ordinary there. He stepped to the other window and did the same thing. The rope was stuck, and the shade did not come down. For an instant, Webb was about to just call it quits and leave. But then he shone his light up at the trip mechanism on the shade and saw that it had been bent such that the rope pull wouldn't work anymore. He bent the trip back into place and pulled on the rope. Down came the shade, and Romano gaped as the envelope that had been secreted in the rolled-up shade literally dropped into his hands. Romano stared at him. "Damn, you are good at this." "Let's go, Paulie." Webb pulled the shade back up, and they jogged down the stairs. Romano checked to make sure the coast was clear, and then they slipped out. Webb pulled the front door closed behind him. Webb and Romano got in their car, and Webb turned on the overhead light and settled down to review what they had found. He opened the envelope and pulled out the yellowed news clipping. It was from the Los Angeles Times, and it was reporting on the deaths of an undercover agent's family at the hands of the Russian mafia. The official, speaking on behalf of the Bureau, gave a stinging attack on the criminals and vowed that they would be brought to justice. The official was identified as someone very close to the investigation. He was actually the case supervisor of the undercover agent, whom they refused to identify, even though the names of the slain family members had been made public. Webb could only shake his head at the name of the Bureau official. Percy Bates. Miller drove up a few minutes later, got out, and walked over to the car. He patted his belly. "Thanks for the assist, guys." "No problem," said Romano. "We've been there, done that." "Anything come up while I was gone?" "Nope, all clear." "Hey, I'm off duty in about 2 hours. You guys interested in having a beer?" Webb glanced past Miller because the failing sunlight had just glanced off some reflective object in the distance. "Webb, look out!" Romano cried out, because he obviously had seen the same thing. Webb reached across to Miller, grabbed his tie, and tried to pull him down. The shot hit Miller dead center of the back and came through his chest, zipped right in front of Webb, and shattered the glass on the passenger side. Romano was already out of the car and behind one of the wheels. He poked the gun over the hood but didn't fire. "Webb, get the hell out of there!" For a split second, Webb held on to Miller's tie, even as the young agent slid down the side of the car. The last thing Webb saw was the dead man's eyes staring at him, and then Miller hit the ground. "Webb, get your ass out of that car or I'll shoot you myself!" Webb ducked down as another shot shattered the rear side window of the Buick car. Webb slid out and took up position behind the rear wheel. At the academy, you were taught that squatting behind car wheels was the place to be, because there were few weapons that could penetrate all that metal. "You see anything?" asked Romano. "Just that first reflection, off a scope. A damn good 1,000 yards away in the woods, between those 2 sections of townhouses. Miller's dead." "No shit. I'm figuring something like a 308 chambering steel jackets with a Litton 10 power scope." "Great, the same stuff we use," replied Webb. "Just keep your damn head down." "Oh, thanks for telling me, Webb. I was just about to jump up screaming for my mommy." "We can't fire back. Our pistols don't have that range." "Why don't you tell me something I don't know? You got any goodies in your trunk?" "I would if it were my car." Another shot hit the sedan, and both men ducked. Yet another shot came, and the left front wheel blew. Another, and steam rose from the radiator. "Don't you think somebody might try calling the cops?" complained Romano. "What, you got snipers in the suburbs every day?" "My phone's in the car." "Well, don't try and get it. Whoever's out there knows what he's doing." They waited another 5 minutes, and no more shots hit. Then they could finally hear sirens in the distance. Webb edged his head up over the side and looked through the car's windows. He didn't see any more reflections from the woods. The police finally showed, and Webb and Romano held up their creds and motioned for the cops to get down. After another few minutes, Webb crawled over to the squad car and explained the situation. No more shots came, and then, apparently, all the county cops showed up, along with a half-dozen state troopers. The woods were combed without finding anyone, although a dirt road leading out to the main one on the other side of the subdivision Cove lived in had fresh tire tracks. And they also found a number of spent rifle shells. Romano had been right, steel-jacketed .308s. Chris Miller was officially pronounced dead, and the ambulance came and took him away. Webb noted the wedding band on his finger before they zipped the body bag shut. Well, Mrs. Miller was going to get the dreaded visit from the Bureau tonight. He shook his head and looked over at Romano. I'm really getting sick of this life. Chapter 27. Webb and Romano had given their statements about 3 times each, and Bates had come down and had taken a bite out of Webb's butt for conducting an unauthorized investigation. I told you they'd be gunning for you, Webb, but you stubborn son of a bitch, you just won't listen, ranted Bates. Hey, take it easy, said Romano. Do I know you? Said Bates, as he got right in Romano's face. Paul Romano, hotel team assaulter. He put out his hand. Bates ignored the gesture and turned back to Webb. Do you realize that Buck Winters is looking for any excuse to squash you? He glanced at Romano. To officially cremate all of HRT? And you're playing right into his hands. All I'm trying to do is find out what happened to my guys, rejoined Webb. And you'd be doing the same thing if you were me. Don't you throw that bullshit in my face. Bates stopped cold because Webb was holding up the newspaper clipping. I found this in the house. Bates slowly reached out and took the clipping. You want to talk about it? Asked Webb. Bates led them away from the crime scene and over to a quiet slice of ground. He glanced at Romano and then at Webb. He's okay, said Webb. Cleared for all sorts of top-secret stuff. Even did joint VIP protection on Arafat once, said Romano. Now, you talk about a target. Lots of people after that man. You didn't mention you were working with Cove when his family was killed, said Webb. I don't owe you my life story, snapped Bates. Maybe you just owe me an explanation. Bates folded the clipping up and put it in his pocket. It was really nobody's fault. Cove didn't mess up, and we didn't either. It was a fluke, and the Russians got lucky. I wish I could take it back, but nobody can. Randy Cove is a hell of an agent. So Cove has no reason to be seeking payback? No. I've talked to him. He almost got popped not that long after Charlie Team. He said he saw that building filled to the brim with everything that was supposed to be there. So his story is he got set up to feed us bad intel. Out went the files and in came the guns, said Webb. Something like that. It was a short-time fuse. Cove said he was in the building shortly before you guys hit it. He thought he'd infiltrated a big-time drug op. Perce, I'm not looking to tell you how to do your job, but the smart thing may be to bring him in. With his cover blown, he sounds like he needs protection. Cove can take care of himself. And he can do more on the outside. In fact, he might be getting close to a big-time drug supplier. That I don't care about. All I want are the guys who set us up. That's just it, Webb. They might be one and the same. Well, that doesn't make a lot of sense. Why would a drug supplier want to have the Bureau coming after them loaded for bear? There could be any number of reasons. Paybacks, to keep distributors in line, even to set up a rival to take the heat and reduce the competition. You let me have a crack at those guys, said Romano, and I'll reduce something like their lifespan. So I take it he's not reporting in regularly, said Webb. How'd you know that? Said Bates. If he's really that good, he'll know that everybody thinks he's in on it. So he lies low, doesn't trust anybody, and goes about his own investigation, trying to get to the truth before somebody gets him. That's a pretty good deduction. Webb said, Actually, I'm just speaking from experience. Speaking of experience, I finally got a call back from Bill Canfield. I've got an appointment to meet him tomorrow at his farm. Care to join me? I said I would. You want to come too, Paulie? Bates stared at him. "Are you the same Paul Romano that was with Delta Force and then New York SWAT?" "There's only one Paul Romano," said Romano, without a trace of conceit. "Arafat, huh?" "Hey, when you want to send the very best." "Good. Consider yourself temporarily reassigned. I'll talk to your commander." Romano looked stunned. "Reassigned doing what?" "Doing what I tell you to do. See you two tomorrow." Webb dropped off Romano at home. Before he got out, Romano said, "Hey, Webb, you think this new gig pays more? Angie's been talking about getting a new washer-dryer and maybe finishing the basement." "If I were you, I wouldn't mention anything like that to Angie. You'll be lucky if it doesn't pay less." Romano shook his head as he got out. "Story of my life." Webb pulled away and drove aimlessly. He felt miserable about Chris Miller and didn't envy the people who would have to tell his wife. He hoped Miller didn't have any kids, but he looked like the kind who would. Damn, there was just too much misery in the world. Finally, he decided he needed another dose of old-fashioned police work. Webb took the outer loop of the Capitol Beltway around to Interstate 395, headed north, and steered the Mercury Bates had gotten for him across the dilapidated 14th Street Bridge that an airplane taking off from National Airport in a snowstorm had actually fallen on years ago. He pointed the car toward an area of town where few law-abiding citizens, other than those who were lost or those who carried a gun and a badge, ever dared venture, especially at this hour. The scene was a familiar one to Webb. It was the same route his squad had followed on their last night on Earth. Webb knew the car and its government plates just screamed Fed Man, but he really didn't care. For an hour he cruised up and down every dead-end street, every alley, every hole in the wall that looked promising. Several times he passed patrol cars that were nosing around looking for trouble, which here was akin to being a cat in an aviary. What you wanted was damn near everywhere. He was just about to give it up when his gaze caught on the flash of red under a streetlight. He slowed the car, grabbed his trusty binoculars from the bag, and got a better look. It was probably nothing, for many wore the do-rag here, and many of them were red. Red for blood. Even people down here had a sense of purpose and also humor about their work. A few seconds later, Webb's pulse kicked to a higher gear. The gent was even wearing the same clothes, a tank shirt over barbell shoulders and shorts below the butt crack. It was his good old neighborhood purveyor of fine crack cocaine and other illegal drugs from the alley where Charlie Team had run its last lap. Webb cut the car's engine, let the car drift to a stop, and quietly got out. He thought about taking his shotgun, but then decided his pistol would be enough. It was hard to pounce holding a shotgun. He gripped his pistol and slowly made his way down the street, keeping to the shadows. There was a streetlight under which he had to pass on his way to the kid. Just when he stepped into its pool of light, there came a scream from somewhere. The kid looked up, saw him. Webb swore under his breath and took off running. "Still want a deal on my rifle?" Webb called out to him as he hustled forward. The kid bolted down the alley. Webb knew he shouldn't do it, not even armed, and he stopped. Going down that alley without any backup, he might as well phone in his casket order. It was still a tough decision, because Webb wanted Bandana Boy in the worst sort of way. In Webb's connect-the-dots manner of thinking, maybe Bandana was the one who hit the remote that had activated the laser, that had tripped the machine guns, that had sent Webb's dearest friends into oblivion. He finally made up his mind. "Another night, my friend, and next time I won't stop until my hands are around your damn neck." Webb turned to go back to his car. That's when he saw them coming. They seemed in no hurry. There were maybe a dozen of them. Along with their elongated shadows against the brick, he saw the array of weapons they were carrying. Cut off from his car, Webb ducked down the alley and started running hard. He heard the group behind him do the same. "Shit," he said to himself. Could anybody say setup? The light from the street lamp was quickly left behind, and Webb could only rely on the presence of some dregs of ambient light from the sky and the sounds of running feet ahead and behind him. Unfortunately, in this high-walled labyrinth, the echoes were not reliable guides. Webb made lefts and rights until he was hopelessly lost. He turned one last corner and stopped. He imagined half the group had probably headed around to block his escape, though for all he knew, he was running in circles. He thought he could still hear them coming, but he couldn't tell from where. He ducked down another alley and stopped. Listened. Quiet. Quiet he didn't like. Quiet meant stealth. He looked left, right, and then up. Up. Up sounded good. He climbed a nearby fire escape and then froze. The footsteps were close. He soon saw why. Two of them came around the corner. They were tall, lean, with shaved heads and dressed in leather and baggy, low-riding prison shuffle jeans and big jailhouse shoes with thick heels they were no doubt just itching to grind into Webb's face. They halted and looked around. They were directly underneath him. Just like Webb had done, they looked left and then right. He figured it would only be a matter of seconds before, as he had done, they looked up. So he swung down, and each foot collided with one head, and both men slammed into the brick wall. Webb landed a little awkwardly, his ankle twisting under him. Since each husky fellow was groaning and attempting to get up, he landed the butt of his pistol against the backs of their necks, and they went down for a long winter's nap. He grabbed their guns, threw them all into a dumpster standing nearby, and then sprinted off. He could still hear running feet and also an occasional gunshot. Webb didn't know if it was his pursuers or simply your run-of-the-mill gangbanger dispute that happened around here every night. He rounded another corner and was hit low and hard. The impact knocked him off his feet, and he lost his weapon as he sprawled on the asphalt. He rolled and came up, fists cocked. Bandana Boy was standing there, a knife almost as big as he was in hand. He was grinning the same shit-eating grin that he'd had in the alley on the night that Charlie Team had disappeared. Webb noted he held the weapon with some skill. The kid probably had fought 100 knife fights. He was shorter than Webb, yet more muscular, probably quicker. This was to be a classic test of youth against experience. "Well, come on and eat some experience, young man," muttered Webb as he prepared to defend himself. The kid lunged at Webb, whipping the knife blade around so fast Webb could hardly follow. Yet he didn't really have to, because Webb executed a loop kick that clipped Bandana's legs out from under him, and he went down hard. The kid was up quickly, but only in time to take one of Webb's size 12s to the head. With the kid stunned, Webb was all over him. He locked down the arm holding the knife and proceeded to break Bandana's grip on both the knife and his forearm. With his security of the blade gone and a jagged shaft of his forearm staring him in the face, the kid fled, his cries of pain sweeping the alley with him, and his shit-eating attitude lying next to the knife on the bloody ground. Webb shook his own fuzzy head clear and started to stumble over to retrieve his gun. He never made it. Webb could only watch silently as the group of men appeared from all corners, blocking the path to his weapon. They carried sawed-off shotguns and pistols. Webb could sense they were all so very happy to see him here, outnumbered as he was 10-1. Webb figured he had nothing to lose by taking an aggressive posture. He held out his FBI shield. "I could bust every one of you on weapons charges, but I tell you what, I'm feeling generous and not up to all the paperwork, so you just pack up and go about your business and we'll forget about it. For now. But don't be pulling this shit again." Their response was to move forward. Webb's response to that was to move back until he felt the wall behind him, and further retreat and ultimate escape would have to be confined to his imagination. Then, two of the crew directly in front of him were tossed to the side so violently it was like gravity had been suspended from underneath them. In this gap, Webb found himself staring up at the largest man he had ever seen outside a professional football game. The giant was 6'6" or 7, and if he carried less than 400 pounds on his frame, Webb didn't know how. He realized that this new antagonist must be the legendary Big F. The man was dressed in a short-sleeved, burgundy-colored silk shirt that was so large Webb could have used it for a blanket. Beige linen pants covered long legs that actually looked short, so thick and massive were they. He had on no socks, his bare feet were in suede loafers, and his shirt was open to the navel, even though it was only about 50 degrees, with a sneaky little breeze that quickly got under one's skin. His skull had a shadow of fuzz covering it. His facial features matched his great size, with a heavy blob of nose and conical ears, each pierced with about a dozen diamond studs that gleamed impressively, even in the poor light. He wasted no time and strode right up to Webb. When Big F reached out to grab a fistful of him, Webb delivered a vicious blow to the man's gut that would have dropped a heavyweight boxer. All he got from Big F was a grunt. Then he lifted Webb off the ground, reared back like he was preparing to hurl a shot put, and threw the 200-pound Webb a good 10 feet down the alley. The rest of the gang hooted, cursed, and otherwise had themselves a little federal agent ass-kicking party, high-fiving, exchanging growls, and knuckle-banging each other with animalistic glee. Webb had not even gotten to his feet before the man was on him again. This time he hooked Webb by his belt, lifted him up, and sent him sailing into a line of garbage cans. Webb came up fast, gagging for air and nauseous with the pounding he was taking. Before Big F could get to him, Webb shot forward, lowered his shoulder, and laid his very solid frame directly into the man's gut. Webb might as well have slammed himself into a pickup truck for all the good it did. He dropped to the asphalt without having budged Big F one damned inch. His shoulder felt dislocated. Webb got to his feet, feigned being seriously hurt, and then exploded with a leaping kick that caught Big F flush on the side of the head. Splotches of blood appeared at the corner of Big F's ear, and Webb noted with satisfaction that he had relieved the man of some of his diamond studs, leaving jagged bits of earlobe in their bloody wake. Yet Big F was still standing, like one of the brick buildings surrounding them. Webb had knocked 100-pound body bags right off their supports with that kick. How could this be? Well, he had no time, really, to think about how it could be, because Big F, moving faster than a man his size should ever have been able to, delivered a forearm the size of a 6x6 to the side of Webb's head that came one dizzying star from knocking him out. A few seconds later, Big F was half carrying and half dragging Webb down the alley, his shoes and jacket lost somewhere along the way. His pants were ripped, and his legs and arms were bleeding from being dragged over the pavement. Apparently, just for fun, since Webb was putting up no further resistance, Big F tossed him head first against a dumpster. This did knock out Webb, and he stayed that way until he felt himself being thrown onto something soft. He opened his eyes. It was the interior of the Mercury. He flinched when he saw Big F slam the door and walk away. The guy hadn't said one word, and Webb had never been more humbled in his life. No wonder Granny and Jerome had acted the way they had. Hell, Jerome was probably still running. Webb sat up slowly and felt around for broken bones. When he opened his right hand, a paper fluttered out of it. Webb saw the numbers and words scribbled on it, looked over in amazement at where Big F had been but was no longer. He put the slip of paper in his pocket, pulled out his keys, revved up the Mercury, and burned rubber off the rear wheels, getting the hell out of there, leaving behind his jacket, his shoes, his pistol, and a big chunk of his confidence. Chapter 28. It was early in the morning, and Webb was soaking in the tub in another crummy motel. Every part of him ached. The long scrapes on his arms and legs burned like there was a branding iron pressed to them. He had a knot on his forehead from where his noggin had met dumpster, and a gash along the good side of his face that probably still had some grains of asphalt inside. Boy, he was aging really well. He should try out for male modeling when he left the bureau. The phone rang, and Webb swung his hand out and snagged it. It was Bates. "I'll pick you and your buddy up in an hour at Romano's house." Webb groaned. "What's wrong?" asked Bates. "Late night. Got a bitch of a hangover." "Oh, I'm so sorry, Webb. 1 hour. Be there or find another planet to live on." Bates hung up. Exactly 1 hour later, Bates picked up Webb and Romano, and they headed to Virginia horse country. Bates looked at Webb's fresh injuries. "What the hell happened to you?" asked Bates. "You better not have trashed another car, because after the Mercury, you're riding a bicycle." Bates glanced over at Webb's car parked at the curb. "I slipped getting out of the bathtub." "You did all that getting out of the tub?" Bates clearly did not believe this. "You know what they say, Perce. Most accidents happen at home." Bates stared at him for a long moment before deciding not to pursue it. He had a lot of other items on his to-do list. After an hour's drive, they got off the highway and drove for miles along twisting roads and hairpin curves bracketed by thick woods. They missed a turn somewhere because they ended up on a dirt road barely wide enough for their car. Webb looked over at a sagging metal gate and the sign next to it that read, "East Wind's Farm. No hunting, fishing, or trespassing. Violators prosecuted to the fullest extent of the law." East Wind's, they knew, was the name of the Canfield farm. They must have come in on the rear side, Webb concluded. He smiled as he read the sign. Well, damn, these people meant business. He was shaking with fear. He glanced at Romano, who was looking at the sign and smiling too, because he was probably thinking the same thing. The fencing here was low, rail board on post. The place was in the middle of nowhere. Somebody who knew what they were doing could hop that fence in a second, go to the main house, kill the Canfields and everyone else there, have a drink, watch some TV, and no one would probably know until the spring thaw, opined Romano knowledgeably. Yeah, and since murder isn't one of the offenses listed on the sign, added Webb, I guess he'd be free from prosecution. Keep that crap to yourself, growled Bates. However, Webb could tell the guy was worried. This place was vulnerable. They finally found the correct turn and reached the front entrance to East Wind's. The gates reminded Webb of the ones in front of the White House. And yet, with all the exposed property, the big gates were a joke from a security perspective. Above the entrance was an arch of metal scrollwork with the name of the farm written large, and to top it all off, the gates were open. There was a call box, however, and Bates hit the button. They waited, and someone finally came on. "Special Agent Bates with the FBI." "Come on up," said the voice. "Follow the main road and take the first right up to the main house." As Bates pulled forward, Webb pointed out, "No closed-circuit TV. We could be Charlie Manson and company for all they know." They headed straight. The rolling green land stretched as far as they could see, much of it enclosed by horizontal rail fencing. Large rolls of hay lay in the fields. Off to one side was a small pond. The main road was asphalt and ran straight for a while and then curved right around a swath of towering oak and hickory with scrub pines wedged between. Through the trees to the right, they caught glimpses of an enormous structure. They finally came to a large two-story stone house with high Palladian windows and broad sliding doors below, and topped with a large tin-sheathed cupola patented by the elements, with a weather vane of a horse and rider mounted on top. To Webb, it looked like a color Martha Stewart might try to copyright and then sell to the masses as something far more chic than simple weather rot. They turned right, away from the carriage house, and passed down a long paved drive. Some of the largest maple trees Webb had ever seen were situated in rows on each side of the drive, forming a natural roof of limbs and leaves. Webb looked up ahead, and his eyes widened. It was the largest house he had ever seen, and it was constructed all from stone, with an enormous front portico supported by 6 massive columns. "Damn," said Romano. "That looks to be about the size of the Hoover building." Bates parked the car in front and started to get out. "It's a house, Romano, and put your tongue back in your mouth and try not to embarrass the Bureau." The massive door opened, and a man stood there. Billy Canfield had not aged well, thought Webb. He was still tall and trim, but the broad shoulders and deep chest, which Webb remembered from the man's visits to Webb in the hospital, had fallen in. His hair was now thinner and almost fully gray, and the face had grown even craggier. As Canfield walked out to see them, Webb noted the limp in the man's gait, and he saw where one knee turned inward more than normal. Canfield, he figured, would be in his early 60s now. 15 years ago, he had married for the second time to Gwen, a woman much younger than he was. He had grown children from his first marriage, and he and Gwen had also had their own boy, the 10-year-old who had been killed by members of the Free Society at the school in Richmond. Webb still saw David Canfield's face often in his dreams. The guilt had not lessened over the years. If anything, it had grown more intense. Canfield eyed each of them fiercely from under thick tufts of eyebrows. Bates put out his strong hand and held up his credentials with the other, just like the Bureau taught you, observed Webb. I'm Agent Bates with the FBI's Washington Field Office, Mr. Canfield. Thanks for letting us come out. Canfield ignored Bates and instead looked over at Webb. I know you, don't I? Webb London, Mr. Canfield. I'm with Hostage Rescue. I was down in Richmond that day, he added diplomatically. You visited me in the hospital. That meant a lot to me. I want you to know that. Canfield nodded slowly and then put out his hand to Webb, who shook it. Well, I appreciate what you all tried to do then. You did all you could, risked your life and all for my boy. He stopped and looked over at Bates. But I told you on the phone that nothing's happened out here, and if that son of a bitch comes my way, he'll end up dead and not the other way around. I understand that, Mr. Canfield. Billy. Thank you, Billy, but you have to understand that 3 people with a connection to what happened at that school in Richmond, and possibly a 4th person, have already been killed. If the Free Society is behind it, and I have to tell you that as yet we have no direct proof that they are, but if they are, you could be a target. That's why we're here. Canfield looked at his watch. And what, you want to put me under lock and key? I got a damn horse farm to run, and let me tell you, it don't run on autopilot. I understand that, but there are unobtrusive steps we can take. Y'all want to keep talking, you got to come on with me. I got things to do. Bates exchanged glances with Webb and Romano and then shrugged. They followed Canfield over to a jet-black Land Rover and climbed in. Canfield didn't wait for seatbelts to be put on. He hit the gas and they sped off. Webb was in the front seat next to him. As they drove along, he surveyed the farm. Last I heard, you owned a trucking company in Richmond. How'd you end up on a horse farm in Fauquier County? Canfield slipped a cigarette out of his shirt pocket and lit up, cracked the window, and blew smoke out. Gwen doesn't let me smoke in the house. Take my shots when I can, he explained. Now that's a damn good question, Webb. From trucking to horses. I ask myself that sometimes, and sometimes I wish I was back in trucking. I was born and bred in Richmond, and like it there. That city creeps into your bones, for better or worse, and I've seen both sides of that coin. But Gwen's always loved horses. She grew up on a farm in Kentucky. I guess it gets in your blood, too. All it's done for me is make my blood pressure go through the roof. Anyway, we decided to make a go of it. Jury's still out on how we're doing. Sunk every damn dime I have into this place, so at least we have the incentive to make it work. What exactly do you do on a horse farm? Asked Romano as he leaned forward. See, the only horses I've seen are the ones that pull the carriages around Central Park. I grew up in the Big Apple. Sorry to hear that, Yank, said Canfield. He looked around at Romano. Didn't catch your name. Romano, Paul Romano. Friends call me Paulie. Well, we're not friends, so I'll just call you Paul. Now, the main thing you do on a horse farm is bleed money, Paul. Bleed it like it's ice in a damn hailstorm. You pay out your ass for a property like this and all the people to help run it. You get you some horses and they eat you out of house and home. You pay outrageous stud fees, so some son of a bitching horny stallion with a few track victories to its name will impregnate your mares. And then nature delivers you some foals that proceed to chip away at what little money you got left. As the foals grow into yearlings, you spend enough on the little sons of bitches to send a dozen kids to Harvard. And then you hope and pray that maybe one of them shows some promise and you can sell it to some poor sucker and maybe get a 5% return on your money for working your ass off 16 hours a day. And if you don't, then the bank that you've sold your life to comes and takes every single thing you've ever owned in your whole life, and you die dirt poor without a roof over your head, a stitch of clothes on your back, or a single person you could call a friend. He looked back at Romano. That's about it, Paul. You got any other questions? Nope, that about covers it, said Romano as he sat back. They reached a compound consisting of barns, stables, and other buildings, and Canfield drove underneath a pediment wooden arch that Canfield said was based upon the one at George Washington's Mount Vernon, only that it cost more. This is the equestrian center. Horse stalls, big hay barn, manager's office, trainer's work center, wash stalls, riding rings, and the like. God's little acre, if ever there were one, said Canfield, and he laughed as he climbed out of the Rover. The FBI agents followed him. Canfield called out to a man who was talking to a number of what looked to Webb to be farmhands. "Hey, Nemo, come on over here for a sec." The man walked over. He was about Webb's height, yet burly, with the powerful physique of someone who worked with his body for a living. He had short, wiry black hair, slightly graying at the temples, and strong, handsome features. His clothes were clearly ranch, loose-fitting jeans and a faded denim shirt. Pointed toe boots were on his feet. They weren't fancy, no alligator or kangaroo skin, and no silver toe clips. They were dusty and creased from hard use, and worn away where Webb-figured stirrups met the leather. Muddy canvas gloves stuck out from his back pocket. He took off his sweat-stained Stetson as he walked over and wiped his brow with a rag. "Nemo Straight here is my farm manager. Nemo, this is a bunch of folks from the FBI. They've come here to tell me I'm in danger because they let the asshole that killed my son break out of jail and he might be gunning for me." Straight gave them all a terrifically unfriendly stare. Webb put out his hand. "I'm Agent Webb London." Straight shook his hand, and Webb felt the extra force the man gave to the grip. Nemo Straight was a very strong gent, and obviously wanted to let Webb know it. Webb caught the man checking out his damaged mug. For most, it evoked sympathy, which Webb loathed. Nemo, though, came away just looking a little surlier, as though he had suffered far greater wounds on a good day. Webb instantly liked the man. Canfield pointed at Webb. "Now this fella here actually tried to save my boy, which is more than I can say for some others involved in the process." "Well, in my opinion, the government's not good for much except messing up folks' lives," said Nemo, looking at Webb. His voice was pure country, with little dips in between each syllable, mimicking the bobbing of his prodigious Adam's apple. For some reason, Webb envisioned Big Nemo performing country and western karaoke and being just a stitch at it. Webb looked over at Bates, who said, "What we're trying to do here is help you, Billy. If somebody tries something with you, we want to be here to stop it." Canfield surveyed his property and then stared at Bates. "I got 10 men full-time on my farm, and every one of them is pretty good with a gun." Bates shook his head. "We waltzed right in here, and you didn't even know who we were. You came out the front door unarmed and alone. If we were looking to kill you, you'd already be dead." Canfield smiled. "What if I told you I had some of my boys watching you from the time you stepped on the property, and that they were pointing something at you that wasn't their fingers?" Webb and Romano glanced around without seeming to do so. Webb had a sixth sense about people aiming guns his way, and he was wondering why it hadn't kicked in. "Then I'd tell you your boys probably would end up shooting some innocent people," said Bates. "Well, hell, that's what I got insurance for, I guess," Canfield shot back. "I checked the records, Billy. During the trial, you received death threats from Ernest Free, among others. The Bureau put you under protection then." Canfield's features grew very grim. That's right. Every time I turned around, there was some suit with a gun staring at me and reminding me that my little boy was dead and buried. So no offense, but I've had enough of you folks to last the rest of my life. That's about as clear as I can make it." Bates squared his shoulders and got closer to Canfield. "The Bureau is offering you protection again. And until Ernest Free is caught, and we're sure that you're not in danger, I'm kind of insisting on it," added Bates. Canfield folded his arms across his chest. "Well, then we got us a problem, because this is the United States of America, and a person has the right to choose who comes on his property and who doesn't. And I'm asking you to get the hell off my land right now." Straight moved closer to his boss, and Webb saw some of the other farmhands also draw nearer. He also noted that Romano's hand had eased to his pistol grip. One big fellow made the truly enormous mistake of putting his hand on Romano's shoulder. In an instant, the man was face down on the ground, Romano's knee against the base of his spine, one .45 in the guy's ear, and another .45, which Romano had pulled from the second holster he wore on the back of his waistband, pointed at Canfield's other men. "Okay," said Romano. "Any of you other buckaroos want to bring it on?" Webb quickly stepped forward before Romano killed them all. "Look, Billy, I shot 2 of the Frees, and if I'd gotten the chance I would have blown Ernest away too. But the bastard got lucky and took a round through his shoulder instead, and I walked out with half a face and missing most of my blood. Now, I really believe that we all want the same thing here. We're just differing a bit on how to get there. What if Romano and I came to stay with you on the farm? No suits, just jeans and boots. We'll even help with the work. But in exchange, you have to cooperate with us. You'll have to listen to us when we tell you there might be a problem, and if we tell you to get your butt down, you get down. It looks like the Frees have already taken out several people, and they did it in ways that were pretty damn ingenious. So while I'm sure your men are really good at what they do, it might not be enough if these people really want to take you out. I can see that you're not the sort of guy who likes other people to tell you what to do, but I also don't believe you want to give the Frees the satisfaction of killing you. You and your wife have already been through that hell with your son. I don't believe you want her to have to grieve again over you." Canfield looked at Webb a long moment, and for that entire time Webb wasn't sure if the man was going to jump him or maybe order his men to open fire. Finally, Canfield looked down and kicked the dirt. "Let's go on back to the house and talk about this." He motioned for Straight and his men to go back to work. Romano helped the man up and even dusted him off. "Nothing personal, Slick. I would have done that to anybody who touched me. Get the message?" The man grabbed his hat and hustled off. From the look of fear in the man's eyes, Webb didn't think he'd be touching Romano ever again. Canfield and the agents climbed in the Rover. As they were driving back, Canfield looked over at Webb. "Okay, I'm not disputing that what you say makes a lot of sense, but I'm not looking forward to revisiting that part of my life. And I'm kind of hating it that these assholes are pulling me back into that shithole." "I understand that, but—" Webb was interrupted by the ringing of his cell phone. He checked his phone, but it wasn't his. Bates and Romano did the same thing. Canfield pulled a phone out of a storage panel in the Rover and looked at it. It wasn't ringing. He glanced at the floorboard and reached down and picked up the phone that was lying there. "Somebody must have left their phone in here, although it's not Gwen's, and I don't know who the hell else drives this truck. Probably somebody wanting to sell me something." He was about to punch the talk button when Webb grabbed the phone out of his hand, hit the window button on his door, and threw the phone out. Canfield looked at him. "What in the hell do you think you're doing?" They watched as the phone flew through the air and then hit the ground in the middle of an empty dirt field. Nothing happened. Canfield pulled the Rover to a stop. "You get your ass out there and go get that damn phone." The explosion was powerful enough to rock the Land Rover and send a cloud of black smoke and flames 100 feet in the air. All the men stared at this fiery spectacle for several seconds. Finally, a shaken Canfield looked over at Webb. "When do you boys want to start?" Chapter 29. Webb drove down the street to his mother's home. He still didn't know what the hell to do with it. To sell it would require him to fix it up, and he would have to do that himself, since his bank account wouldn't allow the convenience of hiring professionals to do it. And yet he had no desire to tighten one hinge or replace one shingle on the place. Webb was here because it had occurred to him that if he was going to be staying out at the farm for a while, he would need some clothes. He didn't want to go back to his own home right now. The reporters were probably still staking it out. However, he kept some clothes at his mom's house, too. He also wanted to return the box containing much of Harry Sullivan's life to the attic. Being constantly on the move now, Webb didn't want a chance losing it. He also wasn't sure what to do about his father. Should he call the main prison? Was that the place to get reacquainted with his old man? Yet chances were, at his age, Harry Sullivan was going to die in prison. This might be Webb's only shot. It was funny how almost being blown to bits by a bomb and a phone made you reorder your priorities. His musings about his father stopped when his phone rang. It was Claire, and she sounded nervous yet determined. "I've been giving our sessions a lot of thought, Webb. I think we need to change tactics somewhat. I'm curious about a few things, and I think they can be better addressed in a different sort of way." "Well, that's incredibly vague, Claire. What exactly are you talking about?" "From our discussions so far, Webb, it seems to me that many of your issues stem from your relationship with your mother and stepfather. During our last session, you told me that you had grown up in your mother's house, and that you had recently inherited it from her." "So?" "And you also mentioned that you would never consider living there. Also that your stepfather died there." "Again, so what?" "I think there might be something else there. You remember I said I listen for cues from my patients? Well, I'm getting a big one from you here." "What does an old house have to do with my issues?" "It's not the house, Webb. It's what might have happened in the house." He persisted. "What might have happened in the house, other than my stepfather kicking the bucket, that has anything to do with me?" "Only you know that." "And I'm telling you that's all I know. And I really don't see how my freezing in an alley has anything to do with my growing up in that house. That was a long time ago." "You'd be amazed, Webb, at how long the mind can keep something under wraps until it erupts one day. Your encounter with the little boy in the alley could have triggered something from your past." "Well, I'm telling you, I don't know what that is." "If I'm right, you do know, Webb, only your conscious mind doesn't realize it." He rolled his eyes. "What kind of psychobabble crap is that?" In response, Claire said, "Webb, I'd like to hypnotize you." He was stunned. "No." "It really could help us get somewhere." "How can making me bark like a dog while I'm unconscious help?" "Being in a hypnotic state is a form of enhanced consciousness, Webb. You'll be aware of everything going on around you. You will be in complete control. I can't make you do anything you don't want to." "It won't help." "You can't know that. It can allow you to address some issues you ordinarily would be inhibited from doing." "There are some things in my head maybe I don't want to figure out." "You never know, Webb, until you try. Please think about it. Please." "Look, Claire, I'm sure you've got lots of crazy people to help. Why don't you think about them for a while?" He clicked off. Webb pulled his car into the driveway, went inside, packed a duffel of clothes, and then hesitated at the bottom of the attic stairs, holding the Harry Sullivan box under one arm. This really shouldn't be so hard, he told himself. An attic was an attic. Though he had told Claire otherwise, there was something about this house that had rattled him somewhere deep in his soul. Yet he reached up, gripped the cord, and pulled down the stairs. When he got to the attic, he put the box down and reached for the light cord, but then drew his hand back. He looked to the various corners, seeking out threats, an endeavor that was now more instinct than habit. He drew his gaze across the plywood floor, and then to all the blackened shapes of his family's bleak history, in the form of clothes racks, piles of books, heaps of junk left to rot. The stack of burgundy-colored rug remnants near the stairway held his attention. They were tightly rolled and bound with tape. He picked one up. It was heavy and very hard, stiff as it was with both cold and age. The remnants matched the rug on the floor below, and Webb wondered why his mother had kept them. Off to the side there once had been a large pile of clothes. Now the space was empty. Webb had sometimes come up here, pulled the attic door closed after him, and hidden under the clothes pile during his stepfather's many rampages. His stepfather had also kept his stash of drugs and special liquor up here, too, because he feared his wife getting her hands on them. He would stumble up here in the middle of the night, already wasted, and seek out additional means to do his mind further damage. It was the early 70s, the country still digging itself out from Vietnam, and people like his stepfather, who had never taken up arms for his country or for any other cause, used the general angst and indifference of the times as an excuse to live life on a perpetual high. Part of the attic floor was also over the ceiling of Webb's bedroom. When he was young and in bed, Webb would hear his stepfather's footsteps overhead as the man sought out his mood-altering substances. Young Webb would be terrified that Stockton might come crashing down through the ceiling to land on top of him and beat the hell out of him. A cobra in your bed, kill or be killed. When Stockton did beat him, Webb would have gone to his mother, but most of the time she was not there to console him. She often took long drives at night and came home in the morning, hours after Webb had dressed and fed himself and rushed off to school so he wouldn't have to confront the old man across the breakfast table. The creak of steps still bothered him to this day. He closed his eyes and breathed in the chilly air, and in his mind that old vanished pile of clothes rose high into the air. And then right on cue there was a slash of red, and then sounds flooded him that made Webb open his eyes and rush back down the stairs and close the attic door. He had had this vision 1,000 times and could never figure it out. He had gotten to the point where he didn't want to decipher it, but for now, for some reason, he felt like he was closer to its true meaning than ever before. He sat in the Mercury and pulled out his cell phone and the piece of paper Big F had given him the night before. He checked his watch. It was right at the time the paper said to call. He punched in the numbers, and the phone was immediately answered. He was given a set of instructions, and then the line went dead. At least they were an efficient bunch. Well, he was going to have a busy night. As he drove off, he paraphrased the immortal words of Talk. Webb London to the rest of the human race. Nobody has control. Chapter 30. Webb drove to Romano's house and picked him up. Angie was standing in the doorway when Romano came out with his bags, and she didn't look very happy. At least, Webb deduced this when he waved to Angie and got the finger in return for his troubles. Romano loaded 2 sniper rifles, an MP5, a set of Kevlar, and 4 semi-automatic pistols, along with ammo clips for each, into the trunk. Christ, we're not going after Saddam, Paulie. You do it your way and I'll do it mine. The guy who blew away Chris Miller is still out there, and if he's getting off 1,000-yard shots at yours truly, then I want to be able to shoot the son of a bitch back, capiche? He turned and waved to Angie. Bye-bye, sweetie pie. Angie flipped him the bird, too, before slamming the door behind her. I take it she's upset, said Webb. I had some leave time. We were supposed to go see your mother in Bayou Country, Slidell, Louisiana, to be exact. I'm sorry, Paulie. Romano looked at him and smiled, before pulling his Yankees cap over his eyes and settling back in his seat. I'm not. They drove to East Winds, where they were met at the gate by a pair of FBI agents. They showed their creds and were allowed in. The Bureau presence was here in its full glory after the attempted murder of Billy Canfield via exploding cell phone. The Bureau's bomb squad van passed them going out, no doubt with every bit of evidence they could scrounge from the debris. Webb felt sure that Bureau agents were interviewing everyone on the farm who might be remotely connected with where that phone might have come from. Webb was also sure Billy Canfield would be less than thrilled with all that activity. Yet at least he had saved the man's life. That had gotten them entry into the farm. He had just finished this thought when a horse and rider came into view. It was a big, glossy thoroughbred with a perfect blending of shimmering muscle, tendon, and bone, all moving in a delicate synchronicity that made it seem more machine than animal. Webb had ridden a few times, but had never really gotten into it, and yet he had to admit the sight was really something to behold. The rider was dressed in brown riding breeches, high, polished black boots, and a light blue cotton sweater. The hands were gloved. The black riding helmet failed to fully cover the long blonde hair. He rolled his window down as the woman rode the horse over to the car. "I'm Gwen Canfield. You must be Webb." "I am. This is Paul Romano. Did your husband tell you the arrangement?" "Yes. He asked me to show you where you'll be staying," said Gwen. She took off her helmet, pulled back her blonde hair, and it fell across her shoulders. Webb looked at the horse and said, "She's a beauty." "It's a he." "Sorry, didn't check the equipment. Didn't want to embarrass anybody." She patted the horse's neck. "Baron doesn't mind, do you? Secure in your masculinity, aren't you?" "We should all be so lucky." Gwen eased a bit back on the small English-style riding saddle, one hand firmly holding on to the double loop of reins, and looked around. "Billy told me what happened in the Rover. I want to thank you for what you did. Billy probably forgot to." "Just doing my job." Though he had never met Gwen, other HRT members at the trial in Richmond had described her as high-strung and emotional. This woman was very calm, almost detached in a way. Despite her words of gratitude, her tone was subdued. Maybe she had just used up all the emotions she had back then. Webb had seen pictures of Gwen Canfield taken by the media at the trial. Unlike her husband, Gwen had aged very well. She was, he figured, in her mid to late 30s. Her blonde hair was still long. Her figure was that of a woman 10 years younger, with curves where men enjoyed seeing them and a bosom that would never fail to draw stares. Her features were lovely, with high cheekbones and full lips. If she had been an actress, the camera would have fallen in love with her. She was also tall and carried herself very erect. The horse rider's posture, Webb assumed. "We're going to the carriage house. It's right down this road." Gwen turned Baron around, punched the horse in the sides with her boots, gave a loud call that sounded indecipherable to Webb, yet in horse language must have meant gallop like holy hell, because that's exactly what old Baron did. Horse and rider flew down the road. Then Gwen leaned forward, actually blending in with the horse's torso, as Baron lifted off the ground, clearing the 3-foot slanted jump-in fence line, a breach in the fence designed to allow horse and rider to pass through, landing in one of the paddocks and galloping on without missing a step, or a hoof. Webb honked his horn in applause, and Gwen waved without looking back. The carriage house, as it turned out, was the place with the big Palladian windows and patented weather vane Webb had seen earlier. Gwen dismounted from Baron and tethered him to a post. As they were unloading their stuff from the car, Webb gave Romano a sign not to unpack his weapons in front of the woman. Webb looked at the location of the carriage house and its relation to the main house, which he could barely see down the long tree-lined road. He turned to Gwen. "I don't mean to sound ungrateful, but would it be possible for us to stay in the main house? If anything goes down, it might take us a little too long to get to you." "Billy said the carriage house. If you have a problem with that, you'll have to take it up with him." "Well, I guess I will," Webb told himself. To her he said, "I'm sorry about all this, Mrs. Canfield. You shouldn't have to go through this again." "I never assumed the world is fair anymore." She looked at him closely. "I'm sorry, Billy said that we know you, but I don't remember from where." "I was part of the hostage rescue team that was at the school that day." She looked down for a moment. "I see. And now that man is loose again. The one who killed David." "Unfortunately, yes, but hopefully not for long." "He should have been put to death." "I'm not arguing with you, Mrs. Canfield." "Just make it Gwen. We're not too formal out here." "Okay, Gwen. And you can make it Webb and Paulie. But we're here to make sure that you and your husband are safe." She glanced at him. "I haven't felt safe in years, Webb. I don't think things are going to change now." She led them inside. The ground floor of the carriage house was filled with restored antique cars. Webb looked at car-happy Romano and thought his partner was going to have a coronary. Gwen explained. "Billy collects them. His little private car museum, I guess." "Geez," exclaimed Romano. "That's a right-hand drive Stutz Bearcat." He walked around the space in wonder, like a boy at the Baseball Hall of Fame. "And that's a 1939 Lincoln LeBaron. Only 9 of them were ever made. And oh my God," he rushed over to the far corner of the room and stopped dead. "Webb, this is a 1936 Duesenberg SSJ Speedster." He looked at Gwen. "Am I wrong, or were there only 2 of these ever built? One for Clark Gable and the other for Gary Cooper? Please tell me I'm not wrong." Gwen nodded. "You know your cars. That's Coop's." Romano looked to Webb like he was going to faint. "This is beautiful," said Romano. He turned to the woman. "I want you to know, Gwen, that I am truly honored to be under the same roof with these legendary machines." Webb thought he was going to be sick to his stomach. Gwen looked at Webb and shook her head, a tiny smile clutching at the corners of her mouth. "Men and their toys. Do you have any toys, Webb?" "Not really. Didn't have any as a kid, either." She gave him a penetrating stare and then said, "Upstairs are 2 bedrooms, each with its own bath and a fully stocked kitchen and living area. This used to be the estate's carriage house back in colonial times. It's a very historical property. In the 1940s, the owner set it up as the firehouse. Billy reconfigured it as guest quarters when he bought the place. Although with 20 bedrooms in the main house, I always thought a guest house was a bit superfluous." 20 bedrooms, said Romano. "I know," said Gwen. "I grew up on a farm outside of Louisville. We had 2 bedrooms for 7 people." "Billy didn't come from money either that I remember," said Webb. "Trucking is not an easy business, but he did it." "He was complaining that this farm is sucking every cent of his down the drain," commented Romano. "But those cars don't come cheap." Gwen really smiled for the first time, and Webb felt himself smiling at her. "You'll soon learn that Billy Canfield likes to complain about everything, but especially about money. I'm sure he told you we sank every cent we had into this place, and we did. But what he probably didn't tell you is that the first colt we ever sold won the Kentucky Derby and was 3rd in the Preakness." "What was that horse's name?" "King David," Gwen answered quietly. "Now, we didn't get any of that purse, of course, but it put us on the map, and we have the broodmare here that had the king. The stallion that we had her studded with wasn't all that great, which means that our mare's bloodlines got a lot of the credit for the king's prowess." "Seems sort of right, though, considering the female does all the real work," said Webb. Gwen shot him a glance. "I like your way of thinking. So, with the king to our credit, everybody in this country who knows anything about horse racing knows about east winds, and our horses generally fetch a nice premium. Now, we do have some race winners here, and the stud fees are impressive. On top of that, we've got a good crop of yearlings the past 2 years, and we run a tight ship. Don't get me wrong, it is amazingly expensive to run a breeding farm. But as much as Billy complains, I think we'll be okay." "That's good to know," said Webb. "I guess you came up here soon after the trial." She said curtly, "If you need anything, just call the house and we'll take care of it. The number's on the wall next to the phone upstairs." She left before they could even thank her. They went upstairs and looked around. The furnishings were all antique, the appointments refined and elegant, and Webb was sure that Gwen Canfield's touches had been felt heavily here. Billy Canfield just didn't seem the interior decorator type. "Man, this is some place," said Romano. "Yeah, someplace that's a long way from the people we're supposed to be protecting, and that I don't like." So call Bates and have him call Canfield and they can yell at each other. We're just the foot soldiers. We do what we're told. So what do you make of Gwen Canfield? Seems nice enough. She's a real looker, too. A lady. Canfield's a lucky guy. Don't get any ideas, Paulie. Yeah, like Angie would let me live to enjoy it. Unpack your stuff and let's make rounds. I want to hook up with Canfield. If we're going to protect him, we need to at least be near the guy. And we're probably going to have to go in shifts, Paulie, so we'll alternate sleep. Hey, just like the good old sniper days. Yeah, just like the good old sniper days, except you snore like a damn freight train. Not anymore. Angie had me fixed. How'd she do that? I really don't want to get into it, Webb. They went outside and immediately ran into Percy Bates. Any luck on the bomb? Asked Webb. It was a pretty sophisticated device, from what the text told me. We're talking to everybody who might know something, but so far, nothing. But that phone didn't get in there by itself. So, maybe we have an inside job. A Free Society member on the premises, maybe, added Webb. Bates nodded, and he looked very worried. They recruit people from areas just like this. Rural white guys who like guns and land and the old ways and have a big chip on their shoulder because they see the world changing fast and they're no longer on top of it. Anything happening with the Frees in Southern Virginia? We've got people watching them, but nothing so far. Now, they might just be lying low after all this activity. That would be the smart thing to do. And they're not dumb. They have to know they're suspected in this and that we're watching. All we need is one link and we can go after them. Where's Canfield? I sort of like to keep track of the man I'm supposed to be protecting. Bates said, and Gwen, too. She received the same death threats that her husband did. Webb thought about this. Well, Paulie and I can split up, but it'd be nice to have more men on this. East Winds looks to be a pretty big place. 2,000 acres and 68 buildings, actually. I talked to Canfield about that, and he said if I wanted to bring more guys out here, he'd see me in court and then see me in hell. And I'm taking the guy at face value. It's up to you two, but listen, Webb, we're not going to be very far away. I'm counting on that, Perce. Oh, and Webb. Yeah? Thanks for saving my life. They found Billy Canfield down at the Equestrian Center, examining the foreleg of a stallion, while Nemo Straight and two young men dressed in riding clothes looked on. Canfield said to one of the young men, "Better call the vet. Might only be a sprain, but maybe a fracture. Hope to hell it's not." As the man walked off, Canfield called after him, "And tell that damn farrier that unless he comes up with a better shoe, I'm changing shops. We got some stock with soft hooves, and the glue-ons are pretty damn good for that, and he doesn't even carry 'em." "Yes, sir." Canfield patted the horse's flank, wiped off his hands, and walked over to the HRT men. "Farrier?" asked Romano. "The horseshoer man," answered Canfield. "A glorified blacksmith. In the old days, horse farms would keep one on full time. Now they come around once a week in their truck with a forge in the bed and their anvil and hammer and pre-stamped shoes and do their work. They're not cheap, but who'd want to do that kind of work? It's hard, hot, and dangerous, what with crazy horses trying to kick your brains out." "What are those glue-ons you mentioned?" Webb wanted to know. Straight answered, "Sometimes a horse's hoof walls get too thin for the nails and they break up, especially horses imported from Europe. Because of the climate and soil differences, their hooves get brittle. A soft shoe doesn't require any nails. It's like a little bag over the hooves. It lasts a couple of months if done right. And the glue-ons are just what they sound like. Shoes glued on, no nails." "Sound like a lot to learn about this business." "Well, I've always been a quick learner," said Billy with a glance at Straight. Next, he stared over at Bates. "You guys done talking to my boys? I've got a farm to run. We'll be out of here pretty soon." Canfield looked at Webb, then pointed at Bates. "He told me about the phone killings and all, but that was still pretty quick thinking on your part." "I'm a fast learner, too," said Webb. Canfield studied him curiously. "Well, what's the next thing you'd like to learn about?" East winds. I'd like to go over every inch of it. Have to get Gwen to do that. I've got things requiring my attention. Webb looked at Romano. Paulie here will go with you. Canfield looked like he was going to erupt, but then seemed to pull it back in. All right. He looked at Romano. Paul, how are you on a horse? Romano jerked, blinked, and looked at Webb and then at Canfield. I've never been on one. Canfield put an arm around the HRT man and smiled. Well, I hope you're as fast a learner as your partner. Chapter 31. Gwen was at the equestrian center with Baron when her husband asked her to show Webb around the place. She led Webb to the horse stalls. The best way to see the farm is on horseback. Do you ride? She asked. A little. I'm certainly not in your league. Then I've got just the horse for you. Boo, Gwen told him, was a Trakehner, a German breed, a warm-blooded horse bred to be superior war horses and a cross between a hot-blooded, high-spirited, and temperamental Arabian and a cold-blooded, calm, and hard-working draft. The horse weighed about 1,700 pounds, stood almost 18 hands high, and looked at Webb like he wanted to take a bite out of his skull as they stood next to Boo in the stall. Boo was a great dressage horse, but now his work is done and he doesn't really like to move all that much. He's gotten fat and happy. We call him Old Grump because that's what he pretty much is. But deep down he's a sweetheart, and he's very flexible too. You can ride him English or Western saddle. Yeah, I'm sure, said Webb as he stared up at the beast. Boo didn't look the least bit happy that Webb was in his personal space. Gwen put the square saddle pad over the horse's back, and next had Webb help her place the heavy Western-style saddle over the pad. Now, watch while I cinch the saddle. He'll hold his breath and push out his belly. Webb watched in fascination as the horse did exactly that. When you think it's tight, he'll let out his breath and it loosens. Then you try and climb on and the saddle slides over his withers. The horse gets a good laugh and the rider gets a few bruises. Good to know dumb animals are that smart, said Webb. Gwen showed Webb how to transfer from the halter to the bridle and how to slip the ladder over Boo's head, seat it correctly, and then buckle it. They led Boo outside and over to a stone mounting block. Webb adjusted the chaps Gwen had given him to prevent the saddle from chafing his legs and to allow Webb to get a better grip, stepped onto the block, and climbed aboard, while Boo just stood there patiently. So what do you think? Asked Gwen. It's a long way down. She noted the pistol in his holster. Do you have to bring the gun? Yes, Webb said firmly. They went to the riding ring, and Gwen led horse and rider around the ring. Next, Gwen showed Webb neck reining to break, turn, and back the horse up, and sounds and leg pressure to make the animal go and stop. Boo's been all over the farm, so if you'll let him, he'll go where he's supposed to. Nice and easy. Hired help had brought Baron around while they were working with Boo. Gwen mounted up on her horse. Now, Boo is the patriarch of this place, and he and Baron have never ridden together before, so Boo may try and establish his dominance over Baron to show him who's boss. Sort of like guys with too much testosterone, opined Webb. Gwen looked at him in a strange way. Boo's a gelding, Webb. He looked at her blankly, not getting it. If he were a man, we'd call him a eunuch. Poor Boo. The two horses seemed to establish a grudging truce, and Webb watched as Gwen slipped a Motorola walkie-talkie radio out of her back pocket and turned it on. Just in case there's a problem, she said. Smart to keep in communication, said Webb. I've got my cell phone, too. After what happened today with Billy, I'm not sure I'll ever use one again, she said. Webb looked down at his phone and started having some doubts. They started off, trailed by a golden retriever named Opie, and another compact but strongly built canine Gwen called Tough. Straight has a dog running around here too, she said. Calls him Old Cuss, and it's an apt description because he's nothing but trouble. The sky was clear, and as they went up and down the small hills on the property, it seemed to Webb that he could see almost all the way to Charlottesville. Boo was content to follow Barron and kept up a sedate pace that didn't tax Webb. Gwen reined Barron to a halt. Webb eased Boo next to her. "As I said, East Winds has been around a very long time. The King of England gave Lord Culpeper a land grant consisting of millions of acres in the 1600s. A descendant of Lord Culpeper's gave 1,000 acres of this land grant to his eldest daughter upon a marriage to a man named Adam Rolfe. The central part of the house was started in 1765 and completed in 1781 by Rolfe, who was an expert builder and also a merchant. You've seen the outside of the main house?" Webb nodded. "Well, it was constructed in the Georgian style. And the millwork, particularly the dental moldings, are some of the best I've ever seen." "Georgian, that's what I would have guessed." Webb was lying. He wouldn't have known a Georgian style if it leapt up and bit him in his dental moldings. "The estate remained in the Rolfe family until the early 1900s. During that time it was a true working plantation, and crops were raised here: tobacco, soybeans, hemp, that sort of thing." "And slaves to work it, I guess," said Webb, "at least until the end of the Civil War." "Actually, no. The plantation was close enough to Washington that its owners were Northern sympathizers. In fact, East Winds was part of the Underground Railroad. In 1910, Gwen continued, the estate was sold out of the family. It passed through a series of hands until Walter Sennick bought it at the end of World War II. He was an inventor and made a huge fortune selling his ideas to the automobile manufacturers. He made East Winds into a small, self-contained town, and at its peak he had over 300 full-time employees here. There was also a company store, phone exchange, firehouse, those sorts of things." "Nothing like never having to leave home." The whole time Gwen was talking, Webb had been surveying the grounds, judging where possible attacks might come from and how best to defend against them. Yet if there was a rat on the inside, that sort of strategy might be futile. A Trojan horse worked as well now as it had thousands of years ago. Gwen nodded. "Now there are 68 buildings in total with 27 miles of board fencing, 19 paddocks, 15 full-time employees, and we still farm here, corn mostly, although our main interest is breeding thoroughbreds. Next year we have 22 foals due, and we've got a great crop of yearlings going to sale very soon. It's all very exciting." They rode on and soon came to a high-banked water crossing, where Gwen instructed Webb on how to let the horse choose its own footing when going down into the mud. She had Webb lean back very far, so that his head was almost resting on Boo's rump when the horse was going down the bank. Then she had Webb meld his body into the horse's neck and grasp Boo's mane when the horse was heading up the bank on the other side. Webb successfully navigated the stream and earned high praise from Gwen. They passed an old stone and wood building that Gwen told him was an old Civil War-era hospital that they were thinking of turning into a museum. "We've rehabbed it, put in central air and heat. It's got a kitchen, bedroom, so the curator could live in there," Gwen told him. "An operating table and surgical instruments from the time period are there as well." "From what I know of that, a Civil War soldier would have taken a mini-ball any day over a trip to the hospital." They rode by a 200-year-old bank barn, so named because it was 2 stories and built on such a steep grade that it had 2 entrances on separate levels. There was also a riding ring where horse and rider practiced their dressage. Dressage, Gwen explained, consisted of specialized steps and movements of a horse and rider, akin to a figure skater's routine. They passed a tall wooden tower with a stone foundation that Gwen told him had been used for both observation of wildfires and also for the horse races that had been held here a century ago. Webb studied the place and the surrounding countryside. As a former sniper constantly on the lookout for the best ground, Webb concluded that the tower would definitely be a good observation post, yet he didn't have the manpower to utilize it properly. They rode past a 2-story frame building that Gwen identified as the farm manager's house. Nemo Strait seems to do a good job for you. He's experienced and knows what he's doing, and he brought a full hand-picked crew with him, so that was a plus, Gwen said, with what Webb perceived as little interest. They examined entry and exit points in the rear grounds, and Webb made mental notes of each. Once, a deer broke clear of the tree line, and Opie and Tuff took off after it. Neither horse reacted to this clamor, although Webb was so startled by the deer flashing in front of him that he had almost fallen off Boo. Next, she led him into a little tree-shaded glen. Webb could hear water running nearby, and he was not prepared, as they rounded a short curve, to see a small open building, painted white and with a cedar shake roof that looked like a gazebo until Webb saw the cross on top and the small altar inside, with a kneeling pad and a small statue of Jesus on the cross. He looked over at Gwen for an explanation. She was staring at the small temple as though in a trance, and then she glanced over at him. "This is my chapel, I guess you'd call it. I'm Catholic. My father was a Eucharistic minister, and 2 of my uncles are priests. Religion runs pretty deep in my life." "So you had this built?" "Yes, for my son. I come out here and pray for him just about every day, rain or cold. Do you mind?" "Please." "Are you a religious person?" "In my own way, I guess," Webb answered vaguely. "I used to be a lot more than I am now, actually. I've tried to understand why what happened could happen to someone so innocent. I've never been able to find an answer." She dismounted and went inside the chapel, crossed herself, took out her rosary from her pocket, and then knelt down and started to pray while Webb watched her in silence. After a few minutes, she rose and rejoined him. They rode on and finally came to a large building that had clearly been abandoned for some time. "The old monkey house," said Gwen. "Seneca built it and kept all sorts of chimps, baboons, even gorillas there. Why, I don't know. Legend has it that when some of the animals would escape from their cages, they'd be chased through the trees by beer-drinking local yokels with shotguns who didn't want the monkeys around anyway. For that reason, they called the forest around here the monkey jungle. The thought of those poor animals being gunned down by a pack of drunken morons makes me sick." They dismounted and went into the building. Webb could see through the roof where large holes had been worn in by time and the elements. The old cages, rusted and broken, were still lined up against the walls, and there were trenches, presumably for catching animal waste and other disgusting things. Trash and old broken machinery littered the concrete floor, along with tree branches and rotted leaves. Tree roots clung to the outside walls, and there was what looked to be a loading dock. Webb tried to imagine what an inventor of auto accessories would want with a pack of monkeys. None of his theories were pleasant ones. All Webb could think of was animals strapped to gurneys, electrical lines capturing the power of lightning bolts, and old man Seneca in surgical garb ready to do his dirty work on the terrified simians. The place had a distinct feeling of melancholy, of hopelessness, of death even, and Webb was glad to leave it. They continued their ride, and Gwen dutifully pointed out all the buildings and their associated history, until Webb was having a hard time keeping track of everything. He was very surprised to look at his watch and see that 3 hours had passed. "We should probably head back," said Gwen. "For your first ride, 3 hours is plenty. You're going to find yourself a little sore." "I'm good," said Webb. "I really enjoyed it." The ride had been peaceful, tranquil, relaxing, everything he hadn't been experiencing for practically all of his life. However, when they got back to the equestrian center and Webb climbed off Boo, he was surprised to find that his legs and back were so stiff he could barely walk upright once his feet hit the ground. Gwen noted this and smiled wryly. "Tomorrow it'll be another part of your body that hurts." Webb was already rubbing his buttocks. "I feel what you mean." A couple of hired help came out and took the horses from them. Gwen told Webb that they would take off the gear and scrub and wash down the horses. That was usually the job of the person riding the horse, Gwen said. It helped you bond with the animal. You take care of the horse, and the horse takes care of you, she said. Kind of like having a partner. Exactly like having a partner. Gwen looked over at the complex's small office and said, "I'll be back in a minute, Webb. I want to check on a few things." As she walked off, Webb started taking off his chaps. "First time on a horse in a while?" Webb looked up and saw Nemo Straight heading his way. A couple of other guys in baseball caps were sitting in the cab of a pickup truck that had large hay bales in the back. They were watching Webb closely. "Damn, how could you tell?" Straight came up next to Webb and leaned against the stone mounting block. He looked off in the direction where Gwen had gone. "She's a good rider." "I'd say she is too, but then what do I know?" "She pushes the horses sometimes further than she should, though." Webb looked at him curiously. "She seems to really love them." "You can love something and still hurt it now, can't you?" Webb had not anticipated this sort of mental process from Straight. He thought he had the big dumb Neanderthal figured out, and here the guy was being thoughtful and maybe even sensitive. "I take it you've been around horses a long time." "All my life. Folks think they can figure them out. You can't. You just have to go with the flow and never make the mistake of thinking you have them pegged. That's when you get yourself hurt." Sounds like a good formula for people, too. Straight almost smiled, Webb noted. Almost. Straight glanced over at the truck where his men still were watching the two closely. "You really think Mr. Canfield might be in danger?" "I can't be 100% sure, but I'd rather be safe than sorry." "He's a tough old cuss, but we all respect him. He didn't inherit his money like most folks around here. Man earned it with his sweat. Gotta respect that." "Yes, you do. You have any ideas on how that phone might have got into his truck?" "Been thinking about that. See, thing is, nobody drives that car except him and Mrs. Canfield. We all got our own vehicles." "When he got in it, it was unlocked. And do they keep their vehicles in the garage at night?" "They got lots of cars and trucks, and the garage at the house is only 2 bays, and one of them is filled with supplies." "So somebody, particularly at night, could have accessed the Rover, left the phone, and probably nobody would have seen him." Straight scratched the back of his neck. "I guess so. You gotta understand, out here lots of folks don't even bother to lock the doors to their homes." "Well, until this is over, tell everybody to lock everything they can. You have to understand that threat can come from everywhere, inside and out." Straight stared at him for a long moment. "This free society thing, I've heard of it." "You know anybody who might be a member or a former member?" "No, but I could ask around." "Well, if you do, keep it low-key. We don't want to spook anybody." "We all got a good gig here. Don't want to see nothing happen to the Canfields." "Good. Anything else you think I need to know?" "Look, if somebody here is in on this, you got to understand that a farm can be a real dangerous place. Big tractors, sharp tools, propane gas tanks, welding equipment, horses that'll kick your brains out if you let down your guard, snakes, steep slopes, lot of ways to get killed and make it look like an accident." "That's real good to know, too. Thanks, Nemo." Actually, Webb didn't know if that was advice or a threat. Straight spit on the ground. "Hey, you keep up that riding, you'll be Roy Rogers in no time." Gwen rejoined Webb and showed him through the equestrian center. There were 11 buildings in total. The foaling stalls were their first stop, and Gwen showed Webb how they were equipped with closed-circuit television to monitor the expectant mares. The floors were rubber-matted and had a covering of straw to keep the dust down. "We have really high hopes for some of the foals coming next year. We had several mares bred out in Kentucky by stallions with remarkable bloodlines." "How much does that stuff run?" "It can run 6 figures a pop." "That's expensive sex." "There are a lot of conditions attached to that payment, of course, the most important being that the foal is actually born alive and can also stand and nurse. But a great-looking yearling sired by a successful racehorse can bring enormous amounts of money. It's a very picky business, though. You have to think of every contingency, and yet simple bad luck can still ruin your chances." Webb thought that sounded very much like being an HRT man. Yeah, the way Billy described it to us, it doesn't sound like a business for the faint of heart. Well, the money is nice, Webb, but that's not why I do it. It's the rush you get from seeing a horse you raised, nurtured, and trained thundering around that track. The most beautiful, the most perfect racing machine ever created. And seeing the finish line, watching this truly noble animal prance into the winner's circle, knowing that for at least a few minutes everything in your life is absolutely perfect. Well, there's no other feeling quite like that. Webb wondered if the nurturing of horses had replaced the lost son. If it had, he was glad that Gwen Canfield had found something in her life she could feel good about. I guess you probably feel the same way about your work. Maybe I used to, he replied. I didn't put two and two together before, she said. I didn't know you were part of what happened to those men in Washington. I'm very sorry. Thanks. It's a pretty sorry situation all around, actually. I never really understood how men could do that sort of job. Well, I guess the easiest way to look at it, Gwen, is that we do that job because there are people in the world who make us do it. People like Ernest Free. People just like him. As they finished at the center, Gwen asked him what Straight had wanted. Just some friendly neighborly advice. By the way, did he come with the farm or did you hire him? Billy did. He and his crew came with good references. She looked around. So what now? How about the main house? As they drove up to the mansion in an open jeep, Webb heard a roaring overhead and looked up. A small chopper was coming in low and fast. It flew past and disappeared over the treetops. Webb looked over at Gwen. Where is that going? She frowned. The neighboring farm, Southern Belle. In addition to the chopper pad, they also have an airstrip. When their jet comes over, it scares the horses to death. Billy's talked to them about it, but they go their own way. Who are they? What are they is more like it. A company of some sort. They run a horse farm too, but a pretty strange one. What do you mean? I mean, they don't have all that many horses, and the men they have working for them don't look to me to know the difference between a colt and a filly. But they must be doing something right. The house at Southern Belle is even bigger than ours. I guess they have a lot of buildings, like you. Yes, although the ones we have came with the spread. They've built a bunch of new ones there, massive ones, almost like warehouses, though I don't know what they'd be storing in that sort of quantity. They only came here about 2.5 years ago. So you've been over there? Twice. Once to be neighborly, and they weren't. The second time to complain about their low-flying aircraft. We weren't thrown off the place, but it was pretty awkward, even for Billy. And he's usually the one making people feel uncomfortable. Webb sat back and thought about all this, even as he glanced in the direction where the chopper had disappeared. It took them a while, but they covered the stone mansion from top to bottom. The lower level held a billiard room, a wine cellar, and a dressing area to change into swimsuits. The pool itself was 30 by 60 feet and made entirely of steel from a World War II-era battleship that had been decommissioned, she said. There was a lower kitchen with a Vulcan stove that had a big chrome hood dating from 1912, working dumbwaiters, and a laundry room. In the boiler room, Webb got to see big McLean units kicking out radiant steam heat, and there was a room containing nothing except wooden bins for storing firewood. Each wood bin was labeled for a particular room. The main-level dining room had the heads of English stags on the walls and an antler chandelier. The kitchen was impressively large, with Delft wall tile and housing a genuine silver closet. There were 3 ballrooms, assorted studies, parlors, and living rooms, and an exercise room. On the upper floors there were 17 bathrooms, 20 bedrooms, a library that seemed to have no end, and numerous other spaces. The place was truly enormous, and Webb knew he was incapable of making it totally secure. As they ended the tour, Gwen looked around with a wistful air. I've really come to love this place. I know it's too big and grandiose in parts, But it's also very healing, you know? I guess I can see that. How many staff do you have in the house? Well, we have 3 women who come and clean and do laundry and look after things, and then they leave, unless we're having a lot of guests for dinner, and then they'll stay and help. They're all local folks. Who does the cooking? I do. It's something else I enjoy. We have a handyman of sorts. He looks like he's 1,000,000 years old, but he's just lived life really hard. He comes most days. Nemo and his men run the rest of the farm. Racehorses have to be exercised every day, so we also have riders, 3 young women and 1 man. All of them live at the equestrian center. And there is a security system. I noted the alarm pad as we came in. We never use it. You will now. Gwen said nothing to this. She showed Webb into the last room. The master bedroom was vast, but curiously sparsely furnished. Webb also noticed the anteroom off the master bedroom that also had a bed. Billy works late a lot and doesn't want to disturb me when he comes to bed, explained Gwen. He's always considerate that way. The way she looked when she said this made Webb think Billy wasn't all that considerate. She continued, Most people only see the hard side of Billy, and I guess there were more than a few people that were a little skeptical of our getting married. I guess half of them thought I was marrying Billy for money, and the other half thought he was robbing the cradle. But the fact is, we just clicked. We enjoy each other's company. My mother was in the last stages of lung cancer when we started dating, and Billy came to the hospice every day for 4 months. And he didn't just sit there and stare at my mother dying. He brought her things, talked with her, argued with her about politics and sports, and made her feel like she was still living, I suppose. It made it a lot easier for all of us, and I'll never forget that. He's had a rough life, and he's rough around the edges because of it. But he's been everything in a husband that a woman could ask for. He left Richmond, a place he loved, and gave up the only business he's ever known to start over on a horse farm because I asked him to. And I think he knew we had to get away from it all. Too many bad memories. And he was a wonderful father to David, did everything with him. He didn't spoil him because he thought that would make David weak, but he loved that boy with every ounce of his being. If anything, I think losing him destroyed Billy more than it did me because, while he had children from his first marriage, David was his only son. But if he considers you a friend, there is absolutely nothing he wouldn't do for you. He'd spend his last nickel to help you. There aren't many people like that left. Webb noted the photos on the wall and on a built-in cabinet. There were many pictures of David. He was a handsome boy who had taken after his mother more than his father. Webb turned and found Gwen at his shoulder, looking at her son. It's been a long time now, she said. I know. I guess time really doesn't stop for anyone or anything. Time's also supposed to help, but it doesn't. He was your only child? She nodded. Billy has grown kids from his first marriage, but David was my only one. Funny, when I was a little girl, I was certain I'd have a big family. I was one of 5. Hard to believe my little boy would be in high school now. She suddenly turned away, and Webb saw a hand go up to her face. I think that's enough for now, Gwen. I really appreciate your taking the time. She turned back to him, and he could see her damp cheeks. Billy wanted me to invite you and your friend up for drinks and dinner tonight. You don't have to do that. Well, we want to. You saved his life, after all, and if we're going to be spending time together, we probably should get to know each other a little better. Say 5:30? Only if you're sure. I'm sure, Webb, but thanks for asking. Just so you know, we didn't bring any fancy clothes. We're not fancy people. Chapter 32. Claire was walking to her car in the underground garage of her office building when a well-built man in a suit approached her. Dr. Daniels? She looked at him cautiously. Yes? He held out his identification. I'm Agent Phillips with the FBI. We'd like to talk to you. Right now, if that's convenient. Claire looked bewildered. Who wants to talk to me? Agent Phillips turned and pointed past the garage gate, where a black limousine with tinted windows was waiting, its engine running. It'll all be explained, ma'am. He gently put a hand on her elbow. Just right this way, Doctor. It won't take long at all, and we'll bring you right back here. Claire allowed herself to be led out of the garage. Phillips held the door for her and then climbed in the front passenger seat. Before Claire was even settled against the cushion, the limo sped off. Claire was startled when the man sitting across from her in the rear-facing seats leaned forward. "Thank you for agreeing to talk to us, Dr. Daniels." "I didn't agree to talk with anyone. I don't even know why I'm here." She noted that a glass partition that separated the back of the car from the front had been raised. "Who are you?" "My name is John Winters. I'm head of the FBI's Washington Field Office." "Well, Mr. Winters," Claire began. "My friends call me Buck." "Well, Mr. Winters, I don't know why you'd want to talk to me." Winters sat back. "Oh, I think you have an idea. You're a very smart woman." He tapped a large file next to him. "Quite an impressive CV." Claire stared at the file. "I'm not sure whether I should be flattered or deeply annoyed that you've been investigating me." Winters smiled. "For now, we'll just assume you're flattered. But you also have to realize that in your position you see quite a few members of the Bureau, their spouses, support people. All my security clearances are up to date, and it's not like I'm exposed to anything that's top secret. All files are thoroughly censored before they get to me." "But how do you censor the human mind, Dr. Daniels?" "What my patients tell me is absolutely confidential." "Oh, I'm sure it is. And I'm also certain that stressed-out people, folks with serious mental and emotional issues, probably pour out their hearts to you." "Some more than others. Exactly where is this going, Mr. Winters?" "The fact is, Dr. Daniels, you are in a position to hear some pretty important information given to you by some very vulnerable people." "I am well aware of that, and it goes no farther than my office." Winters leaned forward again. "One of your current patients is Webb London, is that right?" "I can't answer that." Winters smiled. "Come on, Doctor." "When I said that I do not reveal confidences, I meant it. That includes whether someone is a patient of mine." "Well, just so you're aware, as head of WFO, I'm privy to who at the Bureau is seeing a shrink, okay?" "We prefer psychiatrist, or at least mental health professional." "So I know that Webb London is seeing you," Winters said. "And I know that he's seen another psychiatrist there several times in the past, an Ed O'Bannon." Again, Claire said nothing. "So one thing I want to know is why the switch to you?" "And again, I can't answer those." She watched as Winters pulled a slip of paper out of the file next to him. He handed it to her. She looked down at it. It was a release form signed by Webb London and notarized. It stated, among other things, that anyone providing psychiatric care to Webb London could discuss the parameters of the diagnosis and treatment with one John Winters, director of WFO. Claire had never seen a form like this before, but it was an original document on official Bureau stationery. Now we can dispense with the reluctance. Where did this document come from, and why haven't I seen it before? It's a new policy. In fact, Webb's case is the first time we've used it. My idea. It's an invasion of doctor and patient confidentiality. Not if the patient has waived it. Claire read the document very carefully, so carefully, in fact, and she took such a long time doing it, that Winters finally started to fume. She handed it back to him. "Okay, let me see some ID," she said. "Excuse me?" "It says I can reveal certain information to John Winters, head of WFO. All I know about you is you drive around in a limo and say you're John Winters." "I thought my aide identified himself." "He did, but you haven't." Winters smiled, pulled out his creds, and showed them to Claire. She spent longer than necessary going over them, just to put the man on notice that she didn't like this one bit, and that she was not going to make this easy. He sat back. "Now, about Webb London." He selected me because Dr. O'Bannon wasn't available. We had a good session, and he decided to stay with me. What's his diagnosis? I'm not sure I've made one yet. Have you suggested any treatment to him? That would be a little premature, she said dryly, since I haven't made a diagnosis yet. That would sort of be like operating on someone before you've even done a physical. Sorry, but most psychiatrists I know just prescribe some pills. Well, I guess I'm not like any psychiatrists you know then. Can you tell me what happened to him in that courtyard? No, I cannot. Can't or won't? He held up the release form. We can make this smooth for you or extremely difficult. That form also states that I may withhold any information told to me in confidence by a patient, and also any conclusions of mine based on such information, if using my professional discretion, such disclosure would do harm to the patient. Winters moved across and sat next to Claire. Dr. Daniels, are you aware of what happened in that courtyard? Yes, I've read the papers and I've talked to Webb about it. You see, it goes beyond the murder of 6 agents, horrific as that is. It strikes right at the fundamental integrity of the Bureau, and without that, you have nothing. I'm not sure how someone ambushing a team of FBI agents diminishes the integrity of the FBI. If anything, it should evoke sympathy. Unfortunately, that's not the world we work in. Let me tell you what this ambush has done. First, by taking out our elite strike force, criminal elements now believe we are vulnerable at all levels. Second, the press has blown this unfortunate incident to such extraordinary heights, using such incendiary language that the public confidence in us has been badly shaken, and even the lawmakers on Capitol Hill, who should know better, are doubting us. And lastly, the morale of the Bureau as a whole is at an all-time low over this. It really is a triple whammy. I guess I can see that, Claire said cautiously. So, the sooner the matter is resolved, the sooner we understand how it happened in the first place, the sooner we can make matters right again. I'm sure you don't want the criminals in this country thinking they can run roughshod over honest citizens. I'm certain that won't happen. Are you? He stared hard at her. Well, I'm right in the middle of it, and I'm not nearly so certain as you seem to be. Claire felt a chill go up her back at the man's words. He patted her on the shoulder. Now, what can you tell me about Webb without, in your discretion, violating any professional standards? Claire began slowly, the whole process loathsome to her. He has some issues. I believe they go back to his childhood, as such issues often do. He froze in that alley. I'm sure he's told the investigators at the FBI that. She looked at him for affirmation of this, but Winters didn't take the bait. Go on, he said simply. Claire went through the details of what Webb had seen and heard in the alley, including the words spoken to him by Kevin Westbrook, how they affected him, his subsequent feelings of paralysis, and how he had fought against them and ultimately won. Yes, he won, said Winters. He dropped right before the guns fired, and he managed to walk away alive. I can tell you that he feels enormous guilt for having been the sole survivor. And so he should. He didn't suddenly turn coward, if that's what you were wondering. He's one of the bravest men I've ever met. In fact, he might be too brave, too much of a risk-taker. I wasn't thinking he had become a coward. Not even his own worst enemy could say that Webb London was a coward. She looked at him curiously. What then? There are worse things than being a coward. He paused. Like being a traitor. My professional opinion is that that is not the case. His freezing in that alley represents deep-rooted problems stemming from a very challenging childhood that Webb is trying to cope with. I see. So perhaps he shouldn't be with HRT then. Perhaps not in the Bureau at all. Now Claire could feel herself freeze. What had she just done? That's not what I said. No, Doctor, that's what I said. As promised, they dropped her back off at the garage. As she was getting out, Buck Winters leaned forward and gripped her arm. Claire felt herself instinctively drawing back. I certainly can't stop you from telling Webb about our meeting, Doctor, but I'm asking you not to. This is an ongoing FBI investigation, and the results, whatever they happen to be, will rock the Bureau more than it's ever been. So I'm asking you, as a good citizen, to keep all this on the QT for now. I can't guarantee you that, and I trust Webb. I'm sure you do. There's a lot about him to trust. Do you know how many men he's killed in his career? No. Is that important to know? I'm sure the relatives of those people would think it important. You're making it sound like he's the criminal. I'm assuming that if he's killed people, it was part of his job, the job you expect him to do. Well, I guess that's always open to interpretation, isn't it? He let go of her arm and added a parting shot. I'm sure we'll be seeing each other again. When Romano and Webb left for dinner at the mansion, Romano was walking a little funny. He told Webb that Billy had gotten him on a horse and Romano had immediately fallen off. I don't know why the hell I can't follow the guy in a truck. Horses just ain't my thing. Well, I rode over most of the property today, and a lot of it you can't get to, even by truck. Did you fall off too? Yeah, twice, Webb said. Why tell the truth and get Romano's hair up again, he figured. So who'd you ride with? Asked Romano. Gwen. Had a nice time. How about you? Have any fun? Yeah, I never knew how much fun mucking a stall could be. You should try it sometime. Billy met Webb and Romano at the front door of the stone house. He was wearing an old corduroy jacket with patched elbows, a pair of khaki pants, a wrinkled white button-down shirt, and loafers without socks. And he already had a drink in hand. He led them through the front hall and down a curving staircase of walnut that looked old enough to have arrived in the colonies as a gift from a long-dead king or queen. Though he'd been through the place earlier, Webb still caught himself occasionally ogling the large rooms, elaborate millwork, heavy draperies, and enormous artwork that looked museum quality, and probably was. And then they arrived at the lower level. Romano looked around and kept muttering, "Holy shit," under his breath. Webb again noted Billy's limp. You have an accident? He asked, pointing to the man's leg. Yeah, a 1-ton draft horse decided to take a roll while I was on the sumbitch. The floor in the lower level was flagstone, the exposed walls stone, and 12-by-12 beams had the task of holding up the ceiling. There were large leather couches and chairs placed precisely, probably to encourage several conversation groups, or perhaps even conspiratorial factions, for this definitely looked like that sort of place to Webb, though the Canfields didn't seem the type. If they didn't like you, they probably weren't bashful about showing it, especially Billy. The walls were festooned with the racks of yet more English stags, along with numerous mounted heads of deer, a cheetah, a lion, a rhino, a moose, and mounted full bodies of a large variety of birds and fish. Mounted on another wall was a very large wall-eyed pike. There was also a full-sized grizzly in a charging pose and an enormous swordfish in perpetual soar. On one display table was a coiled diamondback rattler and a king cobra, with eyes seemingly ablaze and fangs showing and ready to do some serious damage. Webb gave both stuffed reptiles a wide berth. He had never cared much for snakes, after almost being bitten by an enraged water moccasin on a mission in Alabama. There was a well-stocked gun cabinet against one wall. Webb and Romano enviously checked out the array of Churchill, Rizzini, and Piatti firearms, weapons that would easily set you back 5 figures. You really couldn't be a member of HRT and not be an aficionado of showpieces like these, though most FBI agents lacked the financial wherewithal to do more than press their noses to the glass. Webb wondered if the weapons were for show only, or whether anybody here ever actually used them. Billy looked like he would be comfortable around guns, maybe even Gwen, too. If the man had killed all these animals, he would damn well have to be handy with firearms. A full bar of dark cherry sat against another wall. It looked like it had been yanked straight from a London pub. Webb's strong impression when he had first seen this room was that it had the feel of an English club spiked with a bit of the Wild West. Gwen was sitting on a couch that looked substantial enough to sail in across the Atlantic. She rose when they entered the room. She was wearing a beige sundress that went down to her ankles and that had a scooped neckline, showing a good portion of cleavage. A bit of her white bra strap showed from under the sundress's thin shoulder straps. Her bare arms were browned by the sun and were tight and firm, probably from horse reining, Webb assumed, since his arms were aching a little from doing just that for 3 hours. Black leather flats were on her feet. Still, she was only a couple inches shorter than Romano. As she sat back down and crossed her legs, the sundress slipped back an inch or so, and Webb was a little surprised to see that she wore a gold ankle chain, because it seemed a bit out of sync with her refined bearing. Her face was nicely tanned, too, and the contrast of the blonde hair was striking. Billy Canfield was indeed a fortunate man, thought Webb, though he wondered how much of the life in their marriage had died with their son. Webb was surprised to see Nemo Straight sitting in one of the chairs. The farm manager had cleaned up and was wearing a polo shirt that showed off his muscular physique, with chino pants and loafers. He was a striking man, Webb had to admit. Straight raised his glass to Webb and Romano. "Welcome to Casa Canfield," he said with a big grin. Webb looked at the numerous animal trophies. "They come with the house?" he asked Billy. "Hell no," said the man. "About 4 years ago, I had me a calling, I guess you'd say, to go off and shoot things. Became a big game hunter and a deep-sea fisherman. Was even on TV a few times on some sporting shows. Went round the world bagging stuff like that." He pointed to the tusked head of a wild boar on one wall, and then over at the grizzly, which stood at least 9 feet tall on a specially built display unit, its fangs bared and its long claws looking ready to shred somebody. He went over and rubbed the thick neck of the enormous bear. "Now this thing did its best to kill me twice. Second time it almost did, but I got it." He pointed over at the rhino. "Those damn things look slow and heavy-footed. That is, they do until they're coming at you about 30 miles an hour with nothing between you and your maker but your nerves, good aim, and a steady trigger finger. You aim for the brain. Now if you miss and hit the rhino's horn, you're a dead man." "Poor animals," said Gwen. "Hell, the damn things cost me a fortune," replied her husband dryly. He looked at one of the stags and then nodded at Webb. "You know, the stag is the old symbol of virility, wisdom, and life. And there it is, hanging on my wall, dead as a doornail. I kind of like the irony in that. Now, I do all my own stuffing. Got to be a pretty damn good taxidermist, if I do say so myself." Webb was wondering about the timing of Billy's desire to kill. It must have occurred soon after the trial had ended in Ernest Free's plea bargain that had most certainly let him live. Billy continued, "Here, let me show you. You want to come, Nemo?" "No way. I've already seen your little operation, and I ain't had my dinner yet." Billy led them down a hallway and unlocked a door there. Gwen did not accompany them either. They went inside, and Webb looked around. The place was large and crammed with work tables and shelves, and on these surfaces were cans of liquids and pastes and sharp knives and scalpels, dozens of other tools, large vices, ropes, and complicated pulley systems hanging from the ceiling. In one corner was the skin of an elk, partially stretched over a form, and in another corner stood a wild turkey in all its dead glory. In other corners were stuffed birds and fish and some large and small animals Webb couldn't even recognize. Webb had smelled rotted corpses, and it wasn't that bad in here, but all the same, Webb wouldn't want to breathe it every day. "You killed all these?" asked Romano. "Every one," said Billy with delight. "I only stuff what I kill. I don't do nobody any favors on that score." He picked up a rag and squirted some liquid on it and started rubbing on one of the tools. "Other folks golf for relaxation. I kill and stuff." "I guess it's all relative," opined Webb. "It's therapeutic, I've found. But Gwen don't see it that way. She's never come in here, and I suspect she never will. Now, taxidermy has come a long way. You don't have to build your forms anymore. You can buy real good ones made out of compressed cork, laminated paper and such, and then fit it to what you're mounting. It's still quite a process, a lot of planning and measuring, and you gotta have a bit of both the butcher and the artist in you. The basic steps are you gut the body and then prep the skin. A lot of folks use borax, but the purists, like myself, still poison the skin with arsenic. You get your best longevity there. And I even do some of my own tanning. "You keep arsenic around here?" asked Romano. "Tons of it." Billy eyed the man. "Don't worry. I always wash my hands after working down here, and I don't do none of the cooking." He laughed, and Romano joined him, albeit a little nervously. "Then you prep the skull, assemble your wires and such, and then do your filling and final assembling." Webb eyed the room's equipment. It seemed one bare step removed from a slaughterhouse. "Lots of stuff in here." "Well, you need a lot of stuff to do the job right." He pointed out various pieces. "Like I said, you got your anatomically correct urethane forms for the animals, but I still make some of my own using plaster of Paris, modeling clay, cord-wrapped excelsior, and the like. Ain't got to have everything handed to you, right?" "Right," said Romano. "Then you got your chemicals, poisons, and salt. Lots of salt to preserve the skin. Then you need your measurite and calipers for linear measurements and achieving symmetry. Scalpels, for the obvious reason. I use what's called a perfect knife, German-made. Those damn Germans know how to make the knives. It's for skinning and caping. You know, severing the neck from the body hide, for example. The detail work around the eyes and mouth and the like. You got your skinning knives, paring knives, bone saw, shavers, scythes for leather, even a fleshing machine. Now that is a damn fine invention." Under his breath, Webb said, "Lucky, lucky world." "Got me Kevlar fleshing gloves so I don't chop off one of my fingers. Scissors, hide pullers, lip tuckers, nippers, forceps, probes, and surgical needles. Sounds like a cross between a mortician and a plastic surgeon, don't it?" He pointed to mixing bowls, paintbrushes, an air compressor, and a number of tins. "That's the artistic part of the business, the finishing touches to do justice to the animal." "Funny thing," said Webb, thinking about doing justice to something you've killed. "I guess that separates folks like me from sons of bitches that kill and keep on walking," Billy shot back. "I guess so," said Webb. Billy walked over to a deerskin that was drying on a large table. "You know what's the first thing you cut off when you're gutting a deer?" he asked, looking directly at Webb. "What's that?" "Its penis." "Good to know," said Webb dryly. "Deer die like people," continued Billy, "with their eyes open. Glazing takes place almost immediately. If the eyes are closed or blinking, you better shoot 'em again." He looked at Webb again. "I suppose you run across that a lot in your line of work." "Sometimes that's not an option with human beings." "I guess not, though I'd take any one of the animals I got on display here over the human scum you got to deal with." He took a sip of his drink. "I think that's one of the reasons I like this place so much," said Billy. "Damn contradictions, since I seem to be a living, breathing one myself. Born dirt poor, barely finished 9th grade, made a lot of money in the unglamorous business of hauling cigarettes and other junk up and down the highways of this fine country, and married me a beautiful, intelligent young woman with a college degree. Now here I am, the master of an estate smack in the middle of fancy-ass Virginia hunt country, stuffing animals. One lucky man. Makes me want to get drunk, so let's go do something about that." He led them back, and they rejoined Gwen. She gave Webb a weak smile, as if to say, "I know, and I'm sorry." Bill went behind the bar and pointed at his wife. "Scotch, honey?" She nodded. "I'll join you in another," he said. "Boys, And don't hand me that bullshit that you're on duty. If you don't drink with me, I'm throwing your butts out of here. Beer, if you haven't. We have everything here, Webb. Webb made a mental note that the man said it like he damn well meant it. Same for me, said Romano. I'll have one too, Billy, said Straight. He walked over and took a bottle of beer from his boss and then joined Webb and Romano. I'm a lot more used to beer than I am fancy mixed drinks. Country boy? Asked Romano. Yes, sir. I grew up at the foothills of the Blue Ridge on a horse farm, said Straight. But I wanted to see the world. He rolled up his sleeve and showed them his Marine Corps insignia. Well, I did, on Uncle Sam's dime. Actually, I only saw a little slice of it called Southeast Asia, and it's hard to enjoy something like that when people are shooting at you. You don't look old enough to have been in Vietnam, commented Webb. Straight smiled broadly. All my clean living, I guess. He added, Truth is, I got drafted right near the end, only 18 years old and change. First year in the jungle, I just kept my head down and tried my best to keep it on my shoulders. Then I got my ass caught and spent 3 months as a POW. Damn Viet Cong were into some sick stuff, messing with your mind, trying to turn you traitor. I didn't know that about you, Straight, said Billy. Well, it's not something I put on my resume, he laughed. But I finally escaped, and an army shrink helped me to straighten out myself. That and a lot of booze and other stuff I can't mention, he added, grinning. Got discharged, came back to the States, and pulled a little duty as a guard at a juvenile detention center. Now let me tell you, some of the kids I was guarding, they'd make the damn Viet Cong look like a bunch of wimps. Then I got married, but my ex didn't like my pay scale of $6 an hour, so I got me a desk job for a while. But that just wasn't me. Like I said, I grew up in the outdoors, around horses all my life. It's in your blood. He looked over at Billy. It better be, because it ain't in your bank account. They all laughed at that one, except Gwen. She looked annoyed that the cowpoke was even in her home, thought Webb, who was watching her closely. So anyway, Straight continued, I went back to horses, and my wife walked out on me and took my boy and girl. You see them much? Asked Webb. Used to, not anymore. He grinned. Thought my son would follow in his old man's footsteps and be either a military grunt or maybe even get into the horses. He slapped his thigh. Hell, you know what? What's that? Asked Romano. Found out he was allergic to the damn things. Life sure is funny sometimes. As Webb studied the man, it didn't seem to him that Straight thought life was humorous at all. He had initially pegged Straight as a slow-witted fellow who did what he was told. He was going to have to rethink that. Then Billy came along, and now I'm helping him, he glanced at Gwen, and Miss Canfield build their little empire right here. Billy raised his beer to the man. And doing a fine job of it, Straight. On that, Webb noted, Gwen looked away, and despite Billy's words of praise, it seemed that he was not all that enamored of his foreman. Webb decided to change the flow of conversation. Lower levels are usually cold, Webb said to Billy, especially with all this stone, and yet it feels warmer down here than it did upstairs. We have the best heat in the world here, replied Billy, who worked the bar like he had been born to it. Radiant steam. Gwen said she showed you around? Well, those 3 Weil McLean boilers you saw heat the water to 212 and turn it into steam, of course. The steam flows through the pipes and into the cast-iron gurney radiators that are in each room in the house. Then the steam cools back to water, runs through the system again, is turned into steam once more, and on it goes. And you have not only warmth, but a built-in humidifier. He handed Webb his beer. A lot of the steam pipes run under this floor. That's why it's so nice down here. I love it. And this time of year, it can get to be 85 in the day and 40 at night. But McLean boilers is why Gwen can go bare-armed down here and still feel nice and toasty. Ain't that right, honey? Actually, I felt hot all day. Webb rubbed his hand against the bar. Nice setup with this thing. Dates from 1910, said Billy. The owner back then put a lot of work into the place. It needed it, though. Unfortunately, it needed a lot more by the time we got to it. Story of my life. He carried the drinks over on a serving platter and handed them out. They all sat down. "Gwen tells me you've got some promising yearlings." "Yeah, maybe a Triple Crown winner in there," said Billy. "Now that would be nice. Pay at least a month's worth of bills on this damn place." Gwen and Webb exchanged smiles at this comment. "We can always hope," said Gwen. "But being one step from the poorhouse all the time at least is exciting." "Well, we do okay here," said Straight, looking at her. Webb thought the choice of pronouns interesting. He was starting to wonder who actually owned the place. Billy took a pull on his scotch. "Yeah, this ain't such a bad place. Even got fox hunting around here." Gwen looked repulsed. "That's disgusting." "Well, this is fox hunting country, and in Virginia you got to do like the snooty Virginians do." Billy smiled at Webb. "Actually, our damn neighbors can be kind of a pain in the ass. They got ticked at me because I wouldn't let them ride across my land while they were chasing that damn fox. I told them they didn't fox hunt down Richmond way, and it seemed like the deck was stacked against the little feller anyway, and I've always tended to root for the underdog. Well, those pricks took me to court, and won. There was some old covenant in my chain of title that said fox hunting apparently runs with the land." Romano looked disgusted. "Now that's a bitch. Talk about your unfree country." "Well, they don't come across east winds anymore," said Straight. "Why's that?" asked Webb. "Billy shot one of their dogs. Excuse me, hounds." He slapped his leg and laughed. Billy was nodding as though remembering a pleasant memory. "He took after one of my horses. That particular horse was worth about $300,000. Damn hound dog's a dime a dozen, so damn right I shot him." "Did they take you to court again?" asked Webb. "They did, and this time I kicked their ass." He smiled, took another drink, and looked at Webb. "So, did you enjoy the 50-cent tour Gwen gave you?" "She'd make a great tour guide, actually. I was interested in the farm being a stop on the Underground Railroad during the Civil War." Billy pointed to the gun cabinet. "And that stops right over there." Webb looked at the gun cabinet and said, "I'm not getting it." "Go ahead and show him, Billy," said Straight. Billy motioned for Webb and Romano to follow him. He went over and pushed down on what Webb figured must be a lever concealed in the cabinet's frame. Webb heard a click, and the cabinet swung toward him, revealing a small opening. "There's no electricity or windows in there, just a couple of rough bunks, but when you're running for your freedom, you can't be too picky," said Billy. He picked up a flashlight that was hanging on a wall peg and handed it to Webb. "Have a look." Webb took the flashlight, poked his head inside, and swung the light around. He almost dropped the flashlight when the light caught on a man sitting there in a bentwood rocker. As his eyes adjusted to the poor light, he saw it was actually a mannequin dressed as a male slave, with a hat and mutton-chop whiskers, the whites of its eyes in unsettling contrast to the painted black skin. Billy laughed and said, "You've got some damn strong nerves. Most people scream." "Billy put that in there, not me, Webb," said Gwen quickly, with a trace of disgust in her voice. "It's one of my sick little jokes," added Billy. "But hell, if you can't laugh at life, what are you going to laugh at?" On that, they finished their drinks and went in to dinner. They didn't eat in the formal dining room. As Billy explained it, the room was so big that when you wanted to talk to one another, you had to scream to be heard, and he was a little hard of hearing as it was. They ate in a small room off the kitchen. Gwen gave the blessing and made the sign of the cross, as did Romano. Straight, Webb, and Billy just looked on. Gwen had made a Caesar salad, sirloin tips, fresh asparagus, and a cream sauce, and what smelled and tasted like homemade rolls. Cherry pie and coffee finished off the meal, and Romano sat back, rubbing his flat, hard stomach. "A lot better than MREs," he said, referring to the U.S. military's meals ready to eat. "Thanks, Gwen, it was great," said Webb. "We used to entertain quite a bit in Richmond," she said. "We don't do a lot of that anymore." She shot a quick glance at her husband as she said this. "Lots of things we don't do anymore," said Billy Canfield. "But it was a fine meal and my toast to the chef." He went over to the sideboard and brought back a decanter of brandy and 4 cut crystal glasses. Now, I'm partial to my Jim Beam, like any good Southern gentleman, but a proper toast requires a proper libation. He poured out the brandy and filled his glass with Beam, and they toasted Gwen. She smiled and raised her glass to them. "Well, it's nice to be so popular with so many men." As they took their leave, Webb drew Billy aside. "I just want to get the ground rules clear. Be sure to set the alarm when we leave, and set it every night before you go to bed. There are so many ways in and out of this place. I want you and Gwen to come and go the same way. That way you won't inadvertently leave a door unlocked. If you're thinking of going out, even if it's just a stroll, you call us first and we go with you. If anything spooks you or Gwen, you call us. Nothing is too small, okay? Here's my cell phone number. It'll be on 24 hours a day. And I want you to strongly consider letting Romano and me stay in the house. If something goes down, seconds do count." Billy looked at the slip of paper with Webb's number on it. "Prisoners in our own home. I guess it's come to that, those bastards." He shook his head wearily. "Those guns in your cabinet, they just for show, or you use them in your hunting?" "Most of them are shotguns. Couldn't use them on game you want to mount because shotgun ammo ruins the skin and takes off heads. I keep my big game weapons in a locked cabinet upstairs. I've also got me a 12-gauge and a .357 Magnum, too, both loaded. They're for two-legged sumbitches trespassing on my land. Gwen's a damn fine shot, too. Probably better than me." "Good. Just remember to shoot only the bad guys. Now, you got any travel plans coming up?" "Just a shipment of horses we're taking up to Kentucky in a few days. I'm going with Straight and some of the boys." "Talk to Bates. He may see it differently." "Listen to Webb," said Nemo, who walked over after overhearing their conversation. "Somebody's looking to get you, Billy. Stay put so the feds can protect you." "Going soft on me, Nemo?" asked Billy. "Hell no. If something happens to you, I'm out of a job." "Any visitors you expecting out of the ordinary?" Webb asked. Billy shook his head. "Most of our friends in Richmond aren't our friends anymore. Maybe it's mostly our fault. We keep to ourselves here." "These neighbors of yours at the Southern Belle, what do you know about them?" "Only that they're ruder than me," he laughed. "To tell you the truth, I don't know much about them. They don't join in much local stuff, not that I do either. I've only seen what I guess was the foreman." "How about that chopper and their plane?" Billy made a face. "That is damn aggravating. Scares the horses." "How often do you see the plane and the chopper go out?" Billy considered this. "A lot." "What's a lot? Nightly? Weekly?" "Not nightly, but more often than weekly." "Same direction each time or different?" "Different." He looked at Webb warily. "What are you thinking?" Webb gave a tight smile. "I'm thinking we'll just keep an eye on that airline next door." When Romano and Webb got back to the carriage house, Webb filled him in on the talk he had had with Billy. "You think something's going down on the property next door?" said Romano. "No, I think something's going up." "Well, that was an interesting evening. I gotta tell you, that hobby of Canfield's is kind of spooky." "Yeah, it's not exactly like building model planes. And what's your take on Nemo Straight?" "Seems like a regular enough fellow." "I was sort of surprised he was invited to the big house for dinner with the boss." "Well, look at where Billy came from. He's probably more comfortable around people like Straight than a bunch of rich fat cats fox hunting." "You're probably right. Gwen didn't seem to care for him, though." "She's more of a lady, and he's kind of crude," he added with a smile. "Like me. I didn't know she was Catholic." "Yeah, she's got a little chapel in the woods where she goes to pray every day for her son, the one I let die." "You didn't let the kid die, Webb. Hell, if the negotiators had let you guys do your thing from the get-go, the boy probably would be alive." "Look, Paulie, I got an appointment tonight, so you're going to have to go it alone. I don't have to leave for a while, so you can get some shut-eye. Bates is keeping agents at the rear and front gates for the next couple of days, though, so you're not really all by your lonesome." "Appointment? What kind of appointment?" I'll tell you all about it when I get back. This have something to do with what happened to Charlie, team? Maybe. Well, damn, Webb, I'd like to be in on that. And I'd like you to be covering my back. Can't desert the old post. I should be back before morning. Now, if I were you, I'd patrol around a little bit. I wouldn't be surprised if Canfield started off by testing us, and so he might slip out. Although I think almost dying this morning put the fear of God in him, but we can't take that chance. Not to worry, I'll do some snooping. If you see that plane or chopper go over, log it in. And I brought a bunch of night optics. Help yourself. Those damn things always give me a headache, and they screw with your depth perception too much. Yeah, well, you remember those damn things saved our necks in Kosovo. Okay. I'm gonna hit the sack. And Paulie? Yeah? Just because there aren't a bunch of guys with big guns surrounding us doesn't mean it's not dangerous. Be extra careful. I don't want to lose anybody else, okay? Hey, Webb, remember who you're talking to. You and me have had our differences over the years, but we've also been to hell and back together. I kinda like having you around. You hear me? Gee, Webb, you really do care. You're a real prick, Romano. You know that? Chapter 33. When Webb had called the number on the slip of paper Big F had given him, the voice that had answered was a man's. Webb didn't know if it belonged to Big F, since his initial encounter with the giant had involved concussions rather than words. Webb had hoped it was Big F on the line because the voice was high and shrill. What a wonderful joke for God to play on the man by giving him a squeaky set of pipes. Yet a silly voice wasn't going to lessen the fear of doing the two-step with the walking oak again. Big F didn't hit with his tonsils. The man had told Webb to be driving north across the Woodrow Wilson Bridge at exactly 11 o'clock that night. Webb would receive additional instructions at that time, by cell phone, Webb figured. His number was unlisted, but it seemed nothing was sacred these days. Webb, of course, had sensibly questioned why he should even go. "If you want to know what happened to your buddies, you'll be there," the man had said. "And if you want to keep on living," he added. Appropriately enough, the phone line had gone dead after that. Webb thought about running down to Quantico and snagging a Barrett .50 caliber rifle and a couple thousand rounds of ammo from the equipment cage. One of the great things about HRT was that it purchased for its operators the very latest weapons and then let them do with them what they wanted. It was like a giant candy store for the violence-minded. Yet he finally decided that even at gun-happy HRT, it might raise some eyebrows, his checking out a .50 caliber and enough ammo to shoot up a good-sized city. He did briefly think about calling in Bates as backup, but then realized that might hold disastrous consequences. Big F hadn't survived on the streets this long by being stupid or impossibly lucky. He would smell the Bureau boys for sure, and wouldn't that just royally piss off the big guy? But if he had information about who had set up his team, Webb had to find out what it was. He had driven past the entrance to the Southern Bell farm. The opening was not as ornate as East Wind's. And Webb noted that the gates were closed and locked. He thought he could see a man patrolling near the entrance, but he wasn't certain of that or whether the man was armed. An interesting place. Even as he was thinking this, he heard the chopper coming overhead. He looked up, saw it passing by, and then it disappeared from his sight. Maybe it was landing at Southern Bell. Maybe terrorists had landed in America. Webb was only half kidding. He had stopped to fill the car with gas. He thought about calling Claire, but then decided against it. What would he say? Maybe I'll see you tomorrow, and maybe I won't. The Woodrow Wilson Bridge had long been the single worst traffic bottleneck in the United States interstate highway system. To most local drivers, mentioning the name of the 28th President of the United States sent them into fits of rage. What a legacy, Webb thought, for a life of selfless public service. Better to have your name attached to a rest stop. At least then people would think of you in connection with badly needed bodily relief. He rolled onto the aging bridge and checked his watch. 30 seconds to 11. The Potomac was calm tonight, with no boat traffic apparent. The thick line of trees on the Maryland side contrasted sharply with the bright lights of Old Town Alexandria on the Virginia side, and the Capitol Dome and national monuments to the north. He passed the halfway point on the bridge. Traffic was relatively light and flowing well. A Virginia State Police car passed Webb heading in the opposite direction. Webb felt like yelling after him, "Hey, want to be my friend tonight? Got an appointment with Dr. Death." Webb left the bridge and kept driving. He looked around. Nothing. So much for exact timing. Then a chilling thought hit him. Was he being set up to take a hit? Was there a sniper out there somewhere drawing a bead on him right now with his scope? Was the guy dialing in the drop compensation right now, seating the shell, settling his finger on the trigger, exhaling one last breath before he fired? Was Webb London the world's biggest idiot? "Take the next right! Now! Now!" The voice seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere, and startled Webb so badly he almost pulled the Mercury into a 180. "Shit!" Webb cried out even as he shot the car across 3 lanes of traffic, while horns blared at him and cars dodged around him. He cut it so close the sedan skimmed the guardrail. Webb was now on the entry ramp onto Interstate 295. "Take it to D.C., the voice said in a calmer tone. "Damn it, give me a little more notice next time," Webb shot back, and then wondered if the guy could even hear him. He also wondered how they had managed to plant a communications device in his car without anyone seeing them. Webb pointed the car north to D.C. He took deep breaths to calm himself. Right now, he wished to never again hear another voice without a face to go with it. "Keep going," the voice said. "I'll tell you where to turn." Well, so much for what one wished for. It wasn't squeaky voice. Maybe this was Big F. It seemed to be a Big F voice, thought Webb, for it was deep, blunt, threatening. Figured. Webb was very familiar with the area he was now in. The lowdown on this stretch of lonely, woods-bracketed highway was that if one's car broke down, it would not be there when the owner came back for it. And if the owner stayed with his broken-down car, he wouldn't be coming back either. The boys that hunted here were the AAA of felony. Also down this way was St. Elizabeth's, the mental hospital for celebrity maniacs like John Hinckley, and for those who kept trying to go over the fence at the White House, among many others. The voice said, "Take the next exit. Turn left at the light, go 1.1 miles, and take a right." "Should I be writing this down, or can you fax it to me?" asked Webb, because he just felt like it. "Shut the hell up!" Well, at least they could hear him. And see him. He looked in his rearview mirror, but there were quite a few headlights back there. And yet if there was one thing Webb couldn't stand, it was a criminal who lacked a good sense of humor. He slipped that one away in his payback file. He followed the directions and soon was smack in the middle of the death zones of northeast and southeast D.C. that bordered the Anacostia River and where over 1,000 people had been murdered in the last 7 years. By comparison, across the river, and seemingly several universes away, the affluent northwest area had suffered a little over 20 homicides in the same time span. However, there was some sense of perverse balance, because the northwest quadrant had far more larcenies and thefts committed, for a very simple reason. The poor rarely had things criminals wanted to steal, while the wealthy, of course, had an abundance of them. The Frederick Douglass National Historical Site was along where Webb was traveling, and Webb figured that the Martin Luther King Jr. of his time would not be at all pleased with how things had turned out. Webb was given another set of directions and soon was pulling down a dirt road winding between nothing but trees and dense foliage. Webb had been around here before. It was a favorite dumping ground for those in the more violent stretches of the city who didn't like to mess up their neighborhoods with body parts. HRT had done a couple of ops down here, in fact. One had gone textbook without one shot fired. The other had left 3 men dead. All bad guys who just couldn't accept the fact that they were so outclassed, and thus had stupidly pulled guns instead of putting up their hands. Maybe they thought there would be warning shots fired. Well, there was no chapter in the HRT manual on warning shots. Whenever Webb had pulled his trigger, somebody ended up dead. "Stop the car," said the voice, "and get out. Lay your gun on the front seat." "How do you know I have a gun?" If you don't, you got horse shit for brains. And if I give my gun up, what exactly do I have for brains? If you don't, you ain't gonna have no brains left. Webb placed the pistol on the front seat and slowly got out of the car and looked around. He saw nothing except trees and a moonless sky. He could smell the river water, and it was hardly comforting. The few movements he heard were assuredly not Big F-like, most likely squirrels, foxes, or minor-grade criminals trolling for their supper. Right now, the only thing Webb wished he had done was stash Romano in the trunk. Well, now you think of that. He stiffened slightly when he heard them coming. As they appeared from the cover of trees, Webb could make out 3 large men in a row. They were all taller than Webb, and they all had some serious hardware pointed at him. Webb wasn't really focusing on them, though, for the far larger man was right behind them. Webb had felt sure he was going to see the giant tonight, and yet the sight of Big F was still a little unnerving. He had on different clothes, but the same Club Med style. The shirt, though, wasn't opened this time. All of Webb's wounds, inflicted by the giant criminal, seemed to tingle in the man's presence, as though some chemical interaction had just been triggered. Next to Big F was a white guy, which surprised Webb until he recognized Clyde Macy in the flesh. He resembled a skeleton more in person than he did in the photo. Webb recalled his talk with Bates when they had speculated who Cove's inside person might be. Macy? Peebles? Macy didn't look like a snitch, but who really knew? As Webb kept his gaze on the man, he noted that the suit Macy wore and the ear radio made him look like Secret Service. Maybe he'd had aspirations to join the service once, until he realized he liked killing people more. Peebles was nowhere in sight. The new breed of criminal entrepreneurs apparently didn't like to get their fingernails dirty. The 3 underlings circled Webb while Big F stood there and watched. Macy hung off to the side. He looked alert and relaxed at the same time. But it was easy to tell the man took his work very seriously. To Webb, the other men looked a little bored, as though they were the varsity called in to scrimmage with the JV. Well, that was a real confidence booster. One man drew a short object from his coat pocket that looked like a microphone. He ran it up and down Webb's body while another man checked Webb for additional weapons. He found none, but did confiscate Webb's cell phone. Another of the men with what Webb knew now was an electronic wand designed to ferret out nosy surveillance devices did the once-over on Webb's car. The wand only sounded once, near the rear seat, but the man seemed unconcerned by this. He turned and nodded at Big F. Webb understood this silent exchange. The man had detected the electronic device they had planted in Webb's car. The men stepped back, and Big F came forward and leaned his bulk on the hood of Webb's car. Webb thought he could hear the car groaning, and who could blame it? "How's the face?" The man's voice was neither squeaky high nor brutally deep. It was middle of the road, calm, non-threatening. It wasn't the faceless voice inside Webb's car. Webb could be talking to his stockbroker. If he had a stockbroker, that is. "Only thing hurt was my pride. I take it you're Big F." The man smiled at that and then slapped his thigh. To Webb, it sounded like the ominous smack of thunder. Everything this guy did was big. The other men laughed too, obviously cueing off their boss. "Shit, Big F. Damn right I'm Big F. That's good. Ain't that good, boys?" They all nodded and said it was good. Damn good. Macy didn't even crack a smile. He just stood there and stared at Webb like he was trying to will him to die. "Because if there was somebody bigger than you coming down the pike, then I don't think I want to make his acquaintance." Webb knew it was always good to get on the bad guy's good side, show you weren't afraid. Violent criminals just loved fear, and they just loved to cut the throats of fearful people. Big F laughed again. Yet when he stopped and looked serious, so did everybody else. Instantly, Webb noted. "I got me a problem. I'm here to help." Webb eased forward just a notch. Now he could take out 2 of the guys with kicks. Big F was something else altogether, sort of like punching Mount Rushmore, but you went with the point of least resistance first. "Somebody's setting me up to take a fall for something I ain't done." You know what happened to my team? I don't need that shit, you understand me? He stood, towering over them all, and the look in his eyes made Webb's heart race. How old do you think I am? Webb gave him the once-over. 22? 32, Big F said proudly. Now that in black years. He turned to Macy. What'd that be in tidy-whitey time? 120, said Macy in a learned tone, as though he were the Ph.D. of this illustrious group. Big F looked back at Webb. I'm 120. I'm an old man in a young man's business. I don't need this shit. You go tell your crew that. Don't come hunting my ass down, 'cause I ain't done it. Webb nodded. Then I need to know whose business it is. Without that, I can guarantee you squat. Big F eased himself back down on the car and slid out a Beretta 9mm with a muzzle suppressor attached, Webb noted. Things were definitely not looking good. Messenger's a dime a dozen, said Big F, eyeing Webb calmly. It'll mean a lot more coming from me. I've got a lot invested in this one. Webb took one tiny step forward as he pretended to be merely shifting his weight. Now he could tag Big F with a spin kick right on the cerebellum. If the man could shake that off, then crown him king of the world. And maybe you figure you owe me one for saving Kevin, him being your little brother and all. He ain't my brother. Webb tried hard not to show his surprise. Is that right? He my son. Big F rubbed his nose, coughed, and then spit. Course, we got the same mama. Webb started for a moment and then looked at the other men. They obviously already knew this, and seemed to accept it as mainstream, at least their version of mainstream. Yet why shouldn't they, Webb thought. What was a little incest among family? You couldn't exactly do it with strangers. Grandma had said Kevin was a little slow. Well, with that twisted family tree, Webb could see why. Well, I hope Kevin's okay, said Webb. The boy's got nothing to do with you, Big F said sharply. Okay, thought Webb, so Kevin did mean something to the man. That was valuable intelligence. Who took out my team? Tell me and we go our separate ways. No hard feelings. Ain't that easy. Sure it is, Webb prompted. Names. That's all I want. Big F studied his pistol. You know what my biggest problem is? Webb eyed the Beretta and wondered if he was Big F's biggest problem. He prepared to launch himself. Economy's too hot. I can't keep good people. He looked over at his men. Tuna man, front and center. Webb watched as one of the men stepped forward. He was 6'4" and broad-shouldered, and wore what looked to Webb to be a very expensive suit, and enough gold and silver on his neck, wrists, and fingers to start his own precious metals exchange. You think you can take this little dude with just your hands, Tuna? Tuna smirked. Ain't been needing both hands for that boy. Don't know about that, said Big F. Way this boy kicked me, I felt that shit. Well, if you think you can, lay your gun down and get to it. Tuna slipped his gun out of his waistband and placed it on the ground. He was at least 15 years younger than Webb and much larger, and yet he moved so gracefully that Webb was certain the man was as nimble as he was strong. And when Tuna assumed a classic martial arts stance, Webb knew he was in for something serious, and he hadn't even recovered from last night. Webb held up his hand. Look, we don't have to do this. You think you can kick my ass? I think I can kick yours. Let's just call it a draw. Big F shook his head. Little dude. Either fight or take the bullet. Webb stared at the man and his gun, sighed, then put up his fists. The two men circled each other for a few moments. Webb sized his opponent up and saw few weaknesses, yet he did see something else that might be helpful. He tried a kick, and Tuna easily caught Webb's leg and held on to it for a moment before twisting the limb and throwing Webb down. Webb quickly rose and took a side kick on the forearm. It stung like hell, but better his arm than his head. The two feinted and parried a few times more before Tuna caught Webb with a flying spinner, and he went down again, but he bounced right back up. Is that all the shit you got, Tuna? Taunted Webb. Man, you got me by 50 pounds in 15 years. If I was you, your ass would be out for the count by now. Tuna dropped his smirk and hit Webb with an old-fashioned right jab, but ate a hard left cross to the head in return. Tuna didn't seem to like his face getting marked, something Webb was quick to pick up on. Hey, Tuna, a screwed-up face isn't the end of the world. With no ladies eating up your paycheck, you can probably really put some bucks away for retirement. You going down, man, said Tuna, and you staying down. Not from some pussy like you, I'm not. An enraged Tuna lunged at Webb and caught him with a sharp punch right to the kidney. Webb almost went down from the blow, but he wrapped his arms around Tuna's middle and started to squeeze. Tuna hit him with 2 more shots to the head, but Webb held on. Like a constrictor, each time Tuna took a breath, Webb would squeeze a little bit more, not letting the man's diaphragm return to its original position. More headshots and more squeezes, and Webb could start to feel the bigger man wavering, his gasps of breath so pleasant to hear. And then Webb loosened his grip just a little, and it was enough for Tuna to get his own clench on Webb, which was what Webb had intended. The 2 men swung each other around, panting heavily, their rivulets of sweat meeting each time their bodies did. Tuna tried to throw Webb off, but Webb held on because he had other plans. Finally, Tuna swung Webb around, and Webb's grip was broken, and he went sprawling. Actually, he did a controlled forward roll, grabbed Tuna's pistol where he had left it on the ground, came upright, lunged forward, put a necklock on the stunned Tuna, and placed the gun to his head, all in a blur of motion. You have to get yourself some better security, Webb said to Big F. Ain't that right, Tuna? Big F raised his pistol and fired. His shot hit Tuna dead center in the forehead. The man dropped and died without making one sound. Most gunshots to the head had that effect, Webb knew, the ability of the victim to speak gone before the brain could dial up the scream. Bullets and flesh were like ex-wives. They just never mixed that well. Stared as Big F casually slipped the gun back in his waistband as though he had just disposed of an irksome mole in a vegetable garden. Big F's men looked as stunned as Webb. Tuna's demise had obviously been on only Big F's agenda. Macy, however, just stood there, his gun trained on Webb. The sudden violent death of a colleague didn't seem to interest him at all. He was all cool and professional, standing there in a classic Weaver firing stance, his gaze riveted on the gun in Webb's hand. Webb wondered where the guy had received his training. Probably some paramilitary outfit staffed by ex-good guys who, for some reason or other, had slid to the dark side. With his hostage gone and multiple guns pointing at him, Webb dropped the pistol. Good help, said Big F to Webb. I can't find it. I give my crew cash, clothes, cars, and bitches. Show 'em the ropes, teach 'em the business, 'cause I ain't be doing this shit all my life. Cash in my chips, lose myself till I kick living. And you think that makes 'em loyal? Shit, no. They just keep biting the hand that feeds 'em. Tuna making his own action on the side and think I ain't know it. Skimming dollars and dope off all the time. And he thinking I stupid and don't check that shit. But that ain't the dumbest thing he done. Dumbest thing the boy done is he be using the products. You put that shit in you, you talk to anybody about anything. He be high on that shit, and he be mouthing off to a whole crew of DEA, and his ass not even know it. Sell us all down the river. Well, I ain't going down no river. I ain't being no drug kingpin, working my business from the inside with no chance in hell of ever getting on the outside again. No way, baby. No way. That ain't how it ending for me. I eat me some bullets before I go to Mighty Whitey's house. He glanced sharply at his men. You just gonna leave Tuna there or what? Show some damn respect for the dead. What the hell you want us to do with him? Said one of them, his arms spread wide, his features angry, though Webb easily sensed the fear he held for his boss. Webb was certain Big F could smell that fear, too. He no doubt counted on it in running his business. If he wanted to teach his people loyalty, they had one very compelling reason lying right there in a growing red pond. And taking out Tuna had probably been meant as a warning to Webb, too. Well, he felt incredibly warned. Big F shook his head in obvious disgust. I gotta tell you every damn thing to do like you a little baby or something? I smell me water and so can you. Throw his ass in the river. and tie something to it so it ain't come up." The men gingerly picked up their fallen comrade, bitching the whole time about getting blood and other tuna bits on their fine Versace. Macy stood in exactly the same spot. Apparently, Webb thought, he was inner circle, and thus was allowed to stay for extra innings. When the others had disappeared down the trail, Big F eyed Webb. "See what I mean about good help? Can't get none. Everybody wants to get rich overnight. Nobody wants to work for a damn thing no more. Start at the top. They all want to start at the top. I started at 8 years old running dollar bags of white rock. Worked my ass off for over 20 years. And these brothers today be thinking they deserve every dime I got 'cause they be doing this shit for a couple of months. New economy, my ass." If Big F had been sitting in a maximum security prison cell wearing Hannibal Lecter ready-to-wear, and Webb was safely on the other side of the bars, Webb might have started laughing his guts out at this capitalistic tirade. Yet right now, all he was wondering was when Big F would finally focus on the fact that Webb was an eyewitness to murder. "Now, Tuna, he must have killed 5 or 6 people, so I just saved you the trouble of frying his ass. Ain't gotta thank me." Webb didn't. In fact, he said nothing. He probably could have made some smart remark, but witnessing the cold-blooded murder of another human being, no matter how much he might have deserved it, was not a great lead-in to humor for Webb. "I guess everybody got trouble." Big F wiped at one of his eyes. "But the Lord done showered me with some extra helpings. I got me family coming out my ass and every one of them looking for cash. Got me a 90-year-old great-aunt I ain't even know I had coming round talking like this." His voice rose higher. "Now, Francis, can't you take care of my eyes? Got me the cataracts, honey. Can't see to play the bingo no more. Do something about it for me, will you, honey? Used to bounce you on my knee. Used to change your shitty diaper. And I peel off some cash, and there you go. And she back a week later about a damn cat what got female problems." He looked at Webb incredulously. "A fucking cat with female problems. And it only be $1,000, Francis," she says. "That all it be, honey. And remember, I wiped your shitty diaper while your mama was down the river, or else shooting herself up with that little needle of hers. And you know what I do? I peel off 10 hundreds and give it to her and her cat." "The F stands for Francis?" Big F grinned, and it seemed to Webb that he saw for the first time signs of little Kevin in this hulking, murderous adult. "Yeah, what did you think it stood for?" Webb shook his head. "No clue." Big F took out a small box, unwrapped a pill, and put it in his mouth. He offered one to Webb, who declined. "Tagamet, Pepsid AC, Zantac," said Big F. "I eat 'em like peanuts. Had me an upper GI done. Damn belly looks like a mole's been through it. This shit's getting to me, ain't no lie." "So why didn't you retire?" "Easy to say, not so easy to do. Ain't like they give me a going-away lunch and a gold watch in my line of work." "Sorry to tell you, but the cops never stop looking." "The cops I can deal with. It's some folks in the business what giving me the pain in the ass. They think if you want to quit working, you gonna rat 'em out. They can't understand why you'd walk away from a life like mine. Money out the ass, except you gotta keep hiding it, and you gotta keep moving around, and you're still always wondering when somebody, like maybe your bitch or your brother or your cat-loving great-aunt, is gonna put a hole in your head while you're sleeping." He grinned. "Now don't you worry about me, I'll be fine." He popped another pill and then closely eyed Webb. "You one of them guys from HRT?" "I am." "I hear you dudes are some serious shit. When you hit me the other night, boy, that hurt. That's rare, little man, let me tell you. That's rare. You guys must be some bad shit." "We're actually really lovable when you get to know us." Big F didn't crack a smile at Webb's remark. "So how come you ain't dead?" "Guardian angel." Now Big F smiled broadly. "Right, that's good shit. Tell me where I can get me one." Big F shifted his bulk along with the direction of the conversation. "You want to know how them guns got in that building?" Webb stiffened. "You willing to testify to it?" Yeah, I come on down to the courthouse. You go on ahead and wait for me. Okay, how'd they get the guns in there? You know how old them buildings are? Webb's eyes narrowed. Old? No. Why? The 1950s. I ain't old enough to remember, but my mama was. She told me. Was? Too much coke, not the soda pop. Yeah, 1950s. Think, HRT. Think. I'm not getting it. He shook his head and looked over at Macy and then back at Webb. I thought you damn feds all went to college. Some colleges are better than others. If you can't fly the shit in through the roof and you can't take it in the front door, what you got left? Webb thought for a moment before it hit him. Under. The 1950s. Cold War, underground bomb shelters. Tunnels? Damn, you smart after all. There you go. That's still not much to go on. That's your problem. I gave you something, now you tell your folks to back off my ass. I ain't got no reason in the world to waste a bunch of feds. You go back and make sure they understand that. He paused and rubbed some pine needles with his huge foot, and then he looked directly at Webb. You guys ain't playing games on me and got Kevin but ain't saying, are you? Webb considered how best to answer that. Ironically, given his present company, he decided that the truth was the best approach. We don't have Kevin. See, local cops I don't trust as far as I can throw 'em. Too many brothers end up dead when the local cops get to 'em. Now, feds ain't worth too much in my book neither, but you guys ain't killing people for no reason. Thanks. So other things being equal, see, if you guys got Kevin, then I know he'd be all right. And maybe you boys just hold on to him for a while till this shit blows over. The way the man was half looking at him, Webb could tell Big F really wanted Kevin to be in the custody of the FBI, where he would be reasonably safe. I wish we did have him, but we don't. I'm playing it straight with you. Then he added, but I think Kevin might have been involved somehow. Bullshit, roared Big F. He a kid. He ain't done nothing. He ain't going to no jail. No way is he. Not Kevin. I didn't say he knew what he was doing. You're right. He's just a kid. A scared kid. But whoever took him is behind what happened. At least that's what I think. I don't know why Kevin was in that alley, but his being there wasn't a coincidence. I want him just as bad as you do. And I want him safe, too. I saved him once in that alley. I don't want it to be for naught. Right, so he can testify and then spend the rest of his life in witness protection. Some life. At least it's a life, Webb shot back. Big F and he had a prolonged stare-down until the big man finally looked away. I'm going to do everything I can to get Kevin back safe and sound, Francis. I promise you that. But if he knows something, he's going to have to tell us. We'll protect him. Yeah, sure you will. Done a real good job of that so far, ain't you? They heard the other men returning. A name would be nice to go with the tunnels, said Webb, but Big F was already shaking his head. Ain't got none to give. When the two men came into sight, Big F motioned to one of them. Make sure the two-way in the car ain't working. The man nodded, slid into the front seat of Webb's car, and fired 2 bullets into the government-issued radio, and then ripped out the handheld microphone. He also popped the ammo clip out of Webb's gun, fired the round that was chambered into the dirt, and handed it back to him. The other man pulled out Webb's cell phone from his pocket, ceremoniously smashed it against a tree, and then handed it back to Webb with a broad smile. Ain't making 'em like they used to. We gotta be going now, said Big F. And in case you're thinking about coming after my ass for pulling the trigger on Tuna, think about this. He paused and stared grimly at Webb. Anytime I want you dead, you dead. Anytime I want any of your friends dead, they dead. You got a pet and I want it dead, it dead. Webb eyed the man steadily. You don't want to go down that road, Francis. You really don't. What, you gonna kick my ass? You gonna hurt me bad? You gonna kill me? He unbuttoned his shirt and stepped closer to Webb. Webb had seen a lot in his line of work, yet he had never seen anything quite like this. The man's chest and belly were covered with knife wounds, bullet holes, thick, angry-looking scars, burn marks, and what looked to be tunnels of ripped flesh, badly healed. To Webb it seemed like a painting, collectively produced by an insane world. 120 in nice little tidy-whitey years, Big F said quietly. He closed the shirt, and his face held, to Webb's thinking, a look of obvious pride at surviving all that those scars represented. And right now, Webb couldn't deny the man that. Big F said, "You come after me, you better bring something to do the job right. And I'll still cut off your dick and stuff it down your throat." Big F turned away, and it was all Webb could do not to leap on the man's back. Now was not Webb's time to settle this, yet he couldn't just leave it like this. He called after Big F. "So I guess you're grooming Kevin to inherit your empire. Your brother's son. I'm sure he's real proud of you." Big F turned back. "I said Kevin's not your business." "We shared a lot back in that alley. He told me lots of stuff." It was all a bluff, but a calculated one, if Webb was reading the signals right. Whoever had switched Kevin out might be Big F's enemy. If that was the case, then playing one against the other might not be such a bad idea. Webb was thinking that Big F was not above lying about not being involved, but that didn't mean the street capitalist hadn't done a joint venture with somebody else to knock off Charlie Team. If so, Webb wanted everybody. Everybody. Big F walked up to Webb and looked him over, as though gauging either his guts or his stupidity. "If you want Kevin back, I expect some cooperation," said Webb. He hadn't mentioned what Big F had told him. He figured Big F wanted to keep the information about the tunnels under the Target building between him and Webb, which was why Big F had sent the two men off to give Tuna a burial in the river. "Expect this," said Big F. Webb managed to partially block the blow with his forearm, but the impact of Big F's bowling ball fist and his own arm against his jaw still knocked him on top of the hood of the car, where his head smacked against the windshield, cracking it. Webb woke up a half hour later, slowly slid off the car hood, and staggered around, holding his arm and rubbing his jaw and head and cursing. Calming down, he discovered that his jaw, arm, and head did not appear broken, and he wondered how that was possible. He also wondered how many more concussions he could endure before his brain fell out of his head. And then Webb whirled and pointed his gun at the man who had just emerged from behind a stand of trees. The man was pointing his own gun at Webb. "Nice try," said the man, "but your gun doesn't have any bullets." He stepped forward, and Webb got a better look at him. "Cove?" Randall Cove put his gun away and leaned up against the car. He said, "That dude is one seriously dangerous person. Him blowing away his own guy like that was a new one even for me." He looked at Webb's face. "You're gonna have some good bruises tomorrow, but it's better than a visit with the coroner." Webb put his empty gun away and rubbed the back of his head. "I take it you had a ringside seat. Thanks for the assist." Cove looked at him grimly. "Look, man, I'm a fellow agent, undercover or not. Carried the same creds, took the same oath, worked through the same bullshit you do at the Bureau. If they'd tried to take you out, you would have known my presence. But they didn't, and so I didn't. If it makes you feel any better, while you were unconscious, I shooed away some brothers who came sniffing around your carcass." "Thanks, because I'm not done with this carcass yet." "We need to talk, but not here. Some of Big F's boys might still be hanging around. And this place ain't safe, not even for armed lawmen." Webb looked around. "Where, then? They knocked your old office down." Cove smiled. "You've been talking to Sonny, I know. I guess if old Sonny Venables thinks you're all right, you're all right. Boy's got a nose for bad meat, like the best hound dog I ever had me in Mississippi." "There's a lot of shit going on. You been in touch with Bates lately?" "We talk, but neither one of us is telling the other everything, and that's cool. I know where Perce is coming from, and he knows where I'm standing." He handed Webb a slip of paper. "Meet me here in 30 minutes." Webb looked at his watch. "I'm on special assignment. I've got to get back." "Don't worry, it won't take long. Oh, one more thing." He climbed inside Webb's car and searched for a few moments before coming back out holding something. "Satellite-based tracking device. Good as the stuff we use," said Cove. "They've got a satellite," said Webb. "That's comforting. It's got a wireless communicator, too." So Webb had been correct in deducing how they had relayed the directions to him after crossing over the Wilson Bridge. Cove switched the device off and pocketed it. "Evidence is evidence. Surprised they didn't take it," he added before disappearing into the woods. Sufficiently recovered to keep both eyes open at the same time and seeing only double instead of in gauzy triplicate, Webb put the car in gear and headed out. He met Cove at the mall downtown, at a bench near the Smithsonian Castle. When Webb sat down there, he heard a voice but didn't react. All that had been on the paper. Webb reasoned that Cove was behind a set of bushes near the bench. "So Bates said he filled you in on me." "He did. I'm sorry what happened to your family." "Yeah," was all Cove said to that. "I found the news clipping at your house about you and Bates." "You are good. That hiding place has worked for years." "Why hide it? Red herring? Somebody's searching your house, it gives them something to find that really means nothing. Anything really important I keep in my head." "So the clipping was just a dodge, nothing important?" Cove didn't respond, so Webb said, "Bates said you were on the butts of some big-time dealers, that they might have set up my team." "That's right. But this story is a long way from over. And I heard Westbrook tell you about the tunnels. I never figured that one. Good way to get the computers out and the guns in. I'm going to fill in Bates on that one ASAP, and we'll go take a look. You want in?" Cove didn't answer, and it took a second for Webb to figure out why. Across the street, a man was walking by. He was dressed like a homeless person, was staggering slightly as though he were drunk, and he could very well have been both. However, Webb couldn't take any chances, and obviously neither could Cove. Webb reached for his gun and realized again that it was empty. He had a spare mag in the trunk of the car, but that was parked a good 100 feet away, and he had forgotten to get the ammo out, idiot that he was. As though in answer to his thoughts, Webb felt something slide next to him through the back support of the bench. He gripped the pistol that Cove had just handed him, whispered a thank you, and sat there, the gun held at his side, its muzzle following each move of the man across the street until he moved off. "You just never know what riffraff's going to come on by," Cove said. "Bates said that you might have been working through one of Westbrook's guys, maybe Peebles or Macy, and that they might have set you up." "Macy and Peebles weren't my inside connection. I think my guy was dealing straight with me, at least mostly, but I think he was set up." "So if the guy was shooting straight with you, any chance we can use him to get to the truth?" "Not anymore." "How come?" "Because my inside guy was Tuna." "You're kidding me." "Big F's guys skim all the time. That was just bullshit he was feeding you. He killed Tuna for the ultimate sin, working with the cops." "Did Tuna think there were others involved besides Westbrook?" "Tuna was basically muscle, but he had some brains. I've been working with him for about 6 months. We nailed him on some small stuff, but he'd already done 4 years in prison early on in his career and didn't want to do any more. He told me about this new group coming in that was handling some of the local crew's distribution and even cleaning up their dirty money through some legit operations. The service didn't come cheap, but most of the crews apparently signed on, except Westbrook. He doesn't trust anybody that much. But even drug crews get tired of shooting each other up. And consolidation of operations and cost-cutting works just as well in illegal businesses as it does legitimate ones. I'd been digging deep on this group but couldn't crack it. My undercover identity was as a point man for a drug crew looking to relocate from Arizona to rural Virginia. We'd heard about this group, and I got myself invited to look over their operation. At first, I thought it was connected to Westbrook's piece, but when I saw what was there, I knew it was big-time stuff. Bates mentioned the OxyContin piece. That's what makes this one special. I think the product this group was principally supplying the locals with were prescription drugs like Oxy, Percocet, and the like. Low risk and huge profit margins. Now, Tuna wasn't in the ops side of the business, but he seemed to think that too. It'd be a whole new paradigm in the district's drug trade. And this new group wasn't stopping at D.C. I believe they're moving the stuff up and down the East Coast. Oxy started out rural. Yeah, you heard of Rocky Mountain High? Well, this is Appalachian High. But the Appalachian Mountains touch on about 20 states, from Alabama all the way up to the Canadian border. And there's lots of room there to carve out a new homegrown drug empire on the backs of legitimate drugs. That's why I called in WFO as soon as I realized the operation in that warehouse was a lot bigger than Westbrook. Now, I could have kept digging and maybe got some more stuff, but I ran the risk of them pulling out. I figured if we could get the bean counters to testify, we could bring this whole Oxy crew down. Man, I look back at it now, and you know what I think? That it was too good to be true. You got it. Cove stopped talking for a moment. Look, Webb, I'm sorry what happened to your guys. I never in a million years smelled the setup. But I'll take the responsibility because it was my screw-up, and I'll sacrifice everything I got left, even my life, to make it right. What you do for a living, I never could. I don't know how you guys do it. Funny, I was thinking the same thing about you. Now you go to those tunnels and figure out how they got that stuff in and out, and maybe you'll see something that'll tell you who. And I'm not thinking that it's Westbrook. There's somebody else out there, having a nice laugh at our expense. You got any firmer thoughts on that? I'm still feeling my way. Whoever it is, they are wired in tight somewhere important, because they seem to be able to keep one step ahead of everybody. Wired tight to who? Somebody at the Bureau? You said it, I didn't. You got proof of that? My gut. You listen to yours? All the time. I take it you feel like the odd man out. What, you mean everybody and their brother thinking I'd turn traitor and help burn a bunch of my own? Yeah, it has occupied my thoughts of late. You're not alone there, Cove. Hey, Webb, we're blood brothers in a way. Branded traitors for something we didn't do, and some people just don't want to hear it. Is that why you're not coming in? See, the bottom line is, I got taken, snookered, suckered, whatever you want to call it. I'm no traitor, but I messed up. That's almost as bad as jumping sides in my line of work. We are blood brothers, then, because I did the same damn thing. Well, maybe we'll both be standing at the end of this dance. What do you say? I say I'll give it my best shot. Keep your head down, London. These mothers shoot low. Hey, Cove. Yeah? Apology accepted. Webb drove to DuPont Circle. He grabbed a spare mag for his pistol from the trunk and put the gun Cove had given him in the rear of his waistband. Bates had long since gone home, and Webb decided he would wait until morning to contact him. The guy could probably use a good night's sleep, and those tunnels weren't going anywhere. Instead of checking out another set of Bucar wheels, Webb decided to do something really crazy. He was going to go get his very own car. The press army wasn't parked outside his house anymore, yet Webb still did not take any chances. He entered the house from the rear, slipped inside the muck, opened the garage doors, and eased the car out, its lights off. He waited until he was down the street before he turned on the lights, then he stepped on the gas, all the while looking in his rearview mirror. Nothing. He headed back to East Winds. Chapter 34. When Webb got back to the carriage house, Romano wasn't there. Webb even checked the antique cars downstairs, in case his partner had crawled into one to admire it and had fallen asleep. It was almost 4 o'clock in the morning, and his partner was probably prowling around outside. As a sniper, Romano had been restless with too much natural energy, despite all their training to take things slow and methodically, unless drastic circumstances dictated otherwise. Yet when it was time for action, just about everybody took a back seat to Paul Romano. Since Webb's cell phone was out of operation, he used the phone in the house to call Romano and breathed a sigh of relief when the man answered. "So how'd your appointment go?" asked Romano. "Boring. I'll fill you in later. Where are you?" "Everything was secure, so I've been poking around the place. There's an old watchtower on the west side. See for miles in every direction." "I know, I've been there." "Well, I'm there right now. Felt like a little jog." "That's a bit of a hike, Paulie." "Walk in the park. You might want to come out here and bring out a pair of NVs." "What are you spying on?" "You'll see. Webb left the carriage house from the rear, slipped on his headgear, attached his ambient light source night vision binoculars to it, powered up, and fixed the relief to his eyes. The world instantly became an ethereal, fluid green. You couldn't use the contraption for very long because the goggles were heavy enough that you would get a piercing pain in your neck, followed by a headache that would make you forget the neck ache. Webb always kept one eye closed when scanning through the goggles, even though this distorted your depth perception even more. If you didn't keep one eye closed, when you stopped looking through the goggles, all you'd see would be a brilliant orange ball in each eye. And at that point, a 90-year-old in a wheelchair could get the drop on you. As a sniper, one had to use various pieces of equipment to get the job done, from high-tech to the lowest tech of all, camouflage. Webb coveted his ghillie suit, a concoction of burlap and cordura material that he had patiently covered with animal excrement and other foul substances to allow it to blend into a rugged forest or jungle environment. Each HRT sniper gave his ghillie his own personal stamp, and Webb had spent years improving on his by defiling it even more. The ghillie had been originally designed by the Scots over 400 years ago, in the course of waging countless guerrilla wars against those seeking to conquer them. It worked just as well now as it had then. Webb had lain under his ghillie in the middle of a jungle in Central America with dope dealers toting submachine guns walking all around him, and they never knew Webb was there until he stuck his gun in their backs and read them their rights. He moved forward again and pushed and then clicked the NV to IR status, which caused an internal light source to come on and vastly intensified the field of vision. Webb wanted to make sure the equipment worked, for NV goggles batteries were notorious for failing right when you needed them to work. He didn't like to use the IR for very long because it had one major drawback. For anyone watching him with night vision goggles, the IR magnifier gave off a light beacon, like a large flashlight in one's face. Webb would be a sitting duck. He clicked off the IR and put the headgear away in his backpack. He would rely on merely his eyes from now on, something he had done with every shot he had ever taken. Sometimes you couldn't improve on nature. The air was crisp and the sounds of the farm and surrounding woods many and varied. Webb set a good pace and he covered the ground to the watchtower in enviable time. It was good to know he was still in decent shape. After 8 years of relentless training, you didn't lose it all in a short period of time, he reasoned. He liked the forest in the darkness. It felt as comfortable to him as a lazy boy in a big-screen TV would to the average American male. He sighted the watchtower and stopped. Since he didn't have a cell phone, Webb put his hands up to his face, formed a rude bugle of sorts, and let out a call, the same signal he and Romano had used when they were sniping. It could either be a gust of wind or a bird commonly found just about anywhere. Webb was sure Romano would remember, and a few seconds later he heard the answering message. All clear. Webb broke from the tree line and hustled to the watchtower, gripped the wooden rungs, and climbed silently up. Romano greeted him at the little hinged door in the floor of the observation space. Webb knew Romano couldn't see Webb's fresh injuries courtesy of Tuna and Big F, and that was just as well, because he didn't want to waste breath right now explaining them. And of course Romano would give him a hard time about it. He could just hear the words, "Shit, you let them do that to you?" passing through the man's lips. Webb looked at Romano as he pulled out a 10-power Litton scope that was normally attached to a .308 sniper rifle. "Anything good on?" asked Webb. "Check this out, right through that break in the trees to the northwest." Webb looked through the scope. "I take it I'm looking at the Southern Belle. Interesting stuff going on for a horse farm." Webb adjusted the scope to his eye and sighted through it. There was indeed a nice break in the trees, which revealed a fine view of the neighboring spread. There were 2 sizable buildings that looked relatively new. Large trucks were parked next to them, and Webb watched as men with walkie-talkies raced in different directions. A door opened on the side of one of the buildings, and Webb saw that whatever was going on inside required a lot of light. A tractor-trailer was backed up to a warehouse-type roll-up door, and men were bringing large boxes out on hand trucks and rolling them up inside the truck's trailer. "Something big is going on," said Webb. "Auto chop shop, drugs, stolen aviation parts, spies, technology pirates, or lots of other things. Damn." Fascinating neighborhood. And here I was, thinking Virginia horse country was just a bunch of old duffers riding around drunk chasing little foxes, while the little women had tea in the afternoon. Boy, have I got a lot to learn. He looked at Webb. So what do you think? I think with all we got going on, the Southern Belle will have to keep. But if something pops, at least we'll be right here to do something about it. Romano grinned, obviously happy with the thought of coming action and possible mayhem. Now you're talking my language. Chapter 35. Kevin Westbrook had filled up all his sketchbooks and was now sitting and staring at the walls. He wondered if he would ever stand under sunlight again. He had grown used to the sounds of the machinery and the water running. It no longer affected his sleep, though he regretted growing used to this condition of his imprisonment, as though it were an omen that those conditions would become permanent. The footsteps reached his ears over the other sounds, and he retreated to his bed like an animal in a zoo cage as visitors approached. The door opened, and the same man who'd visited him earlier came in. Kevin didn't know who he was, and the man had never bothered to tell Kevin his name. "How you doing, Kevin?" "Got a headache." The man reached in his pocket and pulled out a bottle of Tylenol. "In my line of work, I always got some of this handy." He gave 2 pills to the boy and poured him out a glass of water from the bottle on the table. "Probably lack of sunlight," added Kevin. The man smiled at this. "Well, we'll see if we can do something about that soon." "That mean I be getting out of here soon?" "It might mean just that. Things are rolling along." "So you won't be needing me no more?" As soon as Kevin said this, he regretted it. That statement could certainly cut both ways. The man stared at him. "You did a pretty good job, Kev. Real good, considering you're just a kid. We'll remember that." "Can I go home soon?" "Not up to me, actually." "I ain't say nothing to nobody." "Nobody like Francis?" "Nobody means nobody." "Well, it won't matter, really." Kevin instantly looked suspicious. "You ain't hurting my brother." The man held up his hands in mock surrender. "I didn't say we were. In fact, if things go okay, only people who need to get hurt are going to get hurt, okay? You hurt all them men in that courtyard. You hurt them dead." The fellow perched on the table and crossed his arms over his chest. Though the man's movements weren't threatening, Kevin drew back a bit. "Like I said, the people who deserve to be hurt are the ones who get hurt. It's not always that way, you know that. Lots of innocent people get hurt all the time. I had me enough lessons on that, and looks like you have too." He eyed the wounds on the boy's face. Kevin had nothing to say to this. The man opened one of the sketchbooks and looked at some of the drawings. "This the Last Supper?" he asked. "Yep, Jesus, before they crucified him. He's the one in the middle," said Kevin. "I went to Sunday school," the man said with another big smile. "I know all about Jesus, son." Kevin had drawn the painting from memory. He had done it for 2 reasons, to pass the time and for the sheer comfort of having the Son of God close right now. Maybe the Lord would get the message and send some guardian angels down to help one Kevin Westbrook, who desperately needed some type of intervention, divine or otherwise. "This is good stuff, Kevin. You're real talented." He looked at another picture and held it up. "What's this of?" "My brother reading to me." His pistol on the nightstand, his men outside the room with their own guns, his brother Francis would put a big arm around Kevin and draw him close to his massive chest, and they would sit and read far into the night until Kevin would fall asleep. He would awake in the morning and all the men would be gone, and so would his brother. But the place they had stopped in the book would be marked. It was a sure sign that his brother intended to come back and finish reading it to him. The man looked surprised. "He'd read to you?" Kevin nodded. "Yeah, why not? Ain't nobody ever read to you when you was little?" "No," he replied. He put the sketchbook back on the table. "How old are you, Kevin?" 10. "That's a good age. Your whole life ahead of you. Wish I had me that." "You ever gonna let me go?" asked Kevin. The man's look managed to cut Kevin's hopes right to nothing. "I like you, Kevin. You kind of remind me of me when I was little. I didn't really have any family to speak of neither. I got my brother. I know you do, but I'm talking about a normal life, you know. Mommy and Daddy and sisters and brothers living in the same place. What's normal for some folks ain't normal for everybody. The man grinned and shook his head. You got a lot of wisdom in that little head. I guess nothing about life is normal when you get down to it. You know my brother. He ain't somebody you fool around with. I don't know him personally, but me and him do some business together, and I'm sure he ain't somebody you want to fool around with, and thank you for the advice. But the thing is, we're working together right now, sort of. I asked him real nicely to do something for me having to do with that Webb London fellow, and he did it. I bet he done it 'cause you told him you had me. He doing it 'cause he don't want nothing to happen to me. I'm sure he did, Kevin. But just so you know, we're going to return the favor. Some folks real close to your brother want to cut in on his business. We're going to help him out there. Why you going to help him? Kevin asked suspiciously. What's in it for you? He laughed. Man, if you were just a little bit older, I'd make you my partner. Well, let's just put it this way. It's a win-win for everybody. So you ain't answered my question. You gonna let me go? The man rose and went over to the door. You just hang in there, Kev. Good things tend to happen to patient